Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 181, 182, River of Blood. In prison. Aeros's right hand, wearing a black iron-colored metal glove, pointed at Silas as he declared with supreme authority. Silas was then sealed within an isolated space, as if the surrounding air had instantly become solid. The other Beyonders took the opportunity to rush forward and attack him. Crack! The scarred woman swung her black whip, striking Silas precisely. The whip made a crisp sound but only left a shallow mark on Silas's skin. However, a cruel smile appeared on the woman's face. Because this whip didn't target the body but the spirit, making victims feel incredibly intense pain. She looked at Silas expectantly, seemingly waiting for him to let out a miserable cry. But she only met Silas's cold and crazed gaze. That look seemed to ask, "Is that all?" The moment the whip touched his body, intense pain did stimulate Silas's spirit. But compared to the true creator's ravings, this pain was nothing. "Katie, get back!" The bearded man beside her shouted, raising the high-pressure steam rifle and charging forward. This rifle had a complex structure with a thick barrel and a body connected by tubes to a massive mechanical box. Such high-pressure steam rifles were powerful weapons classified as military-controlled items with astonishing power. Boom. The bearded man took his stance, aimed at the imprisoned Silas, and pulled the trigger. The steam rifle made a tremendous sound, vibrations even making the hall's glass tremble. Large amounts of white steam sprayed from the exhaust port on the back of the gun body the moment he pulled the trigger. The airflow was extremely fast, friction against the port producing sharp explosive sounds. Looking at Silas in the center of the field, the imprisoned figure still stood in place, but a massive hole had appeared in his chest. However, the figure quickly became flat, shrank, and finally transformed into a paper figure that scattered. Paper figurine substitute. Whoosh! The instant everyone lost their target, crimson flames surged like flowing water, appearing behind the old-looking Beyonder. In the firelight, Silas's handsome yet crazed face suddenly emerged. He shot out his right hand like lightning and grabbed the man's throat. The shepherd's characteristics let him see that this guy was the weakest of this group. Puff. All the openings on the old-looking man's face spurted blood at the same moment. He shed bloody tears, mouth gaping wide. Silas unceremoniously used flesh magic, forcing the blood in his body to squeeze out from everywhere. If it were a stronger Beyonder, they could still resist such magic, but for him, this strike was already lethal enough. Parker. Damn it. Seeing Silas use multiple abilities simultaneously, Aeros shouted in terror and rage. This guy is a shepherd. Except for Capim, who knew nothing about the Beyonder world, the other three showed tremendous panic and fear upon hearing this title. Sequence 5 Shepherd. Almost simultaneously, Aeros took out a black iron-colored glove from his chest and quickly put it on. His body then became even more dignified and terrifying, as if he were a magnificent knight judging and punishing all rebels. Grazing is prohibited here. He pointed the glove forward and shouted desperately. The black iron metal glove emitted strange light. Invisible laws immediately formed in the space. Although invisible to the naked eye, they were like rules that must be obeyed, directly affecting people's bodies, minds, and souls. As if violating them would bring severe punishment. Ugh. Silas's body swayed. The lamb souls that had been active within him suddenly became sluggish. Although not impossible to drive, he felt that forcing them would produce bad consequences. His grazing ability within had been restricted. Finish him. We don't have much time. Seeing the glove take effect, joy flashed in Aeros's eyes. A shepherd without grazing ability was still troublesome, but at least he could see hope of victory. Silas looked up, staring deeply at Aeros. This guy was very skilled at using the glove. The golden mask from that night probably wasn't him, otherwise he wouldn't have obtained the manuscript so easily back then. Feeling the sluggishness of the souls within him, Silas tightened his grip on the neck of the man called Parker, murmuring softly. Parker's body began turning red and swelling. Swoosh. Silas's body pulled back, then he threw Parker's corpse at the three of them. Seal. Aeros's eyes tightened as he shouted loudly. Boom. Hiss. An explosion immediately followed. Flesh burst open, turning into countless corrosive liquids that burned against the invisible wall Aeros created. Just as Aeros and the others, having dodged disaster, were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the next scene made their eyes widen in terror. The roses that had originally covered the ground began moving. The crimson liquid began converging, rushing, until it formed an astonishingly powerful red river. A river of blood. How is this possible? Aeros cried out in shock. Such a massive amount of flesh and blood being controlled simultaneously, if it were an ordinary shepherd, they would need to use a ritual to achieve such a terrifying effect. The river flowed around Silas, occasionally bubbling up with several agonized faces that bobbed up and down. These faces were precisely those of the guests and servants from earlier. Crash! The blood river surged skyward, churning with giant waves. If an explosion made from one human body was that dangerous, how terrifying would the damage from a ground full of roses be? Blood magic is prohibited here. Aeros was terrified beyond measure. He raised his arm again and issued a loud proclamation. The black iron glove took effect accordingly, invisible rules being constructed. But at the same time, his complexion became increasingly pale, as if bearing a great burden. His eyes constantly swept over the door and windows, seemingly determining which was the best escape route. Ugh! Silas's body swayed. The blood river's rushing speed instantly slowed. 2 consecutive prohibitions issued, very strong. But unfortunately, I have many more tricks. Silas laughed maniacally, looking at the 3 people opposite with undisguised malicious intent. Die. He issued a declaration in ancient Hermes. Ah. Filthy and maddening impact instantly exploded in their minds. The 3 clutched their heads, letting out pained cries. As if hammers were pounding their brains, blood quickly flowed from their nostrils. Among them, Aeros could barely endure it, but Katie and the bearded men appeared in extreme pain, unable to stand. Opposite them, Silas chanted prayers in a low voice, slowly approaching. Aeros reluctantly recovered from the madness. He hesitated, then took out a potion from his chest and drank it down. Swoosh. After drinking the potion, his spirituality surged again. His complexion changed from pale to an unhealthy flush. Imprison. He pointed at Silas and shouted. Just as Silas was about to continue uttering profane words, his body was imprisoned again. Illegally invading another's residence is a crime. Illegally invading another's residence is a crime. Illegally invading another's residence is a crime. Aeros seized the opportunity, solemnly shouting 3 times in succession, pronouncing Silas guilty. The guilty shall be punished. Silas's body became increasingly rigid, as if he had violated noble decrees and become a criminal deserving judgment. Swoosh. Some powerful rule stacked onto Aeros. His figure became incomparably tall. Flog. Aeros shouted. Crack. Crack. Bang. Bang. Invisible whips appeared from the void, lashing Silas. He couldn't dodge, being whipped with wounds deep to the bone. Katie and the bearded man took the opportunity to attack. One used a revolver loaded with beyonder bullets, the other used the high-power steam rifle. They simultaneously opened fire on Silas. Silas's body quickly showed numerous wounds. He was beaten until he swayed unsteadily, as if about to be killed. Joy appeared in Katie and the bearded man's eyes, but Aeros sensed something wrong. Would a shepherd be killed so easily? Crash. Under continuous whipping and gunfire, Silas's body collapsed, breaking into countless pieces of flesh and blood. However, this flesh and blood actually began moving rapidly and merged with the blood river on the ground. Merged into one. Chapter 182, 183, Madness. Under the invisible lash and baptism of bullets, Silas's body collapsed, dissolving into blurred, shattered flesh and blood that scattered across the floor. Katie and the bearded men saw their attacks working and immediately showed joy on their faces, but Hera sensed something was wrong. How could a shepherd possibly be killed so easily? Sure enough, under their shocked gaze, the pieces of flesh began to wriggle, merging with the crimson blood covering the ground. The viscous blood began to gather and fuse, once again transforming into a river of blood with tremendous momentum. Whoosh! Blood waves surged skyward, rushing turbulently through the hall, engulfing everything. In the whirlpool, countless agonized, wailing faces rose and fell, only to be pressed down again by the waves. These were the people who had been turned into roses earlier. Hurriz was horrified to discover that his prohibition against flesh magic had failed. Because his opponent wasn't just manipulating a river of blood with magic. He had directly merged himself into it. This wasn't flesh magic. The river was him. Run! Watching the thick crimson tide surge toward them like it was blotting out the sky, all 3 let out desperate cries. Without hesitation, they turned and fled toward the exit. However, how could running speed possibly outpace a raging, terrible flood? The bearded man, who had thrown away his steam rifle, only managed a few steps before the blood river caught up to him, drowning him in the surging red. Next was Katie, wearing a thin shirt with a scar on her face. Her body bobbed in the river as she screamed, futilely swinging her long whip. Several blood-red figures rose from the river's surface, grabbing her limbs and forcibly pulling her body under. Finally, the crimson river water caught up to her as a massive wave crashed down, completely swallowing his figure. Boom. A moment later, Hurriz struggled out of the blood river. Countless arms reached out from the blood, pulling at him. He raised his arm wearing the black iron glove, and in a flash of light, a transparent wall formed, blocking the river water. Whoosh! The river water paused for a moment, then immediately continued flowing around both sides. Separate! 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 Aeros shouted hysterically. His wig had already come off, and his body was swaying precariously from overusing his beyonder item. But his ability took effect. Several invisible walls were created in succession, making the river slow down. Seeing a chance for survival, Aeros turned and ran frantically toward the door. Dense blisters appeared on his skin's surface, a sign of being on the verge of losing control. Almost there. The door was right in front of him. Overextended and mentally exhausted, Aeros looked at the night outside and felt his heart fill with the joy of survival. The walls could hold for another 10 seconds or so, enough time for him to escape the pursuit and hide in the darkness of night. The joyful thought flashed through his mind as Aeros had already rushed out of the villa door, his feet landing on the solid ground outside. It was late at night now, pitch black outside. Coming suddenly from the bright hall into the dark outdoors, his vision inevitably went black for a moment. However, in that brief instant, a figure took advantage of his deprived vision and extremely poor condition, silently rushing forward. A gleaming dagger gathered tremendous force and, meeting his rushing momentum as he fled, thrust with full strength at his vital point. PSH. Aeros felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a wave of coldness, cold as this thick night itself. Using his gradually recovering vision, he looked down to see his heart had been pierced by a dagger. The assassin holding the dagger was a stunningly beautiful girl with black hair and blue eyes. Having successfully struck, the girl withdrew her blade without hesitation and quickly retreated, pulling back distance until she disappeared into the garden shadows. You actually... Aeros's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his chest. Blood gushed out through the gaps in his black iron glove. He struggled to raise his arm, about to declare something again, when a surging sound of water rose behind him. He turned back in shock, his entire field of vision swallowed by red. Whoosh! Blood water poured out from the door and windows. In the river, countless delicate young girls were swept along. Just as they were about to scream, in the blink of an eye, the river water gently set them down on the ground outside the villa. After releasing them, the crimson river water quickly receded, flowing back into the hall. You're free now. Go home quickly. A voice rang out from the dark shadows, speaking to them. The girls hesitantly got up. A few bolder ones first ran toward the street outside, quickly leading the other girls to flee in groups. People had already gathered on the street. They heard the commotion and saw the large number of escaping girls, feeling very surprised. The outside of the villa gradually became lively. The hooded girl emerged from the shadows. She suddenly looked up toward the hall. Inside, an evil, depraved aura filled the space, and that sense of evil was rapidly expanding. Anyone with the slightest spirituality would sense something was wrong. The girl ran quickly into the hall. The hall had been completely destroyed, with rubble scattered everywhere and expensive furniture in ruins. The only strange thing was that the floor was completely clean, without a trace of blood. Ah! Spare me. Help! The villa's owner, Capim, was screaming miserably. The surging blood river circled around him, with a group of hate-filled young girls floating on the river's surface. Their eyes were full of malice as they opened their mouths and frantically tore at the flesh all over his body until they had devoured him completely. After Capim's death, expressions of satisfaction appeared on these girls' faces. Their bodies dissolved into blood water, and transparent spirit bodies floated up, quickly dissipating. Whoosh! The river of blood also contracted and gathered, finally transforming back into human form. Silas appeared in the original spot. His straitjacket had been destroyed, and now he wore a blood-red robe, one made of flesh and blood in the style of a shepherd. His handsome face showed pain and confusion, and his eyes were still crimson. Brother. The black-haired girl ran over, calling out to him. The crimson in Silas's eyes faded slightly. He instinctively looked at his sister and walked a step toward her. Plop. His head fell to the ground. Immediately after, his body also shattered, like a poorly assembled doll, clattering to pieces on the floor. Thump thump. All the chunks of flesh began to throb, as if filled with intense pain, screaming silently. Silas's face showed extreme madness, muttering incoherently under his breath, unable to control himself. Hold on, brother. The girl rushed into the pile of flesh and blood, gently picking up Silas's head and piecing his body back together bit by bit. Sizzle. The blood scorched her tender, delicate skin, but she completely ignored it, focusing only on her work until she had reassembled Silas's body. Then she lifted him onto her shoulders and walked toward the villa exit. Swoosh. Just as they were leaving the hall, above the villa, a phantom door suddenly tore open in the air. Someone had arrived. Chapter 183, 184, The Queen's Surprise. Above the villa, an invisible door tore through space, outlined in phantom form. The door swung open, and an elegant, mature, handsome man stepped out. His golden eyes quickly locked onto the two people below. Sensing the intense aura of depravity and madness emanating from Silas, the man's eyebrows furrowed slightly. His figure suddenly became incredibly tall, like a mountain peak, pressing down heavily. His lips parted, about to pronounce solemn words like a judgment, but then he saw that among the two people below, the black-haired girl pulled out a strange pea and forcefully crushed it between two fingers. The pea immediately emitted a strange light. Countless mysterious symbols spiraled around them both, making their figures rapidly become transparent until they disappeared from sight. A hint of surprise crossed the handsome man's face as he watched the two escape in this peculiar manner. Whoosh! A roaring gale swept in, and a figure rode the wind, approaching at extremely high speed. This was an old man wearing a black soft hat with silver eyes. His black robe was embroidered with storm symbols, his expression solemn, like a high-ranking clergyman. "You're late," the handsome man said to the old man, his voice echoing in the night sky. The dead were wailing. Layer upon layer of consciousness crowded Silas's mind. They were in pain, they craved, they wanted to live, they made endless noise. Extremely cacophonous, extremely clamorous. Silas's spirit felt as if it would be drowned in an ocean of consciousness. He wanted to open his mouth and cry out, but he couldn't even sense his own body. Just then, a long, ethereal song gently sounded in his ears. The voice seemed to carry bewitching magic, calming those chaotic consciousnesses. Silas finally felt relief and wanted to just fall asleep like this. Wait, where am I right now? Silas's eyes snapped open and he sat up abruptly. He found himself in a palace made of pea vines. The vines were hard and cold, making his bottom slightly uncomfortable. A beautiful mermaid girl swam beside him, moving through the air as if through water, her figure ethereal and beautiful. She had been singing happily until she noticed Silas had awakened, then immediately became shy and flustered, quickly fleeing to hide behind the throne at the upper end of the palace. Awake. A pair of long legs in riding pants dangled from the throne, and the queen's voice echoed through the palace. The mermaid girl peeked out from behind the throne, looking down at Silas with curiosity and timidity, her light blue eyes carrying a pure, innocent light. The queen reached out to stroke her, and she broke into a happy smile before disappearing with a pop, like a bubble in sunlight. How did I get here? Silas tried to recall his previous experiences in confusion. He quickly remembered that at Capim's villa, he had seen. Ugh! Crazed thoughts surged up like a vast sea. Even the slightest ripple brought him tremendous pain. It seems you absorbed a large amount of human flesh and blood in a short time. The residual spirits in the flesh have had a significant impact on you. The queen's tone carried some wonder. If your soul hadn't remained unclouded, I would have almost mistaken you for being polluted by the true creator and becoming his fanatic. Tell me, what happened? What happened? Silas was silent for a moment, then calmly shook his head. Nothing much, just witnessed the complexity and distortion of human nature, that's all. Also, Your Majesty, regarding the human trafficking case, I think I've obtained some leads. Then he began telling her what had happened tonight. Including how he followed the trail of missing girls and found Capim's villa, where he witnessed high-ranking officials colluding with evil organizations, trafficking people for profit and pleasure. So you're saying the human trafficking case is connected to Military Intelligence Division 9? The queen's voice became serious. That's right. Silas reached into his chest, rummaged around, and pulled out a head with eyes that refused to close in death. The head had a thin, elongated horse-like face with a cold expression. It was hers, whom he had devoured alive. This is the leader among the Beyonders protecting Capim. He should belong to Military Intelligence Division 9. He just died, so his spirituality is still very fresh and can be investigated by your means. So far, he had only devoured everyone in the hall. Of the 4 Beyonders among them, he had only temporarily killed and wrapped them up, not yet grazed them. Originally, he hadn't planned to replenish his flesh with humans, but fate, full of malice, played a huge joke on him. In his madness, he merged into a river of blood and obtained in one breath the flesh resources that an ordinary rose bishop would find difficult to acquire. Silas sensed the potion within his body and discovered the Sequence 6 potion had already been mostly digested. So the acting method for this sequence really was just as Mam said, offering roses to the true creator. Twisted enough. The queen summoned invisible servants to receive the head. The invisible servants busied themselves ceaselessly, creating countless strange and mysterious symbols around the head. Soon, a transparent shadow filled with pain floated out from the head. Its appearance vaguely resembled hers. Put the lying nose on him, the queen ordered. The invisible servants opened the treasury door and respectfully retrieved a long nose made of wood from inside. The nose floated up and was attached to Hurza's spirit body. To be honest, with Hurza's thin, elongated horse-like face, already wearing a curled white wig, now fitted with a long nose, he looked somewhat comical. Fortunately, Aeros himself was already dead and had no opinion about it. "Tell me, who ordered you to protect Capim?" the queen asked. The spirit hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to fabricate a lie, but the nose extended in reverse, piercing into his body and causing him tremendous pain. "It was our Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Division 9, Conus Kilgore." He wailed, and the long nose retracted slightly. "So it really is Military Intelligence Division 9. But for the Deputy Director to directly issue orders, their level of attention to this matter seems very high." Silas thought silently. "Why were you protecting Capim?" the queen continued asking. The long nose stirred restlessly. Aeros's spirit body could only answer honestly. "To have Capim capture people for us. We need many people to complete a task." "What task?" "I can't say." "Speak," the queen ordered. The wooden long nose extended, piercing Aeros's spirit body and causing it immense pain. "Ah! I'll tell." They were taken away, too. Before Aeros could finish his words, the head containing his spirituality suddenly collapsed without warning, turning into filthy yet pure flesh and blood. The flesh spurted upward, as if trying to shoot into the sky and transform into bright fireworks in the night to attract attention. The invisible servants quickly pounced forward and swallowed it down before the fireworks could escape the palace. Chapter 184, 185, Lucky Wheel. The queen's interrogation had barely begun when Aeros underwent a strange transformation. His remaining head decomposed into pure flesh and blood, shooting skyward as if to explode in midair and become an obvious signal marker. But before it could fly out of the palace, the queen's invisible servant proactively stepped forward and swallowed the mass of flesh. Bang! Brilliant fireworks exploded inside the servant's belly. Because it was semi-transparent, the fireworks light shone through its body, briefly flickering within the palace. Obviously, he had been silenced. A special method targeting spirituality itself. The queen's voice turned slightly cold. Inside the servant's abdomen, the charred flesh slid down along the edges. Soon, scattered points of light separated from within, fusing and condensing into one, transforming into a deep black gavel. "Looks like he was a Beyonder from the Arbiter pathway, Sequence 6. The queen said, "My apologies for destroying your sheep. You were planning to graze him, weren't you?" Grazing required the sheep's spirituality. Now that Aeros's soul had been completely destroyed, there was naturally no way to graze him anymore. No choice. Silas shook his head. Who told them to prepare countermeasures in advance? If he had actually grazed Aeros, the one that exploded just now might have been his own body. He pulled out the remaining bodies of the other 3 Beyonders from within himself for the queen to investigate. But perhaps because their levels were lower, the 3 knew no specific information and had simply been following Aeros's orders. As for Capin, he wasn't a Beyonder. After all this time had passed, his spirituality had long since dissipated. Very unfortunate that we couldn't obtain further leads. Silas said to the queen. "No, I'm already quite satisfied," the queen said softly. "At least we know Military Intelligence Division 9 is behind this. I can investigate around them now." Silas had learned from internal Nighthawk materials that Military Intelligence Division 9 was an intelligence agency directly under the military, extremely secretive with tremendous power. But her tone was very calm, as if she wasn't particularly wary of this organization. Even more composed than I imagined. Silas thought. He had speculated about the queen's identity. She organized gatherings in the suburbs of Backlund and maintained a friendly attitude toward unofficial Beyonders, so she probably wasn't with the authorities, at least not with the lone authorities. So what kind of important figure could she be? She calls herself queen. Could she be royalty from another country? Well then. The queen's long riding boots hit the ground with a crisp impact. "You've essentially completed my commission." "That's considered complete." Silas's heart stirred, remembering the reward they had agreed upon. "Then, Your Majesty, about the reward you promised." That Beyonder item perfectly suited for him, the dagger called Agony. "Of course I'll give it to you," the queen said. Only then did Silas's heart relax slightly, but then he heard her say, "It's just." "Just what?" "It's just that I've temporarily lent that Beyonder item to someone else, so I can't give it to you immediately." The queen said, "After all, I didn't expect you to find leads so quickly. I originally thought it would take you at least a few months." True, if it weren't for his landlady Emily being captured, who knows how much time it would have taken to find leads. But what kind of reason was that? He had completed the commission on his end but couldn't receive the reward he was due. "When can I get it then?" Silas's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "It will need to be 2 months from now, because the current holder needs it to complete their acting." The queen's voice was calm, as if she hadn't sensed his dissatisfaction. "How about this, as compensation, I'll first give you another Beyonder item. When I get agony back, I'll contact you immediately. That works. Silas thought for a moment and nodded. If she would give an extra beyonder item as compensation, he could accept that. Swoosh. A list floated down from the throne, and the queen's voice came. You can choose one that suits you from these items. Silas took the list and couldn't help but be stunned, because it was densely packed, clearly listing the usage and negative effects of each item. There were at least dozens of them. This queen's collection is way too extensive. He thought in surprise. Is this what a big shot in the mystical world is like? Or does she have craftsmen behind her specifically making things for her? Such thoughts flashed through his mind before Silas quickly suppressed them. The list was really too long and required him to browse and analyze quickly, or else it would drag on too long. Honestly, everything on the list was quite good, with obvious effects and minimal side effects. Perhaps the queen really did have a highly skilled craftsman behind her who could provide so many good things. Silas spent several minutes selecting and finally settled on one item. Your Majesty, I choose the lucky wheel. He put down the list and said. That one. It's indeed very suitable for you. The queen said nothing more but had a servant open the treasury door to retrieve the beyonder item he wanted. It was a silver-colored revolver with an exquisite design and slender barrel. Silas took the revolver from the servant's hand, and the corresponding description automatically surfaced in his mind. Lucky wheel. Appearance, a silvery white revolver. Main effects, makes the holder lucky. This luck is passive and fluctuates high and low. Additionally, this revolver has precise shooting ability. Bullets fired from this revolver will accurately hit their target. Furthermore, this gun has a special ability, Lucky Wheel. The holder must empty the cylinder, load only one bullet, then spin the cylinder and close the wheel. In this state, the holder can aim at their own head and pull the trigger. Each time it fires empty, approximately 20% power will accumulate in the revolver, reaching maximum strength after 5 times. At that point, the fired bullet's power will be greatly enhanced. Side effect, while the holder becomes lucky, they also become unlucky. The two aspects are generally balanced, and the unlucky aspect mainly brings harm to the holder. This revolver could be said to be extremely suitable for Silas. First, his shooting talent wasn't high. His current ranged methods were only setting fires and bombs. Although they had decent power, their accuracy was still lacking. As for making himself lucky, he felt that was more like icing on the cake. Nice to have, but not essential. What he valued most was that special ability called Lucky Wheel. Called Lucky Wheel, but it was completely just Russian roulette. Hitting yourself would mean death, firing empty would accumulate power. For ordinary people, this would be an extremely dangerous move, but for Silas, taking a bullet to the head wasn't a big deal. Chapter 185, 186, Spoils of War. The special ability of Lucky Wheel was completely gambling with one's own life, but for Silas, taking a bullet to the head wasn't that big of a deal. In other words, Silas could completely fire 5 shots at his own head in succession. As long as he won the bet, the gun would become extremely powerful. If he didn't win the bet, it would just be taking a bullet, that's all. Moreover, that luck seemed to also work on the wheel itself, making it easier for him to obtain the result he wanted. As for the accumulated misfortune and the side effects, as he'd said before, he didn't care about being harmed. Overall, this beyonder item could fully display its abilities in his hands while greatly reducing the harm of its negative effects. The only problem was that its level was slightly low. If he could get some powerful beyonder bullets, he should be able to maximize this handgun's power. Silas thought to himself and thanked the queen. At this moment, he felt the spirituality of those 3 beyonders beginning to fade. Knowing it would be too late if he didn't graze them, he quickly walked over. Your Majesty, do you mind if I graze here? Go ahead. After receiving permission, Silas opened his palm toward Katie's remaining body. These 3 people, along with hers who had become a beyonder characteristic, were all from the Arbiter sequence. Grazing one would be enough. Originally, hers would have been the most suitable, but since he exploded, Silas could only settle for second best and choose Katie, who was slightly lower. The shepherd's ability allowed him to roughly sense the strength of their characteristics. Katie was clearly a cut above the other 2, yet weaker than hers. The queen had just said hers was sequence 6, so Katie should be sequence 7. Silas activated Grazing on Katie's body. Swoosh. A bone-chilling, icy wind generated from his palm, swirling above the corpse. It quickly pulled Katie's transparent, blurred soul along with her characteristic out of her body. No. She struggled desperately, resisting, but could only be absorbed into Silas's palm. Silas sensed Katie's soul within his body. The shepherd's invisible ability quickly let him figure out Katie's beyonder abilities. She was from the Arbiter pathway, sequence 7 Interrogator, proficient in various weapons. Her main abilities were Arbitration, Sheriff, Psychic Piercing, Whip of Pain, and others. Among these, arbitration meant she possessed authority, and when fighting others, opponents would involuntarily yield and compromise. Sheriff would make him sensitive and alert in his jurisdiction, able to easily remember suspects' appearances and discover dangerous factors like chaos and evil. These should be Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 Beyonder abilities. The most important were still the Sequence 7 abilities, Psychic Piercing and Whip of Pain. Both were mental-level attacks. Psychic Piercing could directly attack the opponent's spirit, making the target feel intense pain and affecting their actions. Whip of Pain was mainly used in Interrogation, with slightly less power than Psychic Piercing, but could bring pressure through whipping, making the opponent become obedient and compliant. Because there were relatively few abilities, Silas's choice was simple: Psychic Piercing, Whip of Pain, plus Sheriff. After selecting the abilities, Katie's soul was fixed in a slot within his body. So far, he had already grazed 4 souls: that unknown soul he couldn't contact, a pyromaniac, a faceless, and the newly added interrogator. 3 slots remained. After he finished grazing, the Beyonder characteristics of Packer and the bearded men slowly separated out. Peculiar points of light gathered on their bodies, finally condensing simultaneously into similar things, silvery white objects about the size of a child's fist. Besides the main silvery white color, they were also wrapped with iron black and dark red patterns. 2 Sequence 8 Sheriff Beyonder characteristics. The invisible servant floated over and spat out Hurza's Beyonder characteristic from within its body. This was a black gavel, corresponding to Sequence 6 Judge. What a pity I couldn't graze him. Silas thought. A Sequence 6 judge could issue various prohibitions, able to impose tremendous restrictions on enemies. He pondered briefly, then saw the invisible servant spit out a black iron metal glove. This is what you spit out when you arrived here. The Queen's voice came down from the throne. It should be a Beyonder item made from the Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic of the Arbiter pathway, disciplinary paladin. You'll need to slowly explore its specific effects and side effects yourself. Right, there was still this thing. Silas took the glove, feeling it was exceptionally cold. The Queen was still quite decent. She could have just taken it directly without telling him. With this, all of Silas's spoils from this battle were in hand, including 2 Sequence 8 Sheriff Beyonder characteristics, 1 Sequence 7 Interrogator Beyonder characteristic that he had already grazed, 1 Sequence 6 Judge Beyonder characteristic, and 1 Sequence 5 Disciplinary Paladin Beyonder characteristic. What a coincidence. I've almost collected the entire Arbiter sequence from low to mid sequences. Thinking of this, he could barely keep his composure. Sequence 8, 600 pounds, Sequence 7, 1,500 pounds, Sequence 6, 3,000 pounds, Sequence 5, 10,000 pounds. Calculated this way, he earned 15,700 pounds in one night. This was a huge sum. As for other items gained, there was the lucky will the Queen gave him. This item was very suitable for him, and even its side effects could be ignored. As for the agony that was originally promised to him, because it had been lent out, he would have to wait a few months to get it, but it was basically confirmed to belong to him. At the same time, his Rose Bishop potion had been digested to a great extent. He estimated that after another period of acting, it could be completely digested. Currently, his Sequence 8 Listener potion only had a critical little bit remaining, his Sequence 7 Shadow Ascetic potion only needed one more round of acting, his Sequence 6 Rose Bishop potion was mostly digested, while the Shepherd potion hadn't shown any progress yet. It could be said that the digestion progress of his potions was already very good. Speaking of potions. Your Majesty, do you have a Demon Throat Honey's Heart and a Dark Lurker's Venom Sac? I can exchange them for a Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic. The Demon Throat Honey's Heart and Dark Lurker's Venom Sac were the main ingredients for the Instigator pathway. Silas had originally planned to look for them for his sister at Beyonder gatherings, but since he couldn't attend tonight's gathering, he asked the Queen. Yes. The Queen agreed. Silas handed over a Sheriff Beyonder characteristic, which was equivalent to the fusion of 2 potion main ingredients. Soon, the invisible servant brought over the 2 main ingredients he needed. The Demon Throat Honey's Heart was honey-colored, while the Dark Lurker's Venom Sac was purple, shaped like a scorpion's stinger. All right, time's about up. The Queen said, that's it for today. Be careful recently. Military Intelligence Division 9 will likely start an investigation. Don't openly sell these characteristics. With that, she rose from the throne. Emerald vines rapidly extended, carrying her up into the sky. The magnificent palace disassembled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Silas looked around and found himself in the Backlund suburbs, by the Tussock River. He saw his sister standing by the river, walking toward him with delight. Chapter 186, 187, Aftermath. That night, a bit later, in front of Capham's villa. Dark-faced police officers stood outside, reprimanding the onlookers and keeping them from getting too close. Behind them, the villa's main hall was brightly lit, with light pouring from the shattered windows and doors into the garden. Inside the destroyed hall, formally dressed members of MI9 and mandated punishers from the Church of Storms were carefully examining various traces, appearing exceptionally busy. Beyonder incidents in the Jowu district fell under the jurisdiction of St. Wyn Cathedral, meaning the Church of Storms. It was only natural for them to come investigate. As for why MI9 was here. What do you mean there are no leads? The Storm Church's Cardinal Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake asked coldly. He wore a black soft hat, his silver eyes naturally imposing without anger, his slightly aged face ice cold. This was precisely the powerful old man who had ridden the wind to arrive earlier. Facing him, the captain of the mandated Punisher squad wearing robes embroidered with storm symbols immediately broke out in a sweat. All right, let's first ask what the reason is. My people will help too. Beside him, that handsome man who had been first to arrive at the scene mediated. With this person's words, the Punisher captain being directly stared at by the Spellsinger of God, finally mustered his courage and began explaining. The scene was interfered with. Divination and rituals can't find any leads. However, the aura at the scene clearly carries a sense of depravity and madness. The one who did this should be a high-sequence Beyonder from the Secrets Suppliant pathway. Aurora Order. The Spellsinger of God naturally thought of the organization related to this pathway and frowned. Weren't they the ones who assassinated the Intis ambassador some time ago? I actually think it doesn't seem like the Aurora Order's handiwork. The handsome man stroked his chin, looking thoughtful, as if recalling the two people he had seen earlier. Thump, thump, thump. A man in formal attire ran into the hall, came before him, and snapped to attention with a salute. Director. How is it? The handsome man, the MI9 director Cons, looked at him and asked. I questioned those young girls. According to them, a strangely dressed man suddenly burst in, and then the bodies of people present began exploding into masses of blood flowers. The subordinate reported. Sounds like a Rose Bishop's ability. The handsome Cons nodded, then asked as if curious, but why were there so many young girls here? This. The subordinate's expression became awkward. After hesitating for a moment, he leaned in closer and quietly explained. After hearing the inside story, the expressions on both their faces changed slightly. Would someone from the Aurora Order specifically save these young girls? Khan sighed faintly and asked. Then what is his identity? And why were there Beyonders protecting Capim? The Spellsinger of God was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I don't know either. We can only investigate slowly going forward. MI9 Director Khan shrugged slightly. The next day, morning. Queen's District, inside the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family. Father, why do you look so happy today? During breakfast, Audrey Hall noticed her father was in a very good mood and asked curiously. The instincts of a reader and a daughter's special talent let her perceive her father had the desire to express himself. Hee. Do you remember that member of the House of Commons, Wadra, who often criticized me? He's gone missing. The bearded Earl Hall put down his newspaper and chuckled lightly. He had a handsome face, though his protruding belly from gaining weight ruined this beauty. Fortunately, his considerable wealth compensated for this deficiency. Councilman Wadra. That member of the House of Commons who always said our banking operations were competing with the people for profit. He's missing. They say missing, but he's actually dead. Earl Hall said with a smile. And he died at the Capim's villa, where he was witnessed by eyewitnesses. Now even his posthumous reputation will be completely ruined. Who is Capim? Audrey was gradually drawn into the incident and asked with genuine curiosity. A wealthy man who was secretly engaged in human trafficking. Certain people had good relations with him. Earl Hall laughed lightly, as if he had long been disgusted by certain things. Wadra, Capim, and a large group of guys who were having fun at the villa were all killed at the same time. Those imprisoned young girls were released and able to escape. I see. Though it's a bit extreme, it also saved many people. Hearing this, Audrey nodded half in fear, half in approval. But soon, she noticed something strange. Wait, Father, if someone witnessed the incident, why does the newspaper now say he's missing? Because no bodies were left at the scene. Saying this, Earl Hall's smile faded somewhat, his gaze gradually deepening. No bodies. Audrey carefully pondered this statement, her expression gradually becoming strange. Many people were killed, yet no bodies were left behind. She originally wanted to continue asking more details and the detailed process, but through reading her father's state, she discovered he still wasn't clear on what exactly had happened, so she suppressed her curiosity and planned to inquire from her friend Cons Learson, who worked for MI9. I can host a tea party, then invite those interested in this matter and guide them to discuss this topic. That way, I can make myself look less conspicuous. Out of a reader's instinct, Audrey quickly conceived a method to smoothly obtain what she wanted. Speaking of which, who could have done this? Silas was praying. He held a ritual silver dagger, creating a spirit wall in the living room, praying aloud. Incarnation of spirit and number. Origin of all knowledge. The hidden sage above the wilderness. He was conducting a ritual, establishing contact with that crazed evil god. Soon, he felt a pair of indifferent eyes appear in the invisible heights above, gazing down at him. Almost simultaneously, massive amounts of knowledge rapidly flooded his mind. The vast and complex knowledge seemed tangible, trying to fill every crevice of his brain. This made him feel the pain of his head being about to burst. Whoosh! Silas immediately summoned the tide. The phantom sound of waves resisted the hidden sage's mad infusion, finally giving Silas the leeway to proceed with the next steps. I pray for your power. I pray for the great will that transcends the spirit. I pray that you bestow power upon me, so I may be freed from chaos. He was praying to the hidden sage for power to lift his state of madness. Because he had devoured a large amount of human bodies, the spirits remaining in that flesh had caused him tremendous impact. Chapter 187, 188, Testing the Gun. Because he had replenished an excessive amount of flesh and blood in one go, Silas's already unstable mental state became even more dangerous. In the palace, the mermaid summoned by the queen only temporarily calmed him but couldn't solve the fundamental problem. Because that flesh was filled with massive amounts of spiritual residue that quickly began impacting Silas's consciousness. So using human bodies to replenish flesh has this kind of drawback. Aren't those rose bishops of the Aurora Order worried about this? No, wait, they were already insane to begin with. No matter how much spiritual residue from others there is, it can't overwhelm their fanaticism for the true creator. While thinking this, Silas endured the hidden sage's knowledge infusion. The phantom tide in his mind made the flow of knowledge slow down to a tolerable level. In a trance, he seemed to see on the desolate wilderness a pair of utterly indifferent eyes penetrating reality, gazing down at him. A method to eliminate spiritual residue. Got it. After carefully searching, he found what he needed from the flow of numerous useless and complicated information. I pray for the sage's teaching. I pray for him to bestow power. Silas raised the ritual dagger and moved it across his arm, cutting and carving strange patterns. These patterns came from the hidden sage's teaching. Looking carefully, the patterns seemed like faces. As the hidden sage's power surged in, the residual spirits within his body began to activate. As if unable to endure the torrent of knowledge, these spirits instinctively moved, hiding into the patterns Silas had carved. The patterns twisted and writhed accordingly, like faces opening their mouths and saying something. Silas raised the dagger and cut without hesitation. Swoosh! He sliced off a large piece of flesh from his arm. Looking down, he found that beneath the skin and flesh, those face patterns still existed. Damn it! Silas gritted his teeth and gripped the knife, cutting deeper into the flesh. After gouging out a large chunk of flesh and blood, the spiritual residue attached to it was finally expelled. However, even so, he still felt his spirit tilting toward the side of madness. The influence of those spiritual residues acted directly on the depths of his soul. Even after stripping them away, the damage already done couldn't be reversed. Not to mention witnessing those things at the scene and the impact of extreme emotions, which greatly stimulated him when he was already quite sensitive. He had clearly digested the potion, yet his mental state was even worse. Silas smiled bitterly and ended his summoning of the hidden sage. Before he could remove the spirit wall, suddenly, his nose once again caught the familiar fragrance, and a familiar figure appeared beside him. Mam gently stroked his arm with its horrible wound, her face showing a smile. Why aren't you dead yet? Silas asked coldly. Mam smiled without speaking. Why aren't you talking now? You were quite chatty at the banquet hall, weren't you? Silas pushed away the tall woman with red hair and golden eyes, making her fall sitting on the floor. She showed a slightly pained expression but still didn't speak. It seemed she could only communicate with Silas when he fell into madness. But Silas didn't want to communicate with her. Silas only wanted her dead. Click. A crisp metallic collision sound rang from Silas's body. He pulled a silvery white revolver from his pocket. The beyonder item, Lucky Wheel. A perfect target had appeared. He wanted to test this weapon's power and usage. Bang. Silas distanced himself from her, then pointed the gun barrel at Mam and pulled the trigger without a trace of hesitation. PSH. The bullet shot out. Mam's earlobe was precisely hit and flew off somewhere. She touched her ear, showing a slightly pained expression. Indeed, as the item description said, the accuracy is very high. Silas thought. With his shooting performance from his time at Blackthorn Security Company, hitting such a small earlobe at this distance would be completely impossible. Next, he should test that special ability. Silas opened the gun cylinder and removed the bullets one by one until only one remained, then lightly spun the cylinder. Whir! The cylinder spun rapidly. The brass-colored bullet left an afterimage in the silvery white cylinder, forming a yellow ring. Clap! Without even looking, Silas casually snapped it shut, then pressed the revolver's barrel against his temple. After a slight pause, he pulled the trigger. Click. An empty chamber. Invisible power was gathering. Silas's spirituality could sense that this gun seemed to have become different. He thought for a moment, turned the barrel toward Mam, and pulled the trigger. Click, click. The revolver cylinder first automatically rotated, stopping at the position with a bullet, then the hammer fell. Boom. The revolver made a noticeably louder sound, and the powerful bullet shot out. If not for the spirit wall blocking it, this gunshot would probably be heard by all the surrounding residents. Mam's abdomen immediately bloomed with a bloody hole about the size of a child's fist. She still didn't speak, neither resisting nor fleeing, just quietly watching Silas. The power is pretty good, about the same as a high-pressure steam rifle. Silas nodded slightly. If that had been a Beyonder bullet, the corresponding Beyonder effect should also have been amplified. Carefully observing the silvery white, lucky wheel, he found the luster on the revolver's surface seemed to have dimmed somewhat. Its spirituality has decreased. Looks like it can't be used infinitely. Silas thought, then opened the cylinder again, removed the shell casing, loaded another bullet, and continued the previous process. This time, he wanted to test the maximum power this gun could achieve. So he aimed at his temple and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Click, 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 bang. The fourth shot, the bullet didn't miss. Splat. Blood splattered with a crisp sound. Silas stood in place, nearly falling from the bullet's impact. He sensed the bullet's power. The good news was that if he shot himself, the shooting effect wouldn't be enhanced. The bad news was that the previously accumulated power would dissipate all at once. Silas scooped up the fallen flesh from the ground, pressed it back onto his head, recovered a bit, then continued trying. Click, click. Perhaps because his head had taken a bullet, counting as accumulated misfortune, this time he became lucky enough that 5 consecutive shots were all empty chambers. The lucky wheel's exterior became extremely shiny, clearly accumulating tremendous power within. Want a taste? Silas sneered, pointing the barrel at Mam. Before she could react, he pulled the trigger. Boom. The recoil from the handgun violently struck his palm. The web between his thumb and index finger immediately tore, bleeding. The tremendous volume echoed within the spirit wall, making his ears ring. Looking down, Mam's body had disappeared, leaving only a deep pit the size of a bowl on the floor. Oh crap, I tore up the landlady's floorboards. Silas removed the spirit wall and looked at the mess on the ground, somewhat dumbfounded. Chapter 188, 189, just missing. The power of Lucky Wheel was stronger than imagined. Even ordinary bullets fired from it produced extremely formidable effects. I should get some Beyonder bullets early, or I could try making them myself. Silas removed the spirit wall and looked at the huge crater left in the floor, feeling somewhat hesitant. I accidentally tore up someone's floor. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the scene, he suddenly heard 2 sets of footsteps outside the door, one lighter and one heavier, seemingly an adult and a child. The footsteps walked straight toward the door and were about to enter. Should be Emily coming back, and the other person is probably a police officer. Silas thought, turning to look at the mess on the floor. Not only was there his scattered flesh and blood, but also many bullet casings and a large hole. If the police saw this, it would inevitably cause some trouble. Swoosh. He reached out, and the flesh and blood dispersed from his body quickly combined, just like making a flesh robe, forming a red carpet that completely covered the floor. Just as he finished, the door was pushed open. It was indeed the landlady Emily, with a police officer following behind her. Miss Emily. A happy voice came from the kitchen. Silas saw his sister quickly walk out. You didn't come back all last night. We were very worried. Cecilia is acting well. Silas praised her in his heart, then looked seriously at the police officer. Officer, may I ask what happened? She was kidnapped by bad people. We rescued her. The officer who brought her in said shamelessly. They're even taking credit for this. Thank you so much. Though Silas was mocking him internally, his face cooperatively showed a grateful expression as he kept thanking him. After she went missing, did anything strange happen? The officer asked seemingly casually. No. Silas shook his head sincerely. After we reported it to the police, we just stayed home waiting. I see. The officer was clearly somewhat disappointed. After asking them a few more questions, he turned to leave. Before leaving, he even complimented, your family's carpet is quite nice. Made from Capim's flesh and blood, of course it looks good. Silas maintained a polite smile until he left. Emily didn't speak the whole time, just kept watching him. After the police officer left, she hesitated, then said quietly to Silas, I know it was you who saved everyone. Emily vaguely remembered that when she was being whipped into unconsciousness, she dimly saw Silas's face. After that river water sent her out, she became clear-headed, and the whip wounds on her body had healed. She had seen before that Silas could easily heal injuries, so she was certain that Silas must have saved her. You didn't tell anyone else, did you? Silas neither confirmed nor denied, only asked this. No. Emily shook her head vigorously. She was smart enough to notice that those police officers, those people in suits, actually didn't care about her life or death. The key point in their questioning was entirely on the person who committed the incident that night. Not only had they not saved her, they wanted to get leads from her to capture the person who saved her. Although Emily was dissatisfied, she wouldn't openly resist. She just played dumb, saying she had just been captured and didn't know anything. The police naturally wouldn't be too wary of a naive young girl, so they let her go. That's good. Silas nodded. We found your school bag for you. It's in your bedroom. School bag. Emily looked at Silas, slowly repeated the word, then gradually an uneasy expression emerged on her face. Oh no. She said frantically, turning to run into the bedroom. I haven't finished my homework yet. And after coming back today it was already morning. She had skipped an entire morning of classes. After experiencing that kind of incident, she's still worried about schoolwork. Looking at her back, Silas shook his head with some emotion. Hillston District, in a certain room. Furs was holding a cigarette with a holder, thinking about the opening of her new book for the 17th time, when she heard a commotion outside the door. Her friend had returned. Why are you back so early today? She tapped off some ash and raised her voice to ask. Capim is dead. Zaya walked into her room and said. I already know. That human trafficker who deserves to be burned by hellfire 1,000 times, he deserved to die. Furs pointed to the newspaper on the table. What does it have to do with you? That person with the golden mask, the guy who sold me the sheriff formula at Mr. A's gathering, he urgently contacted me just now. Zaya wrinkled her nose, disliking the smoke smell, and walked forward to open the window. He gave me a task to investigate who's been asking about Capim recently. Furs frowned. That person. I remember he has an organization behind him. What do they want with the person who killed Capim? I don't know. Zio answered, her expression slightly off. What's wrong? Furs quickly noticed the change in her expression and asked quietly. The golden mask told me some inside information about the case. He said the person who killed Capim showed obvious characteristics of the Secrets Suppliant pathway. Secrets Suppliant pathway. Furs was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood what she meant and laughed dryly. You're speculating it might have been done by Dr. Anderson. Though, Dr. Anderson is at least a Sequence 6 powerhouse. If he really wanted to do it, it doesn't seem impossible. Queen's District, inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey's grounding period was almost over. Her mother, Countess Hall, had become less strict in her requirements, and tacitly approved of her inviting friends to the house for a tea party. In warm, finest quality bone china cups, top-grade Queen's black tea emitted an aromatic fragrance. Brewed at the most suitable temperature by a dedicated tea servant, it was respectfully and elegantly delivered to each member. A three-tiered platinum stand was filled with various exquisite desserts, carefully made by the most professional pastry chef, arranged in sequence according to different flavors, colors, and textures, looking magnificent. For Audrey, this was just an ordinary afternoon tea. The noble friends she had invited came as promised, sitting around the table, drinking tea and chatting, talking and laughing cheerfully. Through Audrey's guidance, their conversation quickly shifted to that strange case that occurred last night. Everyone's gaze turned to one of the young nobles present, Cons Learson, who currently worked for MI9. So why does the official report only say it's a missing person case? One of them asked curiously. Cons Learson recalled the scene from that night slightly, his expression somewhat strange. Chapter 189, 190, must report to Mr. Fool. When asked by his noble friends about the case details, Cons, who worked for MI9, showed a slight change in expression, then smiled bitterly. Very regrettably, MI9 has confidentiality regulations. I can't answer directly. But. He gracefully took a sip of black tea, building suspense to the fullest. After attracting everyone's attention, he finally said leisurely, I can mention some facts. As for the specific reasons, you'll have to speculate for yourselves. The tea party quickly quieted down. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to continue. The tall and thin Cons said, after entering Capim's villa, we discovered the scene was very clean. Of course, there was definitely rubble and garbage. By clean, I mean we didn't find any trace of bodies at the scene, not even a bit of blood. However, according to our investigation, that night, aside from those innocent young girls, there were over 100 people inside the villa. Including a deputy police superintendent, a member of the House of Commons, multiple officials, wealthy merchants, their attendants, Capim subordinates and servants in his residence. All these people vanished without leaving even a drop of blood. Khan's voice trembled slightly, as if he too felt afraid of this fact. Everyone looked at each other with shock and uncertainty. These noble children had some understanding of the mystical world. The reason they hadn't become Beyonders was because their families were constrained by the royal family and the churches. Publicly, they could only choose to become official Beyonders, and most of them were unwilling to be restricted. In their limited knowledge, they had never heard of such a peculiar thing. Were they teleported away through a ritual? Someone boldly speculated. Khan's only smiled. I heard rumors that at the time, someone saw massive amounts of blood pouring out from the door and windows. At this point, someone else interjected with a question. Khan's, you said there wasn't a drop of blood at the scene. Does that mean the rumor is false? However, to everyone's surprise, Khan shook his head and said, it's true. Everyone was in an uproar. Two completely different descriptions were both true, but how could such a thing be possible? Yet no matter how much they asked, Khan was unwilling to answer further. The ability to manipulate blood sounds similar to the Sequence 6 Rose Bishop from the Secrets Suppliant pathway that, the Sun, mentioned. Audrey maintained a charming smile on her face, but her mind was racing. Could it have been done by the Aurora Order? No, if it were the Aurora Order, Khan's and his colleagues wouldn't be working so hard to find leads. It should be someone outside the Aurora Order. Audrey read her friend's true thoughts from his expression. Suddenly, a figure emerged in her mind. That person she met at the mental hospital that day, wearing a straitjacket, able to use flesh and blood abilities. Though mad, he wasn't depraved or twisted. Most importantly, he didn't seem to be aligned with the Aurora Order. Could it be him? Thinking of her previous agreement with that person, Audrey hesitated. She had originally planned to share the results of today's investigation at the Tarot Club, but if it involved that person, sharing it publicly seemed a bit. Then I'll just tell this deduction to Mr. Fool alone. In the public setting, I'll only describe what happened in the case. But Audrey quickly had an idea. I'm sorry, sir, who saved me. You said I couldn't tell anyone else about this. But I'm telling a great being. He shouldn't count as a person, right? Audrey thought this way. After the tea party ended, she made an excuse that she was tired and sent away her personal maid Annie. She had the golden retriever Susie guard the door outside while she stayed alone in her bedroom, clasped her hands together, and sent a prayer to Mr. Fool. The fool who doesn't belong to this era. At the same time, Hillston District. First had Zio help her go out to buy ink, while she took the opportunity to report to the fool, informing that great mysterious being that his devotee was being investigated. The fool who doesn't belong to this era. Jowood District. Two voices layered upon each other rang in his mind. Klein, who was in the bathroom using the toilet, let out a light exclamation. With a rustle, he looked up from his newspaper in surprise. Silas looked down, examining the black iron glove in his hand. The Queen told him this glove was a Beyonder item made from the Sequence 5, disciplinary paladin, Beyonder characteristic of the Arbiter pathway. After his confirmation, it should be correct. After trying it out briefly, he roughly figured out how to use this glove. The glove's main function was to issue prohibitions. So-called prohibitions were a powerful ability of the Arbiter pathway after reaching Sequence 6. By issuing prohibitions, one could forcibly establish rules for the current area, forbidding others from performing certain actions. If the other party forcibly did so, not only would they be severely restricted, but the glove holder's power would also be enhanced. For those who violated the prohibitions, the glove holder could declare them guilty. While enhancing their own power, they could also unleash a powerful ability called Death. By targeting the opponent's head, they could launch a powerful, difficult-to-dodge attack. Of course, the number of prohibitions that could be issued and the targets were limited. For Beyonders of the same pathway, at most 2 prohibitions could be issued within a period of time. For those not of the same pathway, only 1 could be issued. Moreover, the glove only worked on Beyonders of Sequence 5 and below. The higher the sequence of the target, the more spirituality needed. As for the glove's side effects, Silas had currently only found 1. That is, after putting on the glove, the holder would gradually become arrogant, full of confidence in themselves, believing they could control the situation, and would refuse to take the glove off. No wonder hers was so stubborn, knowing I was a shepherd and still fighting for so long. Silas thought with understanding. No matter what this glove was originally called, Silas now named it the Hand of Arrogance, as a reminder to himself not to use it excessively, lest he fall to the same fate as hers. However, if one truly fell into madness, it was questionable whether one could act according to one's own wishes. Including this one, he now had 3 Beyonder items on him. 2 came from the Queen, the Hypnotist's Mirror, and the Lucky Wheel. The remaining 1 was this glove in his hand. Having all 3 Beyonder items on himself was indeed a bit much. Cecilia, do you want this glove? He held up the black iron glove and asked his sister. No. Brother, don't forget, my current sequence is too low. Using such a strong glove would drain my spirituality dry. The black-haired girl looked at him helplessly. Give me that mirror instead. I feel I can handle it. True. What she said made sense. Silas nodded and took out the mirror with a crack in it. Will you cooperate well with my sister? He politely asked the mirror. Its response was even somewhat fawning as it obediently let itself be held by the black-haired girl. The glove's abilities have been slightly modified, they were indeed too strong before. The previous text has also been revised. If any readers feel there's a conflict, you can go back and review those revised chapters. Chapter 190, 191, Klein's Commission. The incident at the Capim Villa stirred up enormous waves throughout Backlund. People discussed it heatedly, spreading various versions of what had happened inside. Newspapers ran lengthy reports about the victimized girls, describing in vulgar detail the torments they had suffered. In contrast, the high officials and wealthy merchants who had participated in the banquet and subsequently disappeared were only briefly mentioned in passing. After nearly a week, the heat surrounding the matter gradually faded, and people began chasing after new hot topics in the newspapers. During these few days, Silas had lived a relatively stable life, either going half-mad at home or continuing his work as an unlicensed doctor and providing free treatment. Because MI9 and the mandated punishers had been secretly investigating, Backlund's underworld was forced into hibernation, with all B-under gatherings temporarily suspended. It was at this time that he received a commission from Klein. This is a doctor from the East Borough, Mr. Kafka Anderson. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a full beard, Klein introduced him to the person across from them. Anderson, this is Mr. Mike Joseph, a reporter for the Daily Observer. Good morning, Mr. Reporter. Silas, having already used flesh magic to alter his appearance to something less conspicuous, gave a brief greeting to the men across from him. Good morning, Mr. Anderson. Today's temperature is quite pleasant. It would be even better if there were some sunshine. When I left this morning, I was fortunate enough to see a few minutes of sun. Regrettably, it wasn't inclined to keep us company for long. Mike Joseph responded by discussing the weather. He had decent features and sported a dignified short mustache. Probably due to constantly running around gathering material. Silas stared at him indifferently, not picking up the conversation. Mike's smile suddenly became somewhat awkward. In Lone, it was quite appropriate for strangers to start conversations by discussing the weather, but unexpectedly, the other party wasn't responding at all. He could only look toward Klein as if seeking help. Reporter Mike wants to understand the living conditions of the poor in the East Borough, so I told him that Dr. Anderson here has been living in the East Borough and is very familiar with the environment. Klein explained. Thanks to reports from Justice, Audrey and Magician, Furs, he already knew that Silas had very likely committed that major crime, so he wanted to come over and have a chat. Coincidentally, reporter Mike, whom he'd met at the Crag Club, wanted to learn about the East Borough. The timing overlapped, so Klein brought Mike along as well. Fine. Silas thought for a moment. He'd already gone mad in the early morning hours, so he should be able to maintain clarity for a relatively long time in the morning. How do you plan to investigate? Sherlock's suggestion was to walk around various areas of the East Borough and observe their living conditions. Mike quickly replied with a smile. To be honest, he didn't think the man before him was any proper doctor. The other party appeared mad and cold, looking more like a patient instead. He's in charge of interviews and investigation. We're responsible for ensuring his safety during the process, Klein said with a smile, further explaining, for this, he'll pay each of us a fee of £15. Sounds good. Silas, who possessed beyonder characteristics worth over £15,700, nodded. Klein had already mentioned this in advance in his letter. The main purpose was for the two of them to meet, while helping the reporter on the side. They were currently on Housting Street at the edge of the East Borough. If they continued straight down this road, they could traverse the entire East Borough. The three slowly set off, strolling along the street. The area ahead belongs to the Riemann gang. Over there is Manger gang territory. Their boss recently died, so quite a bit of their territory has been eroded, Silas said, pointing in various directions as they stood at a crossroads. Further down is the Hiley gang's sphere of influence. They mainly make money through bars and streetwalkers. As long as you don't cause trouble, they won't come looking for it. You're indeed very familiar with this district. Mike couldn't help but say. Oh, I work as an unlicensed doctor for the Riemann gang. I've heard them chat idly and got a general idea. Silas said casually. An underground doctor for a gang. Mike was startled and turned to look at his friend Sherlock, only to find the other party quite calm, as if he'd known all along. To actually have a gang's unlicensed doctor as their companion, this trip was going to be quite thrilling. Mike muttered internally. But soon, as the investigation deepened, the miserable living conditions of the East Borough's poor shocked him, making him completely forget about the person beside him. What did you want to see me about? Silas and Klein put some distance between themselves and Mike. Taking advantage of Mike's distracted state as he looked worriedly at the factory with its terrible conditions, they lowered their voices, and Silas asked Klein. The Capim incident, that was your doing, right? Klein also lowered his voice. Because letters might be intercepted, some things could only be said in person. Yes. Silas said flatly. His calm demeanor caused ripples in Klein's heart. What exactly happened? He couldn't help but ask. This matter had spread widely throughout Backlund, yet he had the opportunity to hear about the course of events directly from the person involved. It was quite a rare experience. So Silas began recounting the day's experience, how he had tracked all the way to Capim Villa because of his landlady's disappearance, and how he had fought enemies while in a state of madness. However, he didn't mention the parts involving the Queen. After all, it involved important figures and the organization behind them, so for safety reasons, it was better not to speak of it. That's truly amazing. After hearing Silas's experience, Klein couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of a Sequence 5 shepherd, to face 4 Beyonders alone and actually kill them all. Only. Over 100 lives in that villa, did you really kill them all? He asked somewhat uneasily. That's right. I happened to be caught in madness at the time and couldn't control myself, Silas said, frowning slightly as if recalling the scene of madness from that time. So it was because you fell into madness that you killed so many people. Klein said. For some reason, he felt slightly relieved. Then he saw Silas looking at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Even if I hadn't gone mad, I was prepared to start killing at the time. What Silas said made him pause. Why? Klein asked almost reflexively. I just felt they deserved to die, that's all. Silas said flatly. Klein couldn't find words. He realized that this colleague of his had undergone quite a change during this time. Perhaps it was different experiences that had led to such transformation. If it were me, I probably would have only killed Capim and those Beyonders secretly protecting him. As for the others, I would have captured them and handed them over to the church for processing. By the way. After Klein was stunned for a moment, he suddenly remembered another matter. Silas, you haven't sold those characteristics yet, have you? Chapter 191, 192, Miss Audrey needs a bodyguard. One of the Tarot Club members, Magician, Furz's companion, was a Sequence 9 of the Arbiter pathway. She had clearly already digested her potion but was stuck, unable to advance, because she lacked the main ingredients for Sequence 8. So when Klein heard that Silas's haul included Beyonder characteristics of the related sequence, his mind began turning. I haven't sold them yet. Silas shook his head. Recently, because of MI9's investigation, all Beyonder gatherings had been suspended, so naturally he had no way to sell them. Moreover, the Queen had also warned him that MI9 was likely lurking at gatherings, waiting for people selling related characteristics to appear so they could be captured. Therefore, although Silas now had a pile of expensive characteristics, he could only keep them on hand, unable to convert them into pounds. I have channels. I can help you sell them. Klein said quietly. I guarantee complete confidentiality. No one will be able to trace it back. He was quite confident. Even if MI9's intelligence personnel were extremely capable, they couldn't infiltrate the Beyonder gathering above the grey fog, much less trace it back to him. Just. As he said this, Klein's face showed a hint of embarrassment. I might need to charge you a small handling fee or something. His clown potion had already been fully digested, and now he was seeking further advancement, which required money to buy the main potion ingredients. And our Mr. Fool was currently a bit short on cash. That night, after killing Rosago, Klein had obtained all the potion formulas from Sequence 7 to Sequence 5 of the Seer pathway, as well as contaminated Sequence 5 main ingredients. One Sequence 7 potion main ingredient cost between £500 and £700, meaning he needed at least £1,000 in cash. So Klein could only work hard to make money. It just felt a bit awkward to earn money from his former colleague. A handling fee. No problem. Silas nodded indifferently. As long as you can guarantee absolute confidentiality. After selling them, I'll give you 10%. Klein was helping him sell materials and saving him a lot of trouble, so charging a handling fee was perfectly reasonable. 10%. That's 10%. Sequence 8 potion main ingredients are about £600. If I sell them, I'll get £60. Klein quickly calculated, then nodded. All right, no problem. After the two finished discussing this matter, they caught up with reporter Mike again. The three toured the industrial area, then headed toward the poor residential district. It's outright murder. As they left the industrial area, Mike was visibly agitated. Making female workers brush paint all day in highly toxic ceramic workshops without protection, letting workers who don't understand safety regulations directly operate powerful machinery. They're so careless, don't they know their arms and fingers could be cut off at any moment? Workers getting fingers cut off or legs crushed is completely normal. Silas said calmly. When I was providing free treatment, the worst case I saw was a worker burned all over by high-temperature steam. When they carried him over, his whole body gave off the aroma of cooked meat. The people carrying him vomited badly. Mike imagined that scene, his face turning pale. But soon, he caught the key information in Silas's words. "Mr. Anderson, you've provided free treatment in the East Borough?" he asked in surprise. This underground gang doctor had more humanity than he'd imagined. "Yeah, when I have nothing else to do. For free. I don't charge money. Just occasionally need them to offer up their souls." "Haha, I appreciate your humor." Mike thought Silas was joking, but he was completely not in the mood right now and could only give a bitter laugh. They walked to the residential area, where foot traffic began to increase. Street vendors set up their stalls, loudly hawking their wares. The reporter, reminded by Klein, covered his wallet and carefully made his way through the crowd. Silas's gaze swept around casually, his eyes stopping at a certain vendor. Freshly baked Garibaldi biscuits, 2 pence per pound. He saw that the young man who had previously gone bankrupt and tried to drown himself in the river was shouting loudly, soliciting customers, with his elderly mother beside him. The two were selling freshly baked golden biscuits. Combined with their previous identity as grain merchants, they had essentially moved into downstream retail. Their clothes were worn, but they looked to be in good spirits, skillfully haggling with East Borough residents. Sensing the gaze, the young man looked up at him. Since Silas had changed his appearance, he naturally didn't recognize Silas as the person who had nearly drowned him. He quickly looked away and continued shouting. At the same time, in Backlund, Queensborough. "Audrey, as of today, your house arrest is over," the beautiful Countess Hall said to her daughter. This lady was over 50 years old, but looked to be in her 30s at most. Like her daughter, she had blonde hair and blue eyes. Compared to her young daughter, her temperament was more mature and dignified. Wonderful. Finally free. Hearing this news, Audrey almost couldn't help but shout out loud. Fortunately, she still remembered her etiquette and forcibly controlled her facial expression. She lifted her skirt and curtsied to her mother with the utmost grace. "Thank you very much, respected Countess." "All right, stop pretending. You've been stuck at home this whole time. You must be going stir-crazy, right?" The Countess reached out and pulled her daughter over, her eyes filled with indulgence and helplessness. "Hee, it's been okay," Audrey said with a smile, snuggling against her mother. "I know you did it for me, Mom. Good that you know." The Countess looked lovingly at her only daughter and sighed. Her daughter was good in every way, except she was too obsessed with that world and had actually taken the initiative to take risks, nearly encountering danger. She continued. "Although your house arrest is over, I still need to remind you that Backlund hasn't been very peaceful lately. For your safety, from today on, whenever you go out, you must have bodyguard protection." "A bodyguard?" Audrey was slightly taken aback. She felt somewhat dissatisfied, because the family's bodyguards all answered to her parents and would definitely monitor her closely without covering for her. When the time came, if she wanted to do anything, it would be inconvenient. Through mind reading, she discovered that her mother's goal was firm, but her attitude was relatively accommodating. In other words, she had to ensure Audrey's safety, but how to ensure it wasn't particularly important. "Mom, aren't the family's bodyguards still needed to protect you and Dad? I can hire a bodyguard on my own outside." "Hire from outside? Will they be reliable?" the Countess asked somewhat uncertainly. "Of course they'll be reliable. I can ask trustworthy friends, you know, people from that world, to provide sufficiently powerful and reliable bodyguards. Plus, the hired person can first be brought home for an interview, so you can feel at ease." "Would that work?" "In that case, yes. But the hired person must first pass our assessment." Relying on mind reading, Audrey quickly persuaded her mother. "I wonder if Zio or Furs can find me a powerful beyonder, or they could take the job themselves." She thought, anyone will do, as long as they can satisfy Mom. Chapter 192, 193, The Blasphemy Cards. Above the eternal grey fog. 6 blurred figures tinged with faint crimson gathered before the ancient bronze table. A new round of the Tarot Club had begun. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man." Justice, Audrey rose according to custom to greet everyone, her eyes sweeping over each member. The Tarot Club's membership was growing. At the very beginning, there were only her and the Hanged Man. After that, the sun joined the gathering, coming from a strange place beyond her knowledge, the forsaken land of the gods, a place without sunlight, illuminated only by constantly flickering lightning. Next to join the Tarot Club was a beyonder Audrey knew in reality, the magician, Furs. The latter didn't know she'd been introduced by Audrey, and naturally didn't know that Justice was Audrey. The newest addition was the coldly responsive, the World. Unlike the others, he didn't sit on one side of the bronze table but at the far end of the table, facing Mr. Fool. Before this, Mr. Fool had arranged the members on both sides of the table according to gender, with men sitting on one side and women on the other. So why does Mr. World sit on the opposite end of the table? Could it be because he happens to be the last card in the tarot deck? Audrey casually speculated as she concluded the customary greeting segment. Leaning back against the bronze chair, she felt a relaxation she hadn't experienced in a long time. Her house arrest period had passed, and after the tarot club ended, she would go find Furs and Zio in reality and hire them as her bodyguards. That way, she'd have an explanation for her mother. The gathering officially began. According to custom, Mr. Fool's reading time came first. Everyone would present Roselle's diary entries to this mysterious and powerful gathering organizer for him to read. As compensation, Mr. Fool would provide help or answer questions. Respected Mr. Fool, this time it's still 6 pages. The hanged man, Alger Wilson, wearing the robes of the Church of Storms, humbly bowed to the Fool and said respectfully. That's fine. Mr. Fool, the master of the grey fog Klein, nodded slightly, watching as the other party materialized 6 pieces of parchment covered in Roselle's writing. With a thought, the 6 pages immediately disappeared, transported to his hands. Klein looked down to read through these diary entries. The 6 pages of Roselle's diary contained a lot of information. The first page mentioned his 2 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son Charles and second son Benova had both received his Beyonder characteristics, making them Beyonders of the same pathway as him from birth. His eldest daughter Bernadette was more fortunate. Since her parents were lower sequences at her birth, she didn't inherit any characteristics and could freely choose her pathway. Zeradal, a high-sequence powerhouse of the seer pathway, had prophesied that his daughter would become an important figure in the mystical world. The subsequent pages recorded important information Roselle had obtained in the mystical world, including learning about some extraordinary families with 1,000-year legacies, attending a gathering whose name couldn't even be mentioned, and matters related to his creation of the Blasphemy cards. Blasphemy cards? As Klein read Roselle's diary, he couldn't help but feel fascinated. It turned out that this senior transmigrator's gathering possessed the Blasphemy slate, which contained knowledge of all pathways. As a member, Roselle naturally learned the potion formulas and rituals of various pathways. To counter an unknown force, Roselle had created 22 Blasphemy cards, hiding the secrets of all pathways within them. And the greatest secret on the Blasphemy cards was that above the sequences was sequence 0, that is, true gods. Mortals could also become gods. This was the greatest blasphemy. You may begin. Having finished reading the 6 diary pages, Klein, shaken by the information contained within, worked hard to maintain his composure and initiated the subsequent flow of the gathering. During the trading segment, everyone sought to purchase potion formulas and materials for their sequences, including Klein, who manipulated the world puppet to request magician potion materials. Although he hadn't saved enough money yet, he was tentatively putting the purchase on the agenda, asking everyone to keep an eye out for him. Additionally, I also plan to sell a sequence 8 Sheriff Beyonder characteristic. After this, he spoke again. A Beyonder characteristic. Right, Miss Justice told me about this before. It's equivalent to the main ingredient for the corresponding sequence potion. Wait, Sheriff. Isn't that exactly what Zio has been looking for? The magician first recalled the definition of Beyonder materials, then was quickly attracted by the more critical term. How much are you planning to sell it for? She asked aloud. 600 pounds. After brief consideration, Klein decided not to raise the price and would sell at the normal rate. I'll buy it. Hearing the reasonable price, Furs immediately agreed. But I don't have enough cash at the moment. I hope you can wait for me a while. Actually, she needed to discuss it with Zio first before making the purchase. That's fine. When you have the money, just ask Mr. Fool to help, Klein said, manipulating the world to nod. While they were trading, Justice, Audrey and the hanged man, Alger simultaneously noticed something unusual. Sheriff. Isn't that the Arbiter pathway? Audrey thought. This pathway was firmly controlled by royal family members, ancient nobles, and the military. How did Mr. World obtain it? Could it be that he killed the related Beyonder? Alger had similar thoughts. He observed the mysterious Mr. World without giving anything away, trying to detect some clue from him. It doesn't matter if they've noticed something amiss. They won't go around talking about it, and even if they do, they can't trace it back to me through the grey fog. Sensing their gazes, Klein thought to himself. After the trading segment ended came the free exchange segment. Everyone, something major recently happened in Backlund. Justice, Audrey looked around at everyone and spoke first. A notorious kidnapper named Capim was killed. In many rumors, he's identified as Backlund's biggest human trafficker, and he frequently used abducted girls to entertain certain corrupt high officials in order to gain their protection. At a banquet in Capim Villa attended by many guests, someone quietly infiltrated and created a sensational mass-killing incident, rescuing all the victimized girls. Over 100 people in the villa died as a result. They died completely clean, without leaving a single trace behind. Audrey's clear voice echoed above the grey fog. Everyone remained silent, obviously shocked by the severity of the incident. According to the newspapers, they only said people went missing. Alger said in a low voice. That's because no bodies were found. Audrey answered. According to the insider information I obtained, a large amount of fresh blood appeared in the villa at the time, flowing like a river. It sounds like the ability of a Rose Bishop. The son, Derek said without much confidence. The Aurora Order. No, the Aurora Order wouldn't do this kind of thing to save people. They would only kill everyone or convert them into believers of the true creator. Alger frowned slightly. He suddenly recalled that recently in the southern seas he'd been paying attention to, there was an incident where an entire island's indigenous population had disappeared. It was also human trafficking. Could there be a connection between the two? In the original work, the world joined the Tarot Club first, then the magician. Because the plot development in this book is different, it's been changed to the magician first, then the world. Also, this chapter adds some plot from the original work. It's really not filler. These are background details that must be written. Plus, writing them makes the plot flow smoothly and better connects the preceding and following text. Chapter 193, 194, Applying for the Bodyguard position. What Miss Justice is saying is pretty much the same as the information Zio got from the masked men. The magician first listened to their exchange, nodding thoughtfully. Although she already knew the full story, hearing someone else recount that scene of frenzied slaughter still made her feel somewhat frightened. Mr. Anderson's subjective goal was to rescue the victimized girls, but his methods were truly extreme, inspiring awe and fear. Mr. Fool's favored one is way too dangerous. First stole a glance at the lofty figure at the head of the long table, thinking to herself. By now, she had determined that Anderson was the Fool's favored. However, since Mr. Fool didn't plan to openly explain this, she naturally wouldn't tell anyone else about it either. So Furs remained silent, quietly listening to them discuss the matter. Will the deaths of these high officials and wealthy merchants affect the upper echelons of Backlund? How does the upper class view people of the same class being slaughtered like this? The hanged men, Alger asked. Well, I haven't really considered that. Justice was somewhat taken aback after hearing this. However, those people already had pretty bad reputations in upper circles. I guess most people are happy to see them meet with misfortune. Not necessarily. Alger shook his head slightly, saying flatly. Even if there were conflicts among the upper class, they remained internal. Once an external attack appeared, they would all feel endangered. The grey fog fell silent for a moment. Everyone, I've actually run into a troublesome matter recently. After the discussion of this matter ended, the son, Derek, turned to everyone for their opinions. It turned out that Silver City, where he lived, had discovered ruins of the fallen creator. He had been assigned to the team exploring the ruins and would be departing soon. Moreover, the leader of the exploration team was none other than that Beyonder of the Secrets Suppliant pathway, the Sequence 5 Shepherd Elder Lovia. He was somewhat worried, unsure whether this operation would be dangerous. My advice is, don't go. The hanged man said bluntly. Unless you want to die. Next, he began teaching the son how to pull some tricks, pretending to lose control or fall ill to avoid the expedition. Seeing his hesitation, the hanged man skillfully employed moral manipulation, elevating his evasive behavior to the noble height of protecting Silver City, fooling young Derek completely. Listening to their conversation, Furs had the urge to cover her face. Although Mr. Sun is quite tall, he should still be young in age, making him seem rather naive. He's being completely played by Mr. Hangman. Well, of course, this is also for his own good. After Alger dealt with Derek, the gathering time was almost up. Then, today's gathering will end here. Klein said in a calm tone. Your will is our principle. Audrey, Alger, and the others simultaneously rose and bowed in respect toward the head of the table. Streaks of crimson light scattered one after another. Above the grey fog, the ancient palace once again returned to tranquility. Phew. Furs opened her eyes and stretched from the chair behind her desk. Although she had already attended 2 or 3 gatherings, she still felt awe and shock at that world above the grey fog and Mr. Fool who presided over everything. To casually pull one's spirit to such a strange place, probably only a deity could do such a thing. Right, I need to quickly tell Zio about that matter. Furs pushed back her chair, left her bedroom, and came to the front of Zio's room. I have some good news I forgot to tell you. She knocked on the door and said with a smile after entering. What, you have a lead on your new book? Zio was concentrating on maintaining her triangular-edged thorn in the room and asked without looking up. Not that yet. Furz's face darkened for a moment, then she rallied. It's good news about you. I've joined a new Beyonder circle, and someone there is selling Beyonder materials for the sheriff potion. It's 600 pounds total. Zio's motion of wiping the triangular-edged thorn paused, then she suddenly looked up. You're not joking. Of course not. Furz said. Seeing her friend's shocked expression, she couldn't help but smile. The organizer of that gathering has the ability to distinguish the authenticity of Beyonder items and is very reliable. The only problem is the assessment is strict, so I can't bring you in for now. That's wonderful. Zio threw the triangular-edged thorn onto the bed and said with delight. If it's 600 pounds, I can buy it. Miss Audrey's payment is enough to cover it. From the previous matter of investigating Lenes's whereabouts, although it wasn't ultimately successful, Audrey had still given them the full payment of 1,500 pounds as compensation for the danger they'd faced. All right then, give me the money and I'll bring the item back later. Furz was also happy for a friend. Zio didn't yet know about the relationship between Beyonder characteristics and potion materials. She could explain it to her after bringing it back. Speaking of Miss Audrey, Furz soon remembered another matter. Say, should we take Miss Audrey's new commission? She asked Zio. Zio, who had been excitedly pacing back and forth on the ground, pumping her short legs, suddenly stopped. After a moment, she looked at Furz with some hesitation. Since it was Miss Audrey's commission, the money would definitely be sufficient. The only problem was it was too dangerous. They'd either be hunted by pirate generals or encounter curses from evil god spawn. But she gives a lot of money. The two looked at each other with conflicted expressions on their faces. However, she said this task is very easy, Furz said. Perhaps we can first go ask about the details, then consider whether to accept. You're right. Zio immediately nodded. Purchasing the potion materials would cost 600 pounds, which would significantly reduce her cash. If there was an opportunity to replenish it, she was quite willing. The two took a carriage to the Count Hall's villa in Queensborough. Previously, direct meetings with Miss Audrey had been at Viscount Glaine's residence or at outdoor horse tracks. But this time, for some reason, Miss Audrey had directly invited them inside the villa. Since Audrey's house arrest had ended, Zio and Furz successfully passed the gate guards and met with her. Bodyguard work. 20 pounds per time. We'll do it. After hearing Audrey's description, Zio and Furz agreed without hesitation. Following behind Miss Audrey to attend some balls and salons sounded completely safe, and they'd get 20 pounds each time. What a windfall. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of eagerness and emotion. This time, there was finally an easy and profitable commission. I'm glad you can agree. Audrey, wearing an exquisite green gown, smiled reservedly. After a moment, she continued, however, my mother has some requirements for you. What requirements? She said, she's not confident about your abilities and wants to have our family's guards test you. Saying this, Audrey became somewhat embarrassed. The smiles on their faces had barely bloomed before they froze at these words. The Count's guards. Can we win against them? A few more days passed after the Capim incident. Silas finally saw news of the gathering in the newspaper. Ernst Trading Company had started purchasing goods again, indicating the gathering would be held tomorrow night. I'll go see what Backlund's Beyonder gatherings are like. Klein's side has news, saying the Beyonder materials were sold. That's really great, even faster than I expected. I've been lying low for a while now. Since surveillance has relaxed, besides attending the gathering, what else should I do? Silas prepared to review his current situation. Chapter 194, 195, The Eye of Wisdom's Gathering. Silas currently faced two main problems. First, his mental state. Although with the digestion of the potion and the use of the mirror and sedatives, his lucid periods were getting longer and longer, his state of madness still couldn't be eliminated. It was even somewhat worsening, and M's phantom also frequently appeared. Second, his two enemies. Lenas, who carried the divine spawn, had escaped from the Aurora Order's hands and was now hiding somewhere unknown. And Ince Zangwill, who had caused him to become this way, was very likely already a Sequence 4 demigod, and also carried a Grade 0 sealed artifact. He wasn't someone Silas could defeat at present. So what he should do next was continue acting and digesting the potion, while simultaneously tracking Lenivus's whereabouts to eliminate him as soon as possible and prevent the birth of the divine spawn. As for Ince Zangwill, he could first search for clues, then deal with him after his own sequence advanced. After all, the gap between Sequence 5 and Sequence 4 was too large to overcome. Although he definitely wanted revenge on him, now wasn't the time. Silas thought. This was a reasonable judgment. He felt that under normal circumstances, he was still quite rational. As for Lenivus, Klein is already looking for him. Perhaps I should also have the Riemann gang's people help me search in the East Borough. He thought this to himself. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next evening. In the East Borough, in front of a house in a secluded alley. This house had no lights on and was completely dark. Silas walked to the door and, according to the newspaper's hint, knocked rhythmically. At this moment, he had already changed his appearance to something less conspicuous. Swish. 7 or 8 seconds later, a wooden slat on the door panel was pulled horizontally open, revealing a pair of eyes behind it. "Put on a mask before you can enter," the person behind the door said hoarsely. Oh right, Darkwill had mentioned this requirement to me before. Silas had forgotten about this minor detail and hadn't prepared at all. "I forgot, sorry." He reached his hand into his clothes. In a place the other couldn't see, he let flesh and blood interweave, rapidly creating a blood-red mask. Then he took out this mask and put it on his face. "Come in." Only then did the other party open the door. He also wore a mask on his face. Silas walked in, took the robe handed to him and draped it over himself, following him through the pitch-black living room into the parlor on the first floor. Only one candle was lit in the parlor. Under the dim light, a group of people wearing masks and hooded robes sat on sofas and chairs. Under the flickering candlelight, these people's long shadows were cast on the walls, swaying restlessly. All Beyonders. The shepherd characteristic in his body was excited, reminding Silas that there was a large pile of sheep before him that could be grazed. Stay calm. He suppressed the restless emotions within, preventing himself from falling into madness and devouring and grazing them all. Although they were all Beyonders, the overall sequences were relatively low. Silas's gaze wandered over them, roughly sensing these people's sequence levels. Basically all sequence 9s, very few sequence 8s. That old man is at least sequence 7, probably the organizer. He suddenly noticed 2 people in the crowd. One had a wide build, with flesh overflowing from both sides of his mask. The other sat in a corner, wearing a mask covering the upper half of his face, the lower half covered by a full beard. He'd seen this get-up once before. Darkwill and Klein. It wasn't strange to see Darkwill here, but he hadn't expected Klein to be here too. Silas was surprised internally but didn't show it. He continued walking in and picked an empty seat to sit down. Most people glanced at him, as the red mask he wore was quite conspicuous. "I've made some more healing potions and stimulant potions. Healing potions are £5 each, stimulants are 15 solely." After glancing at the newcomer, Darkwill turned his head and began hawking his potions. The healing potions can rapidly treat external injuries. The stimulant potions contain mummy powder. Men who've used them know how wonderful that feeling is. He spoke in an enticing tone. Probably because Darkwill had already hawked them many times before and the potion's effects were trustworthy, he quickly sold out all his stock on hand and received a large bundle of banknotes. "I want to sell a weapon and a batch of bullets with special abilities." A woman whose face was completely shrouded in shadow spoke. The weapon is a saw spear with an intricate structure that can change form, transforming into a saw and a long spear. £20. There are 20 bullets total. 10 are inscribed with Sun Domain runes and can exorcise evil. 10 are inscribed with Warrior Pathway runes and have tremendous power. Each bullet is £1 10 £30 total. Isn't this exactly what I want? Perfect to go with my revolver of luck. Silas thought. "I'll take the bullets," he immediately said. What a guy with money to burn. The fat apothecary muttered quietly. Actually wasting money on a bunch of things with an expiration date. Although these words were somewhat bitter and mean, Silas heard that he was reminding him to be careful not to get scammed. "Hey! Don't interfere with my business," the woman said with dissatisfaction. "My bullet's effects can last half a year, which is enough for general situations." "I understand." Silas nodded. "To prove my bullets are reliable, this transaction will be witnessed by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom." Seeing that Silas hadn't changed his mind, the woman relaxed slightly. Through the attendant, she sent an iron box to the hands of the old man in the center. He sat in a separate armchair and was the only sequence 7 at this gathering. The old man, codenamed Eye of Wisdom, took out a ring inlaid with green gems and crushed diamonds from his pocket, put it on his hand, then closed his eyes. Golden light bloomed from his body. As his hand pressed on the iron box, that light became increasingly pure, finally forming a seal-like pattern. "Authentic and effective," the old man said solemnly. "Is this the Sun Pathway's notarize ability?" Silas thought as he counted out £20 in cash and passed it through the attendant to the woman, then received the box himself. Opening it, he saw 2 rows of bullets neatly arranged inside. Delicate and intricate patterns covered the bullet bodies, appearing harmonious and complete. "Next time, you can make more. I'll buy them all," he told the other party. "I didn't make these. I also bought them from elsewhere." The woman hurriedly explained, but then she added, "However, if I can buy more, I'll bring them to the gathering." After this, she requested the Sequence 8 Barbarian Potion formula of the lawyer pathway, but no one responded. The trading continued, some successful, some unsuccessful. Ahem. At this time, a man wearing a hood spoke up. I'm looking for someone. He stood up and showed people a portrait. If any of you have seen him, you can tell me, and I'll pay a reward of 200 pounds. Silas had just put away the bullets and glanced casually at the portrait, then suddenly froze. The person in the picture had an enthusiastic and sincere face. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and his smile seemed to hide a hint of mockery. It was Lenas. Chapter 195, 196, The Demon Hound. At the Eye of Wisdom's gathering, a man showed everyone a portrait of Lenas, publicly seeking clues to his whereabouts. This guy. Silas's gaze lingered on this man, detecting a slight abnormality within him. He's from the Aurora Order, right? From the looks of it, a Sequence 9 Secrets Suppliant. He frowned slightly. He hadn't noticed earlier because the other party was really weak, and mixed in among a pile of beyonders, he'd overlooked him. It's already been several weeks, and the Aurora Order still hasn't found Lenas. Silas thought. Logically speaking, since Lenas was gestating the true creator's spawn, the Aurora Order should have an advantage in finding him. Yet the result was they still hadn't found him to this day. Could it be that after getting pregnant, that guy became special? After the gathering ends, I'll capture this Aurora Order member and check his brain to see how the Aurora Order's tracking is going. Silas quickly made up his mind. Looking into the crowd, Silas noticed Klein was also staring at the other party, his expression thoughtful. Klein probably had the same idea as me. He laughed inwardly. Black Snake, did this guy steal your wife? Why do you have to show this every gathering? Someone teased in a low voice. Cut the nonsense. Black Snake suppressed his voice. 200 pounds, as long as you confirm it's him, I'll pay. You all pay more attention. Easy money-making opportunities like this aren't common. Easy. Silas recalled the terrifying wound on Zio's shoulder and couldn't help but sneer beneath his mask. The trading continued. Klein also publicly requested Beyonder materials, something called complete spinal fluid of an evil patterned Black Panther, but obviously no one present had heard of it. Today's gathering ends here. After a few more minutes, seeing no one else speaking, the Eye of Wisdom spoke up. Silas had originally planned to track this Aurora Order member called Black Snake, but unexpectedly, the Eye of Wisdom's gathering was very cautious, actually requiring everyone to leave at intervals, one after another. This could effectively prevent tracking. However, for a Sequence 5 shepherd, this little matter wasn't any particular obstacle. Seeing Black Snake about to leave, Silas manipulated his own shadow, extending it to leave a bit of his aura in Black Snake's shadow. This way, after going out, he could follow his own aura to find Black Snake. Silas left before Klein. He thought for a moment and hid in the shadows by the door. When Klein came out of the house, he appeared again. Klein. He emerged abruptly in front of the other party as if squeezing out from the shadows, speaking in his natural voice. It's me. Ah. Klein was startled by Silas's sudden appearance, but quickly, he saw the other party remove his mask to reveal his true appearance and recognized his identity. Silas. What are you doing here? Same as you, attending a gathering. Silas said. Let's skip the small talk. I just marked that Black Snake. Let's quickly catch up to him. Maybe we can get information about Lenas from him. The reason for calling Klein was that he could divine, and might be able to obtain more intelligence from Black Snake. Alright. Klein didn't hesitate either. Following a Sequence 5 to chase a Sequence 9 small fry, no matter how you looked at it, there was no danger. The two quickly ran. Silas sensed the shadow's mark and found that Black Snake was just walking leisurely, only a street or two away from them. They could catch up quickly. Ah! But just as the two chased to a corner, they suddenly heard Black Snake let out a heart-rending, miserable scream. What's going on? Klein thought in surprise and unease. Boom. Silas immediately activated his grazed ability. A ball of crimson flame shot out rapidly. The next instant, the fireball exploded, and his body had already appeared several meters away, seeing the situation deep in the alley around the corner. He saw that Black Snake's limbs had been cut off, his organs and ribs dismantled and scattered across the street. Under the cold night, this flesh and blood was steaming upward with hot vapor. Deeper in the alley lay a young woman. She had died wearing a gaudy long dress, her abdomen already torn open, all the organs inside gone. A huge black dog stood between them, mouth half open, dark red rust-like traces growing between its snow-white sharp teeth. The edges of its mouth were stained with scraps of flesh and organ remnants, looking extremely terrifying. Noticing Silas's sudden appearance, this large black dog instinctively looked over. Its eyes glowed red, appearing fierce and terrifying. Gore. It let out a threatening growl. Facing the other party's threat, Silas frowned slightly. A devil's ritual. This black dog is a devil. It's the culprit of another serial murder case besides Lenas. It seems Black Snake just happened to stumble upon the murder scene and got killed. Unlucky guy. It seems your devout prayers didn't make your Lord protect you. For a moment, Silas even felt somewhat absurd. He hadn't obtained any clues about Lenas, but instead, by coincidence, encountered the true culprit of another case. This dog should be of the demon pathway, sequence 6 devil. Is it performing an advancement ritual? Silas ignored the devil hound's threat, speculating about the other party's motive. Speaking of which, devil seems to have many useful abilities. It would be pretty good to graze. He sized up the large black dog across from him. Since I didn't get the clues, I'll take you as compensation. But can a shepherd graze a dog's soul? Woof woof. Just as Silas was observing the black dog and preparing to make it his sheep, the devil hound, which had been high-spirited moments ago, suddenly let out a startled cry and tucked its tail. It seemed to sense Silas's intention and jumped back sharply, widening the distance between them. The devil's unique ability, danger premonition. Swoosh. Bat-like membrane wings grew from both sides of the black dog's body, and a pair of horns covered with mysterious patterns protruded beside its ears. Flames lit up in its fur, crimson mixed with traces of blue, and a sulphurous smell filled the air. Flap, flap. The devil hound beat its wings, its body rising into the air, flying toward the outside of the alley. It wanted to escape. Pierce. A golden light shot from Silas's eyes, rushing straight into the black dog's brain, acting on its spirit. Psychic pierce. The intense spiritual impact made the large black dog immediately cry out in distress. Its body became unstable and fell, but mid-air, it adjusted again and flew back up. Want to run? Silas opened his mouth slightly, wanting to use profane words to continue affecting its spirit. Suddenly. Ugh. Silas abruptly covered his ears. Ravings, without any warning, rang beside his ears. It was the true creator's roar. The voice contained intense anger, as if something had thoroughly enraged him. The ravings were unprecedentedly clear and intense. Before Silas could summon the tide, they echoed violently in his mind, causing him immense pain. What's wrong with the true creator? Chapter 196, 197, Competing with Me in Screaming. Bonus Chapter THX. Thud, thud, thud. Klein was running. After completely digesting the clown potion, his physical capabilities had improved, and his running speed had greatly increased. After Silas used Flaming Jump to reach the other end of the corner, it took him a few seconds, but he also arrived in time. A strong sulphurous and bloody smell hit him in the face. He saw a murder scene littered with corpses and a huge, terrifying devil hound. The other party exuded terrible malice, its eyes glowing red like molten lava. Across from it, Silas was covering his ears, his face showing pain, as if enduring the torture of invisible sounds. The giant devil hound saw its opportunity. Its bat-like wings spread open, its feet pushed off the ground, its front body lowered, and it looked ready to pounce on Silas. Silas's condition is wrong. I have to help him. Bang, bang, bang. Klein opened fire. The bullets from his revolver hit the black dog's forehead and body. Immediately, black fur and blood sprayed up. However, the giant dog's body was too massive. This kind of attack didn't cause substantial damage, only serving to disrupt it. Gore. The black dog threateningly opened its large mouth, stained with blood and chunks of flesh, and roared intimidatingly at Klein, as if warning him not to interfere. Klein suddenly jumped back. In that instant just now, he seemed to have seen an image of the future. Boom. Sure enough, spiritual intuition saved Klein. A crimson fireball tinged with ghostly blue exploded at his original position. The heat wave was scorching. The intense sulphurous smell spread, making him feel short of breath after inhaling it. It's poisonous. Klein quickly held his breath and retreated again. On the opposite side, the devil-like giant dog saw Klein dodge but didn't continue pursuing. Instead, it turned and continued pouncing towards Silas. Apparently, it wanted to take advantage of Silas losing control to launch an attack. Whoosh. Several tarot cards sliced through the air, embedding in its body. It was Klein, who had narrowly avoided the flames, launching another attack at the devil hound. Gore, gore. The giant dog became enraged, annoyed by the continuous harassment. It suddenly turned around and drove its massive body directly toward Klein. Whoosh. Although the giant dog's body looked massive, its speed wasn't slow at all. One moment it was aimed at Klein, the next second, Klein's entire field of vision was filled with the beast's pitch-black fur and ferocious maw. So fast. Klein felt his scalp explode. His feet kicked hard against the ground, almost instinctively dodging to the side. The surging massive force grazed past his body, as if a high-speed train had passed right beside him. Klein was caught by the impact, changed direction in midair, and fell to the ground. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking bone followed. One of his arms hit the wall at a dangerous angle, and the bone unfortunately broke. Damn it! Klein rolled on the ground and sprang back up, painfully clutching his arm. Sequence 8 against Sequence 6, the asymmetric physical strength and power meant he only lasted one round. If only I were a magician right now. Klein watched as across from him, the huge devil hound nimbly arched its body, lightly leaped, and agilely turned around in the narrow alley, once again facing him directly. It saw Klein's injured state, and a trace of cruel amusement seemed to flash in its blazing red eyes. At this moment, Silas, who had been covering his ears, moved. He directly raised both hands and without hesitation stuck his fingers into his own ears. Pop! He pierced his own eardrums. Along with fresh blood flowing from his ruptured ear canals, the pain on Silas's face eased slightly, and he straightened up. Damn it, what the hell is the true creator screaming about? Silas cursed inwardly. The attack of the ravings was too sudden. He was completely unprepared, and even the tide in his mind couldn't be actively summoned in time before he was impacted. Fortunately, after piercing his eardrums, the sound weakened slightly, allowing him to recover somewhat and successfully summon the tide to block the true creator's voice. Before this, although the true creator would continuously emit ravings, they had never been as intense and clear as today. After the tide completely blocked the erosion of the ravings, Silas looked up at the huge devil-eyed black dog. So you wanted to ambush me just now? The devil hound had originally been attacking Klein when it suddenly sensed intense malice from Silas. So its body suddenly paused, then ignoring Klein, it immediately turned and fled straight toward the outside of the alley. Originally it had been at the deepest part of the alley, with Silas in the middle and Klein outside. Because of the previous pounce, it had crossed the alley and reached the outermost position. With just a few steps, it could run to the wide street. There, the space was larger and more suitable for it to move. Boom. At this moment, among the crimson flames tinged with blue wrapping around the devil hound, one ball of firelight suddenly expanded. This flame had originally come from the devil hound itself, a symbol of its devilization, but at this moment, after the flame exploded, Silas's figure suddenly jumped out from within. Thud. He rode on the devil hound's fur-covered back. Before it could react, his right hand raised up, using his hand as a blade, and fiercely plunged it into its thick back muscles. Ow, ow, ow. The devil hound let out a miserable scream. The wound rapidly festered as if eroded by something invisible. It struggled frantically, twisting, jumping, and rolling, forcibly throwing Silas off its body. But even so, its back still bore a hideous scarlet wound that looked extremely terrifying. Gore, gore. The giant dog's lava-like blazing eyes stared tightly at Silas, showing intense hatred and killing intent. It no longer fled but glared at Silas, pacing left and right. In the darkness, its eyes became increasingly bright, as if lava was burning. It opened its mouth, reeking of foulness, and uttered a single word full of profane meaning, a word from the devil language. Die. The sound vibrated through the alley. Silas, who had just landed and hadn't yet steadied himself, suddenly trembled and clutched his heart. A moment later, he casually released his hand, looked at the other party, and likewise slowly spoke. Go die. A word of ancient Hermes, full of blasphemous meaning and ultimate madness, issued from his mouth. Whimper. A muffled wail. The massive devil hound shook its head, blood flowing down from its dog ears and nose. You dare compete with me in profane words? Do you think I've survived listening to whose ghostly screaming every day? Silas sneered and drew the revolver of luck from his holster. The devil hound's flames illuminated the alley, and the silver-white gun body of the revolver of luck reflected light in the firelight. /N, revolver of luck sounds better. Was encountering the devil hound today lucky or unlucky? Silas was too lazy to think about it. Taking advantage of the giant dog not yet recovering from the influence of the profane words, he directly opened the cylinder, took out the iron box full of extraordinary bullets from his chest, opened it, and drew out 3 sun bullets and 3 power bullets. Just bought them and they're already useful. Really not bad. Chapter 197, 198, Slaying the Devil Hound. Click, click. 6 extraordinary bullets filled the cylinder. Across from him, the demonic giant hound was just recovering from its daze. Silas raised the slender-barreled silver revolver and aimed at the hound. Bang. He pulled the trigger. As the recoil kicked in, a bullet saturated with the pure power of the sun shot out. This power happened to have a suppressive effect on evil beings like devils. A golden light bloomed in the hound's eye. Silas had aimed casually, yet the bullet struck squarely in one of its eyes. A whoa. Intense pain combined with the sun's restraint on evil made the devil hound let out a shrill, agonized howl. Pure golden radiance burst across its face. After its demonic transformation, its body had become incredibly tough. If the shot had hit its body, the result would probably have been like Klein's earlier attempt, with mediocre effect. But because the extraordinary bullet struck precisely in its vulnerable eye, the damage was amplified enormously. When did Silas get so good with a gun? Behind him, Klein stood with arms crossed, wondering in confusion. He still remembered when they were in Tingen, the two of them had gone to the shooting range together. Silas's hit rate back then had been pretty pathetic. Meanwhile, the devil hound struggled violently, its massive body slamming against the alley walls with heavy thud, thud sounds. Bang. Silas fired again, this time aiming for the devil hound's other eye. However, this shot was slightly off, hitting the hound's brow bone instead. The bullet's impact knocked its head backward, black fur flying amid pale blue flames. Boom. The hound maintained its tilted back posture. Suddenly, a large mass of crimson magma mixed with ghostly blue flames surged from its mouth. The flames and magma rapidly took shape, forming into a massive longsword that it gripped between its sharp teeth. Swoosh. The devil hound swung its head, and the flaming sword swept horizontally through the alley. Ghostly blue flames instantly filled the entire passage. The walls on both sides melted under the fire, leaving deep scorched marks. Silas's body was caught in the blast, his entire form bathed in the ghostly blue flames. The fire blazed fiercely, burning his body until nothing remained. Seeing this with its one remaining eye, the devil hound showed no sign of satisfaction. Instead, gripping its sword, it suddenly twisted its body violently. Sure enough, within the flames surrounding it, Silas's figure appeared once more. Only this time the devil hound was prepared, he couldn't mount its back. Not only that, the devil hound's magma greatsword was already swinging toward him again. Boom. Silas activated his pyromaniac and faceless abilities, instantly leaping beyond the sword's attack range. This is getting tricky. He frowned slightly. Devils had strong damage resistance and extremely powerful attack methods. To defeat one, he'd need to use powerful weapons to crush its tough body, or strike directly at its spirit. Swoosh. Just as Silas was considering what method to use, a clear and pure, warm light descended from above, enveloping the filthy and evil devil hound. The golden radiance was brilliant and sacred, bringing purification and suppression to the devil hound. Whoa. Bathed in light, the devil hound was in agony. Its evil goat horns gradually retracted, its bat-like membrane wings rotted and developed large holes, even the ghostly blue flames dimmed. A spell from the sun domain, summon holy light. Seize the opportunity. An aged voice rang out from somewhere unknown. Pierce. Silas glanced up, confirming the direction of the voice. Then he turned his gaze back to the devil hound, his eyes flashing with brilliance as he unleashed the interrogator ability, psychic piercing, once more. Already tortured by the sunlight, the devil hound suffered even more. Its horns and bat wings began to deform and twist, its pitch black fur writhed and burned, as if tilting toward the edge of losing control. Die. Silas showed no mercy, continuing his mental assault on the devil hound. Profane and corrupt sounds struck directly at its soul. The devil hound howled madly, blood spraying from its ears and nostrils, its condition growing increasingly feeble. Click, click. At the same time, Silas was also adjusting the revolver cylinder, replacing the sun bullets with power bullets. Boom. Amid flames, he appeared atop the devil hound's head. This time, the creature couldn't shake him off. He clamped firmly onto its neck, then pressed the revolver against the back of its skull. Bang. 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 3 extraordinary bullets from the god of combat domain, carrying tremendous destructive force, poured out and hammered into the back of the devil hound's head. The first shot split the skin. The second shot tore through muscle. The third shot shattered bone. Grrrh. The devil hound struggled desperately, but the mental assault made it difficult to rise. It could only rely on its powerful physical body to resist. After 3 shots, its brain still wasn't destroyed. In just a few more seconds, it would recover slightly from its weakened state and shake Silas off. Unfortunately for it, it was facing a shepherd. Silas reached out and pressed his hand against the exposed flesh and blood. Praise the Lord, offer unto him the blooming rose. He said softly, using blood magic with full force. Splurt. Whoa. Crimson color burst through the devil hound's massive black body, blooming wildly. The devil hound finally let out a desperate wail. Its upper body struggled to rise, held on for a few seconds, then crashed heavily to the ground. The devil hound was successfully slain. Come here, let me look at your arm. Silas jumped down from the hound's body and spoke to Klein in the alley. The latter walked over, cradling his arm. Silas placed his palm on the wound and quickly healed it. A lucid shepherd. Now that's truly rare. The aged voice came from the shadows. An elderly man wearing robes and a mask slowly emerged, looking at Silas as he spoke. On his chest was pinned a peculiar brooch. His voice carried not just surprise, but also a scholar's curiosity. "Mr. Eye of Wisdom." Klein, still enduring pain as he received treatment, saw their helper and exclaimed in surprise. A moment later, he suddenly realized and reached toward his own face. Right now they weren't wearing masks. "Please rest assured, I mean no harm." The old man removed his mask, revealing his true face. He was a middle-aged to elderly gentleman with graying temples and quite refined bearing. "Mr. Stanton." Klein was even more shocked. He hadn't expected that the Eye of Wisdom was actually a fellow detective he knew. "I didn't expect we'd meet here either, Mr. Moriarty." The famous detective Isengard Stanton smiled slightly and shrugged his shoulders. On the other side, seeing that Isengard meant no harm, Silas stopped paying him attention and instead walked back to the devil hound's corpse. He needed to try grazing this devil. Chapter 198, 199, Maximizing Benefits. Crackle, crackle. Ghostly blue flames flickered faintly, scattered in spots across the devil hound's pitch-black fur. With its original master dead, these flames grew smaller and smaller, extinguishing completely after a gust of wind. The alley once again returned to darkness. On the narrow ground, the devil hound's massive corpse lay sprawled out, nearly blocking the entire passage. The air was thick with the heavy smell of sulfur and blood that lingered, refusing to dissipate. Even in death, it doesn't revert to its original size. Silas stepped onto the hound's skull and looked down, thinking to himself. Not just its size, the devil hound's goat horns and bat wings remained as well. He recalled reading internal Nighthawk's materials where one theory suggested that the essence of demonification was causing the body to lose control. Because they themselves had already become thoroughly cold-blooded, extremely similar to a state of losing control. Whatever, I'm not specifically here to research this stuff. Silas opened his palm toward the corpse. Before the spirituality could dissipate, he needed to try grazing its soul. Whoosh. The Eye of Wisdom and Klein, who had been conversing, simultaneously heard the howling wind. The somewhat damp air suddenly became extremely cold. Looking up, they saw cold wind swirling in Silas's palm, forcibly extracting a black dog's soul from the corpse. Whimper. Crimson points of light flew out from the corpse, merging into the miserably wailing black dog's soul. After that, the semi-transparent soul struggled as it was absorbed into Silas's palm. So this is grazing? Klein thought in amazement. Hey, quite impressive. The Eye of Wisdom, Isengard Stanton, watched with an inquisitive gaze. Silas closed his eyes, sensing the devil hound's soul, trying to figure out its specific condition. Good news, it could be grazed. This was a Sequence 6 devil, possessing many powerful abilities. First, the abilities from the lower sequences of the devil pathway mainly enhanced a Beyonder's physique, made their personality cold and cruel, and granted mastery of some devil spells, such as curses, poison flames, and the like. At Sequence 7, the serial killer, Beyonders would master a unique devil summoning ability, capable of summoning devil projections from the abyss. However, this required pleasing devils through serial killings, and the time span was quite long. By Sequence 6 devil, the related abilities were greatly enhanced. A devil would possess the special ability of demonification. After demonification, the body would become close to that of a devil, capable of reducing damage and curses, and immune to the vast majority of toxins. Additionally, devils possessed danger premonition, sword of lava, sulfur fireball, profane words, and other abilities. Danger premonition could detect an enemy's malice toward oneself, but it had significant limitations, requiring two prerequisites. First, the opponent would inflict lethal damage on them in a very short time. Second, the opponent had already taken action to put this into practice. Under these two conditions, a devil could sense danger, know the source of the danger, and formulate countermeasures, but couldn't know the opponent's specific details. Very useful, but the only problem was that this skill was a passive effect. To keep it active constantly required maintaining it for long periods. As for the sword of lava, Silas had just witnessed it. A very powerful close combat method. Sulfur fireball was the ability to manipulate ghostly blue flames. The flames contained toxins and could create flame prisons or sudden eruptions. As for profane words, that went without saying. However, compared to Silas's simple mental impact and instant death curse, the devil's profane words also had effects like slowness and corruption. So many abilities, they all seem useful, but I can only pick 3. Which 3 should I choose? Silas pondered. First, demonification, as the signature ability was a must-have. Damage reduction, immunity to curses and most toxins. Combined with his existing paper figurine substitutes and flesh recovery abilities, it could ensure his defensive capabilities from multiple angles. Second, Sword of Lava, as a powerful close combat method was also worth considering. Because currently he really didn't have any useful close combat abilities, completely relying on blood magic to withstand damage while fighting opponents in melee. As for the third choice, The remaining abilities were Danger Premonition, Sulfur Fireball, and Profane Words. Profane Words was eliminated first. Silas had already received a blessing from the true creator. However, he could reference it and try to develop other uses. Sulfur Fireball conflicted with Pyromaniac. The only difference was that these flames came with built-in toxins, but the Pyromaniac's flame manipulation was more refined, more suitable for Flaming Jump. As for Danger Premonition, honestly, it had an effect, but not much. Because Silas would have to maintain the grazing state constantly to ensure he sensed malice that threatened him, but that wasn't realistic. I'll treat it as a combat supplement. During battle, perhaps it can detect enemy ambushes. Silas thought this way. After spending some time, he finally determined the 3 abilities to graze: Demonification, Sword of Lava, and Danger Premonition. He fixed the Devil Hound's soul in the corresponding position within his body. He still had 2 vacant spots left. What truly powerful abilities! The Eye of Wisdom approached, speaking in a friendly manner. Although he had contributed some strength in the battle, he didn't seem to covet the Beyonder characteristics. Instead, with a researcher's mindset, he had curiously watched the entire grazing process. "Mr. Stanton, why did you come here?" Klein asked. "This place isn't far from the gathering location. I detected something unusual, so I came to take a look." The gray-templed Isengard Stanton answered, shifting his attention to the giant hound. "I see, the killer was an animal. No wonder previous investigations yielded no results." He carefully observed the scene, muttering under his breath, seemingly analyzing and deducing something. A moment later, Stanton suddenly snapped back to awareness. Under their gaze, he smiled sheepishly. "Oh, sorry. I'm used to observing crime scenes, almost forgot about you too." He cleared his throat and looked at Silas. "This gentleman, may I ask if you still need this corpse?" "The Devil Hound's corpse? What do you want the corpse for?" Silas frowned. "Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Isengard Stanton, from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. I'm currently working as a detective in Backlund, with good relations with the police department and official Beyonders." Isengard immediately explained. It was clear he held some reverence for Silas. "This beast has already caused multiple serial murder cases in Backlund. The authorities contacted me, hoping I could help them find clues. Currently, the authorities have offered a reward of £2,000. If you leave the corpse with me, I'm confident I can claim the reward." Regarding Danger Premonition, according to the wiki, the Sequence 6 version has many limitations, but it becomes stronger at higher sequences. Also, according to the original text, the official reward was £2,000. Klein and a group of detectives originally split £1,000 because the police felt their contribution wasn't large enough. They only conducted the investigation without participating in the capture. Chapter 199, 200, A Beyonder Visitor. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom worshipped the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, with their main forces concentrated in the 3 small nations of Lenberg, Seeger, and Mossy. They mostly loved knowledge and revered wisdom. Aside from discriminating against those with low intelligence and people who didn't like thinking, their conduct and style were fairly normal. Silas and Klein exchanged glances, both recalling internal materials from the Evernight Church. No wonder he calls himself the Eye of Wisdom. To be able to hold gatherings in Backlund and maintain good relations with the police department and official Beyonders, gaining their semi-public recognition, perhaps he could be understood as the Knowledge Church's agent in Backlund. "I did see the reward notice in the newspaper." Klein recalled the relevant report and said. Because he'd been short on money lately, he was extremely sensitive to anything related to money. "That's right. I originally planned to gather many detectives, including you, Sherlock, to use collective wisdom to discuss how to track down the killer." The Eye of Wisdom smiled. But unexpectedly, before I could even start investigating, it was already dealt with. His tone carried a hint of regret, as if lamenting that his wisdom hadn't had a chance to shine before the matter had concluded. "If you leave the corpse with me to handle, I can turn it over to the authorities and claim the £2,000 reward." He said to them again. "So, interested? What about the characteristics inside it? The authorities only care about results. What if they ask you for details about the kill? Given my status, they won't investigate too deeply. Even if there are signs of blood magic on the corpse, I can claim it came from my extraordinary collection." Isengard answered. He'd already thought through his response strategy. Silas considered it. The characteristics had already been grazed by him anyway. The devil's leftover corpse was dispensable. The other party just happened to have the right channels to sell it for money. This was entirely a good thing. "So, how should the reward be divided?" He asked the key question. "I'm providing the channel and contributed some effort in the earlier battle. £500 is a reasonable figure." Isengard said cautiously. "Meaning we split the remaining £1,500. That's fairly reasonable." Silas turned to look at Klein. What do you think? Can you accept that? Ah. Me. Klein had been envying Silas for earning another large sum when he heard him asking for his opinion. He couldn't help but be surprised. I basically didn't help at all. You don't need to give me a share, right? How did you not help? You held it off for me. Silas said, if you have no objections, I'll give you £500. This. Klein hesitated. He really was short on money, but he felt that even if he got a share, he shouldn't receive this much. All right. You know I'm not short on money lately. Silas interrupted him. Even with this split, he'd still have £1,000 in cash coming in. All right then, it's settled. Isengard smiled. After the reward is successfully claimed, I'll contact Sherlock and deliver the remaining money to him. He could see there was a relationship between the two, but he didn't ask. Wisdom wasn't just about discovering problems, but also about maintaining silence after knowing full well. Just like how Isengard had discovered that Silas was a lucid shepherd, yet didn't excessively probe into how he managed it. With Klein as a middleman between them, there was no fear of losing contact. After this, Silas used blood mist to interfere with divination at the scene, then bid farewell to the two. He transformed into shadows and slipped into the night streets, leaving first. The murmuring echoing in his ears gradually faded. Silas finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, what was going on with the true creator? Why did he suddenly emit such angry murmurs? He thought to himself as he hurried along. What Silas didn't know was that this voice wasn't heard by him alone. Somewhere in Backlund, in a dark room. Crimson moonlight shone through the window, becoming the only light source in the room. And what this light illuminated was corpses. A large number of corpses. Pale bodies piled up, covering the floor. From their appearance, they were all young women. Without exception, their faces were frozen in expressions of extreme distortion and terror, with terrible, ghastly wounds in their abdomens. Someone had their back to them, softly humming a song. It was a lullaby. My dear child, do you hear it? Lenas' figure bathed in moonlight. He stroked his swollen belly and asked gently, your father is angry. His eyes were covered in bloodshot veins, and the blood vessels near his temples were densely distributed like a black spider's web, bulging high. No one answered, yet Lenas tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something. After a moment, he laughed helplessly. My attempt was very reasonable. Why is he angry? Drip, drip. Whether it was blood or a leaking water pipe, continuous dripping sounds kept sounding. My dear child, I'm doing this for your sake. A woman's body is obviously more suitable for nurturing you. A flash of disgust crossed the depths of Lenas' eyes, but the tone in his mouth grew increasingly tender, almost like a mother facing her whining child. Don't you like these people being your mother? It's incredible. Why do you insist on choosing the body of a man like me and refuse to let go? When he said this, Lenas' mouth was gentle, but the malice in his eyes was almost tangible, nearly overflowing. He tilted his head to listen for another moment, then said helplessly. All right. Then let me protect you first, and then continue looking for a better candidate. Perhaps when you meet a more suitable woman, you won't want to stay in my body anymore. It's fine, we still have time. His voice gradually lowered, as if coaxing a child to sleep. As the child in his arms gradually fell into slumber, his tone became increasingly gentle. 2 days later, Silas received cash delivered by Klein, totaling £1,540. Of this, £1,000 came from the reward for killing the devil hound, while another £540 was his share from selling the Sequence 8 extraordinary characteristics. Adding this to the cash he already had, his savings had nearly broken through £2,000. Just the cash alone already exceeded his total assets from his time in Tingen. Silas calculated. However, honestly speaking, compared to being a lunatic in Backlund's East Borough, being an apothecary, being a shepherd, he missed his days in Tingen more. Does Klein miss the past too? Unfortunately, neither of them could go back. Civilaus Field publicly announces, serial murder case solved. Unfolding the newspaper, the front page headline was about the serial murder case being solved. Of course, since they couldn't tell the public about the Beyonder world, the paper only said the killer had been shot on the spot, without providing detailed information about the killer or the methods used. Perhaps there's also an intent to prevent copycat crimes. Silas thought to himself. Just then, his ears twitched slightly. He heard 2 sets of footsteps walking straight toward them from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, the door was knocked on. Through this distance, he sensed the aura of Beyonders. Who is it? Silas stood up, exchanged a glance with his sister, then called out loudly. It was morning now. The landlady Emily had already gone to school, leaving only the 2 of them in the house. Mr. Anderson, it's me, Furzwall. A somewhat familiar voice responded weakly. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 201, The Queen's Gathering. A noble lady's bodyguard. Silas frowned. Yes. Furs sat stiffly on the sofa, exchanging a glance with Zio. We'd like to ask your sister to help protect Miss Audrey. Seeing that Furs was too nervous to speak up, Zio took the initiative. Although you're stronger, Miss Audrey comes from a distinguished family, so a female bodyguard would be more appropriate. After the two of them arrived, they'd explained their purpose for visiting Silas. It turned out that a certain noble lady needed to hire a beyonder for personal protection during an outing, and she was hoping they could help find a suitable candidate through their connections. The compensation was quite tempting too, £30 for a single escort job. Silas thought for a moment. Then why doesn't she hire you too? The noble lady was more familiar with Furs and Zio, so by all rights, she should prioritize them. Both women immediately showed embarrassed expressions. We didn't pass the test. Becoming a bodyguard required passing an assessment, and both of them were newly advanced to Sequence 8. There was simply no way they could defeat the well-trained beyonders in Earl Hall's manor. Although Audrey felt somewhat disappointed about this, she still asked Furs and Zio to inquire within the beyonder circles they knew, helping her find a sufficiently powerful beyonder. To this end, she raised the bodyguard's compensation from £20 to £30. Moreover, if they could help find a suitable candidate, the two would receive a commission of £50. Short on money as they were, the pair had made the rounds of all the reliable beyonders they knew in order to earn that commission. However, none of these people had managed to pass the manor's guard trials. With no other options, they finally thought of coming to Silas. I'm sorry to say that Cecilia is only Sequence 9, not even as strong as you two. Silas glanced at his sister and answered for her. Huh? Really? Furs was stunned. She'd personally witnessed this girl easily slaughter a large number of cultists, and with her brother being a mid-sequence powerhouse, she'd naturally assumed that this black-haired girl was also a formidable beyonder. She never imagined she was only Sequence 9, even lower than herself. That's right. Plus, my brother still needs me to take care of him, so I can't be away for too long. The black-haired, blue-eyed girl replied. That really is too bad. Zio ruffled her messy short hair, feeling in her heart that something wasn't quite right. This stunningly beautiful girl named Cecilia before her eyes clearly gave her a feeling of being even stronger than herself. Since this person couldn't take the job either, it seemed they were destined not to receive that commission. All things considered, who exactly is this Miss Audrey? Silas asked casually. She's the daughter of the wealthy Earl Hall, and also a beyonder, Furs answered. She often hires us to do various things, and she's very generous. Hires? Silas's heart stirred, suddenly remembering something. He looked at Zio Dericha. Then was your previous injury related to one of her jobs? He asked. I'm sorry, I can't say. Zio glared at Furs, and only then did Furs realize her slip-up. She quickly covered her mouth. So it was related. Based on their reactions, Silas made his judgment. He'd originally thought their encounter with Lenas was just an accident and hadn't pursued the matter at the time. He never imagined there was something he didn't know about. But how did Audrey Hall, a noble lady, get involved with Lenas? It seemed an investigation was necessary. All right, I'll take this job. Huh. Furs instinctively froze for a moment, then she and Zio simultaneously widened their eyes. But Miss Audrey needs a female beyonder. Furs mumbled. She understood in her heart that with Silas's abilities, he could definitely defeat the manor's guards, but this didn't meet the requirements. Silas smiled at his sister. Brother, are you going to hide in my shadow? He saw that his sister only thought for a moment before quickly understanding his intention. That's a great idea. Furs's eyes lit up. Having Silas secretly help from within the shadow would allow them to defeat those beyonder guards, and it would also keep Silas constantly by her side, making it convenient to take care of him. It really is a good idea, but we need to report back to Miss Audrey first. If she agrees too, then that would be perfect. Zio cautiously expressed her approval. We should have an answer within a day or two. Fine. Just let me know when the time comes. Silas replied. Furs. What were you thinking, actually revealing Miss Audrey's business? After leaving the house Silas was renting, Zio couldn't help but snap at her companion. That's not in line with our professional ethics. Sorry. Furs awkwardly smoothed her curly hair. I just blurted it out without thinking. Actually, this really wasn't an excuse. Because she'd already identified Silas as a favored one of the fool and could be trusted, she hadn't thought much about it and just spoke freely. Now that she thought about it, Miss Audrey's affairs really shouldn't be casually told to others. That's why she was being criticized by her companion like this and didn't dare talk back. After all, it was usually her who teased Zio. You'd better learn your lesson. If something goes wrong in the future, it'll be a huge problem. Zio continued admonishing her as the two walked away. Sorry, Cecilia. I decided things without consulting you. Silas said to his sister. He'd just been focused on considering the matter of Lenas and forgot to ask his sister's opinion. It's fine. The blue-eyed girl shook her head, her black hair swaying with the movement. You're investigating Lenas, aren't you? Since there's a lead, you should seize it. I'm happy I can help. However, she continued, you need to restrain yourself a bit, brother. You absolutely can't lose control in the Earl's manor. I'll try my best. Silas smiled bitterly. Yes, if he fell into a rampage inside the Earl's manor, that would be a real mess. He hoped it wouldn't come to that. But speaking of which, his sister's sequence was indeed too low. It was time for her to advance. Cecilia, it's about time to advance to sequence 8. Once I find the remaining auxiliary materials for the potion, we'll start brewing it. Hearing Silas's words, the girl showed a slightly troubled expression. Brother, I actually don't want to. Rustle, rustle. Just then, a sudden movement came from Silas's chest, something stirring inside. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a pea. It was shaking, breaking through its shell and sprouting a bud, emitting a soft and cheerful song. The Queen's gathering was about to begin. The unique pea from before had been crushed and was gone. Before leaving last time, she'd given Silas another ordinary pea. Silas was startled, then smiled. He'd just attended the Eye of Wisdom's gathering a few days ago, and now the Queen's gathering was starting again. Perfect. Last time at the gathering, he'd only met with the Queen and hadn't actually seen what a high-level gathering was like. This time he could experience it properly. Chapter 201, 202, The Fourth Epic Noble Tomb. Cecilia, do you want to come with me? Holding the singing pea sprout in his hand, Silas asked his sister. I won't go. That person is a bit frightening. I don't want to see her. She shook her head. The Queen was frightening. It seemed like last time was the same. His sister had waited for him outside the palace without going in. Silas thought back briefly but didn't find that mysterious big shot particularly frightening. However, since his sister was unwilling to go, he wouldn't force her. All right then. I'll go by myself. I should be back in an hour at most. He said goodbye to her, then focused his attention on the pea sprout. Walk the yellow brick road, walk the yellow brick road. The pea sprout sang cheerfully, and a path made of yellow bricks suddenly appeared on the floor of the hall. This was much more convenient than publishing advertisements in newspapers. Silas couldn't help but compare the Queen's methods with those of the Eye of Wisdom. He then stepped forward, following the yellow bricks into the colorful mist. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he emerged in the outskirts of Backlund. Here there was no trace of the city's fog. The sunlight was bright and brilliant, making the surface of the Tussock River dance with golden sparkles, quite beautiful to behold. And that tall castle standing in the sunlight appeared even more magnificent. With such a grand display, wouldn't passers-by in the outskirts notice? Silas held the pea seed in his hand. Soon, a vine cable car grew out from within the castle, carrying him to that equally spectacular hall. He saw the Queen seated on her throne. Today she wore knight's trousers and riding boots suitable for movement, while the upper half of her pale yellow garment hung down like the back of a tailcoat, forming something resembling a skirt. Silas had no knowledge of women's fashion and didn't know what this combination was called. I wonder how her investigation went. Silas thought to himself but didn't go over to ask. After all, when it came to matters that concerned such an important figure, it was better for him not to get involved. Very well. After enough people had arrived, the Queen said calmly. Her voice echoed through the hall. Today, I've suddenly gathered you during the day because I have some commissions of my own. Some of these commissions are quite simple, while others may be more dangerous. I will provide generous compensation that matches accordingly. Of course, you may choose to accept or decline. My only requirement is that if you accept a commission, you must complete it, unless there's a problem with the commission itself or you encounter something unexpected. As she spoke these words, her voice became deep and authoritative, with an invisible aura of superiority spreading throughout the hall. It was as if in this moment, she truly became a queen worthy of the name. We obey your will. Everyone spoke in unison, their voices carrying involuntary reverence. Was the Queen about to start making moves? Silas thought to himself. Of course, besides this, you may still conduct trades at the gathering. The Queen's tone softened slightly, then she said casually, that's all. Begin. The gathering officially started. Invisible servants moved through the hall, and glowing text appeared on the walls of everyone's private booths. The left column displayed the Queen's commissions, while the right column showed trading information from others. Silas first looked at the commission content from the Queen. Create chaos at the 3rd Dock District of the Tussock River. No casualties required. Must show clear traces of Beyonder activity. £50. Harass the Civilhouse Company office on Valentine Street, prevent them from resting. £100. Attack 168 Travis Street in the West District. Many people inside, high danger level. 1 Beyonder item corresponding to sequence 7. Steal several letters from the post office in Jorwood District. So many tasks. Silas thought. He saw many of the originally flickering texts rapidly dimming, indicating that the related tasks had already been accepted. Moreover, these tasks seemed mainly designed to interfere and obstruct. This made sense too, because these tasks were relatively easy. If this group of Beyonders were asked to do tasks that endangered their lives, probably not many would be willing to accept. Was the Queen trying to use this method to disperse MI9's attention, then target key locations? May she succeed? Silas casually analyzed for a moment, then put the matter out of his mind. He was going to investigate Lenas at a noble's house in the near future and temporarily had no time to participate in these commissions. So he shifted his gaze to the commission column on the other side and wrote down his own request. Seeking to purchase 1 singing tube from a demonic throat honey. This was auxiliary material for the instigator potion. As for the other materials, like blue mandragora poison juice and such, he'd already collected them from the plump pharmacist Darkwill's herb shop. After posting his purchase request, he began browsing other people's trading requirements. At minimum, they're all sequence 7 materials. The Beyonders on the Queen's side really are higher ranked. Silas looked through the information, thinking to himself. Just then, he noticed a particularly unusual piece of information. Exploring a 4th epic noble tomb. Seeking Beyonders of at least sequence 5 or above. A 4th epic noble tomb. Silas frowned slightly. When it came to this world's history, he wasn't exactly an expert. He only knew that the 5th epic referred to the current era, also called the Iron Age, which began over 1300 years ago. As for the 4th epic, he wasn't too clear about it. He'd only heard from his colleague who was familiar with history, that is, Klein, that it was an age shrouded in mist, with only fragments remaining. In that era, great nobles might also be Beyonders at the same time. If that was the case, there might be unexpectedly good things in the tomb. And it required Beyonders of at least sequence 5, which meant there must be considerable danger in the tomb. That made sense. If there was no danger, there'd be no need to invite others to participate. Silas thought for a moment, then reached out and tapped that piece of information. Soon, an invisible servant floated over from outside the booth. Tell the person who posted the commission that I want to know more detailed information. He said to the servant. The invisible servant immediately bowed. Before long, he felt his booth begin to move through the hall until it was adjacent to another booth. The 2 viewing windows faced each other directly. Through the half-covered window, Silas could see the situation inside the opposite booth. A woman sat there, vines obscuring her face so he could only see that she wore a black court dress with her hands folded together and placed properly on her knees. Sleeves decorated with elaborate black lace covered her wrists. Silas could only see her delicate, slender hands. Those hands were as perfect as a doll's, and like a doll's, they were so pale they had no trace of color. Good afternoon. Silas said. The person stood up, lifted her skirt hem, and curtsied slightly without speaking. She can move, so not a doll then. A moment of silence followed. Neither spoke, as if testing each other's patience. You're looking for companions to explore a 4th epic noble tomb. Seeing this, Silas could only take the initiative to ask. Yes. The other party answered softly, her voice ethereal and pleasant. Chapter 202, 203, Amon. Never heard of him. The person who posted the tomb exploration commission was a lady wearing a black court dress. Her condition looked quite strange, reserved and quiet, with pale skin, like a doll. Was this determined by her own Beyonder sequence? Silas observed her through the half-covered window, thinking to himself. The shepherd's spirituality was sending him a warning, telling him that the lamb on the other side had a high sequence and should be the same as him, a sequence 5 powerhouse. Can you explain the specifics of that tomb? Silas said. Since you're looking for people to explore the tomb together, that means there's danger inside, right? I need to decide whether to participate in the exploration based on the specific information you provide. Are you a Beyonder of sequence 5 or above? The other party asked in an illusory, drifting voice. If she weren't right in front of him, Silas would think he was talking to a female ghost. That's right. I'm a sequence 5 Beyonder. Silas answered with certainty. The other side was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. At a Beyonder gathering my friend attended, someone discovered an ancient tomb. They examined the tomb's perimeter and confirmed it was a 4th epic noble mausoleum. Sensing there might be danger inside, they decided to organize a team of sufficiently strong people to explore it. And then none of those people came back. The woman in the court dress said in an ethereal voice. Just like the standard ending of a ghost story. Silas thought to himself. He heard the other side continue, my friend was also friends with one of the exploration team members. Through his personal belongings, I used divination to find him, or rather, his corpse. They died in the tomb. That's right. I found the tomb entrance, and divination showed those people died inside. But that tomb gave me an extremely dangerous feeling, so I didn't go in, the woman said. So that's why she was looking for help, and why she set the requirements so high. Even among the Beyonders attending the Queen's gathering, those who could reach Sequence 5 were in the minority. Didn't you consider reporting this to the Queen and directly exchanging it for a reward? Silas asked. The Queen has been very busy lately. The other party answered briefly. True, she'd been busy investigating MI9 recently. How can you be sure this tomb belongs to a fourth epoch noble? According to the previous exploration team's investigation, the tomb's style and specifications belong to the fourth epoch. They also discovered that the tomb's owner was named Amon. Amon. Silas thought for a moment and answered earnestly. Never heard of him. The opposite booth fell silent. After a moment, the woman in the court dress spoke again, that's roughly all the specific information. After finishing, she quieted down, as if waiting for Silas to make a decision. To be honest, just hearing the description already sounds very dangerous. After thinking for a moment, Silas asked again, will it just be the two of us? I've already invited some other Sequence 5s at other gatherings. 2 people have confirmed their participation. I see. If there were others to share the risk, it seemed not so hard to accept. Corresponding to high risk was high reward. The things left behind in a tomb from the previous epoch would surely be quite good. Although the tomb might be dangerous, at present, Silas had strong survival abilities, and he also had the teleportation stone Furs gave him. If things really reached an extremely dangerous situation, he could also use the stone to escape. Silas wasn't worried about the other party deceiving him, because this was the Queen's gathering. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would meet a terrible end. I've decided to participate. After weighing things, Silas said, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The other party replied, her voice still calm, revealing no emotional fluctuation. Rustle, rustle. The wall composed of vines dispersed. The barrier obscuring both their faces disappeared, and the other party's face was thus exposed before him. She was a woman with features as delicate as a doll's, with pale skin. On her light golden hair sat a small, delicate hat, and her azure eyes gazed calmly at Silas. Sharon. She stood up again, lifted her skirt hem in greeting. Kafka Anderson. Silas also nodded to her, giving his alias. May I ask what pathway your Sequence 5 is from? That's not important. I can only tell you that among those at Sequence 5, I'm in the tier that's relatively good at fighting. I understand. Anderson, I'll continue recruiting others to form the team. 1 week from now in the evening, we'll meet in front of the Tussock River Valley in the outskirts. The woman named Sharon concisely gave the meeting location. Fine. Silas nodded. Then how do we divide what we get? At that time, according to each person's contribution. After quickly settling the schedule, their 2 booths separated again. Shortly after Silas returned to his original position, an invisible servant came forward to tell him that a customer could provide the singing tube from a demonic throat honey. He spent a price slightly higher than market value to get the last bit of material for the instigator potion into his hands. After returning home today, I'll prepare the potion for Cecilia and help her advance to Sequence 8. Silas thought this in his mind. When the gathering ended, he followed the yellow brick road back to his home. However, is that tomb really suitable for Sequence 5s to enter? Stepping on the yellow bricks, Silas walked while involuntarily recalling the details of his conversation with Sharon just now. Besides me, she's already found 2 Sequence 5s, but looking at her performance, she still felt the number wasn't enough. It seems that tomb really is extremely dangerous. So then, for what reason is she rushing to explore it at such risk? Perhaps she had her own reasons. Silas shook his head. Speaking of which, would Klein know more information about that tomb? After all, he was a top student in the history department at Hoy University, so perhaps he understood more about 4th epoch history. I can tell him the name of the tomb's owner. I remember it was called Amon. Silas recalled slightly, then softly spoke that name. Buzz. A piercing shriek suddenly echoed in his mind. He clutched his head as he suddenly heard chaotic ravings exploding beside his ears. It hurts. What's happening? Silas clutched his head. The intense pain made it difficult for him to maintain control, and his steps on the brick road became unsteady. Is it because I called out that name, or did I just happen to encounter the true creator's ravings? He thought with alarm and uncertainty. The world before his eyes gradually became twisted and chaotic. In the colorful mist, there seemed to be countless prying eyes gazing at him with malice. Hold on, I'll be back soon. Silas gripped the pea sprout. His other hand clutched the singing tube from the demonic throat honey. Finally, just before completely falling into madness, he returned to his residence. "This is your auxiliary material." He only had time to say one sentence to his sister before being pulled into deep hallucinations. Chapter 203, 204, The Key to Listening. Backlund, Queen's District. The carriage traveled along a flat, wide road. The smooth road, high-class carriage, and soft cushions meant the passengers inside felt no bumps whatsoever. "Cecilia, you've already advanced to Sequence 8. Furs said enviously. "That's really convenient. It's mainly thanks to my brother's help." Across from her, the beautiful black-haired girl smiled in reply, supporting the handsome young man beside her. His eyes harbored deep madness, his entire body wrapped in a straitjacket bound with black leather straps, even his mouth tightly covered. "Right, brother?" she asked gently, smoothing Silas's hair. The latter only made muffled murmurs through the straps. Hee. Furz's expression turned awkward as she forced out a smile, turning to look at Zio beside her and exchanging glances. "This family is seriously wrong." Zio returned the look. "Weren't you the one who brought them here?" Furz was on the verge of tears. This was the first time she'd seen Silas in his mad state with her own eyes, and it was far worse than she'd imagined. Meeting Miss Audrey in such a state, there was no way he'd pass without even thinking about it. It had already been 3 days since they'd visited Silas. Yesterday, they'd told Miss Audrey about the situation, and after consideration, she'd agreed to Silas's proposal. So today, they'd specifically come by carriage to pick up the two to meet their employer. But who could have predicted that Silas would have an episode today of all days? The carriage carried the group with their chaotic thoughts forward, the scenery outside the windows constantly changing. A few minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of a villa. This wasn't Earl Hall's manor, but the home of Audrey's friend, Viscount Blaine. "Brother, we've arrived." First saw the black-haired girl gently touch Silas's arm. Then, as if receiving some kind of signal, Silas's originally mad eyes gradually became clear. Finally, he slowly sat up straight and allowed her to undo the leather straps binding him, regaining his freedom. Just like that, he's better. First thought in amazement. "Let's go." Silas moved his body and spoke to the others in the carriage. The illusory tides in his mind continuously echoed, helping him suppress the mad parts of his psyche. Since returning home that day, his mental state hadn't been good. He'd even fallen into chaotic hallucinations before being able to prepare the potion for his sister, leaving her to do it herself. By the time he regained consciousness, his sister had already finished drinking the potion and successfully advanced. The true creator's ravings have been particularly intense these past 2 days. I don't know if it's related to me calling out that name. Silas thought as he stepped on the extended footrest outside the carriage, stepping onto the level ground. The Queen's District had a much better environment than the East District. The roads weren't muddy at all, spacious and comfortable. Tall sycamore trees were planted in rows, pedestrians on the street wore bright clothing with well-proportioned figures, and police patrolled seriously at regular intervals. Silas recalled the conditions in the East District, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, falling into madness had unexpectedly caused the remnants of the listener potion to waver slightly. Silas had more or less guessed why. Perhaps it was because he'd understood the intent of the true creator's ravings. So-called listening was important not only for the process, but also for the result. The ultimate purpose of listening was to fully understand the true meaning the other party wanted to express. Silas speculated that perhaps when he fully understood the true creator's emotions and thoughts, the last bit of the listener potion could be digested. The group came to the front of the villa. After servants announced them, they entered through the gate, passed through the luxuriously decorated corridor and hall, and met their employer in a reception room. "Miss Audrey, these two are the Anderson siblings." First took the initiative to step forward and introduce them. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed that Miss Audrey, who always maintained her elegance, showed a slight change in expression. "Is that you?" Audrey, wearing a white gauze dress, widened her beautiful emerald eyes and said incredulously. "Oh, it's you." Silas looked clearly at her face, recalled briefly, and remembered she was the noble lady he'd met at the mental hospital. I still owe her several £100. If it's her, it makes sense that she knows about Lenas. He remembered now. When he'd been examining that street girl's corpse, he'd muttered Lenivas's name to himself. Perhaps she'd started sending people to investigate because of that. "Do you two know each other?" The somewhat thin Viscount Blaine looked back and forth between the two and couldn't help but ask. This question voiced what everyone present was thinking. Not just him, but Zio and Furs also wanted to know. It was just that given their position, they couldn't ask. "Yes, this gentleman once saved me." The surprise on Audrey's face only lasted a brief moment before she quickly showed an impeccable elegant smile. "It was during that incident that got me grounded. If it weren't for him, my situation might have been dangerous." I see. What a wonderful coincidence. Viscount Blaine couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this. In his understanding, Silas was perhaps just a somewhat strong beyonder. But Audrey knew more clearly that this person was very likely the one who created the Capim case, a powerful and dangerous figure who'd easily killed everyone in that entire villa. Calm down, Audrey. He's not an enemy. You need to make him have a good impression of you. She kept admonishing herself in her heart, then looked at Zio and Furs. Zio, Furs, you've done very well. Audrey smiled and said, I've personally witnessed this gentleman's strength before. If it's him, he should easily defeat the Beyonder guards at my home. With that, she pushed an envelope containing the commission across the table to the two of them. Thank you very much, Miss Audrey. Zio was quick to receive the envelope, opened it to check, and thanked her after confirming it was correct. Audrey smiled and nodded to her, then shifted her gaze to Silas and the girl beside him. So, the one who will nominally be my bodyguard is your sister. Cecilia Anderson. She saw the blue-eyed girl step forward and speak. So beautiful. Audrey thought. With her experience in aristocratic circles, among the women she'd seen, those with such appearance were in the extreme minority. But she seems to rely on her brother a lot. No, I can't analyze. She almost instinctively wanted to use mind reading, but quickly remembered the lesson she'd learned from Silas last time and immediately dismissed the thought. Although you both already know my name, please allow me to introduce myself. Audrey Hall. She rose from the sofa and gracefully lifted her skirt hem. Welcome to becoming my bodyguards. Why do I keep seeing ladies curtsy lately? You can say that after we pass the test. Silas said. That's true. Audrey's emerald eyes moved slightly as she nodded in agreement. Then let's depart immediately. I can't be away from home for too long right now. Out of courtesy, she should have hosted the two visitors, but because she was still restricted, she could only return to the villa as quickly as possible. However, Silas didn't care about these things, so the group left the Viscount's home in a grand procession. At Audrey's feet, a large golden retriever carefully moved close to her legs. After Silas glanced at it, it immediately tucked its tail between its legs. Chapter 204, 205, The Countess Enjoys Herself. Ha, ha. On the moving carriage, the large golden retriever panted with an innocent expression, obediently lying at Audrey's feet. It tried hard to act normal, making itself look like an ordinary hunting dog worth 300 pounds. If Silas hadn't sensed the existence of beyonder characteristics within it, he would have been completely fooled. Silas calmly watched it. The golden retriever gradually couldn't hold on anymore, lying down and curling into a ball. Miss Audrey, are the beyonders in your household very strong? After staring at the golden retriever for a while, Silas suddenly asked. I suppose. Audrey reached out to pet the large dog and tilted her head in thought. Based on their previous performance, they probably aren't as strong as you. Is that so? Silas felt a bit uncertain, because the situation at Earl Hall's household exceeded his understanding. They'd actually fed a dog a potion, making it a beyonder creature. If that was the case, this family's foundation might be even deeper than he'd imagined. With such concerns, Silas rode the carriage to the front of Earl Hall's villa. Miss Audrey's home was also located in the Queen's district. Compared to Viscount Blaine's manor, Earl Hall's villa was even larger. Including the courtyard, garden, and servants' quarters, it occupied an extremely vast space in the prohibitively expensive Queen's district. If this were in the East District, such a large area would have at least 300 to 500 people crammed together living there. They would only be able to share one toilet while also enduring severe cold and filth. According to Furs, Audrey's father, Earl Hall, was a member of the House of Lords and also a shareholder in multiple major banks. In his youth, he'd seized the opportunity of social reform, sold his hereditary land to enter the business world, and earned massive amounts in gold pounds. Even in Backland, where the wealthy were as numerous as clouds, his net worth ranked among the very top. Through the carriage window, Silas glanced at the villa and saw a large group of servants who'd come to greet them. Mr. Anderson, I'll trouble you. Audrey said to him. I understand. Silas nodded, then instructed his sister, Cecilia, put on the mask. His sister obediently put on a half-face mask, covering her overly conspicuous features. Swoosh. At the same time, Silas's body instantly melted, turning into something like ink pooled on the ground. The black shadow surged and dove into his sister's shadow. That's amazing. Furs praised sincerely. This was Silas's stealth and shadows ability. Ordinary people would find it difficult to detect. Even beyonders would need to be the type with particularly keen perception, or possess corresponding beyonder items, to possibly discover it. Creak. Just as Silas merged into the shadow, the carriage door was opened. Miss, you're finally back. A young and capable maid appeared outside the carriage, supporting Audrey's arm before she could step down. Behind her, maids were lined up in 2 rows. Annie, is the Honorable Countess at home? Of course she is. The Countess is waiting for you behind the villa. Annie said quietly. She said she wants to see what kind of impressive person you've brought this time. That's wonderful. I'm sure I won't disappoint her this time. Audrey said with a smile as Annie helped her down from the carriage. The golden retriever closely followed, jumping down from the carriage, looking as if it didn't want to stay inside for another moment. The master and servant walked straight ahead, with maids on both sides following in sequence. As a matter of course, one maid held an umbrella to shade Audrey from the sun, another lifted the hem of her dress, and another took charge of the dog. The remaining few were responsible for welcoming the other passengers from the carriage, respectfully inviting the young lady's guests into the villa. Quite the grand display. Silas thought. Fur seemed somewhat unable to adapt to such a scene. But for some reason, Zio appeared quite calm. Led by servants, the three entered the Hall family's courtyard. There are beyonders, quite a few of them. Hidden in the shadow, Silas sensed the auras of the surrounding beyonders. Mainly concentrated inside the villa, basically mid-sequence beyonders. If they were only beyonders of this level, then Silas could basically feel at ease. Please wait a moment. Miss Audrey will be here shortly. The servant led them to a reception room and respectfully served black tea and pastries as hospitality. Of course, the group wasn't careless enough to eat and drink casually. They only tasted the black tea slightly. After about 10 minutes or so, Audrey arrived with her personal maid. As for the golden retriever, it hadn't continued following. In the short time they hadn't seen her, she'd already changed into a sky blue dress, well-tailored and form-fitting, highlighting the unique youthful and sweet aura of a young girl. When I get the chance, I'll get one for my sister too. Although hidden in the shadow, Silas could still observe the outside world with special perception. He'd already figured out that the Hall Earl family was indeed among the top wealthy, but perhaps because they'd only become rich in recent decades, the family's foundation hadn't caught up yet, and their accumulation in the beyonder field was still somewhat lacking. Miss Cecilia, are you ready? Audrey asked with a sweet smile. My mother is already waiting with the household guards. Anytime. Silas heard his sister say, however, I hope they can return my weapons. When entering, they'd been asked by the gatekeepers to leave their weapons, which were properly kept by the servants. Oh, those should have already been sent over there. Audrey said. So the group rose again and moved toward the back of the villa. Is the Countess going to continue watching today too? Furs asked quietly. That's right. Audrey smiled in reply, but for some reason, her tone carried some helplessness. In fact, she really was helpless. Because her mother, the Countess Hall, thoroughly enjoyed watching the tests. Initially, the Countess had watched the tests only from a responsible mother's attitude, wanting to screen candidates for her daughter. But after encountering multiple beyonders and witnessing various elaborate ability clashes, the Countess had clearly become interested. She even actively urged her daughter to invite more beyonders over and demanded that the household guards not hold back, striving to extend the testing period. Behind the villa was an enclosed clearing that looked like a place normally used for exercising horses. Now, on one side of the clearing, sun umbrellas and a tea table had been set up. A graceful and beautiful noblewoman sat at the table, casting her gaze toward them. Good afternoon, Honorable Countess. Audrey lifted her skirt and curtsied to her mother. Very well, Audrey. The extremely well-maintained Countess smiled and nodded, then cast a curious gaze toward the only masked woman in the field. Is she the one who's here to take the test this time? Chapter 205, 206, My Shadow Betrayed Me. Yes. Under the gaze of so many people, Audrey didn't affectionately nestle against her mother and call her Mom. Instead, she maintained a respectful demeanor and said, This lady is extremely powerful. I believe she has sufficient strength to become my bodyguard. Is that so? Then I'm quite looking forward to this. The Countess looked at the masked, black-haired woman with great interest. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be a fairly young girl. Compared to the beyonders who had visited before, she was somewhat too young. Why is she covering her face? The Countess asked. Because her appearance is rather distinctive, and she doesn't wish others to see it. Audrey replied. Silas had actually considered directly changing his sister's facial features, but using flesh magic on his own sister's face made him somewhat uncomfortable. In the end, he decided that just wearing a mask and providing some concealment would be sufficient. Very well. She is applying to be your bodyguard after all. If you have no objections, then neither do I. The Countess didn't press the matter further. She smiled and shifted her gaze to her side. Olivia, what do you think of this person's abilities? Across the round table, outside the parasol's shade, stood an adult woman with brown hair. She appeared calm and indifferent, her black eyes observing the masked girl across from her. Faced with the Countess's question, she didn't respond immediately, seemingly deep in thought. Everyone watched her, waiting for her answer. After a moment. Olivia. The Countess asked again. Ah. My apologies, madam. I was lost in thought. The calm woman's body gave a slight start, as if she had just awakened from a dream. She looked around. What were you just asking me? Hidden in the shadows, Silas felt a sense of familiarity with this rather spacey behavior. Could she be a nightmare? The Earl Hall family were all devout believers of the Evernight goddess, and it was said they had donated substantial funds to the Church of Evernight. Such quality believers naturally warranted special protection, which would make sense. It's all right. I was just asking what you thought of the abilities of this person Audrey has brought. The Countess smiled amiably, appearing not at all offended. Hard to say. I can't tell just by looking. Olivia answered honestly. I'd need to cross hands with her to find out. Then what are we waiting for? The Countess clapped her hands happily. Let's not waste time. Let's begin right away. There were other bodyguards in the villa, though most were sequence 7, with only one appearing to be sequence 6. According to the Countess's instructions, defeating any one of them would be sufficient to pass the test and become Audrey's bodyguard. And the beyonder arranged for this test happened to be from a pathway Silas was very familiar with. My name is Olivia. If you can't hold on during the fight, you can stop at any time. The brown-haired woman said this as she walked to the center of the riding arena and stretched her body. Cecilia. She heard the masked woman across from her say flatly. Such a young voice. Did you become a beyonder at such a young age? Olivia asked. No answer came. All right, if you don't want to answer, then let's have the Countess signal the start. You're trying to pull me into a dream. She heard the other person say briefly. Olivia froze. Then, a crisp shattering sound reached her ears, like a dream sealed in glass being forcibly broken, crashing down into scattered fragments that fell to the ground. The dream shattered. In her true state, she was bent over, pressing her brow. How did she discover it? Olivia straightened her body, filled with confusion. This particular extraordinary ability of hers was usually very effective and often played a powerful role in combat. She hadn't expected that today, the moment she used it, it would be discovered. Swoosh. Before her surprise had even subsided, a flash of bright blade light expanded infinitely before her eyes. So fast, without a moment's hesitation. Olivia turned her head, dodged the dagger's thrust, and quickly reacted. She pulled a black baton from under her clothes and, facing the masked girl's attack, skillfully began to parry and counter. The darkness pathway, starting from the initial sequence 9 Sleepless, began enhancing physical abilities. By sequence 7, they would only be stronger. Clang. Clang. The metal baton struck the dagger, producing loud collision sounds as sparks flew. This girl seems to be a combat-oriented beyonder too, but her sequence should be lower than mine. After close combat, she quickly made this assessment. I hear the whisper of the wind, a hymn from the night. While engaged in combat, Olivia hummed softly. The magical verses echoed, as tranquil as the night sky, making one unable to help but feel drowsy, wanting to set aside what they were doing and enjoy sleep. Since directly pulling the other person into a dream had been discovered, she would simply use this method to interfere and slow down her opponent's movements. Soon, she noticed that the masked girl's movements were becoming sluggish, as if troubled by drowsiness, unable to control herself. Perfect opportunity. She seized the chance to close in. The baton in her hand struck out nimbly yet fiercely, like a cunning serpent striking at the other's wrist. With a snap, the dagger in her opponent's hand was knocked to the ground. The masked girl, struck on the wrist, seemed to become slightly more alert. Seeing the dagger fall, she didn't bend down to pick it up but instead tried to retreat, maintaining distance from Olivia. A smart choice, but sorry. Swoosh. Olivia planted both feet and charged forward. She wanted to take this opportunity to press her baton directly against the other's throat and force her to admit defeat. But just then, she suddenly felt a powerful resistance from beneath her feet, as if a hand had tightly gripped her ankle. Thud. Her forward momentum was abruptly halted. She quickly adjusted her posture, managing to control her body and avoid falling directly. What happened? Olivia was half kneeling on the ground, both hands in intimate contact with the arena floor, as a scent of grass mixed with horse manure entered her nostrils. However, at this moment, she couldn't care less about the smell. Instead, she instinctively looked toward where the resistance came from. What is this? She was shocked to discover that something black was gripping her ankle, restricting her movement. That thing was her own shadow. The afternoon sunlight in Backlund wasn't particularly bright, but at this moment, her shadow appeared so dark, so deep. It clung to the ground, not fully reflecting Olivia's actual state. Instead, as if possessing its own intelligence, it extended a hand and tightly gripped her ankle. Her own shadow had betrayed her. In that instant, an indescribable fear surged into Olivia's heart. It was like in daily life when something familiar suddenly reveals a strange abnormality, bringing an intense sense of unease. Rustle, rustle. In that moment of distraction, the shadow began moving again. Its other hand started to elongate, as if trying to climb up Olivia's body and grip her throat. Damn it. But she was a sequence 7 beyonder after all. She quickly overcame this unease and attempted to save herself. However, as she struggled, a gleaming dagger was already extended before her, pressed against her. Do you want to continue? She heard the girl across from her ask. I've lost. Olivia froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Chapter 206, 207, Fishing. That wasn't your ability, was it? After conceding defeat, Olivia stood up from the ground and asked. Although she'd been defeated, she appeared fairly calm about it. It's an extraordinary item. I see. That explains it then. Olivia smiled amiably. I thought so. I felt your sequence should be lower than mine, yet you managed to defeat me. Still, a win is a win. Well, that concludes the madam's little entertainment for the day. The two returned together to beneath the parasol. There, everyone was turning their gazes toward them. Madam, this young lady's abilities have passed my test. She's sufficient to protect Miss Audrey's safety. Olivia bowed. Thank you for your efforts. I've already seen the detailed process. The Countess smiled, then turned to look at her daughter. Audrey, I'll leave the rest to you. 2 days later, in the northwestern suburbs, at the old site of Backlund Medical College. The spacious campus exuded decay. Weeds pushed through the cracks in the brickwork with wild abandon. The buildings stood in silence, most already abandoned and unused, their outer walls mottled and peeling. Occasionally, stray cats and dogs wandered about, but upon seeing people approach, they would immediately run off with alert wariness. Inside a 3-story abandoned building. Silas brought his sister along, following behind Audrey. Just as I mentioned before, my actions may attract the attention of others. If they only follow me, that's fine, but if they attack me, then I'll have to ask you to protect me. Audrey wore a mask, her smooth and lustrous golden hair tucked under a surgical cap, her body wrapped in a white lab coat. She looked like a medical worker about to participate in surgery. Silas and his companion were dressed the same way. What a troublesome employer. He thought to himself. After passing the test, Miss Audrey had used a special contract to notarize matters with them, ensuring the bodyguard relationship and mutual non-aggression, among other things. During this process, Silas had also figured out what Audrey had been wanting to do lately. She wanted to establish contact with a secretive extraordinary organization in her personal capacity. What the hell? What happened to attending banquets and salons? She really has a death wish. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Silas watched Audrey ahead of him. Her steps were hurried, golden strands of hair escaping from under her surgical cap, falling by her ears and swaying slightly with her stride. No wonder the Countess arranged protection for her. Last time he'd encountered her, it had been the same thing, she'd actually been bold enough to sneak into an asylum. He grumbled internally. The three crossed through a dim corridor and entered a classroom. As soon as they entered, the unpleasant, pungent smell of preservatives wafted through their masks into their noses. Silas looked up and scanned the room, discovering it was filled with human specimens and skeletons. In the center of the classroom stood a transparent glass cylinder. Through the glass, one could see a pale male corpse soaking in preservative solution. The male corpse was even wearing a black academic gown on the outside, looking rather bizarre. Desks and chairs were scattered haphazardly around the classroom, and quite a few people were already seated. They also wore masks and white lab coats, concealing their identities. Hearing someone enter, they all turned their heads in unison, looking at the three of them. Perhaps influenced by the classroom's atmosphere, none of these people spoke. Playing at mystery. Silas swept his gaze over the group and chose a corner to sit in with Audrey. After about 3 to 5 minutes, the male corpse in the glass cylinder suddenly opened its eyes. A peculiar voice echoed through the classroom, passing through the preservative fluid and glass cover. Let us begin. It said in a hoarse voice. And so, under its gaze, everyone began trading with reverence and caution. The corpse floated in the glass cylinder, watching each person, occasionally speaking. Silas observed coldly. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of illusory ocean waves, the world before his eyes changed accordingly. He saw that what was soaking in the glass cylinder was just an ordinary corpse, neither opening its eyes nor speaking. However, all the participants at the gathering seemed immersed in hallucination, conversing from time to time with the lifeless male corpse. Some requested it witness their transactions, others sought answers to their questions from it, like some kind of large-scale bizarre performance. A very peculiar way to hold an organizational gathering. Silas assessed internally. There were many gatherings, large and small, in Backlund. He'd already witnessed 3. The Queen's gathering was the most high-end, the Eye of Wisdom's gathering was the most equal, and this gathering here was the most arrogant. The organizer completely toyed with the participants at will, using psychological suggestion to surround them in hallucinations, showing them absolutely no respect whatsoever. Silas didn't much care for this approach. At this gathering, he saw the shadow of that damned Mam. Which one is the host? His gaze swept across the faces of those participating in the gathering one by one, and based on the level of the potion sequences within their bodies, he identified the most suspicious person. The person sat in a corner, never speaking, but was at least sequence 6. Perhaps it's him who changed everyone's perception and created the hallucination. I want a potion from the spectator pathway. The trading continued. Some succeeded, most failed. At this moment, Miss Audrey suddenly spoke up. Several people's gazes swept toward her, but they quickly moved away without lingering long. Silas noticed that among them was that sequence 6 beyonder. Does no one have it? After waiting 10+ seconds, Audrey said with feigned regret, all right then. Although in reality she was already a sequence 8 mind reader of the spectator pathway, at this moment she acted like an inexperienced, naive newcomer. The gathering quickly ended, and the three boarded a carriage to leave. Are you certain this kind of probing will work? Silas asked inside the carriage. I think it will work. Audrey replied. Because the spectator potion I'm seeking is the sequence pathway controlled by this organization. They'll notice me. At this moment, she had already removed the cumbersome white lab coat, her smile radiant. However, it's also because I have you two protecting me that I dare to act so boldly. The spectator pathway. Silas recalled that the first time she'd met him, she seemed to have tried to probe his inner thoughts. Those eyes, faintly tinged with gold, had nearly made him mistake her for Mam. Miss Audrey, you're currently sequence 8 of this pathway, correct? Yes. Then what is the name of this secretive organization you mentioned? It should be called the Psychology Alchemists Council. Audrey replied. Psychology Alchemists Council. The Nighthawk's files had information about this organization. It seemed to also be an organization from nearly a century ago, having gradually developed through excavating Hermes' ruins to obtain their initial capital. His heart stirred. They must have research into the human mental world, right? Perhaps I could use them to treat my mental condition. If that's the case, if Audrey really does make contact with them, it would help me too. Just at that moment, he suddenly sensed Beyonders approaching. We're being followed. Silas said to Audrey. Chapter 207, 208, Strange Ravings. We're being followed. Silas said to Audrey. He saw the blonde girl across from him first freeze, then reveal an expression full of anticipation. Are you certain? Absolutely. And it's a Beyonder. The shepherd spirituality within Silas was issuing a warning, telling him that a lamb was approaching. It seems the fish has taken the bait. Looking out through the carriage window, there was nothing unusual on the street outside. But the potion's intuition allowed him to quickly lock onto the target. It was an unremarkable black carriage, the type one would glance at and immediately forget, currently following behind them at an unhurried pace. Is it that guy? The first person Silas thought of was that sequence 6 hiding in the corner at the gathering. After all, as the organizer, he was the most suspicious. How do you plan to handle this? Silas asked Audrey. Handle? Audrey didn't understand what he meant. Right. Silas said matter-of-factly. Do you need me to capture him for you and interrogate him properly? I have some methods. He probably wouldn't hold out long before confessing everything. That won't be necessary. Audrey quickly stopped him. Mr. Anderson, your approach would be far too extreme. I'm planning to pretend I'm interested in the spectator pathway and let them come find me themselves, then naturally join them. This way, I can achieve my goal more naturally. I see. All right then. Silas said indifferently. Since his employer didn't agree, he could only give up. In any case, as long as he could make contact with the Psychology Alchemist Council, that was enough. Hopefully those people will be a bit friendlier. After all, my impression of this pathway isn't exactly positive. Recalling that red-haired, golden-eyed woman, his brows couldn't help but furrow. Brother, hide in my shadow and rest for a bit. His sister beside him, as if sensing something was wrong with his state, gently pressed his hand and said softly. Ma'am, we're almost at the Earl's residence anyway. I should hide. Silas nodded, transforming into shadow and disappearing within the carriage. That carriage continued following at a moderate distance. Only after confirming that their address was at Earl Hall's mansion did it quietly depart. To actually let the other party learn her background on their own initiative, she's bold enough. Perhaps it's also because her family's status is sufficient that she doesn't need to worry about persecution after being targeted by them. They'd be too busy trying to curry favor. Silas thought to himself. Excellent. My efforts during this period haven't been in vain. Audrey smiled, then said to them, tomorrow I need to attend an important banquet. I hope you can serve as my bodyguards then. Finally, a somewhat normal bodyguard task. That's fine. Silas said. Brother, should we catch up with that guy and shepherd him? After leaving Earl Hall's residence, Silas heard his sister's suggestion. Not necessary for now. He shook his head. Since the Psychology Alchemist Council had already set their sights on Audrey Hall, finding them would be much more convenient. If there was really a need, it wouldn't be too late to act then. They hired a carriage to leave Queen's District. After hearing that their destination was the East Borough, the coachman shook his head repeatedly. In the end, he proactively reduced the fare and negotiated that he would only stop outside the East Borough and wouldn't go in. This coachman from Queen's District indicated that not only was it because the East Borough was dangerous, but more importantly, after going there once, he would need to clean his carriage wheels. Otherwise, customers wouldn't be willing to board his dirty carriage, and the police would also give him trouble. Who knew even coachmen had regional discrimination? Silas muttered as he boarded the carriage with his sister. By the way, Cecilia, what do you think of Miss Audrey? Watching the Intis sycamores rapidly receding outside, he suddenly remembered something. Miss Audrey. What, brother, are you planning to pursue her? The black-haired girl raised her head, staring at him with her blue eyes. What are you thinking? Silas froze, then said helplessly. I'm asking about your opinion of her dresses. Just in these few days we've spent with her, I haven't seen her wear the same dress twice. What do you think? If you particularly like the style or color of any of her dresses, your brother will go buy it for you. Not really. The blue-eyed girl thought for a moment. Besides, I think we probably can't buy Miss Audrey's dresses. She likely hires designers specifically to come to her home and custom make them. Even so, you should still buy some new clothes. Silas urged. He felt his sister's appearance was no less than Audrey's. The only problem was that for his convenience recently, she'd been wearing ordinary dresses from the slums, which was simply a waste of such a pretty face. Ah. Quick, get out of the way. Catch him. The two were chatting when they suddenly heard shouting from outside. Through the carriage window, he saw several police officers running out in a mess from a police station billowing with smoke, angrily cursing. A short figure was running swiftly ahead, occasionally looking back and grinning at the police with mocking intent. His movements were exceptionally agile, moving freely through the crowd. He looked like a beyonder. People on the street all saw this scene, but no one helped the police. Instead, they cheerfully watched the spectacle. From this alone, one could tell how poor the police's reputation was in Backlund. This police station seems to be one of the Queen's assigned tasks. Silas recalled vaguely. Not just this police station. These past few days on the streets, he'd witnessed many sudden incidents, basically all adding some trouble to Backlund's order and keeping certain people busy dealing with them. Are those places related to MI9's arrangements? Silas thought. From the looks of it, the Queen might be preparing to take action soon. Returning to their rented place and pushing the door open, their young landlady Emily was reading at the table. How come you're back at noon today? Silas was somewhat surprised. Because according to normal routine, although school would break at noon, due to the inconvenient commute, she would choose to rest at school during lunch. Something happened at school today. Only a half day of classes. Emily looked quite depressed. The school's water system suddenly broke. The water pipes burst and no one can enter the teaching building. Was anyone hurt? I heard from classmates that a teacher seemed to slip and accidentally broke his leg, Emily recalled. Everyone was pretty happy because that teacher is usually fierce and loves criticizing people. But for some reason, he's very intimidating, so no one dares talk back to him. Sounds like someone from MI9 without a doubt. Silas nodded. Well, there's nothing to be done about it. Just spend this afternoon at home. He smiled and consoled her, then his expression suddenly changed slightly. Behind Emily, a figure he hadn't seen in a long time appeared. The red-haired, golden-eyed Mam looked calmly toward him, then reached out her hands and covered her ears. Why has she appeared again? Silas was about to curse, but quickly noticed her gesture of covering her ears. What's this supposed to mean? A warning. After hesitating for a second, he proactively summoned the illusory ocean tide in his mind. Immediately following, the true creator's voice sounded in his ears. Madness, corruption, but also, somehow different. Within those twisted ravings, there seemed to be some kind of information. At the same time he heard the ravings, the flesh and blood within Silas's body seemed to react. After briefly thinking, he extended a finger and with a crack, broke it. Chapter 208, 209, Listener fully digested. Crack. Silas's right hand gripped his left index finger. With a crisp snapping sound, his left index finger was easily torn off. Crunch, crunch, gulp. Brother. Mr. Anderson, what are you doing? Both girls cried out in alarm simultaneously. Don't worry, I'm perfectly normal right now. Silas endured the severe headache brought by the ravings, his tone calm as he said to Emily, "Miss Landlady, please excuse yourself for a moment." "Oh, okay." Emily had never witnessed such a scene before. She quickly stood up and ran toward her own room. Rip. Silas tore a sheet of white paper from the landlady's homework notebook and spread it on the table. Strange information was squeezed out from his flesh and blood, surging into his brain. His body began swaying back and forth, moving involuntarily. Using the blood from his severed finger's wound as paint, he began drawing on the white paper. Swish, swish. His movements were swift and precise. He quickly sketched a familiar face on the white paper. Lenas. Find him. Silas heard countless chaotic and mad ravings mixing together, compressing, condensing, suddenly transforming into a single clear and distinct sentence. That voice was grand and lofty, as if echoing from the endless void all the way into the depths of his mind, inspiring fear and reverence. No. It wasn't that the ravings had become clear. It was that the flesh and blood of that finger had brought about a change, allowing Silas to briefly understand the meaning of the ravings. Crash. As if some invisible barrier had shattered, his spirituality surged slightly at this moment, maintaining unity between spirituality and body. The last remnant of the listener was dissolved. In this instant, Silas completely digested the Sequence 8 potion. The lucid words only maintained themselves in his mind for a moment before once again transforming into countless frenzied murmurs. These insane voices filled Silas's mind, raging for quite a long time before quieting down. Silas looked down at the portrait, his brows furrowing. Even the true creator has started urging people to find him. He understood in his heart that the true creator's notification definitely wasn't aimed at him specifically. It should be similar to some kind of all-channel broadcast. All beyonders of the Secrets Suppliant pathway who reached a certain sequence could probably hear this voice. As for Silas, he was like a one-way receiver who happened to tune in to the true creator's command to his subordinates. It seemed the true creator suspected Lenas had already escaped from Backlund and had begun ordering divine messengers everywhere to search for his trail. Phew. Silas took a deep breath, feeling the changes within his body. The madness accumulated within seemed to have lessened somewhat, but only somewhat. A large amount of undigested potion still piled up inside his body, waiting for him to digest it. Once I've completely digested it, the madness should be greatly reduced, right? He thought to himself. At the severed finger's wound, new flesh buds were wriggling and growing out. Before long, it had once again recovered into the shape of a finger. Above the eternal grey fog. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have matters I wish to report to you privately. After the usual greetings, Justice, Audrey suddenly bowed to the great existence behind the thick fog. Private communication. The hanged man, Alger instinctively began speculating about the content of the private conversation, but had no clue. The son, Derek, on the other hand, didn't seem as curious and appeared somewhat uneasy instead. You may proceed. Klein nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, thick grey fog surged over, blocking the other senses and leaving only him and Audrey facing each other. She straightened her back and reported with dignity. Mr. Fool, the bait I cast has succeeded. Someone has attempted to contact me through certain nobles. They are suspected to be members of the Psychology Alchemists Council. I'm inclined to join them, but I'm unsure what your opinion might be. She really went looking for the Psychology Alchemist Council. Klein secretly marveled at her high initiative. From the information he'd gathered, this extraordinary organization leaned toward academia, focusing on research into the human mental world, soul, psyche, consciousness, and such. It didn't involve evil gods or dangerous philosophies. Thinking this far, Klein smiled at her. If you think it's appropriate, then do it. Remember to protect yourself. Thank you for your benevolence and magnanimity. Justice, Audrey immediately breathed a sigh of relief, her pressure considerably lessened. To openly say she wanted to join another extraordinary organization before a deity was, frankly speaking, somewhat blasphemous. Fortunately, Mr. Fool is magnanimous. Praise Mr. Fool. After this, the Tarot Club proceeded as usual. During this process, Audrey heard about a very peculiar matter. It turned out that, the son, Derek had accepted, the hanged man's suggestion and exhausted his spirituality to the limit, pretending to be slightly out of control. He successfully separated from the exploration squad, but correspondingly, was also detained for examination. During this process, he met an old man in the adjacent cell who had been detained for decades. He was the sole survivor of a peculiar incident. In that disaster, their exploration squad had encountered a man named Amon. Amon came from an ancient family of the fourth epoch, known as the Blasphemer, wielding the power to steal divine authority, descendant of the sun god. After the Tarot Club ended and she returned from above the grey fog to the real world, Audrey still couldn't help but recall Mr. Hanged Man's introduction in her mind. What a terrifying and powerful family. But fortunately, we have Mr. Fool. She stretched her body on the luxurious silk bed, then picked up the handbell from the bedside table. Ding-a-ling. With a slight shake, the crisp sound of the bell rang out. Soon, the bedroom door was silently opened. Mississippi. The maid Annie appeared outside the door, performing a flawless curtsy. "What arrangements are there for this afternoon?" Audrey asked. In order to attend the tarot club, she had sent everyone away under the pretense of taking an afternoon nap. "There are no activities this afternoon, but this evening, there's a dinner party organized by the royal family that you need to attend," personal maid Annie said. Besides taking care of Audrey's daily needs, she also served half the role of a secretary. The royal family. Hearing this, Audrey's pretty face couldn't help but scrunch up, revealing some distress. "Can I not go?" "Of course not." Annie flatly refused. "This is organized by the royal family specifically for young noble children. If you don't go, rumors that Earl Hall is dissatisfied with the royal family will quickly spread through your circles. But those princes are really annoying. Miss, please watch your attitude." Annie reminded her with an unchanged expression. All right, I understand." Unable to resist, Audrey sighed as if accepting her fate. "Oh, remember to notify Miss Cecilia and have her accompany me," she suddenly thought. Chapter 209, 210, The Faceac Princess. At the mere thought of tonight's banquet, Audrey instinctively felt disgust in her heart. Her unwillingness bubbled up like boiling water, one bubble popping only for another to emerge. Because this banquet was organized by the royal family, which meant those princes would also be in attendance. Currently, although King George III was still in the prime of his life, the competition for the heir to the throne had already quietly begun. The princes were each showing their prowess, all wanting to rally more support from parliamentarians and nobles. And among both the House of Lords and House of Commons, the great magnate Earl Hall stood particularly prominent, especially since he had a daughter of incomparable beauty. "Miss, even if you dislike those princes, you must maintain proper etiquette." Personal maid Annie helped her up from the bed. "Of course I know that," Audrey replied. "Those princes always tried to approach her, like a flock of birds flapping their wings and showing off their bright plumage." But Audrey only found them crude and chauvinistic. Not only that, the royal family worshipped the Lord of Storms, while Earl Hall's family believed in the Evernight goddess. The two sides had different views on women's status. If she became a prince's consort, even leaving the house would probably become difficult afterward, let alone attending beyonder gatherings. "Oh, remember to notify Miss Cecilia. I need her as my bodyguard," she said to her maid. The Psychology Alchemists Council was already attempting to contact her. Perhaps there would be members of theirs at this banquet too. Under these circumstances, she did need someone to guard her. "I'll arrange for someone to notify her," Annie said. "Miss, which dress do you plan to wear tonight?" As the two conversed, she attended to Audrey, leading her into the dressing room adjacent to the bedroom. This was a spacious room filled with all kinds of dresses and numerous exquisitely crafted pieces of jewelry. 4 or 5 maids followed closely behind, entering and beginning their work with perfect coordination. Some braided her hair, some selected accessories for her, some applied her makeup. They worked busily but orderly, their movements efficient. Clearly, they'd been doing this for a long time. The tall standing mirror, framed in expensive platinum, clearly reflected the exquisite, beautiful face of the young lady opposite. Audrey looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but sigh once more. To cater to the royal family, she had to attend in full formal attire. Once she started getting dressed up like this, the entire afternoon would probably be spent. "I've reattached your arm." In the East Borough, in a filthy alley, Silas, after changing his appearance, said to the worker opposite him. "Thank you so much, Father." The worker looked at his severed arm reconnected to his body once more, overwhelmed with emotion. His tears and snot flowed together, leaving 4 clean tracks on his face dirted by coal ash, looking both pitiful and comical. "Rest more these next few days. Don't move around," Silas said flatly. "Otherwise, the arm will fall off again." "All right, next patient." "Thank you. Thank you." The worker, tears flowing, kept thanking Silas. He spread open his severely chapped hands, his palms blackened with coal ash tightly gripping a few pennies and a solely coin. He wanted to give this money to Silas as meager compensation for saving him. But Silas just waved his hand, had his sister forcibly push him out, and welcomed the next patient in. Outside the alley, even more injured people were still queuing up. Backlund's factories devoured people. The roaring machines loved human flesh and blood the most. They chewed up these workers' bones and blood, happily spewing out black smoke. And so shiny gold coins were sent down the production line, tinkling as they poured into the factory owners' purses. Silas wasn't here to save people with some lofty purpose. Through this process, he was attempting to roleplay, wanting to figure out whether the shepherd potion was related to believers. But perhaps because he wasn't spreading evil god doctrines to these people, the shepherd potion showed no progress whatsoever. All right, Cecilia. Let's go. It's about time. After treating the last batch of patients with external injuries, Silas said to his sister. The two walked out from the treatment room, slowly leaving under the grateful gazes of the surrounding injured. Miss Audrey's side had already sent someone to notify them, saying there was a banquet tonight and she needed his sister to attend as a bodyguard. And if his sister was going, he could only hide in her shadow and go along. The two walked back home, left a note for their landlady Emily, then hired a carriage and headed to Earl Hall's villa in Queen's District. Welcome. Audrey, dressed in full formal attire, smiled at them. Her golden hair had been put up, her refined and elegant gown and the gems on her hands and snow-white neck were translucent and dazzling, reflecting brilliant light under the lamps. Miss Audrey. Silas had already hidden in his sister's shadow at this moment. Only she greeted their employer. Cecilia, would you like to change into a different dress? That won't be necessary. It would be too conspicuous and easily expose me. What assassins needed most was concealment. If she wore a beautiful formal dress with everyone's eyes on her, how could she assassinate targets? I see. What a pity. Audrey said regretfully. The other's appearance was clearly no less than her own, yet she could only wear conservative and concealing clothes, even her face covered by a hood. What a shame. Silas in the shadows also nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group set off. The carriage rumbled forward several streets and stopped in front of a villa. Although this evening banquet was hosted by the royal family, since most attendees were young noble children, to avoid making everyone feel constrained, the venue was chosen in a villa outside the palace. It was said this villa belonged to a certain prince. The tall building stood in the night, brightly lit inside, resplendent with gold and jade. Soft and cheerful music faintly drifted out, adding warm color to the deep night. Silas coldly observed it all. He saw guests conversing and laughing cheerfully, pale gold champagne bubbling delicately in transparent stemmed glasses. The glasses clinked together, producing pleasant sounds. He saw ladies flowing gracefully and reservedly through the banquet, expensive and exquisite jewels adorning their pale necks, wearing deliberate smiles as they scrutinized and judged each other critically. He saw gentlemen talking grandly, boasting of their legendary experiences, hunting, military service, establishing businesses. Watching all this, Silas couldn't help but recall those workers in the East Borough, recall the innocent girls who had been abducted and abused. Buzz, buzz. A sharp ringing echoed in his mind. He laughed mockingly, then suppressed his frenzied thoughts. Miss Audrey Hall has arrived. Audrey left the carriage with Annie's assistance, and a servant immediately approached respectfully. There are quite a few beyonders here. Hiding in the shadows, Silas keenly sensed the presence of lambs. That servant, that musician, and that person hiding in the corner, and their sequences aren't low either. Perhaps because of royal involvement, the banquet's security level was fairly tight. Although Audrey herself faced no trouble, his sister, as a bodyguard, had her weapons required to be left behind. As soon as Audrey entered the villa, she attracted numerous gazes. This was naturally thanks to her family background and exquisite appearance. The inconspicuous hooded woman behind her was naturally overlooked by them as a matter of course. Audrey, you're here. Several of her friends quickly gathered around, including Viscount Blaine among them. My apologies for being slightly late. Audrey replied with a smile. Fortunately, their highnesses the princes haven't arrived yet. Arriving after these hosts would have seemed somewhat discourteous. Have you heard, Audrey? Blaine's eyes darted about, suddenly lowering his voice quite gossipy. According to rumors, attending alongside the princes this time will also be a certain princess from Fasak. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 210, 211, Sophia Einhorn. A princess from Fasak. Audrey showed a curious expression at the appropriate moment. The Fasak Empire was located in the coldest northern part of the continent, with a fairly large territory. It bordered Intis in the western region and the Kingdom of Lone in the eastern region. This nation worshipped martial strength and had only one faith, the god of combat. Due to territorial disputes and other issues, that country had continuous friction with Lone politically, militarily, and economically. Among the common people of Lone, it was generally felt that although Intis was unrestrained and improper, at least it was still a civilized country. The Fasak to the north, however, was crude and barbaric, completely uncivilized people. Unexpectedly, under such circumstances, a Fasak princess was actually visiting. That's right. Blaine smiled. Audrey, do you remember 6 months ago, our dispute with Fasak over interests in East Balam? I do recall something like that. Audrey thought for a moment, remembering seeing similar information in the newspapers and hearing it from her father and brother's conversations. Due to competition over dumping markets for goods and sources of raw materials, the two nations of Lone and Fasak had engaged in prolonged, low-intensity military friction in East Balam on the southern continent. Although it didn't escalate to full war, the atmosphere couldn't be called harmonious either. So, has that dispute been resolved? She asked. More or less resolved. We have our valiant Punisher's Knights to thank for that. Her other occultism friend, Murray, puffed out his chest with pride. You've been grounded during this time, so you might not know. They fought tenaciously in recent military friction, defeating several times their number of Faceacs, Twilight of the Gods army, forcing Faceac back to the negotiating table. Sure enough, for these barbarians, only fists are the one language they understand. Were our military casualties heavy? Audrey asked with concern. Regrettably, dozens of brave warriors gave their lives heroically in battle. Murray shook his head. Such sacrifice is truly saddening, but to be honest, that number is still acceptable. The servant army's casualties were quite substantial though. In other words, two great powers used the colonies as their chessboard for a battle over interests. As for the lives of the local people, they naturally wouldn't care about those. In the shadows, Silas sneered inwardly. He felt like he'd seen this sort of thing countless times in his previous life's history. So that's why the Faceac princess is visiting. Audrey understood. Exactly. Murray nodded. Faceac dispatched a delegation to Backlund. The public pretext is that the princess wants to come to Backlund to appreciate the winter festival. In reality, the Faceac people have come to negotiate. Simply put, using the princess as a cover to save some face for themselves. Since Faceac had sent a member of their royal family, following the principle of equivalence, Lone also needed someone of equal status to receive them. Thus, several princes naturally took on this task. Tonight's banquet also naturally extended an invitation for them to attend. After hearing the explanation, Audrey gradually became happier. Excellent. With a foreign princess here, perhaps those esteemed princes won't bother me as much. Although she was mentally prepared, when Audrey saw the foreign princess, she still couldn't help but be startled. The girl had striking red hair. The dress she wore had obvious Faceac characteristics, long robes with wide sleeves, the silk and brocade dress finely outlining her body's curves. The dress was decorated with intricate gold and silver embroidery that complemented her red hair, making her appear noble and beautiful. Flanked by two lone princes, she walked gracefully into the ballroom scene, head slightly raised, meeting everyone's gaze with a touch of pride and heroic spirit. This completely different style from Lone instantly attracted everyone's attention. Too bad Cons isn't here. Blaine said quietly. He has quite a preference for ladies with noble bearing. He was referring to Cons Learson, also their friend, who worked for MI9. MI9 seemed to have a lot going on these past few days. Cons was so busy running around constantly that he had no time to attend the banquet. And behind Audrey, beneath that girl with the thin sense of presence, Silas in the shadows also revealed a surprised expression. It wasn't that he was dazzled by her appearance, but rather because he recognized this so-called Faceac princess. She was none other than the red-haired girl who had competed with him for the second-generation difference engine manuscript that night, Sophia. She's actually a princess. Although Silas was astonished, he felt he could accept it. Because she had already exposed too many issues, her endless extraordinary items, obvious Faceac accent, bearing of a superior, all proclaimed her special status. It was just that such a person of noble status would still personally steal manuscripts and attempt to advance. His Highness Prince Govington too, His Highness Prince Edisac, accompanied by a member of the Faceac royal family, Her Highness Princess Sophia Einhorn. After a complex and tedious ceremonial process, the Master of Ceremonies loudly announced the arrival of royalty. Everyone bowed simultaneously. Cecilia, you may move about freely. After rising, Audrey said quietly to her bodyguard. You don't need my protection anymore. As a matter of etiquette, I need to go greet the royalty, which may take quite a long time. Although unwilling in her heart, Audrey still maintained an elegant smile. You usually work hard accompanying me everywhere. It's rare to come to this kind of banquet, so just enjoy yourself a bit. Moreover, she felt that under the current banquet atmosphere, people from the Psychology Alchemists Council probably wouldn't come over to test her. All right. The hooded girl thought it over and agreed, turning to walk toward the long table displaying food. Pan-fried fish, tender roast beef, various salads, desserts, all kinds of food were overwhelming. Brother, what would you like to eat? Silas, hidden in the shadows, heard her say to him. Dixie roast meat, and cream bread. Silas also replied in a low voice. Musicians were playing melodious tunes on one side of the hall. Their conversational voices were easily covered. People conversed and danced to the music. No one noticed that something strange was happening in the corner by the long table. Several large chunks of roast meat were picked up by a hooded girl, and just as they were about to fall onto her plate, the tongs gently released, and the roast meat dropped with a plop into the shadow beneath her. That shadow seemed like a swamp, silently swallowing various foods. The royal chef's skills are indeed not bad. In the shadows, Silas tasted his sister's offerings. In the center of the hall, those royal members were receiving greetings from numerous nobles. He no longer paid attention to that red-haired Princess Sophia. Although they'd had a bit of interaction, after splitting the manuscript earnings, that relationship was already settled. Miss Audrey is right. It's rare to come to a place like this, so I should enjoy it properly. Buzz. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The world silently grew dimmer. Chapter 211, 212, The Queen's March. Without warning, Silas discovered that everything around him had suddenly become pale and monotonous. It was as if he'd entered the world inside a black and white photograph, color abruptly vanishing. In the dance floor, gentlemen and ladies still danced gracefully. In a corner of the hall, the band remained immersed in performance. The food on the long table was still arranged exquisitely. But everything had lost the color of life, as if stripped of their essential shells, continuing their original movements purely by inertia. Even the Dixie roast meat in his mouth had no delicious flavor, as bland as air with substance. What's happening? Have we been pulled into some strange place? Silas thought. But he quickly discovered that besides him, others had also noticed the abnormality. A certain musician in the band, though still playing, showed an uneasy expression on his face, a servant carrying a tray passing drinks, Audrey among the nobles, the guards behind the princes and princess, even Sophia in the main seat, their emotions all fluctuated slightly. The Beyonders can all detect the abnormality. Buzz. Just then, an illusory door took shape in the center of the dance floor, slowly opening. Cecilia, don't look. Lower your head and pretend nothing happened. A sense of danger pricked his brow like needles. Silas suppressed his voice as he shouted to his sister. Creak. The girl obediently did as told. Just as she averted her gaze, that invisible door opened completely, and someone rushed out from inside. It was a handsome man, though he was currently rather disheveled. His straight, high-quality formal wear had become tattered and torn, his neatly combed hair was now a mess. He practically tumbled into the hall, as if being chased by something terrible. Perhaps due to minor injuries, the man's body uncontrollably leaked some terrifying pressure. Around him, an indescribable sense of order and chaos coexisted. The melodious music continued. The vast majority of people still did what they'd been doing before, completely oblivious to this suddenly appearing person. Heh. The handsome man looked up and around. After discovering where he was, his face showed a bitter smile. He straightened his body and bowed slightly toward the royal members at the head table. Although those two princes were hollow and pale, completely unaware of his existence, his movements remained proper and appropriate, impossible to fault. Such a powerful aura. Silas spied from the shadows. The shepherd's instinct was frantically warning him that the other party was a lamb he couldn't control. After bowing, the handsome man seemed about to say something, but his expression suddenly changed, and he pointed at the air beside him. Creak. The invisible door was outlined once again, opening inward to reveal a illusory and transparent world inside, where clear and bright radiance sparkled. The handsome man rushed into the door without looking back, his figure quickly disappearing into the illusion. The door closed immediately after, vanishing without a trace. Is he being chased by something? Silas thought. What could chase such a powerful person into such disarray? The next moment, his doubts were answered. Click, click. Cheerful music accompanied by lively drum beats sounded from somewhere. A squad of toy soldiers in red military uniforms, marching in neat formation, emerged from the void. They were the same size as normal people, holding muskets with bright, sharp bayonets on the gun tips. What the hell is this? In Silas's mind, such a thought had just emerged when he saw more strange beings appearing one after another. Little mermaids swimming through the air, singing joyfully, a donkey carrying an old dog, old cat, and rooster, a large ginger cat wearing boots, a wolf walking upright wearing a red cap. These peculiar creatures that seemed to only exist in fairy tales were successively outlined from the void, forming a strange parade. Yellow bricks formed beneath the parade's feet. They stepped on the yellow bricks, accompanied by cheerful music and drum beats, chasing in the direction where the handsome men had left. The yellow brick road extended into the void, and they disappeared into the invisible along with it. In the pale, hollow world, this group of strange beings painted everything with dreamlike colors. Countless fairy tale creatures surrounded a carriage made of pumpkin, protecting it at the very center. Through the carriage window, Silas vaguely saw the beautiful profile of a female figure. Her black boots extended from the front of the carriage, resting on the footboard. It's that queen. Wasn't she investigating MI9? Which means that handsome man who just escaped is probably also related to MI9. I see. She commissioned members at the gathering to create chaos throughout Backlund. In reality, it was to draw out the real power figures of MI9. But Queen, you're being too bold. Moreover, these things gave Silas an extremely strong sense of déjà vu, like certain characters from fairy tale books in his previous life. Before Silas could think it through, the grand procession passed majestically through the hall and completely disappeared. After several more seconds, the atmosphere around them changed. Like invisible glass shattering, everything once again possessed color. The music became clear, people's expressions became vivid. They had returned to the real world. Everyone went about their own business, completely unaware of what had just occurred. Only a few Beyonders showed slightly relieved expressions. Good thing these powerful figures were just passing through and didn't involve this place in their battle. It's fine now. It has nothing to do with us. Silas breathed a sigh of relief, then said quietly to his sister, "Don't show any abnormality. It wouldn't be good if others noticed." He could remind his sister, but no one could remind the red-haired girl above. The Faceac princess looked rather unwell, seemingly frightened by the recent incident. "Your Highness Sophia, what's wrong?" The first prince beside her noticed her abnormality and asked with concern. "My apologies. The air in the ballroom is slightly stuffy." Sophia quickly recovered, responding with an impeccable smile. "Indeed, it is rather noisy here." Third Prince Edisac nodded. "Your Highness Princess, there's a lounge in the back. Your Highness Princess Sophia, you could take your guards to the garden for some fresh air." The nobles crowding around spoke up one after another. They hadn't noticed what had happened before. What was that? Among the nobles, Audrey worked hard to conceal her emotional fluctuations, conversing normally with several royal members. She didn't make a scene, but maintained her etiquette throughout until her pleasantries with the royalty ended, then returned to the lower hall to meet with Silas and the others. "What just happened?" Audrey asked quietly. More than frightened, she seemed more curious. "Just a contest between two powerful figures." Silas's voice emerged from the shadows. "No need to worry." He felt that the two had been rather restrained just now. Perhaps they both had concerns and didn't want to be too conspicuous, letting other forces notice. Chapter 212, 213, The Choice of the Era. The Queen's dreamlike procession appeared in grand fashion, then vanished just as quickly. Like a delicate bubble under sunlight, resplendent and dazzling for a fleeting moment. Just as you're drawn in by its beauty and want to admire it more closely, the bubble bursts into nothingness in the next second, leaving not a trace behind, making you wonder if it ever truly existed at all. And those fortunate enough to witness that scene were only a handful of Beyonders in the hall. The banquet continued peacefully. The vast majority of people had no idea what had just occurred. They simply enjoyed the wonderful evening in this elegant and cheerful atmosphere. Yet in the shadows, Silas was plunged into confusion. The Queen's procession was extremely suspicious. Mermaids, tin soldiers, Puss in Boots. He'd seen too many familiar figures in that procession. It was almost like they'd stepped right out of fairy tales from his previous life. Could the Queen also be a transmigrator? This thought naturally surged through Silas's mind. Should I try to probe her? No, I must be cautious. After all, she's far stronger than me. If I accidentally expose my uniqueness, it might not be a good thing. Better to maintain the status quo and continue observing for a while longer. Though perhaps I could discuss this with Klein. Silas mused silently. The banquet continued. As time passed, it entered the second half. The guests had finished enjoying the food and danced with several members of the opposite sex. Feeling slightly tired, they began gathering in twos and threes by the sofas to chat. "My apologies, please excuse me for a moment." At the main seat in the hall, Sophia rose gracefully and smiled at the other princes. "Please, feel free." The princes naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to ask where she was going. Instead, they responded courteously. "Thank you very much." Sophia maintained a polite smile. Her gaze swept toward the lower area, easily spotting her tall guard holding forth among the crowd. His face was flushed from drinking as he boasted freely about his valiant experiences, completely oblivious to the perfunctory and insincere responses of the lone people around him. What a fool. Sophia thought with disgust. She didn't call him over, but instead turned and walked alone toward the powder room. A golden statue stood in the pool, water flowing melodiously from its tilted bottle spout into the basin below, producing pleasant sounds that conveniently masked certain embarrassing noises that might occur in the powder room. Sophia stood before the gold-rimmed wash basin, looking at her formally dressed self in the mirror, and couldn't help but sigh. That sigh carried exhaustion and frustration. In the mirror, her fiery red hair was neatly pinned up, her slender neck glowing with a snow-white, crystalline sheen under the lights. But those beautiful eyes revealed emptiness and fatigue. Sophia stood facing the mirror like this for over 10 seconds before reluctantly turning on the faucet to wash her hands. As if doing so would allow her to delay a little longer, to return a bit later. Before long, she turned off the faucet and used the towel nearby to dry her hands. As she was drying them, Sophia suddenly felt something was wrong. It seemed like someone was watching her. "Who's there?" She whirled around abruptly. The lavishly decorated powder room was completely empty, with only the fountain making sounds. Yet Sophia still frowned deeply. That gaze was still clinging tightly to her. Someone was watching her. Heh. She heard a soft laugh from behind her and spun around hastily. When she saw clearly where the sound came from, her eyes couldn't help but widen. In the mirror, the formally dressed red-haired young woman was staring at her, showing a cold smile full of malice. That gaze came from her reflection. Someone, help! Sophia's hair stood on end. She cried out loudly while a ball of crimson flames immediately rose from her palm, blasting toward the mirror. Crash! The mirror shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the washbasin and floor. Every fragment reflected her image. She could even see the metallic gleam of the gold and silver threads on her silk evening gown. Sophia clearly saw her own terrified face in each fragment, but soon, that face was replaced by an expression full of mockery. No need to shout. No one can hear you. The Sophias in the fragments all spoke at once, their voices overlapping and rumbling through the powder room. Damn it. I just happened to not have any mystical items on me. Sophia cursed inwardly. Out of consideration for national etiquette, today she'd only worn an evening gown and hadn't brought any protective items whatsoever. Whoosh. As if driven by an invisible force, the glass fragments floated up and fitted together, impossibly restoring themselves into a complete mirror standing before her. Let me go. Sophia discovered with horror that she suddenly couldn't move. At the same time, the eyes of her reflection turned a brilliant gold, staring directly at her. What are you trying to do? She shouted. What am I trying to do? The person in the mirror smiled, the golden light in their eyes growing ever brighter, dazzling, as if it would shine into the depths of one's heart. She slowly reached out both hands and grasped her own throat. Ugh. Sophia involuntarily did the same. Her hands tightened around her own slender neck. A powerful sensation of suffocation followed. She couldn't breathe and collapsed to her knees. A pained expression quickly appeared on her beautiful face. Cough, cough. Her face turned purple-red, her eyes rolled back, as if she were about to lose consciousness. Yet the force in her hands didn't diminish at all. Instead, it grew stronger until, after a crisp crack, she lost her life and collapsed softly to the ground. A few seconds later. Boom. Crimson flames suddenly erupted violently from her body, blasting in all directions throughout the powder room. Fire and explosions immediately filled the entire space. At the same moment, Sophia leaped up and rushed toward the powder room door. Help! She shouted at the top of her lungs, trying to attract the attention of others in the villa. Sophia's eyes snapped open. The powder room was empty, with only the statue fountain in the pool quietly flowing. What's going on? Was I dreaming? Her heart pounded wildly. She looked around and found herself standing before the wash basin. Everything she'd just experienced seemed like nothing more than an illusory nightmare. No, that's not right. How could I possibly fall asleep while standing? As if remembering something, Sophia quickly reached into the only hidden pocket in her gown and pulled out a crudely made yarn doll. The doll's neck was broken, its head hanging limply to one side. Someone really is trying to kill me. Splash, splash, splash. Just as she was about to flee outside, the water from the statue suddenly surged dramatically. The pool water flowed over the edge onto the floor, rapidly flooding the entire powder room. Sophia watched with horror as the water's surface became like a mirror, reflecting everything. Her reflection in the water had eyes glowing with golden light, showing a meaningful smile. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? She shouted. Her reflection in the water opened its mouth softly. My apologies. This is the choice of the era. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 213, 214, Devil. A noble princess from Faceac died unexpectedly during her visit to Lone. The Lone people cannot provide a reasonable explanation for this matter, and their evasive answers will only enrage the already turbulent public opinion in Faceac. Thus, using this incident as a catalyst, the delicate balance between the two nations will be shattered, and war will be imminent. In the resplendent powder room, a voice of indeterminate gender echoed, premising Sophia's death and envisioning the subsequent developments. That voice was light and composed, as if everything were within its grasp. Ugh. Cold pool water soaked through her expensive gown. Sophia knelt on the ground, her hands gripping her own throat, once again experiencing the agony of suffocation. Only this time, she no longer had a doll to bear the fatal damage for her. Through the reflection in the water on the floor, she saw her own eyes radiating a soul-stirring golden glow as her reflection spoke. Princess Sophia, your death will push the wheels of history rolling forward. The entire world will change because of this. Her reflection in the water spoke with false sentiment. Bullshit. I don't want to die like this. Sophia wanted to refute, but her tightly constricted throat couldn't produce any sound at all. Boom. Crimson flames ignited one after another, appearing around her body and blasting crookedly toward her reflection in the water. But there was far too much water accumulated on the floor at this point. The fireballs extinguished the moment they hit the ground. There's no need to struggle. Your sacrifice is great and valuable. Her golden-eyed reflection spoke bewitching words, the voice layered upon itself, suggesting she give up resistance. I won't listen to you. The combat instincts of a hunter allowed Sophia to resist the suggestion as she struggled hard against her own will. Even though breathing had become extremely difficult, she still cast a contemptuous look at her reflection in the water. Trash that only knows how to hide in the shadows and ambush others. Her eyes seemed to convey such content. Very good. Quite talented at provocation. Worthy of being from the Einhorn family. The reflection in the water praised with a smile, the gold in its eyes growing ever brighter. However, Sophia could no longer hear the other's voice. Suffocation made her consciousness hazy as she uncontrollably collapsed on the ground. The water level continued to rise, about to submerge her face. I never thought I'd die in a place like this. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Sophia thought hazily. Then. Suddenly, someone gently tapped her arm. The hands that had been uncontrollable, gripping her throat like iron pincers, suddenly released, as if the relevant muscles had abruptly lost all strength and fell naturally away. Gasp, cough, 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 cough. Sophia suddenly inhaled fresh air and immediately coughed loudly. Her consciousness gradually returned to clarity. She raised her head and saw a somewhat familiar figure. The black-haired man stood before her, his azure eyes glancing slightly downward, his expression cold and wild. The powder room's overhead lights cast bright illumination. The water on the floor clearly reflected everything. Standing there among it all, he looked handsome in an almost unreal way. Anderson, is that you? Sophia looked in disbelief at the person she'd had that manuscript dispute with. It seemed he'd just saved her. Watch out. After being stunned for a second, she immediately shouted a warning. That guy is hiding in the reflected mirror surfaces and can control your body. Don't get controlled like I did. Heh, it's already too late. As if responding to her warning, the reflection in the water at Silas's feet rapidly solidified. T revealed a composed smile, and the words it spoke made Sophia's heart plummet into a deep valley. However, Silas didn't pay any attention to his own reflection. Instead, he directed his gaze toward a certain corner of the powder room. Come out, he said. The floor in the previously empty corner suddenly turned pitch black, as if a heavy shadow had suddenly climbed up and entangled something. Someone is there. Sophia looked on in surprise as a man dressed as a waiter was being attacked by the shadow beneath him. His eyes radiated a golden glow. Right, there was such a person. She suddenly recalled that this person had actually been standing in the powder room all along, but she'd consistently overlooked him. He never infiltrated the mirror at all. Everything was meant to deceive and control me. Sophia felt both alarmed and angry, realizing she'd been completely fooled by the other party. It seemed he was a beyonder of the spectator pathway. You've made the wrong choice. The waiter broke free from the entanglement of shadows and said to Silas with a sigh. His voice carried an invisible bewitchment. Bang. A bullet precisely struck between his brows. It was Silas who had fired, gripping the revolver of luck. He had no intention of wasting words with this kind of guy, because the more you communicated with such beyonders, the easier it was to be deceived by their words. Sizzle. The bullet head rotated, emitting white smoke, slowly stopping at the surface of the waiter's forehead. Illusory scales appeared on his face, blocking what would have been a fatal attack for an ordinary person. Silas frowned. Bullets of this level are ineffective against me. The waiter revealed a composed smile. He stared into Silas's eyes, invisibly accumulating the power of suggestion. Give up. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, he saw that Silas had already put away his revolver. Blazing magma and flames erupted from his palm, rapidly forming into a lava longsword. The air quickly filled with the smell of sulfur. The sword's surface burned with an eerie blue fire. Hiss, hiss. The scorching heat of the lava sword caused the water accumulated in the powder room to evaporate, steam rising. In the hazy mist, Silas gripped the blazing blue sword and strode toward the waiter. Devil. The suspected spectator pathway beyonder's expression changed dramatically, his smile freezing as he revealed a look of terror for the first time. A moment later, he made a new move. The waiter swiftly pulled out a golden pocket watch from his chest and opened its cover with a click. The dial inside had only one hand, which began moving automatically after he opened it. Whoosh! The waiter's golden eyes became even more brilliant, his pupils even transforming into lizard-like vertical slits. His figure rapidly became illusory, not hiding again but using the mystical item to display a higher-level ability. Dreamwalker's unique ability, Dream Traversal. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable and his objective unattainable, this spectator, who operated in the shadows, prepared to leave the scene without hesitation. Stop. A profane and twisted voice emerged from Silas's mouth. His body instantly became large and swollen, strange patterned goat horns protruding from the top of his head, and a pair of bat wings suddenly spreading from his back. Demonization. Ah. Under the enhancement of demonic corruption, Silas's profane words became even more powerful. The spectator's illusory figure quickly became solid again, falling to the ground, clutching his head with an expression of extreme pain. The process of dream traversal was interrupted. An oppressive shadow loomed over him. Boom. Silas's body had become enormously tall. It took only 2 steps for him to reach the man. The burning sword in his hand swung straight down. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 214, 215, Twilight Approaches. Whoosh. The blazing lava longsword danced with eerie blue flames, gripped in the hands of the demonized Silas. At this moment, horns sprouted from his head, bat wings spread from his back, his figure tall and sinister, his eyes cold and bloodthirsty, brimming with unrestrained malice. Swish. The lava longsword traced a scorching arc through the air, swinging down toward the waiter on the ground. Just then, the opponent launched a counterattack. The waiter suddenly raised his head. Though his golden dragon-like vertical pupils were filled with pain, it wasn't as intense as he'd just displayed. He'd likely used that spectator pathway mystical item to ease the mental shock he'd received. So he was only pretending, all to make Silas approach. Roar. A silent, majestic dragon roar suddenly rang out, spreading from him as its center like ripples on water. The roar was filled with madness and malice, as if it could directly awaken the most chaotic instincts buried deep in one's heart. Psychiatrist's frenzy. The waiter had now activated his mystical artifact. For a short time, this ability reached Sequence 5 level. The greatest problem with the Abyss pathway was that due to its pronounced malice and madness, it was extremely susceptible to being controlled by desires for slaughter and cruelty, leading to loss of control. So his objective was to use frenzy at full output to make this demon lose control. Silas stood right in front of the waiter at this moment. This maddening roar struck him completely, reverberating through his mental world. With the impact of the dragon's roar, Silas's head abruptly tilted back, his body stiffening for a second. The sinister aura around his entire body suddenly surged dramatically. The eerie blue flames instantly burned backward from the longsword, spreading across his entire body. Heh. Pain still lingered on the waiter's face, but he managed to smile. This kind of manipulation of hearts, bewitching others, driving people mad, this was their pathway's method of combat. He watched Silas with anticipation, waiting for him to fall into madness and even lose control. Whoosh. The next instant, the world in the waiter's eyes tilted. The towering demon standing before him, Sophia behind him with her eyes wide in shock, the entire resplendent powder room, everything slanted toward his left and slowly floated upward. No, that's not right. The smile on the waiter's face froze. He suddenly understood. It wasn't the world that tilted. It was him, he'd been cut diagonally in half. That longsword burning with eerie blue flames had somehow already dropped to Silas's side. It sizzled, burning clean the blood that stained it. Silas looked at him coldly, the crimson depths of his demonized eyes filled with malice. He hadn't lost control from the frenzy. With a plop, the waiter's upper body slid along the cut, finally falling to the floor. His internal organs, like a landslide, rolled down the slope and spilled into the accumulated water. Behind him, the powder room wall bore deep slash marks, their edges smooth and rounded, as if the building materials had melted under high heat and then solidified. How is this possible? Half of the waiter's face was submerged in water, dark golden scales emerging on his body's surface. He didn't die immediately but murmured unwillingly. He couldn't understand at all why a devil, which was so prone to losing control, hadn't been affected by frenzy. Who told you I was a devil? Silas didn't answer. Instead, he raised the burning sword and aimed it at the waiter's eyes. Who sent you? He asked. Earlier in the hall, he'd been hiding in his sister's shadow and noticed Sophia rising from the main seat and leaving without any guards following. At the same time, a waiter in the crowd had quietly pursued her. This person's movements were highly suspicious, as if everyone had ignored his existence. The lava sword's high temperature quickly dried the waiter's water-soaked face. Yet facing this terrifying weapon so close at hand, his pale face showed no panic. Heh. It was fate. Fate guided me here. He spoke perplexing words with devout fervor. Not going to speak plainly. Seeing the other party would only speak in riddles, Silas didn't bother asking more. The lava longsword thrust straight forward. Then I'll interrogate your spirit instead. The longsword was incredibly sharp. When it touched the scales on his body's surface that were hard enough to block bullets, it encountered some resistance but still pierced through. The high temperature instantly destroyed the waiter's brain tissue. So strong. Behind him, Sophia couldn't help but think. When they parted that day, This guy hadn't been this formidable, yet now he'd become like this. But before she could reflect much further, something strange happened. Ha 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 ha. The incomplete corpse on the ground was emitting a piercing laugh. Even though his brain had been burned away, he was still laughing, his mouth wide open. You're the foolish ones. Twilight approaches. The tide of the era cannot be stopped. He laughed while continuing to speak incomprehensible words. Silas frowned slightly. He sensed something ominous, as if something was happening invisibly. The waiter's face had turned completely pale, as if all his blood had drained away. Deep in his abdominal cavity, a golden object emerged from the wrapping of flesh and blood, glowing faintly. It was a key, alternating between yellow and black. Something's wrong. Silas suddenly looked down and was shocked to discover that the blood had somehow already covered the entire floor of the powder room. Moreover, the blood hadn't dissolved into the water in a very strange way. Instead, like a living snake, it had spread across the floor, constructing a complete ritual array. The center of the array seemed to form a blood-colored door, and at the doorknob's position was the key in the corpse's abdominal cavity. The blood pattern glowed bright red, faintly luminous. It had already activated. Get out of here. Silas turned and shouted to Sophia. Boom. His body instantly transformed into a ball of flames, rapidly flying toward the exit. However, the powder room space suddenly became distorted. Despite the short distance, even Silas's full sprint couldn't get through. Damn it. He cursed inwardly. Just as he was considering what to try next, he heard the waiter's crazed voice continue shouting, although I don't know where you'll end up, there will certainly be enough malice waiting for you there. Then he shouted out a word in ancient Hermes. Door. With the utterance of this word, the world instantly became distorted. The powder room completely disappeared, replaced by countless illusory things. They materialized outside the array, then quickly vanished. Silas turned back and saw that Sophia had also been affected. She was staring in shock at everything outside. We've been teleported. As he thought this, he suddenly felt the scenery outside gradually becoming normal. Looking around, he found himself seemingly in some underground structure. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 215, 216, Red. Silas looked around. He seemed to be in an underground structure. The lightless environment was extremely dim, with only the eerie blue flames of his lava longsword burning, barely illuminating the nearby area. On the ritual array beneath his feet, the blood had not yet dried. The waiter's body, split in two, also lay upon it, his face frozen in a crazed smile. What is this place? Sophia stood up from the ground, moved close to Silas, and asked softly. She looked terrified. Indeed, considering the waiter's madness before death, the place they'd been teleported to must be filled with danger. In the darkness where the firelight didn't reach, countless terrifying enemies might be lurking. Don't move. Silas said. Whoosh. Crimson flames ignited in his palm, the firelight dazzling, instantly illuminating everything around them. This appeared to be a spacious hall with thick pillars supporting the dome. Two enormous black thrones stood in the center of the hall, with inverted candelabras hanging from the ceiling. The black pillars were carved with etched patterns that looked like knife cuts. The overall hall had a strangely asymmetrical style. The number of candelabras on the left and right didn't match, and the pattern shapes were also different. Silas maintained his demonic form, vigilantly scanning the surroundings with crimson eyes, sensing any potential malice. His gaze passed over the two thrones in the center that seemed designed for giants to sit upon. He saw several asymmetrical doors on the wall at the far end of the hall, with sacred emblems embedded in the doors. In the very center of the wall was a long corridor. The corridor extended inward, deep and dark, nothing visible. Nothing visible. He saw it. He saw it. It was red. It was the most vivid red imaginable. Red, red, red. Like the color of steaming blood pumped from the myocardium when a heart is cut open, like the color when a burning house's high-temperature flames bloom like flowers, like the color of the ultimate survival instinct remaining in the brain when people lose reason on a fierce battlefield and slaughter each other like beasts. In a daze, Silas vaguely saw a handsome man with crimson-red long hair. He straddled a headless skeleton warhorse of flames, galloping across the battlefield. Where his steeds' hooves trod, crimson flames suddenly rose. A magnificent voice emanated from somewhere unknown, resounding throughout the world. It was a hymn from primordial times. In that age of ignorance, people knelt on the ground, using fearful yet devout voices to loudly praise. He was born from blood and fire. And thus, war arose upon the earth. From then on, apart from him, there was nothing else red in the world. Silas's consciousness was collapsing. He opened his mouth, singing the prayer along with others, as if he too had become an ancient ancestor, involuntarily approaching that crimson figure, until... whoosh! The illusory sound of ocean tides rose, shattering the hallucination. Silas suddenly snapped awake. He saw himself still standing in the center of the hall. However, the originally peaceful underground structure had suddenly become filled with dangerous implications. Deep within that corridor, vivid blood seemed to slowly flow outward, emanating an extremely terrifying aura yet also carrying an irresistible attraction. Ah, ah. He heard desperate yet joyful murmuring. Turning his head, he saw Sophia Einhorn with eyes wide open, tears of blood streaming down, involuntarily staring at that corridor. Her beautiful face had become somewhat distorted, yet the corners of her mouth twitched, forcing out a joyful smile. Struggling, shuffling, she stepped forward toward the corridor. The thing inside was attracting her, destroying her. Behind them, the corpse of the waiter that had been split in two had somehow dissolved, transforming into pure blood flowing on the ground, also seeming to extend toward the corridor. Danger. Escape. Danger premonition seemed to be screaming, frantically stimulating Silas's brain, telling him that something extremely dangerous existed deep within that corridor and he must flee at the fastest speed possible. Smack. Silas delivered a chop to the back of Sophia's neck. She immediately fell unconscious, then was grabbed by her clothes and carried as Silas sprinted outward with all his might. Danger premonition was warning him that he couldn't leave Sophia for the existence deep in the corridor, or something even more terrible would happen. Whoosh. He tucked Sophia under his arm, pushed off with both feet, and leaped into the air. Then the bat wings on his back beat the air, supporting his body. His massive form rapidly crossed the hall, rushing straight toward the path leading to the upper level. Behind him, blood seemed to slowly flow, unhurriedly following. Damn it. Silas's hair stood on end. He could only accelerate his flight speed with all his might. The front of the hall had layers of stairs extending upward. He ascended along the stairs when suddenly, signs of massive collapse came into view. The corridor was blocked. Broken bricks, dirt, and stone pillars were packed tight, cutting off their escape route. On the chaotic ground, remnants of explosive casings remained. The walls bore traces of smoke and fire, and the faint smell of gunpowder still lingered in the air. All of this proved that someone had deliberately blown up the passage and blocked this place. And it was done not long ago. Damn. Which bastard did this? Don't let me catch you. Silas was on the verge of tears, cursing through gritted teeth at whoever had done this. Looking back, at the limit of the firelight's reach, crimson blood was creeping up the stairs. From the pitch-black depths, something seemed to be stepping through the blood, walking steadily this way. Silas didn't have much time left. He only hesitated for a moment before continuing to act. He reached into his coat and pulled out a dark cyan stone. The stone bore mottled marks, uneven and bumpy, as if scorched by invisible forces. Door. He shouted in ancient Hermes. The stone immediately burst with illusory light blue radiance. The light enveloped Silas's body and Sophia Einhorn, who was tucked under his arm. The teleportation stone furs had left him came in great use at this moment. Their figures gradually blurred until they became invisible. Before the blood could spread over, they escaped from this place. In the darkness, that existence stopped its steps. After a moment, it laughed softly. What a coincidence. Whoosh. After experiencing several seconds in a strange world, Silas, carrying Sophia, descended from the air and landed on solid ground. Crimson moonlight poured down like water. The street was quiet and peaceful, with no one in sight. This should still be Backlund. Thank goodness. Silas looked left and right. After confirming he'd left that dangerous underground location, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then he felt a bit of lingering fear. That place was way too terrifying. I didn't even actually see the true existence inside, yet I almost died. Even when facing evil gods before, I never had this kind of experience. No wait, that's because what I encountered weren't the evil gods' true forms, but only wisps of their will. As for that guy, it might very well have been the true form. From the hallucination, his true form seemed to be a man with red hair. Thinking of this, Silas couldn't help but direct his gaze toward the unconscious Sophia. Her fiery red hair was shimmering with a magnificent luster under the moonlight. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 217, Red Wraith. Exclamation point. As if sensing something, Silas suddenly looked down at Sophia Einhorn lying on the ground. She had suffered a tremendous mental shock in the underground ruins and was currently unconscious. The moonlight was soft, shining on her shoulders not covered by the gown. Large patches of her snow-white, delicate skin were tinged with a faint crimson. Backlund at the end of October was damp and cold, and this expensive yet thin gown couldn't provide much warmth. In the cold wind, she frowned slightly, looking pitiful and delicate. But Silas's attention wasn't on Sophia. It was on the red phantom that had silently appeared beside her. It was a blurry shadow with only a rough outline on its surface, as thin as the lowest level wraith. Yet Silas felt his scalp tingle, as if he'd seen something extremely dangerous. His spiritual intuition immediately alerted him that this phantom had an extremely deep connection to that thing in the depths of the underground structure. However, since they'd now moved far from that structure, the other party's influence seemed negligible. No need to be nervous. What you're seeing isn't my true form. As if guessing Silas's thoughts, the other party chuckled and said, "It won't harm you." Swish. Silas took a step back, his right hand drawing the revolver from his coat. Under his vigilant gaze, the phantom crouched down, attempting to reach out and touch the unconscious Sophia. Traces of bloody tears still remained on her face. The phantom's fingers reached for the blood traces but only passed through her delicate face, touching nothing. The precious Einhorn family bloodline, ah. What a pity. The other party murmured to itself. However, at least I can use this blood to temporarily project my image from the seal. What does that mean? This guy has a connection to the Einhorn family? Silas speculated inwardly but didn't completely believe these words. The red phantom sighed for a moment, then raised its head, directing its gaze at him. The red phantom gazed at Silas for a long time. You carry an aura that feels familiar to me. Although the other party's face was just a blurry patch, somehow Silas felt he saw traces of nostalgia and melancholy on that face. To actually be a lucid shepherd. How long has it been since I've seen one? The red phantom murmured softly as if in a dream. Thousands of years. Besides me, this guy has seen other lucid shepherds. And that was thousands of years ago. Silas's eyebrow couldn't help but twitch. He hadn't forgotten the peculiar scene he'd seen in the hallucination just now, that handsome and powerful red-haired man galloping across battlefields in primordial times, receiving prayers from countless ancestors. He couldn't even tell if that was an illusion produced in his mind or some kind of ancient memory etched deep in his soul. If those images were real, then the existence before him might even come from the mythical age. He couldn't suppress such a wild thought. Lucid Shepherd, let me ask you, do you still believe in the Lord? The red phantom asked Silas. Silas looked at the other party cautiously without answering. He wasn't sure which Lord the other party was referring to. The holy scriptures of the seven gods all recorded similar creation myths. The Creator returned from chaos, his body transforming into all things in the world, including even the seven gods. Although Silas knew that most of the content in these so-called scriptures was used to deceive believers, there might still be some hidden truths within them. Facing this strange existence from an unknown era, he wasn't sure which Lord the other party meant, the original Creator, the evil god at the apex of the Secrets Suppliant pathway, the true Creator, or some other Lord hidden in history. No answer. It seems you don't believe in him. The red phantom said with regret. Who are you? Silas finally spoke up warily. If I said I'm just an innocent person caught up in an accident and sealed away, would you believe me? The other party laughed mockingly and asked in return. Silas shook his head. The terrifying encounter underground just now made him certain this guy was extremely dangerous and definitely not some benevolent existence. Moreover, he'd felt the strong resentment of the dead there. The other party had likely died thousands of years ago and, over the long years, had transformed into a dangerous wraith or even a terrifying evil spirit. This twisted and terrible existence would only harbor extreme malice toward living people. Rip. Just then, one side of the red phantom's cheek suddenly tore open into a bloody gash, forming a mouth. That mouth spoke. Fool, don't waste time. Rip. The other side of the cheek also tore open. Medici, get to the point quickly. Have you been dead so long you've become an idiot? The torn wound also produced a voice, its tone full of mockery. Holy crap. Silas watched the horrifying scene before him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. All right, you two wastes. Quiet, quiet. The red phantom chuckled, running his fingers across both sides of his cheeks. The bloody marks healed. When you were alive, you still weren't my match. Now that you're dead, just behave yourselves. Don't interfere with me. After all, like you said, there isn't much time. After suppressing those two voices, the red phantom looked at Silas. My time is limited, so I won't say much more to you. Help me out, how about it? What do you want to do? I want you to help me break the seal and let me escape from the underground prison. The red phantom said, I died because of someone's ambition and have existed as a spirit for thousands of years. Now I want to be free. You should be a Sequence 5 shepherd, right? If you release me, I'm willing to make a promise to help you obtain the potion ingredients for Sequence 4, Dark Night, of the Secrets Suppliant pathway and assist you in completing the ritual. I can even promise to temporarily become a lamb you shepherd. If you can shepherd a spirit entity at my level, your strength will far exceed other shepherds. The other party spoke in a tempting tone. Definitely a lie. Silas's expression remained unchanged as he calmly observed the other party. At the edge of his vision, Mam M's phantom appeared again. She raised one finger and pressed it against her rosy lips. Was this reminding him not to believe, or telling him not to speak? So, how should I break your seal? Silas asked. The red evil spirit laughed softly. Very simple. Find direct descendants of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families and obtain at least 10 milliliters of blood from each. Then mix the blood with holy water and sprinkle it into the room where I am. That will break the seal. Of course, since you're a shepherd, there's an even simpler method more suitable for you. Directly shepherd me and let me enter your body. That way, I can also break free from the seal's restraints and leave this prison. Chapter 217, 218, Sequence 0, Red Priest. The evil spirit proposed 2 methods to break the seal. The former required blood from direct descendants of 3 families, while the latter was more convenient. He just needed to directly shepherd this evil spirit. Honestly, both methods were quite simple to execute. However, the first method seemed a bit strange. Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici. Why must it be their direct blood relatives? Silas was somewhat puzzled by this point. The Sauron family was in Intis and had once been the royal family of that country, until his fellow transmigrated predecessor Roselle appeared, overthrew their rule, first became regent, and then directly declared himself emperor. As for Einhorn, he glanced down at the still unconscious Sophia. Einhorn was the royal family of the Faceac Empire. What's with this guy, specifically targeting royal blood? Following this logic, could that Medici family he'd never heard of also be royalty from some country? Moreover, when the evil spirit's cheeks tore open earlier, someone had addressed him as Medici. Silas's history were mediocre. He wasn't clear about more experiences and connections between these 2 families. He only knew that both the Sauron and Einhorn families had red hair. This point seemed to be the same as this evil spirit. I know of the Sauron and Einhorn families, but where is the Medici family? Silas asked. You can try your luck in Binzi Town. The other party said. Like I said, the better and more convenient method is to directly shepherd me. And then I'd be controlled by you and become your new body. Silas laughed coldly inwardly but maintained a calm expression. I'll seriously consider it, he said. Heh, that's good then. The evil spirit chuckled softly. I hope you figure it out soon. Or if you have other needs, after I escape, I can also satisfy you. Or I can provide certain valuable items, such as a blasphemy card. The red phantom grew dimmer and dimmer, as if it could no longer maintain the projection. Just before dissipating completely, the evil spirit's palm opened, displaying a peculiar card to Silas. It appeared to be a tarot card, invented by Roselle and spread throughout this world. On that tarot card was depicted a peculiar image, a male priest wearing red robes, sitting atop a galloping chariot. The priest's face looked somewhat familiar, seemingly resembling the portrait of that Intis emperor from history textbooks, Roselle. In the upper left corner of the tarot card, brilliant starlight had condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Sequence 0. Isn't the highest sequence just 1? After clearly seeing that line of text, surprise surged in Silas's heart. And why did the face on this card bear Roselle's image? Whoosh. Before he could ask clearly what this so-called blasphemy card was, the red phantom could no longer maintain itself and completely dissipated with a gust of night wind. Ugh. At the same time, a low groan of pain sounded. Sophia Einhorn opened her eyes. Where am I? She asked in confusion and surprise. You're awake. Silas glanced at her. Tonight had really been thrilling. First, he'd witnessed the Queen's dreamlike procession, then stopped a catalyst for war, and finally even escaped from an evil spirit that possibly dated back to the mythical age. Unfortunately, after this entire night, not only had he failed to obtain any spoils of war, he'd also lost a precious teleportation stone. I remember we were in an underground structure just now. Sophia recalled a bit, her expression quickly becoming terrified and distorted. I saw. Stop, don't think about it. Silas immediately interrupted. If you don't want to die or become a lunatic, completely forget what just happened and never recall it for the rest of your life. Huff, huff. Sophia panted for several seconds. Her pale face gradually regained color. Can you stand? You should get back soon, or your disappearance will trigger a diplomatic incident. Silas told her. Give me a hand. Sophia said softly. So pretentious. Silas extended his hand to grab hers, applied a bit of force, and pulled her up from the ground. Aren't you surprised that I'm actually a princess of the Faceac royal family? She asked, holding Silas's hand. So what? Silas released her and said. Looking up and scanning around, he could only confirm this was Backlund but didn't know the specific address or how to return to that villa hosting the ball. Speaking of which, I left Cecilia there. Silas thought. He'd been suddenly teleported, leaving both his employer Miss Audrey and his sister behind. The two walked along the street for a while and finally encountered a carriage. After spending some money, they successfully persuaded the driver to take them back to the original address. As the carriage proceeded, Sophia quietly huddled in the cabin. Her red hair fell over her shoulders onto her knees, the strands lustrous like rubies. "Why did you appear there today?" she asked softly. "Hired employment. Working as a bodyguard." "Then did you see the Queen's procession earlier?" "Of course I saw it. However, I suggest you not be too curious. Don't forget the lesson from just now." So Sophia stopped talking. The atmosphere in the carriage quieted for a while until the carriage stopped, delivering them to the front of the villa. By this time, noisy sounds could already be faintly heard from inside the villa. The people inside must have discovered Sophia's disappearance and begun searching everywhere. "You can get off yourself," Silas said. It wasn't convenient for him to show himself. He planned to transform into shadow and quietly reunite with his sister. "Remember, don't tell others about me." I know." Sophia descended from the carriage, hugging her clothes in the cold night wind. She'd wiped away the blood traces from her face but still looked somewhat weak. "Oh, right." After walking a few steps, she turned back. "I almost forgot to thank you." The villa's bright lights illuminated the street. With her back to the light, her entire figure was outlined with a golden border, displaying an unusual beauty. "Thank you for saving me today," she said sincerely. "No need to thank me," Silas answered. "Just remember to pay me compensation." "Compensation?" "That's right. I risked so much to save you today. Did you think you could settle it with just a thank you?" Silas asked flatly. Surely the Fasak royal family can afford it. If he'd obtained spoils of war tonight, it would be one thing. The key issue was that he'd gained nothing tonight. Sophia froze for a second, then showed a helpless, even somewhat bitter smile. "I understand. Remember to go through Miss Audrey. She's my employer for tonight." After Silas finished speaking, his body transformed into shadow and concealed itself. He watched Sophia walk forward alone, entering the villa and, amid the crowd's exclamations, displaying a standard smile to announce her safe return. Meanwhile, he took advantage of everyone's attention being on Sophia and quietly slipped into the villa. Soon, Silas found his employer. "Miss Audrey, where's my sister?" Chapter 218, 219, Rose Redemption. Silas was immersed in a strange hallucination. In his hallucination, he was constantly filled with visions of that red-haired handsome man, sometimes driving a chariot, galloping across battlefields, sometimes wielding a great sword, easily slaying enormous dragons, sometimes sitting atop a magnificent palace, his entire body wrapped in armor that was primarily black but splattered with blood-red traces. Suddenly, the environment around the red-haired man changed once more. He seemed to be in a grand hall. The hall's surroundings were decorated with countless intricate murals. In the center sat a dark red long table, surrounded by high-backed chairs with peculiar patterns. The red-haired man sat at the long table, his face bearing an unprecedented serious expression. The other figures at the gathering were all shrouded in mist. Only through their outlines could one see that these figures had peculiar appearances, some were enormously tall, some had wings, appearing mysterious and eerie. "We are redeeming ourselves and maintaining peace in this world. Death and blood will be inevitable. We take the name, Rose Redemption." As if transmitted from an ancient era, voices echoed through the hall. Those figures conversed in low tones, seemingly plotting some conspiracy. Malice, selfishness, betrayal, fear, vivid emotions and abundant humanity crossed through time, clearly displaying themselves before Silas. Damn. These illusory scenes brought tremendous stimulation to Silas. He felt his head splitting with pain. Yet he couldn't help but be filled with curiosity about this scene. What place is this? What are these people discussing? He instinctively felt that these images might truly come from the ancient mythical age and had extremely deep connections to the red-haired evil spirit's true form. Just then, at the head of the long table, a figure with layers of wings behind it spoke. "Medici, after knowing all of this, what is your answer?" The rustling conversation suddenly stopped. All the figures simultaneously looked at the red-haired man, as if waiting for his final reply. Medici was silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. "If this is his idea, then I am willing to carry out his will." Boom. After the red-haired Medici finished the sentence, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the light disappeared. The entire hall suddenly collapsed, and everything was destroyed. The figures at the dark red long table all vanished, leaving only Medici sitting in his seat, his face showing a bewildered expression. Drip, drip. On Medici's handsome and youthful face, patches of rotting marks appeared. Then flesh fell away, revealing white bones beneath. Deep within the skull's eye sockets, a pair of eyes filled with extreme resentment stared coldly over. Ah. Silas suddenly woke up, letting out an extremely painful low roar. Intense pain tormented his head, as if red-hot steel needles were repeatedly piercing his brain. The red-haired evil spirit's final glance was filled with powerful stimulation, bringing considerable impact to his psyche. Brother. A pair of warm hands immediately reached over. The black-haired girl nimbly supported him, preventing him from falling to the ground due to convulsions. I'm fine. The pain in his brain gradually dissipated. Silas recovered and smiled at his sister. Cecilia, what time is it now? He asked. Around 10 a.m. She answered, using a white cloth to wipe the sweat from his forehead and helping him remove the straitjacket. Several days had passed since that night's banquet. During these days, Miss Audrey hadn't called them out again, only sending someone to deliver Sophia's compensation. Sophia had concealed part of the truth from the FACEAC delegation, only saying she'd been subjected to an assassination attempt and was saved by Miss Audrey Hall's bodyguard. The delegation expressed gratitude and directly sent £3,000 in cash. Miss Audrey didn't keep any portion but transferred all the money to Silas. £3,000 wasn't a small sum, but relative to a princess's safety, it seemed a bit meager. Considering the unreliable bodyguard arranged for Sophia, it seemed the Einhorn royal family also had some unspeakable internal affairs. Of course, Silas wouldn't concern himself with these matters. Recalling that night's experience, he'd lost a teleportation stone and gained £3,000 in cash, basically breaking even. Recently, Miss Audrey hadn't contacted them, and they hadn't gone out either, enjoying a rare few days of peace. The only problem was that recently, that red evil spirit often appeared in his hallucinations. It seems that guy might truly be a powerful existence from ancient times. And what is Rose redemption? Can't figure it out. Better stay far away from that guy. 10 a.m. already. Casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Silas repeated his sister's words. This bout of madness lasted a bit longer than usual. Free from the straitjacket, he felt relief and reached for the newspaper on the table. Brother, aren't we making house calls today? Not going out. Staying home today. Silas replied. He'd been busy recently, and with a rare few days of leisure, he planned to rest more, so he didn't intend to make house calls. All right then, I'll prepare lunch. So Silas nestled into the sofa, reading the newspaper relaxedly. Behind him in the kitchen, sounds of lunch preparation could be heard. The stew pot bubbled away, emitting an appetizing aroma. Silas casually browsed through the Tussock Times, checking recent news. FACEAC delegation successfully signs contract, East Balam dispute ends. This paper reports that last night at Sordrak Palace, His Majesty King George III received the FACEAC delegation after completing the signing, expressing high praise for their contributions to peace between the two nations. They signed the contract last night. Silas skimmed through and discovered that after signing the contract, the FACEAC delegation hadn't stayed but chose to leave immediately, perhaps worried about another assassination attempt. That red-haired Sophia Einhorn had already set off on her journey home. The two of them probably wouldn't have a chance to meet again. Unexpected storm. Lenny Transportation Company stock price plummets. Turning past the front page news, the paper's second page reported financial news about several transportation companies' ships encountering storms on the Sonia Sea, causing stock prices to fall. Backlund needs clearer skies. On the third page, a guest commentator vehemently criticized current air pollution issues, using data to point out that if measures weren't taken soon, it would inevitably lead to accidents. Roselle Memorial Exhibition currently being held. The Roselle Memorial Exhibition hosted by the Church of Steam and Machinery opens today at the Kingdom Museum. The exhibition covers Emperor Roselle's life and work, containing numerous invention manuscripts and relics. Interested readers should definitely attend. Reading this, Silas's browsing hand couldn't help but pause. Chapter 219, 220, The Queen at the Memorial Exhibition. Western District, 2 Kings Avenue, Kingdom Museum. This was the Lone Kingdom's largest and most comprehensive museum, claiming to encompass the cultural essence of the northern and southern continents. Inside, besides various domestic artworks and artifacts, there were also a large number of exhibits from the ancient Balam countries of the southern continent. From dried mummies to lacquered coffins, giant stone statues of kings, ceramics, paintings, ritual implements, golden ornaments, nothing was lacking. According to reports, those artifacts from the ancient Balam countries were all legally purchased from the southern continent by lone adventurers and sold to the museum as commodities. In the afternoon, Silas arrived alone at the front of the Kingdom Museum. Since he'd been mad for a long stretch in the morning, following the usual pattern, his subsequent lucid period would also be long. So he declined his sister's company, planning to visit the exhibition alone. After all, the things Roselle exhibited were very likely related to the world before his transmigration. He didn't want his sister to discover anything because of abnormal behavior on his part. Speaking of which, Cecilia had already advanced to Sequence 8 but hadn't really acted yet. How should an instigator act? Going by the name, it should be instigating others to do bad things. That demoness called Trissy had incited people on a ship, making them kill each other. Silas pondered, his face showing conflict. It seems there aren't many good channels for this. Forget it, I'll let her experience it herself first, then help her figure something out. Walking to the square in front of the museum, he saw a long queue before the museum entrance. Gentlemen and ladies dressed appropriately, tickets in hand, maintained middle-class restraint as they shuffled forward step by step, occasionally conversing in low voices. As always, this era had too few entertainment activities. Visiting the museum required spending a little money on tickets, and you could see many precious artifacts, very suitable for the entertainment and artistic needs of the broad citizen class. How long will this take to get through? Looking at the long queue, Silas rolled his eyes. He walked to a blind spot of the building, his body instantly transforming into shadow, then infiltrated the shadows of those queuing in shadow form, jumping from one to another, advancing toward the museum. The museum entrance was divided into different channels, with different guides leading groups of a dozen or so visitors, distributing them to different exhibition halls. Through this method, they could achieve reasonable spatial utilization, allowing as many people as possible to visit simultaneously. Silas randomly picked a group that looked agreeable and followed in their shadows. He quickly detected that there were beyonders in the exhibition hall, but their numbers were small and their levels not high, they should just be serving a guardian function. After entering the exhibition hall, Silas emerged from the shadows in an empty spot, then followed distantly behind everyone. Everyone was temporarily grouped together and didn't know each other, so naturally no one noticed he hadn't been in the queue before. After walking a few more steps, they entered the first exhibition hall. As soon as Silas entered, a golden toilet bowl prominently came into view. "Everyone please look, here we display Roselle's daily items," the guide said passionately. Emperor Roselle's inventions changed people's daily lives and greatly improved their quality of life. For instance, on my left here is the first modern flush toilet. Please don't laugh, everyone. This is extremely important for human civilization. Before this, the Intis capital of Trier was filled with filth and breeding diseases. It was precisely because of Roselle's invention, combined with the sewage system he oversaw, that today's glorious City of the Sun exists. Silas's gaze swept over the items in the glass display cases one by one, the golden toilet, diamond-encrusted goblets, luxurious clothing, velvet carpets, pure silver cutlery, and the corners of his mouth revealed a faint smile. This transmigrator predecessor really lived quite comfortably. Makes sense. Having become emperor, how could life not be good? Unfortunately, even emperors would meet their end. According to historical records, he became cold and autocratic in his later years, suffered betrayal from nobles and the eternal blazing sun church, and was killed in his own palace. Everyone continued forward with the guide's steps, arriving at an exhibition hall full of various documents. According to the guide's explanation, what was displayed here were original manuscripts of documents Roselle had promulgated, including important documents like the Civil Code. Unsurprisingly, Silas saw Roselle's diary among them. This is Emperor Roselle's secret notebook, using special symbols he invented himself. Regarding the meaning of these symbols, Roselle never shared them externally. Even his own children knew nothing about them. Although numerous archaeologists, cryptographers, and symbologists have conducted research on this, unfortunately, to this day no one has been able to decipher the secrets in these notes. The guide said regretfully. Silas glanced down. In the display case, the notebook was opened, and written on it was, "March 6th, damn it. The food here is making me constipated. Better not decipher this kind of secret." He inwardly complained and continued reading. This seemed to be an early diary of Roselle's. Besides complaints about post-transmigration food, there was also confusion about Intis's open relationships and prospects for his future ambitions. Speaking of which, perhaps I should collect some of Roselle's diaries. Silas thought to himself. He remembered that the Roselle diary in the Blackthorn Security Company had provided him with the acting method, saving him from many detours. And that diary page from Port en Mat had provided him with knowledge about pathway jumping. From the diary's content, Roselle should have become a major figure in the Beyonder world. His diary probably contains more unknown secrets that could help me. Silas thought. Since transmigrating, he'd never had the opportunity to pursue these things. Previously he was trapped in Tingen, and now he'd just settled down in Backlund. He could start collecting some. The open diary had only one page that could be read. After Silas finished reading it all and confirmed there was no valuable content, he caught up with the main group. Everyone followed the guide toward the next exhibition hall. "Everyone please look, this exhibition hall displays Emperor Roselle's tender side," the guide said. "Here we display small toys he invented for his children, building blocks, dolls." Her tone was no longer passionate but became gentle, as if she too had been moved. Following her explanation, Silas casually glanced toward the display cases. Then he froze for an instant. In front of the display case showing various items Roselle had made for his children, a tall woman with chestnut-colored long hair was currently standing. She wore a black soft hat that covered her face. Only her slender, well-proportioned body could be seen. This lady wore a dress on top and knight's pants paired with black boots on the bottom, a unique style that suited her perfectly. This lady gazed at the display case for a long time without moving. Of course, Silas wasn't attracted by her beautiful profile. Rather, it was because he'd only seen this lady's distinctive attire on one person before. The Queen. As if sensing Silas's gaze, the chestnut-haired lady slowly turned her head, directing her gaze over. She didn't look happy. Chapter 221, Acquiring Agony. The Kingdom Museum, Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Inside the hall, Silas unexpectedly encountered that mysterious figure from the Beyonder world, the Queen. She stood before a glass display case, gazing at the exhibits inside for a long time. Chessboards, puzzles, card games, picture books, dolls. All kinds of colorful toys filled the case to overflowing. According to the docent, Roselle had made all of these with his own hands for his children. If a child could have so many toys, they would surely be very happy, wouldn't they? The exhibition hall was packed with visitors who lingered curiously before the displays. They seemed to want to glimpse the inner emotional world of a legendary emperor through these objects. But the Queen simply stood there quietly, the surrounding bustle having nothing to do with her. Because of the black veil covering her face, Silas couldn't see the Queen's expression. Yet at this moment, he somehow felt he could sense deep, nostalgic, and lonely emotions emanating from her. What was she reminiscing about? What made her so melancholy? Wait. Silas froze suddenly as certain clues connected in his mind, giving rise to an extremely bold hypothesis. Why had the Queen's retinue that night included so many fairy tale figures similar to those from his previous life? Why did she possess such a natural air of superiority? Why did she feel nostalgic about these displayed items? Because the Queen wasn't actually a transmigrator, but Roselle's child. Just then, as if sensing Silas's astonished gaze, the Queen's eyes shifted from the exhibits and slowly settled on him. Having been disturbed, her emotions were forcibly pulled away, making her seem somewhat displeased. Boom. Her gaze felt almost tangible, pressing heavily on Silas's heart and making it difficult for him to breathe. Other visitors still wandered through the exhibition hall, but everyone ignored their strange behavior, as if the two of them no longer existed. So this was the Queen's true presence. Facing the heavy pressure, Silas reached up and wiped his face, restoring the randomly altered features back to his original appearance. Then he bowed slightly toward her in greeting. Your Majesty. The oppressive weight on him immediately dissipated. Ah, it's you. Silas heard her calm voice say, why have you come here? I'd like to ask you the same thing, he thought to himself, but said aloud, I've had these past few days off, just wandering around. Just wandering around. Yet I clearly saw you lingering for quite some time in front of his secret diary. The Queen's voice carried no emotion, but her words made Silas's heart skip a beat. So you noticed me long ago. And wait, the outside world speculates those are notes, but the Queen knows they're a diary. Sure enough, she really might be Roselle's child. Silas raised his head to meet her scrutinizing gaze and asked with apparent confusion, that's a diary? Didn't the experts say those were Roselle's notes? The Queen remained silent, her gaze piercing through the veil and directly at him, as if trying to see through his eyes into his inner thoughts. You can't read the writing on them. Of course not. Then why did you look at them for so long? Because I was curious about those mysterious characters and tried to decipher them, but unfortunately, I don't seem to have the relevant talent for it. Silas covered his tracks by attempting to study, as an excuse. Whoosh. The sound of phantom waves echoed in his mind. The moment he'd recognized her as the Queen, he proactively summoned them. Perhaps it was psychological, but he felt those waves blocked her probing gaze. After a moment, the Queen behind the veil lowered her eyes slightly, and her gaze became less aggressive. Those are indeed his diaries. It's just a pity that others cannot understand their significance. She said softly. Really? As far as I know, there are at least 2 people who can read them, Silas thought, but wisely kept silent. After reminiscing for a while, the Queen turned back around to continue looking at the items in the display case, no longer paying attention to him. Guess I'll take my leave then. Silas quietly stepped back, preparing to leave the exhibition hall, when he suddenly heard the Queen's voice. I'm preparing to leave Backlund. She said without turning her head. Ah. Your Majesty, have you achieved your objective? Silas paused, then asked, to be honest with you, I saw you that night. Does that escaped Beyonder have something to do with MI9? A few nights ago, the Queen had caused such a huge commotion. If she was in the mood to visit an exhibition today, she must have gotten to the bottom of things, caught the mastermind behind the incident, and successfully prevented a disaster. Then he saw her slowly shake her head. No, I failed. She said, that man was the director of MI9, cons. To capture him and obtain clues, I created a lot of chaos to distract Section 9's attention. But Khan's was more cunning than I imagined, and he ultimately escaped. Even if he escaped once, you can continue investigating. Why leave? Silas didn't quite understand. I was a bit too hasty and my methods went slightly overboard. The Queen said, all 3 major churches of the loan officials have issued warnings to me. If it were just warnings, that wouldn't matter much, but the person hiding behind all this has made a move. My base at sea was attacked by an unknown force, with significant casualties among my people. I need to go back and take charge of the situation. So her home base got raided. And wait, her power base is actually at sea. Silas nodded, feeling somewhat helpless inside. In other words, the Queen might not be able to prevent this disaster in time. I'll try to find more clues, he said. Yes, I hope that after I resolve the problems at my base, I can still return in time, the Queen said. Then she raised her right hand and began tracing patterns in the air. Colorful radiance flowed from her fingertips, transforming into countless mysterious symbols. They were strange characters unlike anything in conventional knowledge, interweaving together and ultimately opening a secret door to an unknown space. I had originally planned to find you before leaving. Since I've encountered you here, I'll give you this item while I'm at it, the Queen said casually to Silas. The secret door opened, and a man appeared whose upper body was wrapped in white cloth while his lower body was made of wind. Agony, she said simply. The latter immediately bowed respectfully and retrieved a crimson dagger from within the door. The blade displayed a vivid blood-red color with grooves on both sides, while the handle was lustrous white and warm, resembling bone. Overall, it gave off an ominous and dangerous feeling. That's right, this was precisely the powerful beyonder item the Queen had promised to give him, Agony. Has that person finished using it? Silas glanced at the dagger, then looked up and asked the Queen, I remember you said I'd need to wait several months. Yes, he's dead. He no longer needs to use it, the Queen said flatly. Silas froze, involuntarily looking at the Queen. Her tone seemed to carry a hint of sadness. Did he die because the base was attacked? He didn't intend to ask more questions and reached out to take the dagger. The moment it touched his hand, a heavy scent of blood immediately rushed into his nose. Chapter 222, bringing Silas into the Tarot Club. The heavy scent of blood had been lingering at Silas's nose ever since he took the dagger. Buzz. The moment his skin touched the hilt, though it hadn't broken, a sharp pain surged through him. It felt like phantom blades were slicing into his flesh, stripping the meat from his bones. Hiss. Silas couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, enduring the agony. He almost instinctively threw the crimson dagger away. But this thing contained a sequence 5 beyonder characteristic worth over 10,000 pounds. He remembered this dagger had 3 abilities, disease aura, charm aura, and a special pain curse that let others feel the pain he experienced. Perfect for his sequence. Remember this, the more powerful the weapon, the more dangerous it is, the Queen said calmly. Don't forget its negative effects. Use it appropriately and reasonably. I'll keep that in mind, Silas replied, carefully sealing the dagger with a spiritual wall before tucking it into his coat. Also, one more thing. The Queen closed the treasury door, then turned to him as if remembering something. A wraith asked me to pass along a message. The plan to explore the 4th Epic Cemetery has been temporarily cancelled. She has other matters to deal with. Wraith. Oh, she means Sharon. Silas thought for a second, then figured out who the Queen was referring to from her subsequent description. So Sharon's sequence 5 is called Wraith. Makes sense. Her state really does resemble a ghost. Wonder what happened to her. Or maybe they already have enough people for the exploration team and don't want to split the loot with me. His thoughts drifted as he nodded to the Queen. All right, I understand. Whatever. It didn't really matter to him whether he went to the 4th Epic Tomb or not. Besides, that place was genuinely dangerous. That's all. After the Queen finished speaking, she turned her gaze back to the display cases, no longer paying attention to him. Clearly, she was telling him his business here was done. Silas gave her a slight bow and left the exhibition hall. Even after he'd walked some distance away, when he looked back, he could still see the Queen's figure standing before the cases. Inside the ancient castle, above the eternal grey fog, Klein, who had successfully advanced to Sequence 7 Magician, sat at the head of the table, watching the members below converse. His spirituality had grown considerably, allowing him not only to maintain the gathering for longer but also to pull more people into it. Perhaps I should consider bringing Silas in now. Klein mulled it over. A Sequence 5 shepherd could really elevate this gathering, which currently averaged Sequence 6 and 7. Come to think of it, if I brought Silas into the gathering, which tarot card should I use for his codename? The Hangman would be most fitting, but it's already taken. Klein couldn't decide. But how could he reasonably convey the fool's honorific name to Silas and get him to accept it, to recite it in Hermes? Not only that, Silas, just like me, has something extremely peculiar about him. When I tried to divine information about him before, the grey fog here showed intense rejection and attraction toward him. It might not be possible to pull him into the gathering, or even if I managed to, the fog's rejection could cause harm. Klein pondered with some frustration, unsure of what to do. Faint voices from the others reached his ears. Did you manage to get any information from that former exploration team captain? He's dead. The Tarot Club was proceeding as usual. Mr. Fool's reading time and the transaction phase had passed, and now they'd reached the free exchange segment. Everyone except Mr. Fool instinctively looked toward the son, Derek. They were all interested in what Derek had experienced this week. At the last gathering, Derek had introduced them to a mysterious existence named Amon. Who knew what kind of story he'd bring them today? Soon enough, everyone was shocked by what the son Derek had experienced. Amon had possessed the son and tried to use that opportunity to come here. The hanged man, Alger, felt a chill run through his entire body. Fortunately, Mr. Fool was powerful enough to casually dispatch an angel who easily eliminated Amon's parasite. He felt even more strongly that the mysterious existence shrouded in grey fog at the head of the table was incredibly powerful, inspiring both awe and trust. Everyone, there's one more thing. Elder Lovia's exploration team has returned. After thanking the fool for his rescue, the son Derek said cautiously, they completed their exploration of the temple, but I noticed that many team members I knew have undergone personality changes. They've been corrupted by the true creator, Alger said without hesitation. As expected, not participating in the exploration was the right choice. Aside from the son Derek, the other team members had been thoroughly corrupted, becoming fanatical believers of that evil god. The only problem was he didn't know how to raise the City of Silver's vigilance and detect the danger these investigation team members posed as early as possible. Fortunately, the generous Mr. World had given him a peculiar item that carried the aura of the true creator, capable of revealing those twisted believers' true forms. It's a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic. Lose it, and you'll owe me its full worth, Klein said, manipulating the world puppet. I will, the son Derek expressed his gratitude. After that, the gathering continued for a while longer until Klein spoke up. Everyone stood and bowed in respect, bringing it to a close. I hope little son doesn't lose that thing, or I won't be able to maintain the world's facade. Leaving the grey fog, Klein rose from the soft bed in the lounge, dressed, tidied himself up a bit, and walked out. At the moment, he wasn't at his home on 15 Minsk Street but rather at the Crag Club. He joined this club with its rather high annual fee earlier to catch someone in the act of infidelity. Of course, the high fee also meant excellent service. The environment was nice, the meals and desserts were quite appealing, and most of the members had respectable jobs like doctors or mid-level company managers. Good afternoon, Sherlock. Klein came down from the second floor to the main hall. The two friends he'd made at the club were sitting and drinking tea. Reporter Mike Joseph immediately greeted him. Have you tried today's Earl Grey? Paired with fresh-baked scones, it's delicious. Is that so? I'll definitely have to try it then. Klein sat down beside them and called for a waiter to prepare the afternoon tea. After chatting for a bit, Klein noticed something was off. Their other friend, Dr. Alan Kreis, seemed troubled, looking worried and not saying a word. Alan, you seem uneasy. Sherlock, can I hire you? Hire me? Yes. A friend of mine has gone missing, Alan said. Chapter 222, 223, The Missing Doctor. Hillston District, Crag Club. It was around 4 in the afternoon, the perfect time for tea. On the spacious, bright first-floor dining room, round tables were arranged in sequence, separated by screens that provided guests with relatively private spaces. Waiters moved through the restaurant. The rich aroma of black tea drifted between the seats, accompanied by the crisp sound of cups and saucers clinking and the guests' quiet laughter, creating an exquisite afternoon tea scene. Can you tell me how your colleague disappeared? Klein held his warm teacup and asked the renowned surgeon across from him, Alan Kreis. My colleague's name is Lien Thomas. Last night, he had an emergency surgery added to his schedule at the last minute. Because of that surgery, he left work several hours later than usual, and by the time he left, only the on-duty staff remained at the hospital. Alan wore gold-rimmed glasses. He was tall and thin. Though usually somewhat aloof, he now seemed anxious. At first, we thought Thomas was just running late because he was so tired from last night. But when noon came and we still hadn't seen him, even his family came to the hospital looking for him, saying he never came home last night. That's when we got worried. Did you report it to the police? Klein asked. We did, but the officers at the West Villas Field Station, forgive my bluntness, they didn't seem professional or concerned about Thomas's safety. Alan answered, his brow furrowing slightly as if recalling something unpleasant. Loan's police force, huh? Klein couldn't help but smile faintly, then quickly lowered his head and took a sip of tea to cover it. What did they say? The officers thought Thomas had only been gone one night and it wasn't worth making a fuss over. They figured he was probably sleeping off a hangover in some bar, or had gone off to deepen his relationship with some lady. It's ridiculous. Thomas is the most dedicated and disciplined doctor I've ever met. He would never abandon his patients to go off and fool around. Dr. Allen rarely showed such emotional intensity. All right, Allen. Mike the reporter beside them laughed. Don't get angry. Let's hear what our great detective has to deduce. Unfortunately, I don't actually deduce things. Divination for finding people, anyone? Klein grumbled internally. Have you searched the route from his home to the hospital? We have. No one. Has he shown any unusual behavior recently? No, everything's been normal. What about his financial situation? Has he borrowed money from anyone, or suddenly come into a large sum of unexplained money or anything like that? Nothing like that either. Allen answered. Sounds pretty normal. Klein thought, casually pulling a coin from his pocket with his right hand. While silently chanting, Thomas is safe right now, he flicked the coin up and let it fall freely into his hand. Snap. The coin landed, and he felt no pull on his spirituality. Perhaps there were just too few known factors. If he wanted to investigate seriously, he'd need to go to the hospital or Thomas's home, which could take quite a bit of time. The problem was, Klein didn't have much time right now. Recently, the Sun needed to use his all-black eye to lure out the corrupted investigation team members and reveal their true forms, requiring Klein to respond promptly and receive that item back. Not only that, he'd also asked Miss Justice to help investigate the bookmark among Roselle's exhibits. It might be hiding a blasphemy card. On top of that, he still had to attend the Eye of Wisdom gathering tonight. Klein thought it over and decided to be honest. I'm very sorry, Allen. I have other cases I'm busy with right now and really can't spare the time. He said sincerely. I see. Sherlock, you don't need to apologize. I was presumptuous. After hearing this, Allen showed a hint of disappointment. I should have realized that a famous detective like you would have many commissions. You're giving me too much credit. I just happen to have a pile of things going on. Klein thought to himself, then said to Allen, how about this, if the police really can't help you, I'll introduce you to other reliable detectives. Isengard Stanton, Stewart. I do have some connections in this circle. All right, thank you very much. After hearing this, Allen relaxed a bit. So Klein gave him Isengard Stanton's contact information. After that, they chatted for a while before Klein made an excuse and left. The Sun had sent word that corrupted followers had already come knocking, and conflict could break out at any moment. City of Silver. What is that thing on you? What is that thing on you? A gloomy, crazed voice echoed through Derek's room. He watched in shock as his former friend Dark became increasingly inhuman and showed extreme interest in the item carrying the true creator's aura in his hand. Give it to me. Countless bloody tendrils burst from Dark's body, making him look like a porcupine of flesh and blood. He had completely lost his humanity, consumed only by intense greed for that black eye. Boom. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Derek swung his axe down. Lightning accompanied the strike, slashing into Dark's twisted body and stopping his movement. Seizing the opportunity, Derek began reciting Mr. Fool's honorific name in a low voice, followed by other incantations. I pray for you to accept his offering. Whoosh. An invisible wind swept through the room as the sacrificial door opened. He had successfully made Dark reveal his corrupted true state. Now, before being stopped, he needed to quickly return the all-black eye through Mr. Fool. Stop. From a hidden corner, the observer secretly watching all of this hadn't had time to intervene before Derek successfully sacrificed the item. Swish, swish. Dark shadows turned liquid, separately enveloping both Dark, who had become a flesh porcupine, and Derek. Seeing the sacrifice successfully completed, the observer seemed somewhat angry. He quickly restrained both of them, then rushed toward the area where the City of Silver's chief was located, intending to report what had just happened. On the dark street, he moved at flying speed. Thunder occasionally rumbled in the sky overhead, intermittently illuminating the road. However, what this observer didn't know was that within his shadow's enclosure, Dark, who had transformed into a monster, was still active. Within the shadows, Dark's entire body had mutated into flesh, with only his head remaining intact. He opened his mouth and recited in a low voice. The Lord who created everything. That was the true creator's honorific name. Lord, please accept your humble servant's sacrifice. As Dark said this, blood began flowing simultaneously from his nose and ears, followed by grayish-white fluid. At the same time, an invisible force began to emerge, transmitting his memories, all the scenes he had just witnessed and the prayer words he'd heard Derek speak, to an unknown existence. Chapter 223, 224, it matches. Evening, Eastborough. Inside a certain dim room. I'll buy all the Beyonder bullets. Silas said flatly. The others had originally wanted to compete, but after seeing him casually pull out several £100 notes in cash, they fell silent. Silas handed the money to the attendant and received a large box in return. Opening it, he found dozens of bullets containing Beyonder characteristics densely arranged inside. The combination of revolver of Lux enhancement effect with Beyonder bullets worked very well. Since he wasn't short on money right now, he could buy more. Also, he looked toward the masked woman across from him. You can make more bullets with other Beyonder effects. I'll buy everything you've got. I didn't make these. I just happened to buy them. The masked woman emphasized, unwilling to admit she had support from an artisan backing her. She glared at Silas with displeasure, since his words had put her in a somewhat dangerous position. But after glaring for a few seconds, her attitude suddenly softened. However, I'll keep an eye out for you. If there's anything similar, I'll buy it for you. The woman's gaze fell on Silas. Although this person wore a mask and robe with no visible features, just his well-defined hands emerging from the robe were so charming that she couldn't bring herself to refuse. The woman was confident she wasn't normally a lovesick fool, but at this moment, she discovered she actually liked men with nice hands. Suit yourself. Silas withdrew his hand back into his robe and said casually. Damn it, I'm even wearing a mask and that dagger still has an effect. He cursed inwardly, hugging the box of bullets and deciding to stay silent for the rest of the gathering. Well then, the gathering ends here. The Eye of Wisdom announced, beginning to arrange for the attendants to move. They would lead the participants out one by one. At this moment, he noticed a bearded man wearing a half-mask on the sofa making eyes at him. Sherlock has something he wants from me. Isengard Stanton, relying on his keen observation and deductive abilities, immediately adjusted the order of departure, letting Sherlock remain until last. What is it? Something wrong? Isengard asked. A friend of mine, his colleague has gone missing. Klein quickly explained the situation. I'm a bit busy recently and can't spare the time. If he comes to you and you happen to be free, I hope you can help out. Heh. Can I take this as recognition of my detective abilities? After hearing this, Isengard smiled while holding his pipe. Of course you can. Klein said. Having settled this matter, he felt somewhat relieved and stood to bid farewell. Leaving the room, a cold wind immediately blew over. November had arrived and the weather had turned quite cold. People froze to death in the Eastborough every day. Carts for collecting corpses crossed the streets in the morning, tossing the frozen stiff bodies onto the wagons for unified burial. Of course, when these bodies were discovered, most had no clothes. Their garments would be stripped by their fellow vagrants shortly after death. After all, the dead had ended their suffering and could return to the divine kingdom of their gods, while the living still needed to continue struggling in this cruel world. They said that in a little while, it would start snowing in Backlund. The snowflakes, polluted by exhaust, would take on a pitch-black color, covering the entire city. Such a scene would be like the apocalypse arriving. Klein walked a few steps and, unsurprisingly, saw someone standing in the shadows, waiting for him. What is it, Silas? He stepped forward and asked. Under the crimson moonlight, Silas's figure appeared mysterious and dangerous. There's been a Roselle exhibition recently. Have you seen it? Silas asked. I have. Not only have I seen it, I even asked Miss Justice to investigate that bookmark more deeply for me. After seeing the Roselle exhibition, I suddenly remembered something. Silas said, you must have noticed it too, right? Roselle clearly achieved a great deal in mysticism. He was probably a Beyonder of quite a high sequence. His diary must contain an enormous amount of secrets and knowledge. I've heard those diaries are scattered among the public. Maybe we should make an effort to collect them. We could learn a lot from them. You're right. I've already arranged for Tarot Club members to collect them. Klein thought to himself. Come to think of it, if I pulled Silas above the grey fog and he discovered Mr. Fool could read them, would that blow my cover? Probably not, right? After all, I've maintained enough mystery for Mr. Fool. It's only natural for a deity to be able to read mysterious texts. Hey, Klein, why aren't you saying anything? While his mind was wandering, he suddenly heard Silas's voice. Actually, I've already collected some diary entries. Klein hesitated, then decided to be honest. Oh. Have you discovered anything special? There are indeed some valuable things. Klein thought for a moment, considering whether he should conceal parts that were inconvenient to disclose. How about this, after I get back, I'll organize the relevant diary entries and send them to you, he said. Sorry, I completely forgot to share this information with you before. The matter of Roselle's diary was related to maintaining the Fool's image, so he'd subconsciously kept it secret. It's fine. It's mainly my fault for not thinking it through. Silas shook his head and said indifferently. Even fellow transmigrators held things back from each other. Complete trust wasn't advisable. Klein didn't know Silas's thoughts. Seeing his calm demeanor, a sense of guilt arose. Then how about this, let me tell you a few important pieces first, he quickly said. Roselle's diary records that different pathways can be exchanged, as long as you're at a specific sequence and drink the potion. I know that one already. I've seen similar Roselle diary entries. Silas recalled his days as a Nighthawk in Tingen. It was in Port Enmat, from that female beyonder from the Steam Church. Klein paused, then said, see, you didn't share that information with me either. Ah, I forgot too. The two looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. By the way. Silas remembered something else. In Roselle's diary, did he mention his children? He thought of that queen from the exhibition. He did. Klein recalled briefly. He had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Especially his eldest daughter, she seems to have been prophesied to become a major figure in the mystical world. Yes, it matches. Silas thought secretly to himself. Chapter 224, 225, Searching for the Fool. Based on the intelligence Klein provided, Silas was now quite certain that the queen was Roselle's daughter. Roselle's eldest daughter was named Bernadette Gustave, and her pathway was Mystery Prior. Like him, there was also a crazed evil god at the top of her sequence. However, the queen's condition looked very stable, not like she was being influenced. Well, with an emperor for a father, she must have received excellent protection. No wonder she had so many beyonder items. Silas couldn't help but sigh. Both being influenced by evil gods, the difference between them was enormous. Silas, why are you suddenly asking about Roselle's children? Klein asked curiously. Well, I recently encountered a powerful individual. Her various behaviors seem to prove she's connected to Roselle. Silas told Klein about matters related to the queen, excluding the parts about human trafficking and MI9. What? Roselle's eldest daughter Bernadette really did become a major figure in the mystical world, and she's in Backlund right now. Klein couldn't help but be startled. After all, he was currently planning to infiltrate Roselle's memorial exhibition to steal something. If he encountered her there, that would be rather unfortunate. Fortunately, judging by what Silas meant, she would be leaving tomorrow. He could wait until tomorrow night to make his move. By then, he'd only need to deal with the Steam Church's official personnel. Klein thought this while noticing Silas was sizing him up. Congratulations. Looks like you've successfully advanced. Silas could sense that Klein's spirituality had become much denser than before. Yeah, it took quite a bit of effort. Klein answered with a bitter smile. Although he'd already obtained the formulas from Sequence 7 to Sequence 5 from Rosego, he'd spent considerable funds to buy the materials. Fortunately, relying on the Tarot Club platform and the bounty money Silas had shared with him, he'd managed to maintain a balance in income and expenses and currently still had a surplus. Have you started acting? I'm trying. Got some leads. Klein suddenly thought about how Silas had jumped directly from Sequence 8 to Sequence 5. Logically, in such cases, ordinary Beyonders would lose control due to the potion's influence, but Silas was only half mad and even had long periods of lucidity. Thinking back to his various abnormalities, indeed, there was something special about him too. The two walked side by side, sharing recent intelligence while looking for a carriage at the street corner, preparing to leave. So you haven't found Lenas recently either, ugh. Silas was speaking when suddenly gloomy, crazed murmurs rang in his ears, piercing his eardrums and reverberating violently in his mind. Intense pain followed immediately, and he couldn't help but bend over. It was ravings from the true creator. The voice was low and grand, as if trying to fill his entire mental world, seemingly containing some information within. Screaming at me again. Silas, what's wrong? Klein asked in surprise. I'm fine. Silas waved his hand, actively summoning the tide to resist the pollution in those ravings, then tried to receive the information within. Snap. With a crisp sound, he pulled off his index finger again. The cross-section was bright red, as if all the blood had gathered on the surface, but not a single drop flowed out. This is... Klein's eyebrows jumped sharply. He still couldn't get used to Silas's habit of self-harming at the drop of a hat. Especially what Silas did with that finger afterward made Klein's eyes widen. Crunch, crunch. Silas sensed the information contained in the flesh and blood. His body trembled and swayed as he slowly crouched down. Then his right hand severed finger involuntarily extended out, as if being pressed against the cold, rough ground by someone. Hiss. Watching this scene, Klein couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, as if his own finger was experiencing phantom pain. He watched as Silas used blood as paint and began drawing patterns on the ground. With the abundant information in the ravings, Silas drew quickly. The crimson moonlight covered the ground. A pattern was rapidly sketched out. It was a slightly complex symbol composed of half an eyeless eye symbolizing concealment and half a twisted line symbolizing change. Under the moonlight's illumination, this bloody pattern appeared eerie and mysterious. After finishing the symbol, Silas didn't stop but moved his body backward to clear floor space and began writing words below the symbol. These words weren't giant language or dragon language that could leverage natural forces, nor were they Hermes used for rituals, but the most common loan script. These words formed a passage. Find the fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The yellow and black king who wields good luck. Dependents and believers are in Backlund. After writing this, Silas finally stopped trembling. His wound squirmed and grew a new section of finger that looked completely identical to before. Only then did he have time to look down and examine these patterns and text. The fool. He read through the description and text with curiosity. And it's a three-part honorific name. This kind of designation mostly points to deities or similar existences. When it came to praying to evil gods, Silas could be called an expert. But this existence called, the fool, he'd never heard of it anywhere before. Well, that's not quite right. At least there's such a card among the tarot cards Roselle invented. Silas thought half-jokingly, not looking back but staring at the line of text while asking casually, Klein, have you heard of this, fool? However, what he didn't know was that behind him, Klein was staring at this content formed from blood, showing an expression of extreme shock. Isn't this my representative symbol and description? Klein. Not hearing an answer, Silas turned around to see his former colleague staring at the bloodstains with a somewhat strange expression. Klein, what's wrong? Silas, this is... Oh, sorry for startling you. Silas said. This is the true creator's method of transmitting his commands through ravings. Like a giant broadcast, we beyonders of this sequence all receive it. For believers, this is divine revelation. For me, it's stolen intelligence. In other words, the true creator is looking for me. He's discovered the fool. After hearing Silas's explanation, Klein quickly understood the situation. It's because the sun performed a sacrificial ritual in front of his believers. There should have been symbolic markers corresponding to the fool at the scene, as well as the scene above the gray fog. Through these, he determined I was the one who previously spied on him. When he'd first come to Backlund, he'd gotten involved in the Intis ambassador's case. For self-preservation, he'd once used a purchased ear to spy on the true creator from above the gray fog. Although somewhat dangerous, this had also allowed him to obtain a powerful item to counter Rosago. In any case, through these, the true creator should have already determined that I, or my dependents, are in Backlund and arranged for subordinates to come capture me. Various emotions and thoughts surged violently in Klein's heart. Chapter 225, 226, Should I Pray to the Fool? Looking at the symbol and description belonging to himself on the ground, various emotions and thoughts surged restlessly in Klein's heart. This is bad. The true creator's believers in Backlund are going to search for my traces. Thinking about how Mr. A, the shepherd who had killed the ambassador, was about to become his enemy, Klein felt somewhat uneasy. But after thinking it over briefly, he calmed down. The command issued by the true creator was for Mr. A and the others to search for the fools, believers and dependents. However, he wouldn't realize that the true fools, believers and dependents were Mr. Fool himself. Understanding this, Klein became much more composed. The only problem was that Furs and Audrey were in Backlund and might encounter Mr. A. He could mention it at the Tarot Club meeting to have them be more careful. He should do it in a casual manner, like saying, that fallen creator is more capable than I imagined. He's discovered that my dependents are in Backlund. Just be more careful in your daily lives, no need to worry about it. While Klein was thinking this, he pretended to study the bloody text. After a moment, he looked up and said to Silas, I've never seen this kind of description before either. It doesn't belong to any evil god, orthodox god, or other neutral existence that I know of. I see. Silas nodded without much expectation. The reason he was curious about this fool was mainly because of the true creator's command. From his ravings, Silas could sense certain intense emotions. Although the true creator was always quite mad, that segment of ravings contained obvious hatred and urgency. In other words, this mysterious fool was very likely in existence opposed to the true creator. Perhaps I should try praying to the fool. After studying the corresponding symbol and description for a while, Silas suddenly said, Huh. Klein couldn't help but freeze. This. Isn't that a bit too sudden? Although he'd thought about bringing Silas into the Tarot Club, what he had in mind was gradually guiding Silas to contact the relevant information under circumstances where he could control the situation, then slowly letting down his guard and establishing contact with the fool. Who would have thought Silas would obtain the honorific name so directly and immediately decide to pray to the fool? He didn't even hesitate. Aren't you worried that this so-called fool might have a negative influence on you? Klein asked instinctively. I feel it's fine. Look, the three-part description of this honorific name doesn't have that twisted, crazy, malicious feeling of evil gods. Silas pointed at the bloody text. On the contrary, it feels composed and self-assured, not ostentatious, but confident in its power. As a secret suppliant, who had prayed to quite a few evil gods, he was very qualified to speak on this. Well, that's because Mr. Fool himself is only a sequence 7 beyonder, even lower than you. Hearing Silas analyze the honorific name he'd made up, Klein felt completely uncomfortable and extremely embarrassed. He forcibly endured it for a while, then quickly changed the subject. Even so, I still think you should be cautious. I will be. Silas couldn't help but smile wryly. Conveniently, he had that phantom tide inside him protecting his spirit. Even if that fool truly held malicious intent and brought down influence after being called upon, he could still resist it with the tide. My beyonder pathway is too deeply influenced by the true creator. Perhaps contacting an existence opposed to him can offset some of the influence and help me recover my mental normalcy faster. As he spoke, Silas lightly pointed, and the blood on the ground began to move, quickly gathering into a mass and being burned clean by the flames he summoned. Theoretically, this blood could be recovered. But after rolling around on the filthy ground of the East Burrow for so long, putting it back into his body just didn't feel right no matter how he thought about it. All right then, just be extra careful. Since Silas was being so serious about it, Klein naturally couldn't say anything more and nodded slightly. He began thinking in his mind about how he should respond if Silas really did pray to him. However, with that special tide sound on Silas, would he be able to smoothly respond to his prayers? Both men were preoccupied with their own thoughts. They walked to the street corner and hailed a carriage. Klein was heading back to Chorewood District, while Silas chose to walk back to his residence on another street. See you in a few days then. Klein said goodbye to him and left in the carriage. Silas watched his carriage gradually disappear into the distance. Suddenly, at the edge of his vision, M's phantom appeared in his field of view once again. The crimson moonlight passed through her full, mature body. She raised her hand and pointed in the direction Klein's carriage had departed. What do you mean by that? Are you saying Klein is suspicious? Silas asked casually. M didn't speak, only smiled. The cold night wind blew against her pure white robe, and her golden eyes gleamed in the darkness. Playing this game again? Silas sneered. Don't think I completely trust you. Of course, deep down, he wasn't without suspicions about Klein. The fact that Klein had died and come back to life was indeed somewhat suspicious. Moreover, just now when looking at those bloody words, Klein's behavior had been somewhat abnormal, Silas had noticed. I hope he won't become my enemy. Silas thought to himself, then looked at M. All right, now disappear. Swish. His right hand turned, pulling out a red dagger from who knows where. Taking a step forward, his right hand thrust out smoothly, and the blade, red as congealed blood, pierced through M's soft, warm body. Puffed. M's face immediately showed a pained expression, but she still made no sound and didn't attack Silas. Instead, she reached out with both hands and gently embraced him. The night was cold and lonely, and M's embrace brought him a bit of warmth. Like a cup of honey wine steeped in poison. Silas froze slightly. But before he could have any further reaction, this warmth disappeared along with M herself. Silas maintained his silence. He stood expressionlessly in place for a while, then turned and walked into the depths of the dark, cold street. That night, at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition venue. I love Emperor Roselle so much. May I observe more closely? Audrey showed an appropriately curious expression on her face and said to the docent. Of course you may. The docent smiled and opened the glass door of the display case for her. Although according to the rules, artifacts shouldn't be touched so directly, the other party was Count Hall's daughter, of noble status and prominent family background. The rules had to give way. Moreover, this was after closing hours, so no one would pursue the matter. So Audrey went with the flow, stepping into the display case and looking left and right. Then, using her golden retriever Susie as cover, she quietly tested one of the bookmarks. The bookmark transmitted a peculiar sense of resistance, proving it wasn't an ordinary bookmark. Indeed, there's a problem. This way, I can report back to Mr. Fool's dependent. The smile on Audrey's face remained unchanged, but she was quite pleased in her heart. After touring the entire exhibition, she immediately found an opportunity to offer a prayer to Mr. Fool, reporting the relevant situation. Chapter 226, 227, Mr. A. Backlund, inside a certain temple-like basement. Sparse candles were placed in sequence on the temple's pillars, bringing a bit of light to this gloomy place. But the candlelight only illuminated a very small portion, most of the temple's area was still shrouded in darkness. At the end of the candlelight, on the temple floor, a group of people knelt devoutly in black robes. In the dim light, these people's faces were blurred and indistinct, only their eyes reflecting the candlelight, faintly glimmering. These eyes were all looking toward the front of the basement. There stood a statue of an inverted hanging giant. The giant's face bore an indescribable expression of pain, its body covered in crisscrossing fresh red bloodstains that were slowly flowing downward. The black of the robes, the dim yellow of the candles, and the bright red of the bloodstains composed all the tones of this area. The Lord's will exists within each of us, connecting everyone's spirituality itself. In front of the statue stood Mr. A in a black robe. With his back to the statue and facing the crowd, he preached to the people below in a devout and peculiar tone. He had already lowered his hood, revealing his extraordinarily handsome face that was almost feminine. The people below were quiet and silent, their attention completely captured by Mr. A. His words seemed to carry magic, making these believers listen and accept unconditionally. However, the fallen seven gods stole the Lord's authority, bewitched the world, and prevented people from connecting with the original creator. When speaking of this, Mr. A's voice carried a hint of anger and contempt. They and their minions established blasphemous evil organizations on earth, luring ignorant lambs into the abyss. But you are blessed, for you have heard my sermon and received the Lord's love. After the anger, his tone became soft and gentle again. The Lord will bear your sins and relieve your suffering. The people remained quiet, but imperceptibly, something seemed to change. Beneath those black robes, low murmuring sounds arose. In positions where limbs shouldn't exist, something seemed to grow as parasites, squirming and pushing up the black cloth. In the darkness, joyful yet twisted emotions fermented. Everyone felt the Lord's great will. The evil seven gods fear the Lord. They united to block the salvation the Lord would bring to the earth. But no matter how hard they and their minions try, it will be futile. Mr. A revealed a mysterious smile. The Lord will eventually return. After finishing the sermon and seeing off the believers, Mr. A knelt alone before the statue. When facing the Lord and listening to the Lord's great voice, he felt supreme glory and peace. He maintained his prayer posture, unmoving for a long time. Only when an attendant respectfully entered did he raise his head. Mr. A, it's time. The attendant said with a bow. I know. Mr. A took one last look at the statue, devoutly drawing an inverted cross on his chest, then put on his hood and left the basement, climbing the stairs to the upper floor. At this moment, the first floor hall had been set up with sofas, tables, chairs, and a blackboard. The Beyonder gathering he had convened would proceed as usual. When these people saw him enter, they all bowed their heads, showing expressions of awe and even flattery. All foolish and ignorant fools. Mr. A looked at these people who had not yet received the Lord's grace, contempt flashing in his eyes. If he didn't still need them to provide intelligence, he would have controlled these stupid people without hesitation, transmitting the Lord's glory to them and making them the Lord's lambs. However, before the Lord's true arrival, he still needed to restrain himself. Mr. A walked through the crowd and sat on a single sofa. He spoke in a calm voice. I have a task. Help me find some people who believe in the so-called fool. This was the decree the Lord had transmitted to him. Although his own mistake had caused the Lord's offspring to escape his control, the merciful Lord had still accepted his repentance, continued to trust him, and transmitted divine revelation to him. This time, he must do everything possible to realize the Lord's will. Those who find these leads will receive rewards beyond your imagination. Beside him, two attendants worked together to set up a blackboard with the fool's honorific name written on it. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The Beyonders attending the gathering read the lone script, each pondering these descriptions, either thinking alone or discussing in low voices with companions. What an incredible description. It sounds almost like a deity. Someone exclaimed. Yes, using a three-part description without any subordinate clauses can establish a mystical connection. This is treatment reserved for deities or equivalent ranks. Another member more familiar with mysticism nodded. These people discussed intensely, but Furs and others among them immediately fell into shock. Isn't this Mr. Fool's honorific name? Why does Mr. A know it, and judging by his meaning, he wants to capture the fool's dependents or believers? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be startled. Because in every sense, she had extremely close ties to the fool. Fortunately, no one else knew about her connection to the fool. Even the other members at the Tarot Club didn't know her true identity. Mr. A shouldn't be able to discover her directly. However, this matter still needs to be reported to Mr. Fool as soon as possible. Beside her, Zio was also surprised by this description because she had seen this honorific name before and had recklessly read it in ancient Hermes, causing her to see a certain mysterious existence in her dreams. Even now, looking back, she felt quite frightened. The two exchanged glances, both understanding each other's intention. It was better not to let Mr. A know. Although the members discussed intensely for a long time, the gathering still had to continue. Everyone stated their needs and conducted transactions. Mr. A sat on the single sofa, supervising the transaction process. At this time, an attendant walked over, bent down, and whispered a few words in his ear. Mr. A's previously languid sitting posture suddenly straightened. Have him wait for me in the small room," he said to his subordinate attendant. The latter bowed in agreement and left immediately. After that, Mr. A absent-mindedly supervised the rest of the transaction process, then left these beyonders to exchange freely while he quickly walked to the small room and back. There, a person wearing a mask and hood was already waiting. "I really didn't expect to get a lead so quickly." Mr. A chuckled softly, then asked the other party, "Speak. Tell me everything you know about that fool." Then he heard the person across from him make a strange sound. "The fool? What's that?" Mr. A's expression immediately froze, then became angry. "Are you playing with me?" he asked coldly. "Of course not." The other party immediately protested. "I came to report news about the bounty task you posted. I've discovered Lenivas's whereabouts." Lenivas. Mr. A's body paused, then he froze. Chapter 227, 228, Attempting Prayer. Eastborough, the apartment Silas rented. "Emily, sorry, but you'd better step aside." Silas slid his dagger through the air, creating an invisible spiritual wall, while speaking to his landlady Emily. His lucid time today happened to coincide with Emily being home. Since he'd obtained the fool's honorific name, he planned to try reciting it and establish contact with this existence suspected to be opposed to the true creator. This process might be dangerous and wasn't suitable for ordinary people to watch. "You're going to make a mess in my house again?" the young landlady asked helplessly. Because of Silas, the house her parents had left her had already suffered damage several times, from the floor to the wall lamps. In the end, she'd even gotten somewhat used to it. "Sorry. If I cause damage to the house, I'll compensate you for it," Silas said. "It's fine, use it as you like. You've already helped me so much," Emily said. Apart from saving her several times, Silas's daily tutoring had also improved her grades. He also occasionally guided her sister in cooking, allowing Emily to taste delicious food for the first time. Their relationship had long since lost its initial stiffness. Not only that, recently she kept feeling that Silas seemed to have become even more handsome. When he smiled at her, the young girl's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. "Thank you very much for your understanding, Miss Emily." But just then, she felt another gaze fall upon her. Looking up, she met eyes with the third person in the room, Silas's younger sister. The black-haired, stunningly beautiful girl was smiling at her. For some reason, Emily sensed vague danger from that incredibly charming smile. "Anyway, be careful." She couldn't help but panic, quickly grabbed her bag, and hurried back to her room, closing the door. "Brother, do you really have to do this?" After seeing off the young landlady, the girl beside Silas withdrew her gaze and asked with concern. Her azure eyes were filled with unease. "Don't worry, Cecilia. I'll be fine." Silas chuckled softly. "Your brother here has already dealt with many evil gods. This one's danger level is still uncertain, but no matter what, it can't possibly be more dangerous than those, right?" After reassuring his sister, he continued using the ritual silver dagger to cut through the air, creating spiritual walls. "However, you'd better stay far away too. After all, while he could withstand corruption, his sister might be affected." Only after she obediently moved away did Silas completely seal the last wall, fully isolating himself from the outside world. He was about to start praying. Huff. Silas took a deep breath and found himself somewhat nervous. Perhaps too much preparation had actually increased his psychological burden. "It's fine. At worst, I'll just get my brain rattled a bit." He encouraged himself this way and slowly calmed his mindset. After smiling at his sister outside, he opened his mouth and began calling that fool's honorific name in Hermes. Hermes, as a prayer language, had been refined and offered some protection to users, making it perfect for this. Whoosh. At the same time, the phantom sound of the tide began echoing in his mind, actively summoned by him to protect his psyche. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." As the first line was spoken, somewhere in the distance, something seemed to be leveraged. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. An indescribable existence was resonating with his spirituality through the spirit world. Seems okay so far. Not like when calling evil gods honorific names, with that crazy, terrifying feeling. Silas experienced the changes after calling the honorific name, secretly assessing the fool's danger level in his mind. Perhaps it was psychological, but the phantom tide sound in his head seemed to have grown slightly louder. Since the fool wasn't as frightening as he'd imagined, he relaxed and continued reciting in Hermes. "The yellow and black king who wields good Luke." Boom. Before Silas could finish the last line of the honorific name, he heard a thunderous roar from inside his brain. The sound was heavy and grand, as if trying to shatter his consciousness and drown it in an endless, raging sea. Ah! He couldn't help but cry out in pain, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground. His vision had somehow turned completely crimson. Blood burst from his eyes and flowed down his face. The grand sound violently impacted his brain, giving him an unprecedented experience. It hurt so much. What's going on with this fool? Silas almost lost consciousness for a moment, only vaguely thinking that other evil gods influenced those who prayed from the very beginning, but this fool held back maliciously, only going wrong on the last line. He suddenly noticed something abnormal. Although the grand sound in his brain was loud, if he listened carefully, it seemed somewhat familiar, like the sound of waves surging and crashing, only much more intense than usual, so intense that he hadn't noticed at first. That's right, this sound was precisely that phantom tide. What was harming him wasn't the fool, but his own golden finger, that phantom tide that had been protecting his spirit since his transmigration, preventing him from being corrupted by evil gods. Silas was shocked and alarmed. The tide sound was violently resisting his action, showing strong rejection toward that fool. Moreover, it wasn't just rejection. The tide was also surging forward and extending, as if trying to follow the invisible connection and rush toward the fool's side, establishing a deeper connection there. Rejection, fusion, two completely contradictory feelings appeared simultaneously in the phantom tide. This twisted and paradoxical strange sensation astonished Silas greatly. What the hell is this? This fool is way too dangerous. He had no choice but to stop calling the other party's honorific name, then forcibly controlled the phantom tide in his brain, making it stop surging and return to its original void. After an unknown amount of time, the tide sound gradually subsided, and the pain in Silas's brain also gradually eased. He looked up and suddenly saw that outside the spiritual wall, his sister had already rushed over with a dagger, as if preparing to force her way in. I'm fine. Silas quickly waved his hand, calming her down before she could pierce through the wall and break in. Seeing that his demeanor was relatively normal, she relaxed a bit, but still held the dagger without any intention of leaving. What just happened? Silas stood up from the floor and casually wiped the blood from his face. Since his transmigration, this tide sound had been protecting him. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Not only did the tide fail to protect him, it actually tried its hardest to prevent his connection with the fool. Well, prevent wasn't quite accurate. Anyway, it was very strange, rejection and opposition, yet also devouring and fusion. What exactly is the relationship between that Mr. Fool and the phantom tide within him? Chapter 228, The Nature of the Tide. Silas stood on the floor, feeling the surging of the illusory tide within his mind, his heart filled with astonishment. The tide that had always protected him from various mental injuries suddenly changed its attitude when he prayed to the fool, producing a violent reaction toward that existence. This made it impossible for him to complete his prayer to the fool, much less establish a connection with him. Not only that, when Silas tried not to actively summon the tide and prayed directly to the fool, the tide would immediately respond, surging up on its own to block his prayer process. Just what kind of existence is this so-called fool? Silas wondered to himself. After that, he tried several more times in succession, but the tide kept blocking him. He had no way to complete his prayer to the fool. Left with no choice, he could only temporarily give up. He raised the silver dagger and pierced the spiritual wall. Whoosh! Spirituality wrapped around the air and scattered in all directions, creating a howling wind in the center of the living room. Brother. The girl beside him stepped forward and supported his arm. Did something go wrong with the prayer? Yeah, I can't connect with that fool. Not sure what's going on. Silas answered. He didn't tell his sister that the real reason was that his cheat ability had come into conflict with the fool. Because this peculiar thing was related to his transmigration, telling his sister would be equivalent to laying bare his deepest secret, telling her that he wasn't her original brother. Toward Cecilia, Silas felt somewhat guilty. Not only because he had taken over her brother's body, but also because he had caused her to be controlled by Mam, forced to drop out of school again, leave her homeland, come to Backlund, and take care of him for a long time during his episodes. I should digest the potion as soon as possible and stabilize my mental state. He thought to himself. That way, his sister could also be freed from the burden of caring for him. As for matters like seeking revenge on Insanguil, he would handle that himself. Cecilia, after my mental illness is cured, what are your plans? Feeling the warmth of his sister's palm on his arm, he couldn't help but ask. The black-haired girl glanced at him, looking somewhat confused. Plans? Yeah, right now it's because of me that you don't have much free time. After my illness is cured, what do you want to do? Silas asked. Do you want to continue going to school? He saw her frown, as if seriously contemplating. I don't know. She answered. Right now I'm only thinking about taking care of you. I haven't considered anything else. Then start thinking about it. Silas said. As long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely prepare it for you. As he said this, his heart suddenly stirred, remembering something. How about buying Cecilia a kitten? He still remembered that his sister had loved cats since childhood, but because their family was very poor, she never had the chance to raise one. When he was in Tingen, he had also thought about getting one for his sister, but then he immediately encountered Mam, and the matter was left unresolved. How about this? I'll ask around first, see if anyone has cats at home, or find a pet store. I won't tell my sister for now and give her a surprise. Silas thought to himself. He chatted with his sister for a few more sentences, then used the excuse that consuming spirituality had given him a bit of a headache, and went alone to rest in his second-floor room. Come out. After returning to the bedroom, he turned his head and spoke to the empty air. As if responding to his summons, a phantom figure gradually took shape. White robes, red hair, golden eyes, it was none other than the phantom of Mam. She still existed as always and hadn't disappeared with the improvement of Silas's mental state. Tell me, what exactly is the tide in my brain, and what is that sea? With disgust in his eyes, Silas stepped forward and questioned Mam. Not just the fool, he was also puzzled by the sound of the tide in his mind. Since his transmigration, he had taken the existence of this thing for granted and hadn't delved deeper to understand it, hadn't figured out what its essence and principle were. Recalling now what had happened that day in Tingen, Mam had faked her death and abandoned everything, all to seize his body and gain control of that sea and tide. Then she must have an in-depth understanding of this sea and the sound of this tide. Mam looked at Silas with a calm expression, revealing a gentle smile. She still didn't speak. The only time she had spoken was in Kepping's mansion, using words to bewitch Silas, nearly driving him to the edge of madness. Silas guessed that it wasn't that she couldn't speak, but that she harbored ill intentions and wanted to speak at a critical moment to guide Silas toward losing control. The familiar fragrance lingered at his nose, warm and beautiful, but Silas only felt a surge of anger. Not talking yet. Fine, but don't pretend I don't have ways to make you. He sneered and raised his hand. Whip. Silas drove Katie's soul to use the whip of pain. Thus, an invisible whip formed in the air, raised high and fell viciously. The whip carried mental damage and had an extremely strong effect on spiritual bodies. Crack. A crisp and loud sound followed as the whip struck Mam's body. Her face immediately showed a pained expression, and her figure became even more illusory. Still not ready to talk. Silas said coldly, using the lash of pain repeatedly, whipping Mam's figure. After several lashes, Mam's figure completely disappeared. Hiding. Normally, Silas would be eager for her to disappear quickly. But now, he didn't want to let her off so easily. You think I don't know where you're hiding? He muttered to himself, then closed his eyes slightly. Within his body, in his flesh and blood, there were 7 peculiar spaces. These were temporary resting places for the souls he shepherded. Silas's flesh surrounded them, controlled them, keeping them in torment at all times. Silas sensed that these souls were beginning to wear thin and fade because they had been driven. Among them, the pyromaniac's soul was the most faint. Among the 7 slots, the earliest soul came from Mam's Beyonder item. That bright red rose ring was made from a shepherd's Beyonder characteristic, and was also the source of the shepherd potion in Silas's body. Because of this, he had directly obtained multiple lambs contained within it. However, because he had fallen into near death from Insangwil's betrayal, most of those lambs had been expelled. By the time he regained consciousness, only this pyromaniac and an unknown, uncontactable soul remained. Silas had speculated about this uncontactable soul. Initially, he guessed it might be a demigod-level soul of a higher sequence than his own, which was why he couldn't contact it. But now, he was more inclined to believe that this soul was very likely Mam hiding within his body. Come out. He said to that soul. Chapter 229, 230, Lenas' Trail. Come out. Silas spoke to the soul within his body that he couldn't respond to. He was quite certain that this soul wasn't some demigod-level powerhouse's soul, but a remnant of Mam's spirit. However, just like the results of his previous summons, that soul had no reaction at all. The surrounding flesh and blood wrapped tightly around it, but unlike the other souls, it wasn't being tormented. Instead, it seemed to be protecting it. Hey, lurking inside my body, you're still not willing to just disappear. Silas sneered, attempting to use the shepherd's ability, extending his will over, preparing to lash and drive that soul. As long as you're in my body, you have to listen to me. Come out honestly and confess everything you know. Knock knock knock. Just as Silas's will was about to touch that soul, urgent knocking suddenly came from downstairs, interrupting his action. Who has such bad timing? Silas's body froze, then he irritably paused his action. He turned and stood up, opened the door, then walked down the stairs to the first floor. There, his sister had already walked to the entrance hall. She seemed to be preparing dinner and was still holding a spoon in her hand. She instinctively looked at the front door, gripping the spoon with the intensity of a dagger. Who is it? Silas raised his voice to ask. Because he'd been interrupted, his tone was somewhat unfriendly. But very quickly, the voice from behind the door made him freeze. Silas, it's me. Through the door, Klein's voice rang out, sounding somewhat urgent. Klein. Silas was startled. He walked to the door and opened it. Sure enough, his former colleague was standing at the entrance. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry to find me? He asked. Although Klein knew his home address, they usually contacted each other by letter when something came up. For him to come directly to the door now meant there might be something very urgent he needed to tell him immediately. I found Lenas's whereabouts. Sure enough, Klein's answer didn't disappoint him. You really found him? Silas said in surprise. How did you discover it? It's because of a case I've been investigating recently. Klein answered, his mind involuntarily recalling what had just happened. Several hours earlier, 15 Minsk Street. Finally had a peaceful day. After getting up in the morning, finishing his ablutions in the washroom, and eating breakfast of coffee, bread, and fried meat, Klein leaned back against the sofa and muttered to himself contentedly. On Little Sun's end, using the angel Klein had created for protection, the test concerning him had been passed, and afterward there should only be a lower degree of surveillance maintained. The all-black eye had also been successfully retrieved. Although he'd been locked onto by the true creator because of it, since he had no believers at all, Mr. A and the others' search would come to nothing. Furs had made her report in time, and his calm attitude toward the true creator's pursuit also made the Tarot Club members more reverent. Besides that, he had accomplished something major last night. Namely, he had successfully infiltrated the Roselle Memorial Exhibition and obtained that Blasphemy card, disguised as a bookmark. The card face depicted an emperor figure resembling Roselle, and the card's name was naturally, Black Emperor. Through preliminary research, he discovered that this Blasphemy card completely recorded all the potion formulas and rituals of the Black Emperor pathway, from Sequence 9 Lawyer to Sequence 0 Black Emperor, all crystal clear. Additionally, the card's inherent high status could enhance his soul strength. When he embraced this card, his aura looked like that of a true emperor. This way, he, Mr. Fool, had successfully mastered a pathway, and could feel more at ease acting as the leader of the secret organization, the Tarot Club. Who would have thought the opening incantation for the Blasphemy card would actually be the name of Emperor Roselle's daughter? Recalling the experience of opening the card above the grey fog, Klein muttered to himself. Although the emperor had improper relationships with numerous women and even tasted a witch's flavor, his feelings for his own children were still very deep. Thinking of what Silas had said, that his daughter who had become a big shot in the Beyonder world also missed her father very much, and before leaving Backlund, she had to spend time in the exhibition hall. The emotional bond between them could be said to be extremely deep. She probably received a huge shock when the emperor was assassinated in his later years. Klein thought. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just as he was considering how to spend the day, whether to go to the circus to watch real magicians perform or just lie around and rest, his doorbell was suddenly pulled, the pleasant sound echoing on the first floor. A commission. But my advertisement has already been taken down. Klein, wearing a casual shirt and loose pants, came to the door and grasped the handle. At the same time, an image of the visitor naturally surfaced in his mind. This was a tall, thin man wearing refined gold-rimmed glasses with a cold expression. Alan Kress, a friend he knew from the club. The magician's spiritual intuition allowed him to foresee certain things to a degree. Why is Alan here? Didn't Detective Stanton help him find his colleague? Klein thought to himself and pulled open the door. Alan. Why are you here? He disguised himself a bit, first glancing at the other person before recognizing him, then asked in confusion. Good morning, Sherlock. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you'd be at the club today, so I came directly to your house to visit. It's a bit abrupt, please forgive me. Alan's cold face showed some worry, but he still spoke very politely. You said before that you were very busy and didn't have time to accept commissions. What about now? What? Your colleague still hasn't been found? Klein asked. Alan's face showed a hesitant expression. Please come in first. Only then did Klein realize he'd been keeping his guest at the door the whole time. He quickly moved aside. Sit down and explain slowly. Would you like something to drink? No need to trouble yourself. Alan walked in, shaking his head. Business is more important. He entered the living room and sat down, beginning to explain the situation to Klein. It turned out that although Klein had introduced Alan to Isengard and several other detectives, these people had been very busy recently. Winter had arrived in Bakerland, and people's living expenses now included an extra item for heating. Especially in the slums, the burden brought by these expenses could only be obtained through other means, and various crimes increased accordingly. Isengard hadn't been able to receive Alan personally and had only arranged one of his assistants for Alan. But the latter's abilities weren't quite sufficient. After searching for 2 or 3 days, he still hadn't discovered any valuable clues. Thomas's family has already given up hope, but I still want to do a bit more for him. Alan said earnestly. So I came to find you. If you have spare time, I hope you can accept my commission. If you insist, I can accept it. Klein thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's wonderful. Alan relaxed. You seem very concerned about this, colleague. Klein took a sip of coffee and said with a smile. Yes, Thomas is the most responsible obstetrician I've ever seen. Without him, I would feel regret and unease for the expectant mothers of Bakerland. Alan answered seriously. Hearing this, the smile on Klein's face became stiff. Obstetrician. He repeated with difficulty, suddenly having a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 231, The Strange Street. Backlund, Hillston District. Klein and Alan arrived at Leanne Thomas's home. His mother, a grief-stricken old woman, opened the door for the two of them. Dr. Allen, this is. She looked at the unfamiliar bearded gentleman beside Alan, puzzled. This is my friend, Detective Sherlock Moriarty. Alan introduced Klein. I specifically invited him to come look for the missing Thomas. Good morning, ma'am. I hope I can be of help. Klein removed his hat in greeting. Welcome, Mr. Moriarty. The old woman's eyes flashed with gratitude as she welcomed the two into her home, saying to Alan, thank you so much for caring about Leanne this much. Alan comforted the old woman while following behind Klein, watching him tour the entire house. His detective friend seemed very thorough, carefully examining every corner, then lowering his head in thought, silent. Sherlock, did you find anything? Alan couldn't help but walk over and ask in a low voice. Klein didn't answer immediately. As a Sequence 7 Beyonder, he hadn't detected any traces of mystical factors in this house, much less any dangerous aura related to the true creator. Perhaps the crime scene isn't here, or it's simply an ordinary case. Actually, Klein couldn't be certain this matter was related to Lenas. The only suspicious point was Leanne Thomas's identity, an obstetrician. Thinking about Lenivas's pregnancy cycle, the evil god's offspring in his belly could indeed be born in the near future. Let's find the person first. Klein thought for a moment, then turned to look at the worried old woman. Excuse me, could you give me one of Dr. Lien's personal items? I can borrow a hunting dog with a keen sense of smell, perhaps it can help find clues. Also, I'll need a photograph of him. Of course he couldn't actually borrow a hunting dog. He was just using this explanation as an excuse to obtain a personal item for divination. Alan wouldn't know that his detective friend wasn't actually good at reasoning, solving cases entirely by relying on the topaz pendant wrapped around his wrist. Dr. Thomas's mother naturally wouldn't refuse. She found a stethoscope her son used daily and a recent photo. In the photograph, Leanne Thomas had a genial round face with small eyes. Alan, I'll handle the investigation from here. You don't need to follow. Leaving the Thomas home, Klein clutched the stethoscope and said to Alan, I may be going to dangerous neighborhoods afterward. If you're with me, I'll have to worry about protecting you. Besides, as a colleague, you've already done more than enough. What he said was still an excuse, meant to send the other person away so he could use divination more conveniently. I understand. I hope you can find him. Dr. Allen said sincerely, putting on his hat and hurrying away. After watching the other person leave, Klein hired a carriage at the street corner. He didn't tell the coachman a specific location, just had him drive forward first. The carriage charged by time, so the coachman had no objections at all. In the swaying compartment behind, Klein held the stethoscope in one hand and his cane in the other, using the dowsing cane-seeking divination technique to find Leanne Thomas's specific location. The good news was that the divination worked. He could clearly sense the other person's location. The bad news was that Leanne's current location was quite far. The carriage left Hillston District, Jowood District, and finally headed all the way east, entering the chaotic Bakerland Bridge District. This area, together with the East District, formed Bakerland's slums. Klein divined while directing the coachman to change directions. After a while, the cane guided the carriage to circle around a certain street, which allowed him to determine that Leanne Thomas's current location was within this cluster of buildings. Slow down and circle around here one more time. Klein told the coachman. He was very cautious and didn't get out of the carriage, instead observing the street outside through the window. This street had quite a few bars. Perhaps because it was morning, the doors were open but there weren't many customers. Bartenders listlessly cleaned up the premises, yawning from time to time. Nothing seems wrong. Klein muttered to himself. The only issue might be that there were a few too many streetwalkers here. And normally, shouldn't they be resting in the morning? Thinking of this, he seemed to notice something off. So Klein had the coachman continue forward. After crossing over one street, he got out and opened a room at a cheap inn. After some precautions, he walked counterclockwise 4 steps in the cramped room and arrived above the gray fog. He needed to perform divination in this place of higher mysticism to see if he could get more details. Soon, Klein's figure appeared behind the bronze table. He manifested paper and pen, writing a divination statement on it. Leanne Thomas's current condition. Holding the stethoscope in one hand and continuously muttering the divination statement in a low voice, he quickly entered a dream state. Many images appeared one after another. Klein saw a weary man walking out of a hospital. He had a genial round face, exactly the same as in the photograph. This was Leanne Thomas himself. He walked down the street when suddenly, he was accosted by several streetwalkers. Looking carefully at these women, one would notice their movements seemed somewhat stiff, like puppets. In the next scene, Thomas was forcibly controlled by the seemingly frail streetwalkers and transferred to a dark location. Immediately after, he seemed to see some existence in the depths of the darkness, his facial expression instantly becoming extremely terrified. Before the scene could shift to the opposite side, Klein's dream abruptly ended. That's roughly what happened. Klein concealed the part about being above the gray fog, only narrating his dream to Silas. I tried divining about Lenas afterward, but I saw nothing. That actually proves the point. Silas frowned. Lenas has an evil god's aura on him, which can interfere with divination. That's what I thought too. Klein nodded. Especially as the evil god's offspring gradually finished gestation, the interference with divination became even stronger. But Lenas is really about to give birth. Silas thought with a strange feeling. His kidnapping of an obstetrician must also be to ensure he could smoothly deliver the divine offspring. Is he planning a cesarean section? After all, there's no corresponding exit. If I'm not mistaken, those streetwalkers are also problematic. Silas said. One of the Rose Bishop's abilities is to create blood-flesh servants. Those streetwalkers were probably killed by Lenas long ago and are just acting as his puppets. So that's it. Thank goodness I didn't rashly get out of the carriage. Klein said with lingering fear and disgust. So, how are you planning to handle this? Since they'd confirmed Lenas was there, what should their next plan be? Chapter 232 reported both Silas and Klein had come from the Nighthawks and shared a consensus on maintaining stability. Although one was more aggressive and the other slightly more conservative, they both felt they should eliminate Lenas and prevent a greater disaster from descending. Since Lenas has captured an obstetrician and is preparing for a cesarean to deliver the evil god's offspring, we don't have much time. Silas said. At times like this, he really felt somewhat wistful. If only Bernadette, that queen, were still here. She was precisely in need of preventing a disaster, and the target was the Aurora Order that everyone hated, so there'd be no conflict with the authorities. Unfortunately, that powerful lady had already left Backlund and gone out to sea. I agree. We must act quickly. Klein nodded emphatically. Silas thought for a moment and looked at his sister. Cecilia, this is quite dangerous. Why don't you sit this one out? Unsurprisingly, she shook her head in refusal. Brother, precisely because there's danger, I need to be with you. She said gently but firmly. But your sequence is too low. Lenas has divinity on him. Silas was somewhat anxious, wanting to persuade his sister to change her mind. Not to mention the illusory tide within himself, even Klein had some special qualities. The two of them could directly face Lenas, but his sister might not be able to withstand that level of impact. However, she was unwilling to listen and just looked at him calmly. The two stared at each other, neither willing to yield. In this atmosphere, Klein spoke up weakly. We don't necessarily have to take action ourselves, right? Huh. Hearing him say this, Silas couldn't help but look over, not understanding for a moment. I mean, as long as Lenas is killed, we don't necessarily have to be the ones facing him, right? Klein explained further. Backlund has many powerful people. The elites of the three major churches are all gathered here. We could completely report this to the church and let them handle it. In other words, let the church take action. That makes sense. Silas was first stunned, then quickly felt Klein was right. Yeah, why must they do it themselves? For such a serious crisis, the authorities would definitely care more than they did. Moreover, the authorities had so many powerful people, they could definitely control Lenas more effectively. Cecilia, if that's the case, you don't need to follow me, right? Only then did Silas successfully persuade his sister. The two left home and took a carriage to Backlund Bridge District. Before reporting, Silas wanted to scout from a distance first to confirm it was really Lenas. Let's still report to the Evernight Goddess Church. After all, Lenas's case originally started with the Nighthawks. Sitting in the carriage, Silas said to Klein. And we need to be cautious when reporting to prevent the church from discovering us. Klein added. Once Lenas was dealt with, the church would definitely investigate the informant's information afterward. If they traced the clues back to the two of them, that would be troublesome. Reporting was also an art. Just as the two were pondering the details of reporting, the carriage had already arrived at Backlund Bridge District, the place where Klein had wandered earlier. Goa. A filthy and twisted sound instantly surged into their minds, like a baby's crying, yet also like the howling of a dying beast. Silas felt his head buzz as if struck by an iron hammer. Black veins rapidly spread across his face, and his nose bled quickly. Even through the carriage, even at a great distance, just the aftershock of listening caused him considerable impact. No mistake, it's the evil god's offspring. Silas quickly summoned the tide to resist the erosion. Meeting Klein's surprised gaze, he said, even without looking outside, I can feel it. Not just that sound, the sense of corruption lingering over this neighborhood, the eerie feeling of flesh and blood on those streetwalkers, all indicated this area had already been eroded by the evil god's offspring. Then let's hurry and report it. Klein said. Silas's condition was truly frightening, making him not dare to continue staying here. North District, Evernight Goddess Church Headquarters, St. Samuel Cathedral. Because it was a weekday morning, the cathedral was relatively empty. Only a middle-aged priest stood behind the altar, head lowered reading scripture while waiting for believers to come pray or confess to him. His expression was serene and calm, just like this lofty and profound cathedral. In the square directly opposite the cathedral, countless white doves were circling in flight. One of them suddenly changed direction, leaving the flock and flying toward the cathedral instead. Whoosh! It lowered its body, wings beating to accelerate, actually passing through the vaulted archway and rushing into the cathedral. The priest heard the sound of wings flapping. Just as he raised his head, he saw a white dove charge in with a suicidal posture and, with a thud, violently crash onto the cathedral floor. Due to its incredibly fast speed, the white dove shattered on impact, becoming a blurred mass of flesh and blood. The priest looked in surprise at that poor dove. After a moment, he stepped over, wanting to pick up the dove's corpse and clean it up. However, very quickly, the surprise on his face became even stronger. Because that blurred mass of flesh began to wriggle on its own. The flesh wriggled and rapidly formed several lines of blood-red loan text. Backlund Bridge District, Rastville Street. Lenas, carrying the evil god's offspring, about to be born. If you don't understand, quickly contact relevant personnel to handle this. The priest carefully read these words formed by blood. His expression quickly became solemn. He turned and hurriedly left, walking toward the depths of the cathedral, apparently to find others. Across from the cathedral, in the shadows beneath a bench in the square, Silas secretly watched the entire process, then left in shadow form. Circling around several streets, he stopped at a corner. Someone saw it, read it very carefully, and went to call others to handle it. He said to Klein hiding behind the corner. That's good. Klein said, breathing a slight sigh of relief. Of course, the matter wasn't over yet. The church should react quickly, and they couldn't let their guard down until Lenas was truly killed. Your flesh that was sent in, can't it be divined? Klein asked. That flesh has already been processed. Silas said. It's already severed its connection with me and has just become a simple flesh bomb, the kind that carries information. Rose Bishop is really convenient. His words made Klein somewhat admiring, though correspondingly, the price was also great. Having successfully reported, the two could only wait now to see how the church would react next. At the same time, Backlund Bridge District. It's around this area. Mr. A asked. Yes. The men providing information answered. It was right here that I saw a pregnant man. Mr. A surveyed the neighborhood, a flash of fanatical joy passing through his eyes. Lord, I'm about to find your offspring. Chapter 232, 233, Wings of the Goddess. Backlund Bridge District, Rastville Street, inside a dark house. Leanne Thomas was covered in sweat as he put down the stethoscope. The child's development is completely normal, except I can't hear his heartbeat. Having been an obstetrician for over a decade, he'd seen pregnant women in all kinds of situations, but this was his first time encountering something like what was before him. A man was actually carrying a child. Aside from gender, all his indicators conformed to the normal state of a pregnant woman. What appeared before him was violently impacting his understanding as a doctor. It's correct that you can't hear it. That's because my child is very intelligent and actively controls his own heart. Across from him, Lenas stroked his belly, speaking with loving yet twisted words. Because he is the offspring of a god, even a slight heartbeat could cause an ordinary person's spirit to collapse. You're still useful to us, can't have you going mad like that. Lenivas's eyes were bloodshot red, his face wearing a crazed smile. As if responding to his words, his highly protruding belly bulged out in one spot, making contact with his palm. Goddess, save me. Leanne felt everything had gone mad. His stomach churned violently, nearly vomiting on the spot. It was now evening. Besides them, many indifferent women also stood in the room. Their abdomens all bore hideous, terrifying wounds, as if they had once nurtured something that had then burst out of their bodies. Heavy blood stench and the stink of rotting corpses permeated the air. Yet even so, they all still moved like living people, as if they were controlled flesh puppets. Lien had seen these women dress up and cover their wounds, then go out on the street to lure drunks here, making them become Lenavis's food. Thinking of the scene of Lenavis devouring living people to feed the child in his belly, Lien finally couldn't hold back. He ran to a corner and vomited. "How filthy," Lenavis said softly. He casually waved his hand, and several women walked over, lifting Lien up and forcibly dragging him back in front of him. "When can the cesarean surgery be performed?" he asked Lien. "In a few more days," Lien said fearfully. Actually, the other party's condition was good, and surgery could be performed now. But he still wanted to delay. Because clearly, once he was no longer useful, he would become nutrients for the other party, just like those drunks. Lenavis looked at him with a smile, then tilted his ear as if listening to something. "My child says you're lying," he said indifferently. "Rip." "Ah!" The blood-flesh servant's fingernails pierced the skin on Lien's neck. Blood flowed down his neck. He screamed in terror, "Right away. It can be done right away." "That's more like it." Lenavis smiled. Soon, those women pushed over a surgical cart with various gleaming surgical instruments displayed on it. He himself directly lay down on the bed, seemingly not wanting to delay a moment longer. "Child, are you happy? You're about to descend into this world." Lenavis stroked his belly, murmuring in a low voice. "Our interests align. You don't want to become a consumable tool for your father's descent, and I don't want to die from it either. We've already escaped from your father's subordinate's control. Now, we must escape our predetermined fate and have you be born early. You must work hard to control yourself. At least before the doctor takes you out, don't kill him, okay?" His face showed loving care as his mouth communicated with the divine offspring in his abdomen. Anesthesia." Lien gripped the surgical knife, his entire body trembling with tension. "Stop wasting words and start immediately," Lenavis said. Lien was stunned. He bit his teeth hard, drew a line on Lenavis's towering belly, then raised the surgical knife. However, before his knife could cut horizontally, the bloated man seemed to hear something. He suddenly got up, jumped down from the bed, and nimbly darted to the window. Lenavis peered outside through the window, his expression gradually becoming crazed and twisted. "It's them. They've come. They want to kill my child." This shout was piercing and shrill, booming into Lien's brain. His vision immediately went white, then he directly lost consciousness, knowing nothing more. Rastville Street. In the dead of night, the bars on this street were very lively. Workers who had been busy all day carelessly exchanged their hard-earned money for cheap, inferior alcohol to numb their spirits and bodies. An airship silently approached from the sky, hovering above. Its black paint allowed it to blend well into the night. Even if someone looked up, unless they looked carefully, it would be difficult to spot. On a distant clock tower, Silas and Klein observed in secret. From this location, they could look down at what was happening on the street without being caught up in it. "The Nighthawks have finally arrived," Silas said, looking at the airship above with great interest. For some reason, Roselle hadn't developed the petroleum industry and internal combustion engines in this world. The current air forces were all slow-moving airships with massive exteriors. But from its alloy-supported shell and the machine guns and cannon ports extending from inside, one could see its firepower and defense were still quite formidable. 4 or 5 figures wearing black coats appeared from the dim end of the street. They were silent and solemn, each holding some peculiar items in their hands. A splash of vivid blood red was especially conspicuous in the night. That was the color of their gloves. Red gloves. The elite force among the Nighthawks. Inside the bars, the liveliness continued. Customers were still drinking and bragging loudly, as if they hadn't noticed these people at all. Among the 4 or 5 red gloves, the leader was a tall woman. She wore a black robe, her eyes steady and calm. Her skin was slightly dark, with slightly curly long hair spilling out from her hood and falling across her chest. Notably, one of her sleeves appeared especially large, and that arm didn't swing as she walked. On either side of her, several red gloves walked forward cautiously. Among them was a handsome man with black hair and green eyes, carrying an unrestrained, poetic temperament. Another woman wore a mysterious black robe with strange blue eye makeup on her face, looking mysterious and eye-catching. "Those two look like Leonard and Ms. Daly," Klein said in surprise from a distance. "They've joined the red gloves." Silas remained silent, his brows slightly furrowed. While he was also surprised by their appearance here, at this moment, he suddenly had a strange feeling, as if some danger was approaching. "Your Excellency, Wings of the Goddess, this is the place." Leonard, present at the scene, didn't know he'd been recognized by his old colleague and was still reporting to the tall woman leading them. He had just finished Red Gloves training and returned to Backlund when he heard about this case related to his previous work, so he applied to join. Daly was in the same situation. Chapter 234, Mr. A has arrived. Rastville Street. On the lively street, ordinary people turned a blind eye to the approaching red gloves, drinking their alcohol on their own, allowing them to step forward and slowly encircle a certain building. However, the streetwalkers on this street behaved extraordinarily. They stiffly turned their heads, looking at these nighthawks with lifeless, cold eyes. Thump thump. They ran rapidly, their mouths tearing directly toward the back of their heads, charging over with twisted and terrifying open mouths. However, after approaching several red gloves, their eyelids began to droop uncontrollably, and finally they collapsed directly to the ground, falling into deep sleep. Although they were already dead and had become blood-flesh servants, the thick dreamscape still visited them. Several red gloves unhurriedly raised their handguns and aimed at them. Bang. Bang. Several sacred bullets engraved with holy emblems roared out, hitting them. The sacred aura dispelled the filth and corruption, and their corpses disintegrated, dispersing into ash. Keep moving forward. The tall wings of the goddess said. Unlike her cold exterior, her voice seemed somewhat light. Everyone stay alert. The dangerous stuff is still ahead. Sure enough, as soon as her words fell, more twisted and crazed flesh puppets surged out from the building. Judging by appearance, most were streetwalkers. Under the manipulation of someone inside the house, they frantically poured out and lunged at the red gloves. Bang bang bang. The red gloves skillfully counterattacked, either shooting with enchanted bullets or using their own abilities and sealed artifacts, employing various methods. They quickly cleaned up these blood-flesh servants. The house once again became quiet, its windows pitch black, without any sound. Stop hiding and come out. The tall woman called out loudly. We know you're inside. She secretly made a gesture, so several other Beyonders took their weapons and quietly approached. With a creak, the door of that house opened. Lenas, supporting his lower back, appeared before everyone with a gloomy expression. His belly was already very large, like a woman at full term about to give birth. Although everyone was wary of him, seeing such a peculiar sight of a pregnant man, they all showed surprise. The man's posture and eerie appearance made Daly and the group look uncomfortable. Truly incredible. The wings of the goddess smiled in surprise as she looked Lenas up and down. Leonard, that colleague of yours has quite the imagination. I rather like him. Your Excellency Isabella, please be serious. Leonard said helplessly, though his gaze toward Lenas showed deep wariness. After all, what was gestating in that belly was an evil god's offspring. You want to harm my child? You want to harm my child? Lenas glared at them maliciously, his mouth muttering. At this moment, he seemed to have lost the cunning a conman should have, instead becoming like a crazed mother simply wanting to protect her child. His voice was shrill and terrifying. After shouting out, it echoed through the street, causing severe headaches. The faces of several red gloves showed slight distortion. Lenas's voice carried filthy corruption, making them feel intense discomfort. Bang bang bang. They opened fire. Enchanted bullets roared toward Lenas. However, those bullets didn't successfully hit their target. In front of Lenas's body, a crimson wall suddenly rose. That wall was actually composed of the flesh and blood of dead women. Whoosh. After blocking the bullets, the flesh wall collapsed, becoming a tide that surged towards several people. Boom. However, before it could approach, the tall lady named Isabella drew a massive caliber hand cannon and pulled the trigger at the flesh. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, that wall was blasted into fragments. Blood magic. Did the child in your belly teach you this? Isabella asked with interest. At the same time, the dark, gaping muzzle aimed at Lenas as she walked toward him. Lenas looked at the gun muzzle, his face showing a twisted smile. That's right. How about you ask him yourself? Rip. He directly tore open his clothes, exposing his upper body to the air. His abdomen protruded high, the surface skin stretched so thin it was nearly transparent, with blue-black veins clearly visible. At the center of his abdomen, a peculiar outline was slowly forming, as if the existence inside was pressing close, reaching through the belly, extending a finger pointing at everyone. Fool, you actually dare get this close to me. A trace of joy appeared in Lenas's eyes. Next, as long as the child in his belly displayed even a bit of divinity, it could completely corrupt their spirits. Just as this thought emerged, he felt the world before him become strange. It was as if a giant beast had spread its wings and covered the sky. Everything before him became dim, distant, quiet, tiny. Not only the world became tiny, but also him and the child in his belly, as if he'd become a speck of dust in the world, about to be blown away by the wind. Lenas looked at those red gloves with blurred consciousness. They were clearly standing opposite him, yet felt like they were at the distant horizon. From the red glove's perspective, Lenas's figure was being erased bit by bit, as if invisible wings covered his body, making him gradually disappear. His divinity hadn't even begun to release corruption before it was easily erased by that wings of the goddess. No, it didn't seem quite so easy. Isabella focused intently on watching Lenas being erased bit by bit, her left hand pressing on her right oversized sleeve. Under the sleeve, something seemed to be wriggling, making rustling sounds as it rubbed. The Church of the Evernight Goddess already knew about Lenas' condition and naturally arranged for the person who could best restrain him. Wings of the Goddess, Isabella, when advancing to Sequence 5, received the Goddess's blessing. One arm was sanctified. From then on, she possessed a special ability to make targets disappear in secrecy. Using it to deal with Lenas could be said to be most appropriate. So this is Wings of the Goddess. Leonard showed surprise, sighing softly. It feels even simpler than I imagined. On a distant tower, Klein and Silas saw the scene of Lenas being easily controlled and said sincerely, "Silas, the problem is solved now." Silas. He noticed his words received no response. Turning his head, he discovered the other person's face showed an uneasy expression. What's wrong? A very strong guy is coming. I can feel it. He's from the same pathway as me. Very strong. How strong? Klein couldn't help but blurt out. Same sequence as me. Silas's expression was gloomy. Same pathway, same sequence. Klein reacted, his expression quickly becoming ugly too. A shepherd. Mr. A has arrived. Where is he? Silas frowned, his gaze sweeping across the pitch-black street, yet he still couldn't determine that shepherd's specific location. He's clearly here, so why can't I see him? Could it be? As if remembering something, he suddenly looked up toward that black airship silently hovering in the air. Boom. A loud explosion thundered. That airship floating above opened fire, but the cannon muzzle aimed at the Nighthawks below. Towering flames and smoke rose up. Reflected in the firelight, a bloated figure escaped the scene, rapidly fleeing outward. Chapter 235, Long Time No See, Lenas. Time rewound to about 10 seconds earlier. At that moment, Leonard was marveling at the power of the wings of the goddess when he suddenly cocked his head slightly, as if hearing something, and looked up with a tense expression. Above them, the black airship that had been quietly hovering suddenly began to move. This powerful vessel had been suspended in the air as a show of force, ostensibly to protect them, but now its cannon was turning around. Lady Isabella. Above us. Leonard watched as the airship's cannon moved, finally locking onto them, and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Boom. The end of his sentence was drowned out by the deafening roar. At first, Leonard only saw the flash of fire from the cannon's muzzle. The flash lasted only an instant before disappearing, leaving just a few wisps of smoke at the barrel. But soon a dull sound rang out on the ground, accompanied by towering flames and a shocking shockwave that swept violently across everything around them. Seeing the wall of fire rushing toward him in an instant, Leonard had no time to react at all. He could only instinctively cross his arms in front of his face as a meager defense. However, the expected impact never came. A tall figure appeared in the center of the group, and with her as the epicenter, a large area of space was isolated from the outside. The parts of the flames and shockwave that spread toward them seemed to be cut off by an invisible blade, separated, and vanished to some unknown place. The shell's impact lasted only a very short time, leaving the scene shrouded in smoke. Isabella looked up at the airship. The crimson moonlight illuminated the portholes, and she saw stiff, sluggish human figures moving inside the cabin, seemingly busy reloading. Many fresh, bright red bloody handprints appeared on the glass. She pressed her lips together slightly, her face cold as she raised her astonishingly large-caliber revolver and pulled the trigger. Boom. A powerful bullet shot out, hitting the airship's gas chamber and instantly tearing a huge gash in the hull. The gas inside immediately began to leak, and the medium-sized vessel tilted in the air. Boom. 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 Isabella fired shot after shot, hitting various parts of the airship. Soon it could no longer maintain altitude and spiraled downward, crashing into the Tussock River. Splash. The murky river water slapped against the banks, surging up violently like it was raining in the streets. People near the district's bars seemed to have just realized what was happening and fled with screams. Cough, cough. On the other side, as the fire and smoke were being extinguished by the river water, Lenivas's body, which had been more than half dissolved, suddenly solidified again. He suddenly opened his eyes as if awakening from a dream, scanning left and right. Those bloodshot eyes quickly locked onto Isabella in the crowd. He glanced at her with both terror and resentment, then turned around and ran toward the distance without a moment's hesitation. My lady, he's escaping. Daly shouted. Isabella waved her hand, about to lead the squad members in pursuit. But from the crashed airship, a shadow suddenly flew out, quickly arriving in front of them and blocking their way. The shadow rose upward, transforming into a man so handsome he was almost feminine. His face wore a crazed smile. Blasphemers, what do you intend to do to my master's offspring? Mr. A asked softly. Huff, huff. Lenas was running. For a pregnant woman about to give birth, carrying such a big belly, his speed was already quite impressive. After running through the panicked, chaotic crowd for a while, he quietly turned a corner and ducked into a dark alley. During his time living here, he had long since figured out the surrounding area and planned several escape routes for himself. This was one of them. He slipped into the alley and ran a few steps before suddenly dropping to the ground, lifting a manhole cover, and nimbly squeezing into the sewer below. The sewer was dark and foul-smelling, but Lenas didn't care at all. After adjusting slightly to the darkness, he began running again. After running for a while, feeling he had escaped danger, a genuine smile emerged on his face. Hee hee. Child, your father truly loves you. He even sent his servant to hold back those people. Lenas said in his heart. But very quickly, his smile abruptly froze as he halted his body. Boom. Several clusters of crimson flames fell in front of him on the ground and exploded, their light illuminating the dark sewer. Several rats, frightened by the brightness, squeaked and scurried into deeper darkness. Long time no see, Lenas. From the other side of the firelight, someone was greeting him, slowly approaching. It was a handsome young man with black hair and blue eyes, with what seemed like an insoluble madness lurking in the depths of his eyes. In one hand he held a crimson dagger, in the other a silver-white revolver. Lenas inexplicably felt the other person looked somewhat familiar. He scrutinized him carefully with his bloodshot eyes, and his expression immediately became extremely furious, even grinding his teeth. It's you. That's right, it's me. Silas sneered. How's life been as a pregnant woman? You bastard, this is all because of you. Lenas roared, his voice echoing in the narrow sewer. If it weren't for you, I would never have become this monstrosity. Silas had wanted to retort that he had brought this upon himself, but Lenas could no longer contain himself. Roaring, he charged recklessly at Silas. SHHK. Pale bone spurs grew from the ends of his fingers, like sharp claws, stabbing straight toward Silas's eyes. Silas leaned his head back to dodge, and just as he was about to counterattack, he saw Lenas suddenly pull back his arm, lower his body, and actually slip past Silas's side, fleeing deeper into the sewer. His rage and attack had all been an act, meant to create a false impression and escape. He can even set aside such deep-seated hatred. Is this guy too desperate to survive? Silas thought. Or has the child in his belly twisted his will? Boom. He raised his hand, condensing a fireball in his palm and hurling it in the direction Lenas was fleeing. The fireball seemed to have a life of its own, quickly catching up to Lenas and exploding. In the crimson flames, Silas's figure suddenly appeared. Just as he landed, he immediately flicked his right hand, and the crimson agony dagger sliced a long bloody wound across Lenas's thigh. Lenas screamed miserably and immediately lost his balance and fell. As he fell, Lenas twisted his body so his belly faced upward, and his back absorbed most of the impact. Why are you still hunting me? Blood was flowing from his thigh, but he still struggled to retreat, his eyes showing a pleading look. I'm not even planning to take revenge on you anymore. Just let me go. Silas approached step by step, holding the dagger and revolver. Seeing that the distance between them was close enough, a trace of cruelty flashed in Lenas's eyes. He suddenly straightened his upper body and thrust his belly towards Silas. Chapter 235, 236, The True Creator's Wrath. Taking advantage of their close proximity, Lenas suddenly straightened his upper body, thrusting his bulging belly towards Silas. Through the skin of his belly, a protrusion the size of a baby's palm emerged. The palm pointed at Silas, its 5 fingers closing together. Ugh! Silas's entire body shuddered violently. The moment he saw that hand, it was as if some peculiar connection had formed inside his body, resonating with all his flesh and blood, trying to seize control of his body. Whoosh! However, Silas had been prepared. An illusory tide flowed downward through his body, and control of all his flesh and blood was instantly reclaimed. From the outside, he only swayed slightly before steadying himself again. How is that possible? You actually... The smile on Lenas's face hadn't even fully formed before it was quickly replaced by shock. Silas looked at him coldly and raised the silver-white luck revolver toward his head. Bang! A shot rang out. The pistol bullet carried powerful kinetic energy and struck Lenas's forehead precisely. But the bullet only spun against his forehead, producing white smoke, unable to drill into his brain. Hee hee. Lenas leaped up from the ground. The wound on his thigh had already healed, and countless protruding small tumors had emerged all over his body. These tumors were extremely hard, even a pistol bullet couldn't penetrate them. After serving as the vessel for an evil god's offspring for so long, his body had undergone a mutation. Lenas's face was covered with tumors as he stared at Silas while cocking his head to listen. So that's it. You're actually a rebel who doesn't believe in the true creator. You're clearly a shepherd, yet you have no reverence for him. Lenas seemed to have heard something from his child and immediately discovered what made Silas different. He shouted viciously and madly. Do you think that means my child has no way to deal with you? Silas looked at him coldly. His body suddenly swelled, transforming from a normal build into a giant nearly 4 to 5 meters tall. Goat-like horns grew from both sides of his head, covered with arcane patterns, and bat-like wings sprouted from his back. Many ghostly blue fireballs appeared around him, and the stench of the sewer air became mixed with the smell of sulfur. Demonification. Fortunately, Backlund's sewers were tall enough, otherwise, the demon Silas had become wouldn't even be able to stand upright. But even so, if he straightened his body slightly, his head might hit the bricks at the top. Very good. Since you're not planning to spare me, then go die. Lenas shouted crazily, and the white bone spurs on his right hand grew several more inches, becoming even sharper. Swish. His movements suddenly became swift. In an instant, he nimbly flashed behind Silas's massive body, the bone-formed hand blade stabbing toward his abdomen. Silas turned his head to look at him, and a flash of light suddenly appeared in his crimson eyes. Interrogator, psychic piercing. That illusory tide allowed him to shepherd multiple souls simultaneously without switching. Ah. Lenas clutched his head and screamed, his voice shrill, as if he had suffered tremendous damage on the spiritual level. Although the tumors all over his body were solid, they couldn't resist attacks targeting the spirit. Whoosh. While Lenas was screaming in agony with his head in his hands, Silas opened his right hand, and blazing lava poured from his palm. The scorching lava flowed, quickly forming a long sword burning with ghostly blue flames. He gripped the sword and thrust it straight toward Lenas's bulging abdomen. He was going to use the lava longsword to pierce through both Lenas and his so-called child. PSSHT. The lava longsword was sharp and scorching. The tumors on Lenas's body couldn't block it at all. Silas didn't even feel any resistance as he easily pierced through his body. However, just as the lava longsword was about to stab through, Lenas's originally bulging belly suddenly moved. The bulge migrated across his body, actually moving upward to Lenas's chest. When the lava longsword pierced through, his abdomen had already become flat. The divine offspring had not been harmed. Cough, cough. Although his abdomen had been pierced through, a body already soaked in divinity wouldn't be destroyed so easily. Lenas's body hung on the lava greatsword. He looked up at the giant Silas and smiled maliciously. Blasphemous shepherd. I'll make sure you can't access your flock. SSHK. He quickly reached his hand into his own eye socket and viciously gouged out one of his eyeballs. With a splat, he crushed the eyeball directly. What was he trying to do? Silas's heart trembled. He was about to swing the lava longsword and throw Lenas to the ground, but just then. Wah! A loud baby's wail suddenly echoed through the dark sewer. The crying seemed to carry terrible magic, plunging everything around it into madness. Although Silas had the illusory tie protecting his spirit, the cry was so close and so piercing that it still shook his spirit. Damn it! Silas clutched his head and forcibly stirred the tide, making the sound of the tide even louder to offset the influence of the crying. But his spirituality was consumed faster as a result. He had to kill Lenas quickly. While he was affected by the crying, it gave Lenas the perfect opportunity. Light blue fluid and tissue oozed from between his fingers. A shocking bloody hole remained on Lenas's face, yet he was still smiling with loving madness, invoking the true creator's honorific name in ancient Hermes. The Lord who created everything. Thou who blasphemes the Son of God and defies the Holy Father shall be punished. He quickly finished reciting the entire ancient Hermes incantation, and his right hand, which gripped the crushed eyeball, suddenly emanated a foul and terrifying, profound aura. Just as Silas regained his senses and raised his head, Lenas had already thrown that mass onto him. Thud. Silas only felt an abnormally cold aura drill through his skin into his body. This aura seemed to contain peculiar spirituality, rapidly passing through his body tissues and stopping at the places inside him where the sheep souls were stored. This is bad. He instinctively sensed something wrong and was about to use the illusory tide to dispel it, but the cold aura immediately dispersed, seeping into all the dwelling places of his sheep souls. The cold aura spread out, deeply merging into his flesh and blood. At the deepest part of the aura, it released an indescribable trace of divinity. The Lord calls to this city, and those with wisdom will surely fear his name. Hear who has ordained the punishment of the rod. In some lofty and profound place, the mighty inverted giant opened his eyes. His gaze crossed infinite barriers and descended into this dark, cramped basement. He saw that his offspring was under attack by someone. Silas's consciousness blurred for a moment, as if he heard angry ravings echoing in his mind. When he became clear-headed again, he was shocked to discover that he had already released his demonification state. That cold and terrifying, holy yet foul aura faintly permeated his body, making those sheep souls tremble. No matter how Silas called to them, they refused to come out. He could no longer shepherd. Hee hee. Silas heard Lenas' twisted laughter from across the way. He stared at Silas with malice, and the wound in his abdomen was slowly healing. Chapter 236, 237, Aura of Agony. Dark veins bulged on Silas's face, his expression pained and shocked. The true creator's intense ravings echoed in his ears, resonating with the strange influence inside his body. The sheep souls he had shepherded were cut off from him, only cowering and no longer responding to his commands. He could no longer shepherd. The true creator, using Lenas' curse, had temporarily seized his ability. Damn it. Silas couldn't help but curse. He could hear extreme anger in the true creator's voice. Normally, he always responded positively to Silas's prayers, granting him power. But even the gentlest deity wouldn't forgive a blasphemer who tried to kill their offspring, let alone the true creator, an evil god. Whoosh. The sound of an illusory tide echoed in Silas's mind and body. The tide in his mind blocked the true creator's mental erosion for him, while the tide in his body tried to dispel the influence of those strange auras. But the aura had already firmly fixed itself inside him and was resonating with the true creator. It couldn't be expelled in a short time. Without hesitation, Silas immediately took out a black iron metal glove from his coat and put it on his hand. The next moment, his figure suddenly became tall and authoritative, as if he could dominate others. He pointed forward with his finger and spoke solemnly. Curses are forbidden here. He wanted to use this beyonder item to issue a prohibition and nullify the curse Lenas had placed on him. His spirituality was drawn away, and his own authoritative voice echoed in the air. Silas could feel that the strange aura inside his body seemed to tremble for a moment, but it was quickly restored by the true creator's ravings and continued to affect his body. A curse brought by a true god's wrath wasn't so easy to dispel. Hee hee. Lenas smiled in a twisted manner. He looked at Silas's futile struggle, his malice unconcealed in his eyes. I've changed my mind. I'm not running away anymore. His completely bloodshot eyes were full of greed as he licked his lips. My child told me that there's something very precious inside your body. I should eat you. Pop, pop, pop. Disgusting sounds rang out as the tumors on Lenas' body writhed and grew larger. Many of them had already burst open, turning into clusters of bright red flesh like blooming roses. As Silas's abilities were controlled, the flames in the sewer were gradually extinguishing. Lenas' hideous body looked extremely terrifying under the flickering light. Silas put away the black iron metal glove and looked at him contemptuously. Even if his shepherd ability was sealed, he was still a sequence 5 beyonder. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. Lenas shouted madly. He grabbed a tumor from his body surface, tore it off, and threw it at Silas. Boom. The tumor exploded in midair, bursting into a large patch of highly corrosive blood mist that enveloped Silas. At the same time, he followed close behind, lunging at Silas. Silas looked calmly at the blood mist. Crimson flesh rose from his body surface, weaving together into a bright red cloak that wrapped around his body. Blood flesh cloak. SSSSS. The blood mist fell on the cloak, constantly corroding and burning it, producing sharp sounds and rising disgust. And beneath the cloak, Silas had already drawn out a blood-red dagger. Agony. The glove wasn't his only beyonder item. Since the true creator forbade him from shepherding, he would use beyonder items to kill Lenas. Silas gripped the dagger, and sharp pain immediately arose in his body, as if a keen little knife was constantly cutting all the flesh and blood throughout his body. But Silas was already accustomed to pain and didn't mind at all. Even at this moment, he was enduring the true creator's mad ravings. Bang. The luck revolver in his other hand fired. Through the cloak, it shot precisely into Lenas' remaining right eye. Ah! Lenas, who had been charging forward, covered his eyes and let out a miserable scream. Although his body surface was already tough enough to withstand the power of bullets, his eyes were still vulnerable and had just been hit by Silas, who possessed the precise shooting ability. Swish. Wearing the blood-flesh cloak, Silas reversed the blade of agony and used it to cut a slash on his own arm. He made this cut long and deep, and fresh blood quickly gushed out, coating the surface of the dagger. The agony, which already had a crimson blade, looked even more ferocious and terrifying after being coated with blood. Not just the blade, the originally pale white bone-like hilt was also slowly changing color, as if absorbing the spirituality-rich blood of the wielder, gradually turning crimson. An invisible force spread out accordingly, emanating from Silas as the center and covering an area. Aura of agony. Lenas was right within the aura's range of influence. He had been covering his eyes, relying on the authority of flesh and blood to restore his vision, but now he suddenly raised his head. With 2 bloody holes, he roared at Silas. You want to harm my child? With that, his body rushed forward rapidly, launching an attack on him. But how could Silas give him the chance? He directly raised the blood-red dagger high and used it to viciously pierce through his own right leg. Ah! At the same moment he injured himself, Lenavis's right leg suddenly jerked and became stiff beyond his control. Before he could react, he immediately fell to the ground. Fuck. Silas cursed in a low voice, feeling intense pain from his right leg attacking his brain in waves. But when he saw Lenas trying to get up, he revealed a mad smile again and gripped the dagger, stirring it back and forth in the wound. Ah! Lenavis's screams became even more miserable. Hearing his wailing, Silas gritted his teeth and sneered coldly, immediately feeling that he wasn't in so much pain anymore. At this moment, he noticed Lenavis's highly bulging belly. His heart stirred, and he pulled out the dagger, about to stab it into his own abdomen. But before he could stab into his abdomen, that high bulge seemed to sense Silas's intention and moved again, rising to Lenavis's chest. He had dodged again. Silas hesitated slightly, but he could no longer hold back his strength. The dagger pierced through his abdomen, creating another wound. Oh! Lenas clutched his stomach and wailed. More and more tumors bloomed on his body surface. He no longer had a normal appearance and looked like a large monkey with its skin peeled off. The evil god's offspring is very cunning, huh? I can only eliminate the vessel first. The wound on Silas's thigh had already healed. He kicked out, knocking Lenas over, and before he could resist, stepped on his head with his foot. Clink, clank. He opened the revolver, letting the bullets inside scatter on the ground, leaving only one ordinary bullet. Whir, snap. Silas spun the revolver's cylinder, making it rotate rapidly, then snapped it shut without even looking. He pointed the revolver at his own temple. Chapter 237, 238, Metamorphosis. Whir, snap. The silver cylinder spun, producing a crisp metallic clicking sound, then was slapped back into the gun body by Silas. He pointed the revolver's muzzle at himself. What are you doing? Eyes slowly grew in Lenavis's eye sockets. As soon as he could see clearly, what met his gaze was Silas's current mad action. Silas didn't answer, only wore a cold smile as he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Click, click, click. The sound of the revolver clicking on empty chambers echoed through the sewer. This insane action was clearly visible to Lenas. Even though his will had already been eroded by the evil god's offspring, he still instinctively felt fear. He had to stop him. Lenas endured the residual pain in his abdomen and was about to struggle when he heard the revolver continue to make sounds. Click, bang. Silas hit the jackpot. Ah! Although it was Silas who won, it was Lenas who let out the miserable scream. He clutched his head, wailing and convulsing like a live fish pulled onto shore, occasionally arching up on the ground, bouncing, and rolling left and right. The aura of agony was still taking effect, causing the pain Silas felt to be simultaneously fed back to Lenas. Silas also felt unbearable pain in his head, as if the depths of his skull had been viciously stirred with a red-hot iron rod. But seeing Lenivas's intense reaction, it was as if the other party was sharing part of his pain, and he felt much more relaxed. He stood in place to recover for a moment. After letting the injury to his head heal somewhat, he opened the cylinder again, ejected the shell casing, and loaded a bullet. This time, he didn't load an ordinary bullet but a Beyonder bullet from his ammunition belt with intricate, complex patterns carved on its base. Because the first time was hard to succeed, he had used an ordinary bullet to accumulate luck so that the next spin would give him 5 empty shots. After making preparations, Silas once again pressed the revolver to his temple. Click, click. The crisp sound of the revolver's empty clicks echoed again. Lenas, who had still been convulsing, suddenly froze, then frantically fled in the opposite direction. Don't run. Silas stepped on his back and sneered. Didn't you want to eat me? You're crazy. You're crazy. Lenas shouted in terror, but he still kept hearing the sound of Silas pulling the trigger. Once, twice, 5 times. The luck spinner revolver accumulated powerful spirituality at this moment, and the silver glow on its surface became almost blinding. Silas lowered the revolver and was about to aim at Lenas when the latter suddenly struggled free and escaped from under his foot. Wah! The foul, blasphemous baby's wail rang out once again. Silas's body swayed, and blood flowed from both his nose and eyes simultaneously. The distant ravings from the true creator at the top of the sequence and the loud crying of the evil god's offspring right in front of him sounded at the same time, impacting his spirit. Silas was dazed for a moment. When he regained clarity, he found that Lenas had already run out of the range of agony's influence, and the originally gleaming revolver of luck had also dimmed somewhat, as if frightened by that cry. Fortunately, it only slightly affected the results. The powerful effect accumulated through luck on the revolver was still there. Silas directly raised the revolver, aimed at Lenas, and pulled the trigger. Boom. An extremely loud sound issued from the revolver. The Beyonder bullet, which already had immense destructive power, was further enhanced. Like a cannon shell, it precisely bombarded the back of Lenivas's head. Splat. His head immediately exploded, turning into countless spattering droplets of blood that splashed onto the sewer's walls and floor. The headless corpse continued running forward for several steps before falling and collapsing on the dirty, muddy ground, no longer moving. Silas stood in place, coldly watching the corpse, not approaching immediately. Intuition told him that Lenas wouldn't die so easily. Their battle had been going on for a while, but no one had caught up yet. The red gloves might be caught in a hard fight. That Mr. A was a shepherd like himself, but compared to him, Mr. A had been a shepherd for much longer. His proficiency with the ability and the quality of the souls he shepherded must be much stronger than his own. Sure enough, the headless corpse only remained quiet for a moment before it began to convulse. Pop. Splat. Lenas's bloody skin split open with cracks, and then a blood-red body struggled free and emerged from inside. Like a huge meat worm, what emerged from the headless shell was bloated and twisted, densely covered with countless ferocious human faces. If you looked carefully, they seemed to be the agonized faces of those streetwalkers. "Child, I will protect you." At the head of the meat worm, Lenas's upper body could still vaguely be made out. His abdomen still protruded, but without skin covering it, one could seemingly see a lump of flesh with the vague shape of 4 limbs. At this moment, Lenas was murmuring, saying something to the lump of flesh. An intense and fearful aura spread out. It was the terrifying pressure that only the offspring of a deity possessed. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Silas couldn't help but curse in his heart. Lenas had been becoming increasingly twisted throughout the previous battle, and in the end, he had turned into this appearance, looking truly ferocious and terrifying. A certain feeling that was both sacred and blasphemous, both mad and twisted, emanated from his body. Perhaps all of this was because of the lump of flesh Lenas held in his embrace, that thing suspected to be the evil god's offspring. Because it couldn't be born and its vessel had been attacked by Silas, that thing could only transform the vessel in this way, and in the process, it too had become a twisted form. Wah! A clear wailing sound came from Lenas's direction. The filth and corruption in that sound seemed almost tangible, making Silas feel a strong impact. "My child, you're hungry too, aren't you?" Lenas said tenderly, then raised his head and looked at Silas. Ryup. On his skinless face, his mouth slowly split open to both sides. Boom. Silas instinctively sensed a threat. He quickly dodged to the side and felt a surge of wind rush past him, followed immediately by impact and a loud roar. Crash. The sewer collapsed. Lenas's huge body slammed into the wall at the corner, and bricks and earth tumbled down together. A rush of fresh air poured in. Silas looked up and saw a patch of black sky revealed through the shattered top of the sewer. After metamorphosing into something inhuman, Lenas's strength had increased tremendously. Looking at this massive monster, Silas's eyebrows couldn't help but furrow tightly. How was he supposed to deal with this guy? Chapter 238, 239, Don't Take My Child Away. 2 in 1. Crash. The sewer was collapsing. Lenas's twisted, massive body rampaged through the narrow space, violently and madly slamming into walls and the ceiling. Silas leaped up from the ground. Through the gap broken open at the top of the sewer, he saw Backlund's gloomy, deep black sky. Suddenly, 2 points of blue-green light quietly lit up in the darkness above the opening, drifting left and right. What was that? The thick cloud layer in the air tore open a crack, and crimson moonlight poured down. By the moonlight, Silas could finally see clearly. It was actually a pure black kitten. Its body was thin and pitiful, covered with a lot of dust, but its eyes were azure and clear, very beautiful. The glowing came from its eyes. It was curiously staring at Silas. Rumble. But before Silas could examine the kitten carefully, Lenas began making a commotion in the sewer. He twisted his massive body, turned around in the narrow passage, and aimed at Silas again. The sewer shook accordingly. The tremors transmitted upward, and the little black cat was frightened. With a whoosh, it pulled back its head and ran off somewhere. "Child, let's eat him." Lenas stared at Silas and murmured. His wet, bloody upper body looked terrifyingly horrific in the moonlight. The lump of flesh in his abdomen was wriggling, gradually taking on the basic outline of limbs and a torso. Unlike the vessel Lenas, this lump of flesh was actually becoming more and more human-like. Silas endured the pain of his head exploding and looked at Lenas. Roar. Lenas let out a screech that didn't sound like something a human could produce. His massive body charged forward at an astonishing speed that didn't match his cumbersome appearance. His bloated lower body, like that of a worm, sprouted many arms that helped him achieve rapid crawling. The short distance of just over 10 meters between them was crossed in an instant. He aimed at Silas's neck and bit down with his torn, gaping mouth. Boom. His swift attack missed. Silas's body collapsed and dissolved in an instant, transforming into pitch-black shadows that scattered on the ground and disappeared. Lenas futilely bit at the air, crashed into the wall on the other side, and let out an angry, pained roar. Silas opened his eyes and looked at the strange world before him. He was still standing in the sewer, but everything around him had changed. The sewer and the shattered bricks all appeared in two colors, black and white, floating chaotically and unclearly in the illusory space like small islands. Their forms had become flat, like projections of certain angles from the real world. This was a world of shadows, flat, dim, monotonous, discontinuous. The only thing with color was Silas himself. When he became a shadow, his body came here, with only a shadow remaining in reality. Reality and illusion overlapped before his eyes. This world reflected reality to a certain degree but was also different from reality. On the other side of his vision, Silas saw Lenas' pitch-black shadow projection. In this world, he maintained a human outline with a baby-sized thing in his embrace, entangled with his body and almost merged into one with him. Silas looked at Lenas and drew out the crimson agony dagger. After taking a step forward, his figure flickered and appeared under another shadow's projection without passing through the void space. But in his physical sensation, it felt like he had walked a distance. A very peculiar experience. Swish. Pitch-black shadow spread from Silas's hand, wrapping around the dagger. The originally crimson dagger immediately became dark and lightless. Shadow shaping, one of the shadow ascetic's abilities, could use shadows to create weapons or animals with additional cold and corrupting damage. Here, he was directly attaching shadow to the dagger. As he gradually mastered the potion, more and more shadow abilities became available to him. Like this, he continuously jumped from one shadow to another, gradually approaching Lenas' shadow. In the real world, Lenas crawled back and forth in the sewer, searching for his location. But in the shadow world, Lenas' shadow always remained in place. Silas soon arrived in front of Lenas. He raised the now pitch-black dagger and stabbed it toward Lenas' shadow. Damage received in the shadow world would also feed back into reality, thereby weakening his power. However, just as he rushed to Lenas, the other's shadow suddenly changed. The originally pitch-black shadow gained color in an instant. The blurred outline became clear, sketching out a complete human form. "Caught you," Lenas said to Silas with bloodshot eyes and a cunning, mad smile at the corners of his mouth. He could actually infiltrate the shadow world too. Silas was startled and was about to dodge away when he saw Lenas spread his embracing arms, exposing what was in his bosom before him. Boom. He saw it. Silas saw it. Blasphemous yet sacred, deformed yet perfect, the innocence of a baby in pure divinity, twisted, ugly madness and nauseating limbs. Ah! Silas's body emerged from the shadows. He clutched his head and let out extremely agonized shouts. Heaven opened for him, and the Spirit of the Lord descended and fell upon him. A voice from heaven said, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased, who shall become king upon the earth." Ancient and obscure chanting echoed in his ears. His eyes melted, blood mixed with light blue vitreous humor flowing down. But the pain this brought him was far less than the impact on his spirit from directly gazing at the deity's offspring for that instant. Even though the illusory tide blocked most of the mental erosion, the remaining aftershock was terrifying enough. Ha 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 ha. Lenas was laughing maniacally. He crawled quickly to Silas's front and, like a snake, used his body to tightly coil around Silas. Creak. The bones throughout Silas's body were making brittle sounds. Lenas leaned close to him, admiring his agonized expression. A cruel smile emerged on his skinless face. He gently caressed the lump of flesh in his abdomen, hunger flashing in his eyes. His mouth tore open to his ears, opening wide as he bit toward Silas's head. PSSHT. At the critical moment, Silas violently twisted his body and turned his head aside. Lenas failed to bite off his head and instead bit into his right ribcage. Crack. A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out. More than half of Silas's right chest went into Lenas' mouth. Die. Silas, with newly grown eyes, roared at Lenas. Gripping the crimson dagger, he stabbed it deep into his twisted, bloated body. But Lenas seemed not to feel it and continued biting down, his teeth going deeper, tearing off his flesh bit by bit. The place where Silas had stabbed him wriggled and swallowed Silas's stabbing arm, as if trying to fuse his body into his own. "You want to eat me?" Silas's head was like boiling water. He became increasingly ferocious in madness and chaos. Without hesitation, he immediately released the dagger and activated blood-flesh magic, trying to transform Lenas' body into a blood-flesh bomb. Bang, bang, bang. Lenas' body exploded, turning into spattering blood mist. The explosion spread downward from where Silas's arm had stabbed in. Wah! But Lenas' body was really too large. This little explosion couldn't produce much effect. In the blink of an eye, Lenas had completely bitten off one of his ribs and swallowed it. Hee hee. He laughed indistinctly, as if enjoying the sweetness of Silas's flesh and blood. Get off. Silas's left hand spewed shadow, creating a pitch-black dagger, constantly stabbing at Lenas' face. But even so, he didn't release his mouth. Fuck. The true creator's mad ravings and the baby's foul wailing echoed in Silas's mind, never ceasing, making his spirit painfully sluggish. The sound of the tide was also drying up, he couldn't hold on much longer. Damn it, I'll blow up with you. Silas thought madly, preparing to dissolve his body and transform into a river of blood to entangle with Lenas. Although that would consume a large amount of spirituality and might even lead to irreversible madness and loss of control, it was still better than being eaten by this bastard. Whoosh. But just then, he suddenly heard the illusory sound of the tide, clearer and louder than ever before. Silas looked in the direction of the sound. At the edge of his vision, Mam appeared. In the filthy, dark sewer, she seemed to be illuminated by some soft light, appearing clearly. The white robe wrapping her entire body was spotless. At her bare feet, chaotic, deep black seawater was lapping and flowing back and forth like a tide. She wore a gentle, calm smile and made eye contact with Silas with her golden eyes. Why are you coming out at a time like this? Disappear. Silas cursed, and was about to ignore her and continue self-destructing when he saw Mam move. She spread her arms and, facing Lenas who was gnawing on Silas's body, spoke softly. Come here, child. That voice was full of loving kindness. Wah, goo. In Silas's mind, the constantly clamorous wailing suddenly paused. It seemed like an invisible gaze was scanning and spying. Like a crying child who suddenly saw a novel toy, examining it with curious eyes. Lenas, who had been wantonly gnawing on Silas, suddenly froze and abruptly raised his head. Who's speaking? He seemed to have heard something and looked around tensely and uneasily. Even though Mam was standing right beside him, he couldn't see her. He just kept searching as if sensing danger. Is it you? He asked Silas. Silas looked at him coldly and raised the shadow dagger to stab toward his eyes, but he dodged. Child, come quickly. Mam spoke again. Her voice seemed to carry endless tenderness and pity, like a mother softly calling her own child, preparing to give her child infinite love and care. Only, something seemed to be brewing behind that voice. In the invisible realm, some immature and abnormal existence directed more attention to her, like a baby putting its finger in its mouth, using its little head to think about what to do. I already said. Stop calling. Lenas shouted in panic. He threw Silas down, closed his arms, and lowered his head to protect the lump of flesh in his abdomen, shrieking at it, Child, look at me. We are one. You're the one I carried for 10 months to survive. His massive body thrashed futilely in the sewer, trying to destroy the unknown invisible threat around him. At this moment, he looked like a woman about to have her only child taken away, desperate and terrified. Unfortunately, Mam had no mercy. She walked closer to Lenas, her golden eyes flashing with soul-stirring light, and called out gently once more. Come to mother, my child. Whoosh. The illusory tide echoed at her feet, interweaving layer upon layer with her call, making her voice extremely charming and radiating some unique, strong attraction. Thus, under Mam's allurement, the evil god's offspring made its final decision. Silas had just painfully sat up from the ground when he saw Lenas's desperate struggle. No. Don't take my child away. In his abdomen, that bulging lump of flesh rapidly deflated. Some invisible thing was peeling away from his body, floating up and spreading toward Mam's direction. Child, don't abandon me. Lenas cried out shrilly, opening his arms and reaching for something. His massive body was rotting and collapsing, transforming into loose chunks of flesh and flowing blood. However much he had wanted to get rid of this evil god's offspring before, he now wanted just as much to keep the offspring. However, deities are heartless. After sensing a better, more suitable vessel, the evil god's offspring unhesitatingly abandoned him and floated toward Mam, my child. Blood tears flowed from Lenas's eyes. His body disintegrated and collapsed in the sewer, gradually dissipating. Until the moment of death, his eyes still stared in the direction the evil god's offspring had left. In that direction, a radiance of indescribable color was floating toward Mam, toward her open, warm embrace. Mam welcomed that pure light, slightly closing in as if embracing something. The tide lapped at her feet. She looked so loving and sacred that even that foul and mad existence felt peace and happiness. Then she suddenly moved. Crack. Mam was clean and efficient. Her pale palm fiercely and mercilessly grabbed something, as if easily snapping some invisible thing. Wah! An urgent, terrified cry suddenly rang out, as if the invisible something was making a weak and helpless plea. But Mam's movements showed no hesitation. The tide suddenly surged, submerging her thighs and upper body until it submerged her arms before stopping. The loving mother had suddenly, in an instant, become a vicious stepmother. The originally faint crying was drowned by the tide, quickly becoming tiny and inaudible, as if sinking into the depths of the sea. Silas snapped awake. Mam had long since disappeared. He suddenly found that he was maintaining an embracing posture, his arms closed together. The moist feeling slowly disappeared from his feet, like the tide receding, never to return. At the same time, something seemed to have been drowned and destroyed by the tide, leaving only a bit of illusory matter slowly floating up and surging into his mind. Silas felt that thing. He seemed somewhat familiar with it. Just moments ago, he seemed to have experienced it from Lenas' body. That was a trace of pure divinity. Ugh. He couldn't help but clutch his head and scream madly again. Because that trace of divinity was spreading uncontrollably and merging into his body. In the original work, Klein faced Lenas after his divinity had been eliminated, making him less dangerous. Here, Silas faced Lenas who contained divinity and whose divine offspring was about to be born. And it just happened to be at the top of his sequence, naturally having strong restraint against him. Chapter 239, 240, Devouring Divinity. Backlund Bridge District, Rustwell Street. The wreckage of the massive airship lay tilted in the river channel. Kerosene leaked from the fuel tank flowed onto the tussock river, burning fiercely on the water's surface. The pitch-black river water reflected a dazzling orange-red glow. The bright firelight also illuminated the streets on the riverbank, and the shadows of fighting figures were cast onto the buildings opposite. Thus, what had been an intense melee suddenly became a spectacular shadow play. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Praise the Lord. Gunfire erupted, and mad, eerie prayers rang out from time to time. The red gloves coordinated with each other, entangled with a large group of fanatical cultists. The fearless believers ignored the damage brought by bullets and surged forward like a tide. Even when hit by bullets, they often just swayed slightly, with little effect. What was even more troublesome was that several shadow ascetics and rose bishops were mixed in among the ordinary fanatics. They concealed their forms and launched attacks stealthily, causing considerable trouble for these Nighthawks. Fortunately, the cultists were facing the elite among the Nighthawks, well-trained and equipped with numerous beyonder items. Although they couldn't achieve immediate victory, they could maintain the front line and resist wave after wave of attacks. These guys are insane. Leonard raised his hand and hit a shadow that was moving rapidly hidden under the cultists' feet, cursing angrily. Normally, these cultists hid like cockroaches and rats in the city's darkness, but now they had all emerged. The number of surrounding cultists was simply too many. He felt like half of Backlund's Aurora Order members might have appeared here. Although it was true that the three major churches and Lone's official forces were Backlund's greatest power, before reinforcements arrived, the other side indeed occupied the numerical advantage. How much longer must we hold out before reinforcements arrive? Leonard looked up with some concern toward the other side of the street. There, two powerful Beyonders were engaged in combat. The handsome Mr. A had greatly changed in appearance. His body had grown 3 to 4 meters tall, with goat horns on his head and bat wings on his back, surrounded by sulphurous blue flames. The lava greatsword in his hands was incredibly sharp. Each swing brought spectacular destruction, silently melting the ground and walls, leaving terrible scars. Opposite Mr. A, the tall wings of the goddess, Isabella held her astonishingly large-caliber revolver, firing from time to time. Under the wide sleeve of her right arm, something was flapping and opening, directly erasing approaching attacks. It was also because of this ability that Mr. A was unable to get close. The battle had been going on for some time. The red gloves hadn't managed to break through the Aurora Order's obstruction, allowing Lenas to escape. Boom. Just then, a dull collapse suddenly came from the distant street. It seemed like the road surface had caved in. A feeling that was both sacred and filthy, blasphemous, instantly spread from within and quickly reached here. It's Lenas. He's over there. Leonard immediately recognized that the familiar evil feeling was emanating from Lenas. Although he didn't know why, Lenas didn't seem to have run far and was still nearby. On the other side of the street, both Mr. A and Wings of the Goddess, Isabella simultaneously sensed Lenas. The former was surprised and angry, while the latter discovered an opportunity. Leonard, chase after him. She shouted loudly. Yes, my lady. Leonard received the order and responded equally loudly. At the same time, the other red gloves took action with practiced speed and coordination. They launched an active offensive, opening a temporary passage for Leonard. He grabbed his revolver and sprinted through the passage, going to pursue the fleeing Lenas. Humph. Anger flashed in Mr. A's eyes. He swung his lava longsword toward Leonard's departing back. A stream of ghostly blue flames wrapped in terrible curses and deadly poison flew toward his back. But the blue flames were erased midway. Isabella blocked his path. Don't forget about me. She chuckled and said to him. During this delay, Leonard's figure had already rushed out of the street and disappeared from view. Bang. Bang. Silas's body was collapsing, constantly exploding and blooming into brilliant, blood-red roses. But at the same time, his body's flesh and blood repair power kept taking effect. Countless roses quickly closed after opening, as if accumulating strength for the next flowering season. Destruction, repair, holiness, eeriness, continuously played out in cycles on his body. Rich, profound darkness wandered across his body's surface. Under the rose petals, in the depths of the flesh crevices, it made his body flicker bright and dim like a faulty light bulb. Silas felt like he was about to burst. The evil god's offspring had been killed. All the filth and madness had been drowned and destroyed by the seawater. What finally floated up was just a trace of the purest divinity. But even this trace of pure divinity was an enormous burden for him. Not only that, the true creator's ravings, angry to the extreme, still echoed in his mind. No, it could even be said to be roaring. Silas had killed his offspring and devoured the trace of divinity within the offspring. This not only destroyed his chance at divine descent but was also mad blasphemy against the deity himself. Whoosh! Silas struggled to hold on. The sound of the illusory tide resisted the impact of the ravings. Inside his body, the curse brought by Lenas was gradually being dissolved. Once the curse was eliminated, the true creator would temporarily stop calling due to the severed connection. Cough, cough. His body trembled, collapsing and recovering, unable to move for the moment. Beside him, Lenivas's massive body was gradually disintegrating, turning into pure blood and water, flowing into Backlund's filthy underground sewer. This despicable and cunning fraudster ultimately became a sacrifice to the deity, completely disappearing from spirit to flesh. My thing is still in his body. Silas thought hazily, looking toward that mass of flesh and blood. In the crimson, deformed flesh, something rich in spirituality seemed to be precipitating out, shining with a peculiar radiance. My agony, he didn't digest it, did he? Silas thought chaotically. Thud, thud, thud. Hurried footsteps suddenly came from the street above. A man in a black uniform came running quickly, wearing bright red gloves on both hands that were especially conspicuous in the night. Leonard ran to the opening, stopped at the shattered gap, and warily looked down. His expression quickly became extremely shocked. In that scene of devastation, Lenivas's body was rotting, and a strange man was struggling madly and painfully in place, his flesh collapsing and repairing. Because of this, the man's shattered appearance was also difficult to discern. He looked so strange. Did he kill Lenivas, or is he also an enemy? Leonard thought, considering how to handle this, when he suddenly heard a sharp whoosh, whoosh sound from behind, as if something was cutting through the air, attacking him. He jumped to the side to dodge and found they were several tarot cards that had stabbed straight into the ground. Chapter 240, 241, Tarot and Corpse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp sounds of cutting through air rang out from behind. Leonard didn't look back and immediately dodged to the side. After landing, he quickly turned his body to face the direction the attack came from. Where he had originally been standing, several tarot cards were now stuck in the ground. They were ordinary tarot cards, some showing their backs, some showing their images. Who is it? Leonard looked in the direction from which the cards were thrown, his expression showing slight confusion. In the darkness of the street stood a man with the exaggerated style of a magician. His face was painted with white grease paint, his eyes made up into exaggerated black stars, and tarot cards were held between his fingers. This person was naturally Klein. At that time, he and Silas had seen Lenivas escape together. The two of them had mobilized to deal with him, so naturally they wouldn't just let him run away. However, Lenivas bore the pollution of a deity. Silas could resist it, but Klein was uncertain, and given the large sequence gap, Silas had arranged for him to observe the situation from afar while he went first. He had waited on the surface until the sewer collapsed and the figures of both men were exposed under Backlund's sky. When Silas was wrapped up by Lenivas's body, Klein had even planned to brave the mental pollution to rescue him. But before he could rush over, Silas had easily dealt with Lenivas. From Klein's perspective, Silas had muttered something at the time, and Lenivas suddenly became extremely panicked, threw him down while shouting, then had some invisible thing drawn out of him, leading to his physical collapse and death. What did Silas do? Klein was confused and uneasy in his heart, but saw that the other was plunged into pain and madness. At the same time, a red glove came running. This red glove was none other than his former colleague, Leonard. Who are you? Although it was nice to see an old colleague, he had no way to reminisce now. Hearing Leonard's question, he didn't answer but instead threw tarot cards again, forcing Leonard to pull back once more. Several matches were mixed in with the tarot cards. Using the magician's masterful technique, he threw them into the opening, landing beside Silas. Damn it, this guy keeps throwing cards, not letting me pull him into a dream. He seems very familiar with nightmare abilities. Leonard dodged the attacks and thought. He had only recently advanced to nightmare and hadn't yet mastered the ability to pull people into dreams well enough, finding it difficult to accomplish momentarily. Bang. Since he couldn't use dreams, he simply drew his gun and fired. But after the revolver bullet hit the other person, their body suddenly transformed into a mass of flames and disappeared without a trace. Boom. By the side of the agonized Silas, the scattered matches on the ground suddenly self-ignited. From the suddenly expanding flames, Klein's figure jumped out. Control your spirituality. He was impacted by Silas's wildly overflowing spirituality and retreated several steps, shouting, "Otherwise I can't get close to you." Of course, because Leonard was above, he deliberately changed his voice. Klein. In the gaps of his madness, Silas heard the latter's voice, raised his head, and saw his magician-like attire. So he struggled to restrain his spirituality, stopping the mental impact around him. "There's my Beyonder item on Lenivas's body," he struggled to say to Klein. "Got it." Klein sprinted to the corpse's side and saw a section of white bone lying in the flesh and blood, glowing with a gentle, lustrous sheen in the scattered firelight. From its shape, it looked like a human rib. "This must be the thing, right? It looks a bit strange." He took a step toward Lenivas's corpse and suddenly felt something odd. The sewer environment became somewhat pale, as if it had lost something, or as if it were composed of blurred illusions. "It's Leonard. He pulled us into a dream," Klein thought. If it were an ordinary Beyonder, they might not notice the dream, but he had peculiar qualities that allowed him to remain clear-headed in dreams. Just as he was preparing to try breaking through the dream, he felt Silas's aura behind him suddenly surge. Everything before his eyes transmitted an illusory shattering sound, as if invisible glass was being destroyed. The dream was broken. Ugh. Above them, Leonard let out a muffled cry of pain, as if he had received a strong mental impact. "Hurry!" Silas shouted with difficulty. "Leonard, you're on your own," Klein thought, rushing to Lenivas and first picking up that white rib. The item emanated an intense stimulating sensation. Just touching that white rib brought knife-like pain from his entire body, making him feel very uncomfortable. "What the hell is this thing?" He first dropped it as if electrocuted, then took out a piece of white paper from his coat. Using the paper as a barrier, he wrapped up that section of white rib, finally avoiding that intense pain. After packing away the rib, Klein hurriedly ran back to Silas's side. Looking around, he found a large amount of blood scattered on the ground, including both Lenivas's and Silas's own. "I must clean up the scene. Otherwise they might track us down through these." Klein thought for a moment. His gloves moved slightly, and the gaps between his fingers were immediately filled with over a dozen tarot cards. This deck was made of ordinary cards, but could roughly serve as paper figurine substitutes left at the scene to interfere with divination. Swish, swish, swish. Countless cards were thrown from his hands, falling on the sewer floor and on Lenivas's rotting, decomposing corpse. Many tarot cards began burning after landing, scattering glowing sparks and disturbing the scene. But some also fell on Lenivas's body, covering his face that refused to close in death. On them were depicted images and numbers, a man hanging inverted from a tree, leisurely contemplating, a fool full of hope, shouldering a pack and embarking on a journey, and a goddess raising the sword of judgment, punishing evil. Klein hastily finished all this and grabbed Silas. Bang, bang, bang. Above the opening, Leonard's nose was bleeding as he used his handgun to obstruct them. But he immediately saw the figures of the two men become tinged with crimson flames and disappear. Boom. The next moment they appeared on the road, and the moment after that, they appeared in an even more distant district. Jumping continuously like this, before Leonard could react, they had left his line of sight. Damn it. Leonard lowered his arm holding the revolver and stared blankly into the sewer. He saw Lenivas's corpse buried among a large number of tarot cards. Just then, he suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping from above. Looking up, in the night sky, the demonified Mr. A came flying on bat wings. His body bore wounds, and a large group of nighthawks pursued behind him, but his gaze was fixed only on the sewer. Ah! When he saw clearly the state of Lenivas's death, he let out a despairing howl. Damn bastard! Mr. A roared heart-wrenchingly in the direction Silas had departed, his voice containing madness and fury. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you wish you were dead. Chapter 241, 242, Fragmentation. Hang in there. Klein supported Silas as they quickly passed through the East District streets. The melee between the two forces allowed them to successfully escape the scene. Mr. A's rage and madness seemed still before their eyes. If it weren't for the Red Glove elites who caught up later and entangled with him again, they would definitely have had bigger trouble. Using the dim night and his own magical illusions, Klein stealthily infiltrated all the way, finally carrying Silas back to the front of his rented apartment. Cecilia. Using the key from Silas's pocket to open the door, he rushed in shouting. Looking around, the living room was empty. Only one of the gas lamps on the wall was lit, and the lamplight shrouded the furnishings inside in a layer of dim yellow outline. Where did Cecilia go? Klein thought worriedly. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from behind him. He turned around warily and saw a black-haired girl appear from nowhere, gripping a dagger in her hand. "Oh, you're here." Klein relaxed slightly. So she had hidden in the darkness using assassin abilities. Her concealment skills were really good, he hadn't even noticed her. "What happened to my brother?" She put away the dagger and walked forward, supporting Silas, who had a face full of pain and madness and was muttering to himself. She asked calmly. I'm very sorry, our plan had a slight accident." Klein made eye contact with those azure eyes and stuttered through an explanation. When they left here in the afternoon, her brother had been fine, but when he brought him back, he had become this deranged. This made him feel very embarrassed and guilty. Facing this girl who had literally dug up her brother's coffin, he felt somewhat numb in the scalp, afraid that she might suddenly pull out a dagger the next second. However, to Klein's surprise, she didn't go berserk, and didn't even say anything to embarrass him. She just listened quietly, then helped Silas sit on the sofa. "I should have gone with Silas at the time." She sighed and said. "I'm sorry, I failed to protect him properly." Klein said, full of apology. But she was no longer paying attention to him. She first turned and went into the kitchen, brought out a large plate of prepared fresh meat and fed it to Silas. The latter instinctively devoured it all, and his condition improved slightly. After this, she skillfully fed Silas a transparent potion contained in a glass test tube, making him calm down. Cecilia's methods are really skilled. How long has she been taking care of Silas? Klein thought admiringly. After completing these emergency response measures, the black-haired girl took out a cracked mirror from her body. The frame of this mirror was golden with fine scales protruding, appearing exquisite and antique. She sat next to Silas, pressing close to him. One hand held his shoulder, the other held the mirror before him. "Silas, look here," she said in a gentle tone. Klein was surprised to see a golden eye emerge on the mirror's surface, its pupil vertical, like a legendary dragon. With the appearance of this eye, some invisible pressure seemed to spread from within the mirror. But in the next moment, the mirror seemed frightened. Its aura suddenly retracted, the eye shrank back, and it returned to being an ordinary mirror. It seemed unwilling to directly face Silas in his current state. "Come out," the black-haired girl said with a heavier tone. Seeing the mirror still had no response, she directly smeared Silas's blood on the back of the mirror. The mirror, as if receiving a terrible threat, was forced to reveal its pupil and treat Silas's mental condition. Silas opened his vacant eyes and made eye contact with the mirror, accepting the suggestion. Crack. Several more fissures appeared on the mirror surface, the shattering sound like some kind of wail. Accompanying this sound, that golden eye exploded. With a crash, the mirror completely turned into glass fragments and fell all over the floor. This Beyonder item was thus completely destroyed, and the Beyonder characteristics contained within slowly precipitated out. Cough, cough. Silas gasped heavily, coughing like a drowning person breaking through the water's surface, and opened his eyes. As soon as he opened them, he saw his sister's face. That delicate, beautiful face was looking at him full of worry. "Brother, how do you feel now?" the girl asked with concern. "Not bad." Silas smiled bitterly. Although he had temporarily regained consciousness, that trace of divinity had already deeply merged into his consciousness and his flesh and blood. The lingering effects it would bring couldn't be determined. Raising his head, he saw Klein's face full of guilt. "I'm sorry, Silas," he said, "I couldn't help you. Being able to rescue me from the scene was already very good." Silas shook his head. With Klein's current sequence, if he had really participated in that battle, he would only have been caught in the crossfire. He was about to say a few more comforting words when anger involuntarily surged in his heart. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably curved up, and he let out a contemptuous sneer. That's what happens when you're always hiding. Too scared to take on Lenas yourself." Mocking words drilled out of his mouth, full of provocation. "You're already a magician, do you still need to play the clown? No, you're simply a real clown." Seeing his performance, not only Klein but even his own sister seemed stunned. "What's going on?" "I didn't mean to say that." Silas quickly stopped his mouth. But in the next moment, an even colder, more cruel emotion dominated his mind. He sneered and looked at Klein, saying, as an apology, "Twist off your head." As he said this, black goat horns sprouted from the top of his head, showing signs of demonification. Klein retreated in terror. Magma was even spouting from Silas's palm, creating a lava longsword, as if he was about to get serious. But his sneer didn't last long. His other hand grabbed his wrist, his body trembled violently, stopping the demonification process and forcibly controlling his own actions. "Sorry, there's something wrong with me," he explained with difficulty. "My consciousness is being affected by the sheep souls." Silas thought. It was as if his spirit had been split apart. He was sometimes cold, sometimes laughing madly, sometimes mocking sarcastically, sometimes shouting angrily, resonating with those sheep souls deep in his flesh. The divinity dissolved in his body, allowing his consciousness to have deeper contact and communication with the sheep. This should have been something experienced only at higher sequence levels, but he had encountered it here. My mental state is becoming more and more problematic. Silas cursed inwardly. This trace of pure divinity had brought him enormous trouble. By the way, Klein. What about my Beyonder item? Did you bring it with you? He asked Klein, enduring the torment of mental fragmentation. I brought it. Klein showed him a pristine white rib. Ah. What's this? Where's my agony? Chapter 242, 243, Agonies, Mutation and Complete Digestion of the Potion. Several days later, in Silas's rented apartment. He lay alone on the bed in his room, the expression on his face constantly changing. Sometimes a contemptuous smile floated up, sometimes he revealed cold-blooded, cruel eyes, sometimes he became dignified and cold. Amid the constantly changing expressions, he maintained silence, playing with and examining the white bone in his hands. From its appearance, this was a human rib, with a smooth and lustrous surface. But once it directly touched the skin, one would feel intense pain, as if the entire body was being cut by invisible blades. This point was the same as his original Beyonder item, agony. The good thing I worked so hard to obtain, after using it just once, mutated into this appearance. Silas found it somewhat hard to accept. He still remembered that his agony dagger had first been swallowed into Lenivus's body, then precipitated out from the corpse. During this process, the dagger might have undergone strange changes. Not only that, Silas also seemed somewhat familiar with this bone. At the time, one of his ribs had been bitten off and swallowed by Lenivus. The bone in his hands now, regardless of size and shape, seemed to perfectly match the rib on the right side of his body. In other words, his rib and the agony dagger had been swallowed by Lenivus simultaneously. In the belly of this strange existence that was gestating an evil god's offspring, they had decomposed, fused, and then precipitated out again, becoming a new Beyonder item. Can this kind of thing even happen? He thought incredulously. But how should this bone be used? From its appearance, this was just an ordinary human rib. Apart from being able to feel pain, there were no other special features. After trying it out a bit, Silas found that the original Aurora Order and Disease Aura had both failed. As for the most important pain ability, it also seemed unusable. He tried coating the rib's surface with blood, but the invisible aura didn't manifest. Had this thing become useless? Silas refused to believe it no matter what. The fusion of his power, a Sequence 5 Beyonder item, and the evil god's offspring, after these three forces merged, what was produced couldn't possibly be something with no effect. It was impossible even thinking about it with one's feet. If only the queen were still here. If I asked her to research it, she should be able to figure it out quickly. He thought regretfully. Wait, perhaps the artisans of the steam church could also do it. But if I showed up with such a suspicious item, I'd definitely be discovered. Silas researched for a while longer but ultimately still couldn't figure out how to use this bone. He could only put it away temporarily. Closing his eyes, he sensed the changes within his body. That battle that night brought him not only that trace of divinity but also gains at the potion level. After killing Lenivus, both his Shadow Ascetic potion and Rose Bishop potion had been completely digested. He didn't quite understand the specific reason, but felt it might be related to the true creator's offspring. During the acting process, the higher the status of the target, the better the feedback for digestion. An evil god's offspring from his own sequence, killed under M's deception and destroyed and corrupted by the illusory tide. The host body, Lenivus, also suffered destruction and distortion. Perhaps all this had far exceeded his needs for digestion. Unfortunately, at the time, he was confused due to divine erosion and didn't experience the specific moment of digestion. Although digesting 2 potions alleviated his semi-mad state, the fused divinity made up for the deficit in his mad state, giving him the new symptom of mental fragmentation. It could truly be called a hellish joke. Up to now, the only undigested potion remaining in Silas's body was the Sequence 5 Shepherd potion. He hadn't yet considered how to act as a shepherd. Although he had already shepherded sheep several times, the digestion feedback was minimal. However, before digesting the shepherd potion, "Brother, she's here." Silas heard his sister's voice from downstairs. So he opened his eyes, got up from the bed, and came to the first-floor living room. A female guest was sitting on the sofa. Her brown curly hair fell over her shoulders. She wore a proper dark green dress and wool shawl, accepting the tea his sister handed over with restrained politeness, saying thank you. "Mr. Anderson." Seeing Silas, this lady with a lazy temperament instinctively stood up from the sofa. After receiving the letter he had sent via a coachman yesterday, she had hurried over on time. "Welcome, Miss Furs," Silas said. He was about to say a few polite words when his spirit suddenly became confused. His eyes couldn't help becoming stern as he rebuked her, "Stand up straight. What are you slouching for?" "Yes." Furs was startled and immediately tensed her body, standing bolt upright with her chest out and head raised. She didn't know what was happening but didn't dare disobey this Mr. Anderson's command. His current bearing was like an interrogator in a dark room who could give her a lashing at any moment. "Ahem. Sorry, please sit down. You don't need to stand so straight." Silas regained consciousness, cleared his throat, and said, "Okay." Furs sat down confused and uneasy, pressing her hands on her legs and sitting properly. Since graduating from medical school, she had never sat this upright. Zaya would definitely be shocked to see it. "I asked you to come over today because I want to pull out your internal organs." No, sorry." As Silas spoke, he started spouting nonsense again. Under Furz's terrified gaze, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and explain, "As you can see, my mental state isn't very good right now. I'm a bit fragmented." "This is more than just a bit," Furz thought with trepidation. Under her gaze, the expression on this powerful Beyonder's face changed from time to time. It was as if several souls had been stuffed into one body, and these souls were rushing to squeeze out and compete for control of the body. This made his words and actions incoherent, terrifying and mad. "I called you over to ask you to visit Miss Audrey." Silas endured the mental chaos and said to Furz, she previously considered joining an organization called the Psychology Alchemists. "I hope you can ask her for me to see if she has entered that organization now." When he had been a bodyguard for Audrey Hall before, the Psychology Alchemists were already attempting to contact her. Now that some time had passed, the two sides should have connected. Silas's idea was simple, to contact the Psychology Alchemists through Audrey and have them treat his mental state. Their research on psychological issues was professional, and their abilities were in the corresponding field. Moreover, there were no conflicts between them. As long as he paid some compensation, they should agree. "Miss Audrey, right? I understand." How could Furz dare refuse? She immediately agreed repeatedly. Chapter 243, 244, The Spirit World and the Seven Lights. "I'll go visit Miss Audrey," Furz said, then hesitated before adding in a small voice, though it might need to wait a few days. "You know how things are, the streets aren't safe right now." It was all thanks to the Aurora Order. According to the newspapers, the terrorist organization Aurora Order had orchestrated an attack that resulted in an airship crash, destroyed an entire street, and caused multiple injuries and deaths. Through other channels, Furz had learned more details. Those lunatics had actually brought a large group of believers into a direct confrontation with the Evernight Goddess Church's Red Gloves. At the time, the fires burning in the street had lit up the night sky, and blood and bodies had flowed down the Tasik River to the downstream districts. Due to the severity and widespread impact of the incident, the Evernight Goddess Church was still hunting down related personnel, and unofficial Beyonders were all living in fear. The entire underground world of Backlund was immersed in a tense atmosphere. Gatherings large and small had all been cancelled, and the vast majority of unofficial Beyonders had gone into hiding, ceasing all activities. If it weren't for the letter Silas had sent, Furz wouldn't want to go out during such a sensitive period either. Wouldn't it be better to stay home and continue thinking about the opening of her new book? The chaotic East Borough was one thing, but as for the Queen's district where Miss Audrey lived, the security forces there were particularly intense right now. If she went there, she'd very likely be discovered and arrested as a suspicious Beyonder. "I understand. You can wait a few days for now." Silas nodded, his facial expression constantly shifting due to his mental fragmentation. He knew far more about the situation than Furz did, because the entire incident could even be said to have been triggered by him. "I'm glad you understand." Furz relaxed a little and took a sip of tea. "By the way." Silas remembered something else. "That type of stone you gave me before, do you have any more?" He was referring to the dark cyan stone Furz had given him as payment for treating Zio. That stone's teleportation effect had been extremely useful and had saved Silas's life at a critical moment. He wanted to obtain a few more for emergencies. "That one. The one I gave you was the last one. I don't have any others." Furz answered. "None left." Silas felt slightly disappointed, then continued to press, "Where did you get it from?" Under his gaze, Furz didn't dare lie. She could only honestly tell Silas that when she had worked as a doctor, she had cared for a dying old lady. It was because of that old lady's gift that she had embarked on the path of a Beyonder, and this bracelet was one of her relics. "Did she leave you anything else?" Silas asked. Besides the bracelet, she also left a notebook called Sights in the Spirit World. Furz answered. The Spirit World. Silas wasn't unfamiliar with this term. In the field of mysticism, this term symbolized an illusory world that didn't exist in reality but corresponded to it. This world contained various wondrous creatures and was rich with indescribable knowledge and mysteries. Even he himself had summoned creatures from the spirit world through rituals. But regarding the deeper details of the spirit world, Silas wasn't clear. What would I need to pay to see this notebook? Silas asked. No payment needed. First took out a newly bound notebook from her handbag and handed it over. This is a copy I transcribed. Please take it directly. Consider it thanks for treating Zio before. Knowledge has value. Payment must be given. Silas thought for a moment and exchanged a glance with his sister beside him. She then took out £50 in banknotes and handed them to Furs. Saving someone was one thing, but with Furs's nervous attitude, if he didn't pay something, it would seem like he was bullying her. Really, it's not necessary. Furs demurred for a while but eventually accepted the money. Since joining the Tarot Club, there were many things she wanted to obtain, and she was actually quite short on cash lately. So she wasn't very firm in her refusal of Silas's money. He's really considerate. She thought to herself, touched, as she felt the 5 £10 notes. Only then did Silas accept the notebook with peace of mind. Please be careful. Some of the knowledge in here is dangerous. Usually when I read it, even for just a short while, I become manic and confused, Furs warned. If you notice your emotions getting off, please stop and take a break. I know. Silas deeply understood. He was all too aware of how dangerous forbidden knowledge could be. After that, they chatted about a few other things. After Furs repeatedly assured him she would contact Audrey as soon as possible, she got up to leave. After Furs left, Silas opened the handwritten copy of Sights in the Spirit World in the living room. He wanted to try studying it to see if he could figure out the principle behind that rapid traversal. After flipping through a few pages, he felt the mental impact. His already restless emotions seemed to become even more unstable. The handwriting in the notebook was fairly neat, the words were in loan script without mystical properties, and ordinary paper was used, but the content itself genuinely made him feel somewhat manic. Sure enough, the problem was with the knowledge itself. Even if he summoned the illusory tide, he probably couldn't solve this problem. He could only follow Furs's suggestion and read for a while, then rest for a while. Sights in the Spirit World roughly recorded the experiences of some powerful beyonder traveling through the spirit world. He had his own insights and understanding of this peculiar world, introducing many of the creatures and rules within it. Based on the descriptions here, after I used that stone, did my body arrive in the spirit world? Silas thought with dawning understanding. Not just that stone. When the Queen summoned gatherings and he walked on the yellow brick road, the surrounding environment also seemed to be the spirit world. In other words, by moving through the spirit world, one could achieve traversal between two locations in the real world. That made sense. The spirit world had no concept of direction or space, but the locations in the spirit world corresponded to the real world. One could indeed cross a short distance in the spirit world yet traverse a long journey in reality. Silas figured out the principle of spirit world traversal, and nodded with some satisfaction. Not only that, sights in the spirit world also introduced 7 beams of pure light that existed within it. Those lights represented knowledge of corresponding domains. Many mystical ritual ceremonies in the field of mysticism ultimately pointed to those 7 pure lights. Pure lights, happy to teach people and impart knowledge. Silas had seen similar descriptions in the Nighthawk's internal materials. He muttered to himself, feeling that these 7 seemed to be relatively neutral, even friendly mysterious entities. At least they were better than evil gods like the True Creator, the Hidden Sage, and the Primordial Witch. Perhaps praying to them would be a good choice. The instinct of a secret suppliant made him think this way. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 244, 245, Red Light, Ire Moria. Ever since swallowing the Beyonder characteristic and becoming a secret suppliant, Silas's prayer targets had basically all been dangerous existences. Setting aside the numerous evil gods like the True Creator, the Hidden Sage, and the Primordial Witch, even the Evernight Goddess, his nominal superior before, gave him the feeling of a neutral observer calculating his investment potential. There was no help for it. The knowledge Silas obtained from the secret suppliant potion had been twisted by the True Creator. It didn't include neutral and friendly mystical entities, only the True Creator and his dependents, 2 extremely dangerous existences. The various rituals were also basically related to him, sacrificing to please him, praying to him for power, and such. Although the True Creator was very dangerous, previously he could still rely on the illusory tide to resist mental pollution, complete rituals, and achieve his goals. So to speak, eating the candy coating and throwing back the cannonball. But ever since Silas killed the True Creator's offspring, this petty evil god actually held a grudge. Not only did he refuse to respond to Silas's prayers, he would also use the rituals to send down massive amounts of mad ravings, trying to destroy his sanity. In other words, Silas was currently trapped in an awkward situation where he had no one to pray to. The True Creator was disgusted with him and resisted him, the goddess's attitude was ambiguous, and the other evil gods were equally dangerous. But Silas needed prayer targets. Otherwise, many useful rituals couldn't be performed. So he began searching for other prayer targets. The first target he considered was that mysterious fool. However, his multiple attempts to pray to fool all failed because his golden finger resisted fool. He had also analyzed that perhaps he could massively consume his spirituality until the remaining spirituality was insufficient to support that tide. At that point, the tide wouldn't appear automatically and wouldn't stop him. But directly facing a deity of unknown good or evil was far too dangerous. So when Silas saw the honorific names and detailed explanations of the 7 sites in the spirit world, he immediately became very interested in them. I can try to establish contact with them. It's time to meet some friendly mystical existences. Thinking this, he returned to his room and began preparing the ritual. According to the book's description, there were 2 ways to contact the 7 lights of the spirit world. One was the mystical union ritual, which required the person performing the ritual to open their heart and spirit, making deep contact with the corresponding existence, thereby obtaining relevant knowledge, power, help, or spiritual experience. This method was relatively easy to achieve, but it would cause one's spirit to be completely exposed to the other party, and secrets one didn't want to reveal might also be learned by them. As for the second method, it was even simpler and more direct, the spirit summoning ritual, directly inviting one of the 7 lights down from the spirit world to answer various questions. It didn't involve contact with the mind and was a bit safer. The downside was that the 7 lights of the spirit world had very high positions and might not necessarily respond to his prayers as a mere sequence 5. Silas thought for a while and decided to use the second method. Whether they'd respond or not, he'd try first. With this attitude, he created a spiritual wall, prepared the altar, lit 3 candles, and dripped essential oil into the flames. After completing the preparations, he placed a paper figure in the center of the altar as a medium for the spirit summoning. He stepped back, opened his mouth, and recited the prayer in ancient Hermes. I pray in my name. I pray to communicate with the inextinguishable light of the spirit world, the embodiment of infinite knowledge, the red who wields authority and will. While controlling his fragmenting spirit, he recited the prayer. Due to his mental chaos, it took him a bit of time to successfully finish the prayer. The target of his prayer was one of the 7 lights, red light, Aeros. This pure light symbolizing authority and will often appear in the image of a dignified elder holding a scepter and mastered numerous knowledge in the mystical domain. From Silas's perspective as a secret suppliant, this red light's ritual was neither evil nor mad. Although not as powerful as a deity, his position was already considered very high. Bang. 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 With his prayer, the flames on the 3 candles expanded and enlarged at the same moment, magically connecting together to construct a phantom light gate. The world outside the altar became pitch black, and countless indifferent eyes opened. These eyes weren't evil, but neither were they benevolent. They simply existed objectively, watching him. Whoosh! An invisible wind blew across the altar, surging within the spiritual wall. On the altar, that paper figure wasn't affected by the wind. Instead, it shakily stood up, its surface stained with pure crimson. It worked on the first try. Silas looked at this red color, feeling slightly surprised. This red was different from the color of blood and flesh he was used to seeing daily. It wasn't so bloody, but rather rich and bright, like pure light. Hello. Silas greeted the other party. In that book, Sights in the Spirit World, the author recorded that the 7 lights liked to teach people and liked people to treat them as teachers rather than high-positioned beings. As he greeted them, he activated the illusory tide in his mind. Although red light seemed relatively friendly, to prevent accidents, he still maintained vigilance. Hello. The red paper figure replied, bowing slightly to Silas. Although the voice was very dignified, the tone was very gentle. Quite polite, more courteous than I imagined. Silas thought to himself. After bowing, the paper figure possessed by red light, Aeros, stood quietly, seemingly waiting for Silas to speak first. What should I say? After making eye contact with red light for a few seconds, Silas spoke. Esteemed red light, Aeros, I see you're quite red, like a hamadryas baboons. Cough cough, sorry, please ignore what I just said. Halfway through his words, his spirit was suddenly influenced by the pyromaniac's lamb soul, and he actually took the initiative to provoke red light. Fortunately, he controlled himself before finishing. Actually, I have a few questions I'd like you to answer. Please just call me Aeros, the other party answered. No need to apologize. I understand your difficulties. Too polite. Silas thought to himself, but said aloud, as you can see, my mental state isn't very stable right now. Is there any way to solve my mental problems? After asking this question, he could feel red light fall silent for a moment. It seemed like after pondering, he slowly answered, unfortunately, your problem is fundamental. With my shallow knowledge, I cannot offer any constructive suggestions. The 7 lights of the spirit world, existences symbolizing knowledge itself, actually said their own knowledge was shallow. Silas found it hard to believe. He felt the other party's silence was somewhat suspicious, as if they knew something but were unwilling to answer. Besides that, what made him even more confused was that the other party actually said his madness was fundamental. Was this hinting that his madness had deeper underlying reasons? Never mind. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to answer questions about himself, he simply gave up for now. Then, as if remembering something, he took out that section of white rib bone. Excuse me, do you know how to use this beyonder item? Chapter 245, 246, How to Use the Rib Bone. Do you know how to use this beyonder item? Silas showed the fused rib bone to Red Light Ire Moria. This wasn't a complete rib bone, but rather a section that Lenas had forcibly bitten off. It was about 2 fingers long, with one edge blunt and flat, while the other side was rather sharp, protruding like a bone spike. It would definitely be good for stabbing people. Please bring it closer. This time, Red Light Ire Moria didn't refuse him. All right. Silas stepped forward and placed the rib bone on the altar, right in front of the paper figure representing Red Light Ire Moria. He saw the bright red paper figure lean down slightly, as if examining the rib bone. The surface of the lustrous white bone was then illuminated with a layer of red light. After observing for a moment, the paper figure representing Red Light raised its head again and looked at Silas. If I'm not mistaken, this bone comes from your body. Yes. Silas instinctively touched his side. Although the wound and bone where Lenas had bitten him had already healed, recalling it still caused a dull ache. Due to a coincidence, my bone was swallowed by a certain extraordinary creature. Inside its body, it fused with another beyonder item. Currently, I can't figure out how to use it. I see. Red Light's voice rumbled. No wonder I sensed multiple powers and characteristics from this bone. They should mutually repel each other, but in that peculiar internal environment, they completed fusion using your bone as a medium. The divinity of the evil god's offspring as a catalyst, and Silas's own bone as the medium. So, how should I use it? He continued to ask. This bone originally belonged to you. As long as you let it return to your body, you'll naturally know how to use it. However, the bright red paper figure's answer was somewhat ambiguous. Return to the body, what does that mean? Wait. Could it be? Silas hesitated for a second, a terrible guess forming in his mind. You mean, when I use it, I have to stab it into my own body? He asked in a low voice, suddenly understanding why the other end of the rib bone was a sharp, slender bone spike. The paper figure didn't answer, as if acknowledging by default. That's truly insane. Only someone on my pathway could use this. Silas spoke in deep tones, unclear whether he was praising or being sarcastic. What about its negative effects? Similarly, you'll understand when you use it. The other party's words remained ambiguous. All right, thank you very much for your explanation. Silas thanked him, then put away the white rib bone. From Red Light's description, this bone might be even more dangerous than he imagined. If there was an opportunity, he could try it out. The honor is mine. The bright red paper figure bowed slightly. Red Light's attitude is really good. Worthy of being a friendly mystical existence. Silas felt somewhat moved. Honestly, this was the most relaxed ritual he performed since becoming a secret suppliant. There were no terrible ravings causing mental pain, no mad knowledge bursting his brain, and no gazes examining and evaluating him. It was just equal question and answer, like a student consulting a teacher. But the red light recorded in the Sights in the Spirit World notebook, though polite, still maintained a certain dignity. Just now was a bit too friendly. Or perhaps Red Light's behavior was related to something special about him. Recalling the other party's suspicious pause earlier, they might really know something. Unfortunately, even if he asked Red Light directly, the other party would probably only respond with ambiguous words, just like before. I hate riddle speakers. Silas couldn't help thinking. Perhaps only when his sequence advanced further would Red Light Ire Moria respond to him with a more serious attitude. Well then, those are all my questions for now. He said to the bright red paper figure. I understand. If you have problems you want solved in the future, you can find me, or my other pure light brothers in corresponding domains. Red Light Ire Moria said, manipulating the paper figure to bow again. Whoosh. The sound of wind gradually died down. The phantom gate formed by the 3 candle flames disappeared. The red color on the paper figure's surface rapidly faded, and with a plop, it fell forward onto the altar. North District, the Backlund Diocese headquarters of the Evernight Goddess Church, St. Samuel Cathedral. In a lounge, the black-haired, green-eyed, and handsome Leonard was resting his feet on the table, his hands in red gloves clasped behind his head, rocking back and forth in his tilted chair. Such a posture was quite improper for a gentleman, but under the reflection of his lazy, casual poet's temperament, it seemed quite fitting. Although his movements were extremely leisurely, his expression was somewhat heavy, his brows tightly furrowed, as if thinking about something. At this moment, he suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Old man, what do you think the situation was with those two people that day?" Leonard seemed to be talking to himself, yet also murmuring to the air. The next instant, in his mind, a slightly aged voice directly responded. "I don't know." "You really don't know?" Leonard wasn't willing to let it go easily and continued to press the topic. "But when I recall it now, when you saw that person, you seemed to let out a soft ah. Did you discover something?" "I do have some guesses, but I can't tell you." The aged voice answered. "You're being so cautious because it's related to your enemy," Leonard said. The voice within his body came from a high-sequence powerhouse from ancient times who, to evade his enemies, was temporarily parasitizing within him to recover his strength. "You'd better not know. For the current you, there's no benefit." The aged voice immediately became somber. "Ha, I think you're just scared," Leonard said. Although he spoke this way, he could still sense the fear in the other party's tone. Normally, this old man maintained composure even when facing high-ranking deacons and archbishops, yet now he was showing such an attitude, making him feel even more curious. Just as he was thinking about how to get the truth out of the other party, the lounge door was suddenly opened. A woman stood in the doorway. She was tall, with a casual expression, and her arms were tucked inside wide sleeves. "Your Grace Isabella." Leonard immediately removed his legs from the table and stood up from his chair. "Leonard, come with me. There's a meeting you need to attend." "Wings of the goddess," Isabella said with a smile, leading him out of the meeting room. Leonard followed behind her, not worried that the old man parasitizing within him would be discovered by her. When he became a red glove, he had gone through various tests without being exposed. The two walked through the serene and lofty cathedral. Chapter 246, 247, Tarot Cards. Northborough, St. Samuel Cathedral. Crimson moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows, spilling across the corridor floor. Two figures walked through the red-tinted light, the scarlet gloves on their hands gleaming as their footsteps echoed in succession. "Lady Isabella, aren't we going after the Aurora Order today?" Sensing the strange atmosphere, Leonard took the initiative to ask. "No, we've caught most of the ones we can. The rest have gone to ground, and hunting them down would be time-consuming and not worth the effort," Isabella replied. "Cultists are like rats or cockroaches in the sewers. You can never kill them all, and they always multiply when you're not looking. It's a shame that their leader, managed to escape." Leonard nodded. That madman had caused them enormous trouble, and the fact that he'd escaped unscathed just proved how difficult shepherds were to deal with. As they spoke, the two passed through the corridor and entered a conference room. So many people. Leonard's gaze swept across the room. To his surprise, among those present were not only Nighthawks but also several people in military uniforms. At the front of the room sat Archbishop Anthony Stevenson alongside a black-haired, golden-eyed man whose presence felt as deep and terrifying as Anthony's. He must be a demigod of the same rank. Isabella led him into the conference room, patted his shoulder, then left him alone. She stretched lazily and took a seat at the back. "Leonard, correct?" Just as Leonard was feeling confused, Anthony Stevenson, dressed in his black robes with red trim, smiled at him and asked in a friendly tone. "Yes, Saint Anthony." Leonard quickly replied. "These are our colleagues from MI9. They're also here to assist with the investigation into the events from a few days ago. Take a seat over there. In a moment, we'll need you to brief everyone on the situation and answer a few questions." "Understood," Leonard replied, sitting down reluctantly in the front row. With two demigods right beside him, he sat stiffly, unable to lounge casually with his legs up like he usually did. "Now then, allow me to review the sequence of events." A well-dressed Nighthawk stepped forward and showed everyone a photograph. "The incident began when one of our church's priests received a message delivered by pigeon, written in flesh and blood. It said that the offspring of an evil god was about to be born. That's the gist of it. By the time our people broke free from the Aurora Order's interference and caught up to Lenas, he had already been killed." He finished his detailed explanation and stepped down from the podium. "Leonard," Anthony called to the black-haired, green-eyed nightmare. "Share your experience with everyone." "Yes." Leonard stood at the podium somewhat bewildered and recounted his experience once more. He noticed the military intelligence members exchanging glances and whispering among themselves. "From your personal perspective, what is the relationship between these two intruders and the Aurora Order?" the black-haired, golden-eyed MI9 official asked. "Enemies," Leonard answered without hesitation. "They must have been the ones who killed Lenas, who was carrying the evil god's offspring. Mr. A, who caught up with us later, was furious. His roar was so loud I could hear it clearly. What pathways did those two belong to? One of them appeared to be a magician. The other didn't display any particular abilities. I only saw that he seemed severely injured, his expression pained, his body constantly regenerating. The military demigod fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then said, I see. Leonard didn't quite understand. Seeing that St. Anthony had nothing more to add, he bowed his head slightly, turned, and walked to the back of the conference room to find an empty seat. Military intelligence's position is that this incident and the previous Capim case were likely committed by the same person. The military demigod stated. And your reasoning? St. Anthony asked calmly. This was precisely why MI9 had come to inquire about the case details. The reasoning is that in both cases, the actual perpetrator was connected to the Secrets Suppliant pathway. The military demigod explained. He continued. In the Capim case, everyone present, except for the innocent girls, was completely devoured. Not a drop of blood or scrap of flesh remained. In this case, both the priest who received the message and the person who ultimately killed Lenas appear to be beyonders of this pathway. We suspect he's at least a sequence 6 rose bishop. After hearing this, St. Anthony didn't object. He simply pondered in silence. Wait, I have a question. At that moment, the voice of Wing of the Goddess, Isabella carried over the crowd. Beyonders of the Secret Suppliant pathway are theoretically all brainwashed by the true creator and only act according to that evil god's will. But in the first case, the real culprit actually spared innocent little girls, reducing the flesh and blood offered to the true creator. In the second case, the person behind it was clearly antagonistic to the Aurora Order and even killed the true creator's offspring. No matter how you look at it, they're acting contrary to that evil god's will. Among the crowd, Leonard heard this, and the relaxation he'd felt after stepping down from the podium vanished. His brow furrowed slightly. He thought of his colleague from Tingen, who was a beyonder of the Secret Suppliant pathway. Because of that disaster, he'd been forcibly advanced to Sequence 5 Shepherd. Perhaps he's not actually from that sequence. The military demigod said. He may simply possess a beyonder item from that pathway. That does sound more reasonable. St. Anthony nodded in agreement. Leonard thought it over and seemed to accept this theory, though his expression dimmed slightly. That's right. He's already dead. I collected his body and buried it in the coffin myself. No matter what, he couldn't possibly come back to life and appear in Backlund to meet me. I'm sorry, Silas. I still haven't found your sister. Leonard thought silently to himself. He hadn't forgotten the promise he'd made at his colleague's grave. Since then, he'd actively searched for traces of Cecilia, hiring multiple detectives to investigate with Tingen as the center point. But the results had been fruitless. For a moment, Leonard felt a wave of melancholy. He had no desire to participate in the discussion between the Nighthawks and MI9. Only when the demigod called his name again did he snap back to attention and quickly stand up. Leonard. Ah. Yes. Regarding the scene at the time, was there anything else that left a strong impression on you? The demigod asked. Tarot cards. Leonard thought for a moment and replied. Tarot cards. Yes, tarot cards everywhere, covering Lenivas's body. Honestly, the scene looked both eerie and peculiar. Leonard recalled what he'd witnessed, his expression growing somber. Lenivas's twisted face, his mutilated corpse, countless cards with strange images scattered about. Some depicted a leisurely man hanging upside down, others showed an angel of judgment raising a long sword. Blood had soaked the cards, making even the images on them seem bloody and mysterious. Chapter 247, 248, On the Other Side of the Sea is. Silas was immersed in twisted, mad hallucinations. In a daze, he experienced different lives and saw all kinds of scenes. Sometimes he galloped across turbulent seas, fighting with pirates, sometimes he stood within military formations, leading soldiers in charges, sometimes he became a clown with face paint, traversing through dark valleys. More often, these scenes overlapped, appearing simultaneously, chaotic and crowded, filling his vision. But no matter where he was or what scenes he saw, Silas felt the pain of dislocation. He constantly felt that he shouldn't be here, that this wasn't his identity. Silas knew this was the lamb's souls within his body influencing him, making him see memories that didn't belong to him, experience lives that weren't his. Thus the pain these lambs felt was also fed back into his own spirit. After completely digesting the shadow ascetic and rose bishop potions, his semi-mad state should have been alleviated. But that trace of divinity from the evil god's offspring was affecting his spirit, dragging him into even more hidden, more unfathomable depths of consciousness. Enough. Silas roared at the hallucinations, at the countless suffering people before him. All of you, get lost. Disappear. His roar seemed to have an effect. These figures vanished in an instant, and his surroundings became a pitch-black darkness. However, from the depths of the darkness, Lenivas's festering, corrupted face slowly emerged. He was looking at Silas, showing a ghastly pale smile. His twisted body then appeared, and on his embracing abdomen, that flesh mass. "Want me to kill you again?" Silas stared directly at his grotesquely bloated body, saying coldly. Lenas stared at Silas with malice. The flesh mass in his arm surged, and Silas's head grew increasingly painful, as if it were about to split open. Though the main body had already died, that trace of the evil god offspring's divinity was still affecting his spirit. Heh heh. Lenas's stiff, cold laughter grew louder and louder. His body was expanding, the flesh mass on his abdomen squirming and taking shape. The sacred yet depraved flesh filled Silas's vision, invading his spirit. Puffed. But at this moment, a pale hand suddenly pierced through Lenas's body, stabbing out in front of the abdominal flesh mass. Ah! Lenas's original mocking laughter quickly turned into a piercing howl. That hand was slender and shapely, but its movements were fierce and merciless. After piercing through the body, it reversed back and grasped the flesh mass. Ryup. The hand gripped the flesh mass, tearing slowly and steadily, removing the flesh mass from Lenas's body. Soon, another hand also reached in, then grasped both sides of Lenas's body and slowly tore it open. Amid Lenas's wails, his body was torn in half just like that. The separated body was like a heavy curtain, and as it was pulled open, light also shone through, dispelling the darkness. The world before him became bright. Silas opened his eyes and saw a chaotic, deep black ocean. Splash! The tide spread beneath his feet, lapping back and forth. Looking out, he saw phantom dark water that also seemed to contain countless colors. Gray-white water vapor permeated the area around the sea, obstructing his vision and preventing him from seeing further. Presumably just an endless sea surface anyway. This place again. Silas murmured in a low voice. This was his golden finger, the secret of his transmigration, a peculiar place whose true nature he still hadn't figured out. This tide had blocked countless mental pollution from evil gods for him, but it had also shown strong resistance when he prayed to Fool. If he couldn't figure out the true nature of this tide, using it would inevitably make him suspicious. Before him, the owner of those hands was looking at him, smiling at him. Mam stood on the sea surface, holding a deformed flesh mass in her arms, her expression full of maternal nature, like a mother gentle to the extreme, loving to the extreme. However, that mass of deformed flesh and blood only cowered, not daring to move. "What exactly do you want?" Silas asked coldly. From the results, Mam's actions at the time had indeed helped him, but at the same time, she had also made Silas devour a portion of divinity from an evil god, making his spirit even more mad and increasingly unstable. This was undoubtedly an extremely heavy burden and opportunity for Silas. Mam smiled but didn't answer. "Are you still thinking about seizing my body?" Silas stared directly into her golden eyes. "Don't even dream of it." He would absolutely not allow his body to be taken by another. Even if it meant destroying it, he wouldn't allow others to have it. After hearing his words, Mam finally reacted. She tilted her head, as if thinking about how to express herself. Her red long hair swayed with her movement, sliding from her shoulders to her chest. Soon, she seemed to have an idea. She stroked the flesh mass with her hand, her slender 5 fingers gripping it, suddenly tightening. Splat. Her palm easily crushed the flesh mass. Crimson blood mixed with flesh overflowed from between her fingers, falling into the sea beneath her feet. The blood-red color spread, dispersing across the sea surface. Goa. A baby's cry sounded faintly, almost inaudible under the cover of the tide's sound. Mam looked at Silas, pointing at the sea surface beneath her feet. Her finger slowly moved upward until it was completely straight and vertical, pointing toward the other side of the sea. What does she want to show me? Silas thought, confused and disgusted. Strange changes soon appeared. First, it was the blood beneath Mam's feet. The flesh and blood belonging to the evil god's offspring poured into the seawater, rapidly spreading and merging into a large expanse of water. Thus the originally calm, lapping tide changed, becoming turbulent and surging with astonishing momentum. This strange wave spread rapidly, extending throughout the entire ocean with the influence of the flesh and blood. The phantom, viscous seawater surged up, as if an invisible storm was forming on the sea, producing enormous waves. As the waves rose, at the edge of the sea, the pervasive gray-white water vapor was also driven away, gradually dispersing. In the direction Mam was pointing, at the end of the gray-white water vapor, a towering, magnificent outline was slowly being sketched out. That is. Silas's gaze couldn't help but look toward that outline. A certain trembling premonition made him shudder with alarm, the fear and doubt in his heart almost overflowing. The gray-white water vapor retreated, finally allowing that existence to fully manifest. It was an inverted giant, hanging on an inverted cross, eyes tightly closed, body covered with countless crisscrossing bloodstains, the expression on his face painful and profound. The inverted cross stood on the phantom sea surface, its bottom submerged by the phantom seawater, yet also seeming to merge with the seawater. The True Creator. Chapter 248, 249, On the Intruder. Silas saw the True Creator on that illusory sea. Mam issued him a warning, dispersing the grey-white mist that surrounded the waters, allowing him to see the other side of the sea, where a towering giant hung upside down. How is this possible? Silas murmured in disbelief. The trembling, terrifying truth filled him with horror. This illusory sea that had helped him resist countless dangers, that served as his trump card, his golden finger, had at its far end, on the other side, that powerful evil god. I'm standing on the same sea as the True Creator. His thoughts fell into chaos. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. On that distant side of the sea, so far as to be nearly unreachable, the inverted giant seemed to sense Silas's gaze and suddenly opened his eyes. In those eyes, Silas saw only pure madness. A flash of red light, and his body instantly swelled and exploded. Bang. Before Silas could cry out in pain, his form dissipated over the ocean. Ah. He jolted awake from his bedroom bed, clutching his head and crying out. Blood poured from his nose, eyes, and ears. Intense pain stimulated his nerves, torturing him for a long time before finally receding. Huff, huff. Silas gasped violently, sweat streaming down his forehead. His eyes flickered with terror and confusion. Though the physical pain had left his body, his heart remained anything but calm. What's going on? What the hell is going on? That sea was clearly my golden finger. Why is the True Creator standing on the other side? Turbulent thoughts kept surging, filling his mind. Ha. He heard his own voice speaking, its tone provocative and flippant. Just killed the kid, now the old man shows up. That's the True Creator. He'll kill me, that's my destiny. He heard his own voice crying out again. The filthy evil god has his eyes on you. Leave here immediately. Don't worry about others. Use them as sacrifices. He also heard his own voice, cruel and merciless. Shut up, shut up. Silas's head felt like it was being driven mad by these voices. He gritted his teeth, pulled the ritual dagger from his coat, and aimed it at his boiling head. Puffed. Ugh. Ah. Ah. One stab, and pain so extreme it instantly flooded his mind. All the voices screamed out in unison at the same moment, no longer offering Silas their opinions. Disappear. All of you, disappear. Warm blood trickled down his cheek to his jaw as Silas spoke coldly and madly. Whether frightened by his ferocity or shocked by the injury's stimulus, those clamoring voices truly began to fade. Silas's ears returned to silence. TCH. He pulled out the dagger, gently wiped the dull blade, and the wound healed. Even the blood flowed back along his face into the wound. Calm down. The more situations like this arise, the more I need to stay calm. Silas said to himself in a low voice. Think carefully. What exactly is going on here? After his ears quieted, he gradually regained his rationality and could analyze the problem correctly. He listed several important questions in his mind and began thinking through them one by one. First, did Silas really see the True Creator? Since he'd seen it during his mad hallucinations, it was possible that due to their sequence connection, his brain had fabricated a non-existent scene. Or perhaps, due to the lingering influence of the evil god's offspring, he'd seen a projection of the True Creator. No. Silas shook his head softly. That was real. And it was really on that sea. The mental anguish from directly viewing the evil god still lingered in his body. That absolutely had the power only the real thing possessed. Not only that, the feeling that sea gave him was also genuine. Though he'd only seen it twice, his spiritual intuition reminded him that it truly was the source of the sea in his mind. So that brought him to the second question, why would the True Creator be there? One possibility was that he had invaded Silas's consciousness and occupied what should have been his golden finger. Perhaps through Mam's hands, perhaps using the potion, or the divine offspring. Doesn't feel right. Silas refuted himself again in a low voice. Judging by the True Creator's state, his fusion with that sea had already gone very deep. Not only was there no rejection between them, they seemed quite harmonious. Besides, if the other party was truly an invader, why not take advantage of his current weak and confused state to expand aggressively and completely seize control of the illusory sea? Silas slowly recalled the scene from earlier. The dark, chaotic sea surface, the water vapor permeating the far end. When he'd first arrived, water vapor had covered the sea surface, blocking his view of the distance. So was it possible that the True Creator had already been there at that time? Suddenly, Silas was startled by his own thought. Could it be that I've been sharing that sea with the True Creator from the very beginning? And the True Creator has existed for who knows how long, while I've only been transmigrated for a few years. I'm the intruder. After transmigrating, I've been competing with him for control of this sea. Shocking thoughts surged through his mind one after another. He didn't dare fully believe them, yet instinctively felt this was a reasonable explanation. But that brought him to the third question. What is this sea? With the mysticism knowledge Silas possessed and the internal materials from the Nighthawks, there was no description of a similar existence. Perhaps because it involved a true god and was too secretive, it wasn't convenient to reveal to ordinary beyonders. I never imagined my golden finger would be this kind of situation. Silas thought to himself. An item possessed by a true god naturally had an extremely high status. No wonder the mere sound of the sea could block the evil god's mental erosion. However, the illusory sea also blocked the mental erosion from its owner, the true creator. If one followed the theory from just now, it seemed to make sense. Silas himself also possessed partial sovereignty over that illusory sea. When he made himself the primary subject, he could break free from the true creator's influence. Of course, all of this was still just Silas's personal speculation. It wasn't necessarily correct and could only serve as a reference. This is really... I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Silas smiled bitterly, muttering to himself in a low voice. His connection to the evil god was closer than he'd imagined. The final question, what should he do next? Silas pondered in silence. First, he didn't plan to give up this sea. And even if he wanted to give it up, there was no way to do so. This thing was deeply connected to his transmigration and seemed to have already bonded with his soul. But the problem was that an evil god stood on the other side of the sea. He probably wasn't so generous as to be willing to selflessly hand over that sea to Silas. Then I'll maintain the status quo for now, prioritize ensuring usage rights, then try to investigate the inside story of that sea. If there are changes, or if I figure out the truth, I'll make specific plans then. In the end, he made this decision. Chapter 249, 250, An Evil God. Let's blow it up with him. After settling on a cautious attitude toward that phantom ocean, Silas gradually formed a plan. He thought to himself. Keep getting stronger, keep learning more secrets about my transmigration, find out the origin of that sea as soon as possible. Until then, I still need it. I can't give up ownership of it just because the true creator is on the other side. The true creator is already hating me. Even if I don't compete with him for that sea, he won't be grateful. He'll only take the opportunity to further attack my spirit. Showing weakness to an enemy wouldn't bring peace. Before Lenas died, the true creator had always eagerly responded to Silas's prayers. Looking at it now, he was very likely just trying to erode Silas's consciousness as soon as possible, to make Silas become his fanatic believer and voluntarily give up ownership of that tide. In other words, from the moment Silas transmigrated, the conflict between himself and the true creator had already been established. I'm just a sequence 5, yet I have to oppose an evil god. This is really... Silas couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, falling silent. A few seconds later, the dejected expression on his face was gradually replaced by a ferocious, cold smile. Screw it, so what if it's an evil god? He said. Even facing an evil god, he had to resist. Resistance might not lead to victory, but if he didn't resist, after the enemy killed him, they'd still step on his head and mock his incompetence. With his vindictive and resentful personality, Silas always felt that even if he died, he couldn't die so humiliatingly. Even in death, he'd splash his blood all over the enemy. If I really reach a dead end, I'll blow it up with him. When that time comes, I'll pray to, fool, use the collision between that deity and the tide to destroy that sea. Silas thought viciously. The true creator wanted to compete for this sea. Fine. Even if he destroyed it himself, he'd never give it to him. Fierce and mad expressions kept surfacing on his face until they slowly calmed down several minutes later. What time is it now? He turned to look out the window and found it was dim outside, as if evening was approaching. Recently, as his mental condition deteriorated, he often fell into madness, regaining lucidity intermittently. Often, with just one blink of the eyes, several days would pass. Lenas had been dealt with, the shadow ascetic and rose bishop potions were digested. These were all good things, but new troubles had emerged because of his actions. He had swallowed a portion of divinity and incurred the true creator's hatred. As for the Aurora Order's divine envoy in Backlund, Mr. A, he hated him to the bone. Unlike his semi-mad self, Mr. A was a shepherd in good condition. If they faced off, it would be very troublesome. I heard the Nighthawks are still hunting down the Aurora Order. I hope the goddess blesses them and lets them catch Mr. A soon. Silas sincerely blessed them. He got up from the bed, enduring the chaotic, noisy voices in his head, slowly left the bedroom, and went downstairs. First floor living room. Coming down the stairs, Silas saw his sister sitting in front of the fireplace, staring blankly at the burning flames. The time had already reached mid-November, and temperatures were dropping slowly but steadily. Cold rain mixed with fine snow fell on the ground in the East Borough, making the road conditions increasingly worse. Often the roads were muddy during the day and frozen into ice at night. Charitable organizations' corpse collection carts had to pass by every few days, pulling out the frozen stiff bodies of homeless people from the East Borough to give them soul repose and burial. The living room wasn't lit, appearing somewhat dim. The firewood in the fireplace was burning vigorously, emitting orange light and warmth. The flames crackled, and outside there was the patter of cold rain. The black-haired girl sat before the fire hugging her knees, her azure eyes reflecting the dancing firelight. Everything seemed so peaceful and tranquil. Looking at his sister's figure, much of the violent energy in Silas's heart dissipated. In this cold winter, he genuinely felt at ease and warm. "Brother, you're awake." The girl heard Silas's footsteps, turned to look at him, and showed a happy smile. The warm firelight illuminated her delicate profile. Her smile was more radiant than the flames. She stood up and came over to support Silas's arm. Because she'd been near the fireplace, her body was warm and gave off a faint smoky smell of burning wood. "Cecilia, what were you thinking about while watching the fire?" Silas looked at his sister, unable to help but show a smile. Even with chaos and madness in his mind, even with an evil god's hatred hanging over his head, facing the girl who carefully cared for and loved him, facing his only relative in this world, he tried hard to show his best side. "I was thinking we could perhaps use the fireplace to roast meat and make it today's dinner," the girl said with a smile. "If we roast meat, the grease will get on the carpet, and our landlady will go ballistic." Silas laughed, smoothing out his sister's hair. "Also, don't get too close to the fireplace. Look, your hair is a bit singed." As he said this, he suddenly recalled his distant past life. His grandmother's house could also like to warm itself by the fire in winter and ended up with its face all black and sooty, but even so, it never changed its ways. "Ah, it really is." The girl saw her hair was a bit curled, looked a bit surprised, then said to Silas, "Brother, my hands are dusty from grabbing firewood. Could you help me tie up my hair?" "Happy to serve the lady." Silas emerged from his melancholy memories, said with a smile, and took the hair tie his sister handed him. The industrialization promoted by Roselle had increased rubber production, giving the women of this world such convenient things to quickly secure their hair. Of course, such items were mainly popular among the middle class. Upper-class noble women had ample time and personnel to arrange their hair. Silas stood behind his sister, his fingers roughly smoothing her hair and gathering it together with his left hand. Thus the girl's snow-white, gracefully curved nape was revealed from behind the jet-black hair, slender like a cat's. "Right, cats. Cecilia, do you like black cats?" Silas asked while arranging her hair. "I like them. I like all cats." His sister's voice came from in front. "That's good. I encountered a stray little black cat on the street the other day," Silas said. "In a few days, when my illness gets a bit better, I'll take you to find it and bring it back to raise at our place, okay?" "Really?" The girl's voice conveyed delight, as if she was very happy. But because her hair was being tied, she couldn't turn around to talk to Silas, so she just twisted her shoulders, appearing somewhat eager. Of course. Seeing his sister so happy, Silas couldn't help but laugh too. It looked a bit malnourished and might even be sick. "We can first go find the fat guy Darkwill and have him treat it. Mr. Darkwill is a beyonder. Would he agree to treat a cat? He'd be dying for us to go find him." Silas snorted with a laugh. The hair in his hands passed through the hair tie and was secured into a smooth bundle, falling neatly against the girl's slender back. Chapter 251, The Shepherd's Method of Acting. "Cecilia, you've gotten a bit thin. Have you been eating properly lately?" After finishing braiding his sister's hair, Silas asked with some concern. His sister's body was as slender as a kitten's. Her calves beneath the white dress could be encircled with one hand, and her collarbones stood out sharply. When she had sat by the fireplace earlier, Silas even felt the firelight passing through her body, giving her an unreal, almost ethereal quality. Calling a lady thin is actually a compliment. The young woman smiled gently. "You shouldn't say such things casually to other ladies, you know. They might misunderstand." "All right." Silas replied offhandedly, though honestly, no matter what I say, they're willing to misunderstand anyway. His face always brought trouble. He'd grown used to the goodwill from strange women. However, since coming to Backlund, he'd either been in disguise or concealing his features, so such encounters had become much rarer. "By the way, Cecilia, has there been any news from Miss Furs?" The atmosphere on the streets had gradually eased recently, and the underworld had revived along with it. Silas estimated that the languid lady should be taking action soon. "There's news. She says Miss Audrey has already joined the psychology alchemists and is happy to help. However, Miss Audrey still needs to contact the psychology alchemists to ask if they're willing to provide treatment." Going back and forth like this will probably take several more days. Silas said, but at least things have been going smoothly so far. Don't worry, brother. Everything will work out. She said with a smile, all right, I need to go prepare dinner. What would you like to eat? Roasted meat by the fireplace. I was just joking with you. We can't actually roast things in the fireplace. The young woman smiled and glanced at him, then turned toward the kitchen. Just sit by the fire for now. Once our landmine Miss Emily returns, we'll be able to eat soon. All right, all right. Silas agreed and sat down by the fireplace. Although after reaching sequence 5, external climate changes no longer affected his body much, the warmth of the fire still made him feel comfortable. The chaotic voices in his head seemed to quiet down considerably. Facing the quietly burning flames, his thoughts churned and rose. Besides the problem of that sea, he had other matters to resolve. First, there were his various enemies. Enemy number 1, in Sanguil, was in Backlund and should currently be a sequence 4 beyonder. With Silas's current abilities, he had no way to deal with him for now. He even needed to hide himself to prevent Ints from discovering he was still alive. Enemy number 2 was the true creator, even more troublesome than in Sanguil. However, as a deity, before his true form descended into reality, his threat to Silas was limited to the spiritual level. He just needed to continue resisting. Of course, if something unexpected happened later, he'd make other plans. Enemy number 3, and currently the most likely to discover him, was the Aurora Order shepherd, Mr. A. Silas had destroyed his cherished wish and made him experience tremendous pain. When fleeing the scene, although his consciousness had been very confused, he'd still heard Mr. A's roar and his mad declaration of pursuing him to the ends of the earth. I hope the Evernight Goddess's church catches Mr. A soon. Silas said to himself once again in his heart. Besides external enemies, his mental condition was also a major problem. Silas hoped the psychology alchemists could provide help. Although it would cost some compensation, fortunately his financial situation was relatively good. Besides large amounts of cash, he also had multiple beyonder items and characteristics. The Evernight Goddess Church's internal records showed that the psychology alchemists were a new organization born only in the last century, so they should have an urgent need to strengthen the organization. Such beyonder items would definitely be in demand. Of course, besides external treatment, Silas also needed his own efforts. Inside his body, there was still an undigested shepherd potion. The mental imprint in this potion was also affecting his psyche, pushing him toward loss of control and madness. For this reason, he had to quickly grasp the shepherd's acting method and digest the potion as soon as possible. But how should he act as a shepherd? The flames in the fireplace had dimmed somewhat. Silas stirred the ashes and added new firewood, thinking to himself. First, following the usual pattern and the teachings in Roselle's diary, he should start from the potion's name. Shepherd, literally, one who herds sheep. In other words, a person who tends flocks. What does a person who tends flocks do? Silas recalled his own grazing. In the mystical sense, his grazing was plundering lambs, then penning and imprisoning them, whipping and driving them when needed. It probably isn't grazing in that sense. He thought to himself. So far, Silas had already grazed several souls, but the shepherd potion in his body showed no obvious signs of digestion. This confirmed his thinking, simple grazing wasn't the key to acting. So what do shepherds in the real sense, or similar herders, actually do? Obviously, first you need a flock. That is, lambs. If the souls inside his body didn't count as lambs, did that mean he needed real-world lambs? Silas thought to himself. Of course, these lambs certainly didn't refer to actual livestock. They should be people. Gathering a large group of believers, teaching them, bewitching them, making them driven like cattle, that does seem like something this pathway would do. Silas thought with disgust. But there was no helping it. If this was what acting required for digestion, he could only do it. However, the good news was that flocks weren't hard to find in the East Borough. Almost like irony, Backlund, Lone's largest city, also had Lone's largest slums. Countless people struggled on the edge of survival. Extreme emotions and a dense aura of death pervaded the area. For food, to suffer less, they would do anything. These people were natural target believers. No wonder the Aurora Order keeps getting wiped out but always rises from the ashes. Silas sneered inwardly. He'd decided. After meeting with people from the psychology alchemists, he would start secretly spreading faith in the East Borough, gathering a flock of believers who worshipped him. Then, based on feedback from the potion's digestion, he would modify his acting and gradually work out the shepherd's acting principles. This whole process would probably take quite a while. But no matter how troublesome, he had to continue. Backlund, in some unknown abandoned building. I repent, I repent. Mr. A was praying. His entire body was nearly prostrate on the cold floor. His tone was agonized and sorrowful, his handsome face twisted as bloody tears flowed down. Bang, bang. Mr. A slammed his head against the floor, once for each line of prayer. The floor already had a pool of blood, and from time to time chunks of flesh splattered from his head, falling to the ground and twitching slightly. Yet he seemed completely oblivious, only crying out his prayers in pain. Opposite him, that tall statue hung silently inverted, sketching a vague outline in the darkness. Hee, how pathetic. A voice suddenly sounded from behind Mr. A. It was an extremely seductive female voice that made any man who heard it unable to help conjuring up chaotic, indecent thoughts. Mr. A stopped praying. Eyes bloodshot, he slowly turned his head. By the building's dilapidated window stood a beautiful woman in white robes, giving him an enchanting smile. Chapter 252, Klein, what do you think of the fool? The great Aurora Order's divine envoy, Mr. A, hiding here crying and praying. The white-robed woman said with a light laugh, what a pity. The divine son has fallen and failed to bring about your lord's descent. Mr. A stopped his repentance and turned his head. From repeatedly striking the ground, his originally handsome face had been destroyed, his forehead a bloody mess. Blood flowed down into his eyes, staining those beautiful, almost feminine eyes crimson red. What are you doing here? Mr. A looked at her and said coldly. Of course, to express some concern. The white-robed lady smiled gently, her voice sweet. After all, we're partners now. Before our final goal is achieved, we still need each other's strength. As she spoke these words, she slowly approached Mr. A. This was an absolutely stunning woman, with a delicate and pure face, yet her every movement carried an extreme allure. The plain white robe had no decoration whatsoever, but as she slowly stepped forward, it easily outlined her body's contours in motion, subtly and hazily emanating an intoxicating aura. She wasn't deliberately doing anything seductive, just walking over naturally, yet it was already enough to make one dizzy and entranced. Unfortunately, Mr. A only stared at her with mad, cold eyes. Not even a flicker of confusion appeared in those blood-stained eyes. If there's nothing else, don't bother me. I'm in a very bad mood right now, he said. Panatia, your demoness sect hasn't even cleaned up its own mess, yet you have the mind to lecture me. If you dare insult the Great Lord, even if you're sequence 4, I'll fight you to the death. As expected, this indescribably beautiful woman was no ordinary person, but a sequence 4 demigod witch. Don't be so hot-tempered. But Panatia, the demigod witch addressed by Mr. A, didn't get angry. She still laughed lightly, her voice gentle, almost coquettish. Thanks to MI9, Capim's case has been smoothed over. However, the human trafficking chain has been broken and needs some effort to reconstruct. Mr. A looked at her coldly as she talked at length. After a moment, he turned around and continued praying and repenting before the true creator's statue. He seemed to have no intention of engaging with Panatia any further. Don't be so cold. Chat with me a bit more. The white-robed Panatia said with a smile, I heard that the one who killed the divine son was a beyonder from the same pathway as you. Has a blasphemous traitor appeared among your believers? Mr. A didn't respond, only continued praying with his head bowed. I have a lead on this person. Panatia continued, casually tossing out an important piece of information. Her voice wasn't loud, but Mr. A suddenly stopped. What did you say? He turned around again. You don't know yet, do you? Actually, the killer in Capim's case was also a beyonder of the Secrets Suppliant pathway. Panatia gave him a meaningful smile and took out a small round mirror from under her white robe. As she spoke, she gently brushed her fingers across the mirror's surface. Immediately, countless illusory lights emerged inside the mirror, layer upon layer. Mirror, mirror, tell me, who killed Lenas? Panatia opened her rosy lips and asked the mirror. With her murmur, the powerful aura of a demigod naturally released around her. Mr. A frowned, seemingly feeling the pressure. He saw invisible mystical power acting on the mirror, and the illusory light inside began to condense, then. Crack! The mirror's surface suddenly flashed blood red, then the entire mirror split in half and shattered on the ground. The divination had failed. However, although the divination failed, when Panatia looked at Mr. A, she still showed a beautiful smile. When I tried to divine Capim's case killer before, the same thing happened, the divination failed. Not only that, the mirror was destroyed just like this one. She said with a smile, don't you think this is quite a coincidence? Eastborough, in Silas's rented apartment. How are you, Silas? Are you feeling any better? Klein, sporting a full beard and gold-rimmed glasses, came to visit, carrying a stack of manuscripts in his hands. Not really, still going crazy. Silas smiled. Affected by mental confusion, the expressions on his face kept changing, which creeped Klein out. But I've already contacted the psychology alchemists through a certain channel. They're experts in the mental domain and should be able to help treat me. Psychology alchemists. Could the channel Silas mentioned be Miss Justice? After all, he saved Zio and furs, so it would be quite reasonable for him to meet Miss Audrey through them. Klein thought silently to himself, then pushed the stack of manuscripts across the table. Here, the Roselle diary entries I collected during this time. These diary entries weren't all that he had collected, but ones he had screened. The Tarot Club members had gathered quite a number of diary entries from various places. If he gave them all to Silas at once, it would seem suspicious. For one person to collect so many diary entries in such a short time wouldn't make sense no matter how you looked at it. After screening, the diary entries he gave Silas basically all contained useful information. Only a few were useless, included to reduce suspicion. Thanks. Silas took the diary and looked at the thickness of the pages, slightly surprised. Klein's pretty capable, collecting so many. He thought to himself. Silas. Klein looked at Silas, and after a moment, spoke hesitantly. Actually, I still feel somewhat guilty. My plan was too reckless at the time, and when blocking Lenas afterward, I couldn't help much either. I already told you, no need to apologize. Silas casually interrupted him. Actually, even without you, the true creator wasn't planning to let me off. Just like what he saw in that dream, the true creator was also on that sea. The conflict between them would erupt sooner or later. Besides, Lenas was originally a problem he created. Klein was just dragged into it. By the way. He remembered something and looked at Klein to ask, about that fool, have you researched it? That day when receiving the true creator's message, Klein was also present and saw the fool's honorific name and description. Because of the true creator, Silas had become increasingly curious about this mysterious existence and wanted to consult this former colleague's opinion. After all, a large part of his mysticism knowledge was taught by him. The fool. Klein's eyelid twitched slightly. Relying on his powerful expression control ability to maintain composure, he said curiously, "Oh, you mean the honorific name we saw that night? I didn't research it." "Why?" "I'm considering whether to pray to the fool," Silas said flatly. "Huh." Klein froze for a moment, then slowly asked, "Why?" "Just because the true creator is his enemy," Silas said. "If someday I'm chased by that evil god to a dead end, I plan to call upon the fool and blow up the true creator." Upon hearing this, Klein fell silent, speechless for a long time. Chapter 252, 253, Maybe the fool is a benevolent deity. I suggest you be cautious. After hearing Silas's words, Klein fell silent for a while before slowly speaking. You know, according to internal Nighthawk records, after praying to unknown entities, in the vast majority of cases, only miserable outcomes await. Of course I know that. Silas nodded. He couldn't tell Klein that his golden finger could resist spiritual erosion, allowing him to freely call upon various evil entities. Only that, the fool, seemed different, actually conflicting with his illusory sea tide. Perhaps that, the fool, was more powerful than the other evil gods. I mean, if I truly reach a point where I have no other options, I'll try to grasp this one chance. The true creator's influence is making me more and more insane. I'm worried that one day I'll lose myself and completely become his believer. If that happens, I'd rather pray to his enemy and gain the power to resist him. Hope it works. Klein's eyes flickered. Only after a long pause did he speak slowly. At this moment, he finally confirmed that Silas was serious and had the resolve to sacrifice everything to oppose an evil god. Don't look so tense. Seeing this, Silas couldn't help but smile at Klein. However, due to his mental instability, his smile only lasted a few seconds before it started twitching and transformed into an angry, twisted expression. Who knows, maybe that, the fool, is actually a friendly deity who'll selflessly help me. As soon as these words left his mouth, he amused himself. How could such a thing be possible? It will happen. It definitely will. But unexpectedly, Klein replied with utmost seriousness. Silas was stunned, then simply smiled and didn't take it seriously, assuming the other was just offering his blessing. The two fell quiet for a few seconds. What Silas didn't know was that Klein across from him had already considered a codename for him in the Tarot Club. He was just waiting for Silas to pray to him, establish a connection, and then reasonably pull him above the gray fog. The only problem before Klein was not knowing whether that strange sea tide would affect his summoning of Silas. Better to wait until Silas sends out his prayer first, then see how things go. Klein thought to himself. Just then, he noticed Silas across from him seemed to remember something and looked at him. Speaking of which, there's actually something else. Silas said, don't you think it was too much of a coincidence that we discovered Lenas? Lenas's tracks were exposed because of the missing obstetrician, and that obstetrician's colleague, Dr. Allen, just happened to be a friend Klein met at the Crag Club. Through a series of coincidences, the three of them became connected. You mean that thing is influencing events? Klein knew what coincidence Silas was referring to. Naturally, it was sealed artifact 0-08 in Insangwil's hands, that magical quill pen that could create coincidences and influence others' fates through writing. Right. Silas nodded. It shouldn't be. I've performed divination. Klein shook his head. Of course he'd also felt something was suspicious and had specially used the high status of the Grey Fog's mysticism to perform divination. But the result showed everything was just ordinary coincidence. Previously in Tingen, he'd successfully used the Grey Fog to discover Insangwil's hidden whereabouts, so under the same circumstances this time, not divining anything meant it wasn't 0-08's influence. I see. That's good then. Silas cautiously believed Klein's words and nodded. After this, they chatted casually about other matters. Klein had originally only come to deliver the diary, but unexpectedly ended up chatting with Silas for quite a long time. Seeing it was nearly 10 a.m., and not wanting to be kept for lunch, he quickly stood up, made an excuse, and left. It wasn't that he didn't want to try the Launder family's cooking. It was simply because today was Monday, and he still had to host the Tarot Club in the afternoon, which would be inconvenient at Silas's home. So cold. After leaving Silas's front door, the damp, cold air made Klein instinctively tighten his trench coat. He hunched his body as he descended the steps and stepped into the muddy, wet street. What should I eat for lunch? If I return to 15 Minsk Street, it'll probably be 11 o'clock already. Might as well find a restaurant on the street. Thinking this, he walked toward the street corner, trying to find a public carriage there. Queen's District, in Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey Hall wore a tender green dress. Emerald gemstones hung from her ears, embedded in the center of golden earrings, sparkling with crystalline light. The golden-furred large dog lay at her feet, tongue hanging out as it panted, looking with simple expression at the two people in the studio. Miss Island, how is it? Audrey asked this of a lady with a doll-like face. The other party was nominally her psychology course instructor, but in reality, she was Audrey's contact in the psychology alchemists. There's a result. Island smoothed her hair and answered calmly. From your description, his condition should be quite serious. We can provide help, but he'll need to pay a certain price. What are the requirements? Please speak frankly. Audrey asked with a smile, though she felt relieved inside. Honestly, she was somewhat suspicious of Silas's motives. After all, in her understanding, she'd already considered Silas one of Mr. Fool's blessed, yet he hadn't sought help from Mr. Fool. Instead, he'd actively sought medical treatment and was communicating with the psychology alchemists through her. Perhaps it's because Mr. Fool wants to use this opportunity to establish contact with the psychology alchemists. She speculated inwardly. Regarding Silas's situation, the psychology alchemists were quite vigilant, but fortunately they'd ultimately decided to provide treatment. Treatment fee, £1,500, or a reasonably effective beyonder item. Island said seriously. That's a bit expensive. Audrey said. If it had been her from before, naturally she wouldn't have any concept of this price. But after witnessing everyone's transactions at the Tarot Club, she roughly knew that £1,500 was enough to buy one of the main ingredients for a Sequence 6 potion. It is somewhat expensive, but the expert we're dispatching specializes in treating similar problems. It's absolutely worth the money. Island said, don't discuss the price with me. I'm only relaying the message. If it's unacceptable, we won't change the price either. If you can guarantee a cure, £1,500 is acceptable. Audrey nodded. She'd already made up her mind that if Silas didn't have enough money, she could temporarily lend it to him. After all, this matter was related to Mr. Fool and the Tarot Club. She should have a sense of ownership. Mr. Fool isn't interested in vulgar money. I can only help with small matters. She thought with some regret and said to Island, all right then, I'll agree on his behalf. I hope you can prepare quickly. Good. We'll confirm the treatment date and location as soon as possible. Island said. After that, they began the formal psychology course, with the golden-furred dog Susie observing throughout. It wasn't until nearly time for the Tarot Club to begin that Audrey, using dizziness as an excuse, sent the other party out of the villa. Chapter 253, 254, Black Snow. East Borough, number 8 Houston Street. Silas nestled into the living room sofa, flipping through a stack of manuscripts in his hands. This stack of manuscripts was written entirely in Japanese, arranged in chronological order. It was precisely the Roselle diary that Klein had given him. Due to the effects of his mental problems, the expressions on his face kept changing, but his eyes remained focused on the diary, reading through one entry after another. Roselle was of the savant pathway and had connections with several big shots in mysticism, such as Zeridel, the leader of the Secret Order, the Mr. Dor, trapped outside the world, and the Archbishop of the Steam Church. He also joined a mysterious organization whose name cannot even be mentioned. That organization actually possessed the second Blasphemy slate. The Forsaken Land of the Gods, the War of the Four Emperors, some hidden history. High sequence interchange, indestructibility of beyonder characteristics, laws like the conservation of similar sequences. His 3 children, the blasphemy cards he made himself. After finishing all the diary entries, Silas had to admit that Emperor Roselle had indeed lived a spectacular life. Besides Roselle's own records in the diary, there were also some notes written by Klein. He had thoughtfully annotated some content for Silas and added reminders for others. For example, he had added his own understanding to the history Roselle recorded, while warning Silas to be careful of Mr. Dorr and that organization whose name couldn't even be mentioned, and to try not to reference them in reality. This colleague of his was truly honest. The Roselle diary he gave him contained a tremendous amount of precious information. After reading it, he now had some understanding of much of the high-end knowledge of the beyonder world. Klein really is cautious. But he's right. My condition is already terrible. If I establish contact with other mysterious existences, I might go completely insane. Silas thought to himself, holding the diary. That's right, his condition was still very serious and even showed signs of worsening. Even at this moment, countless illusions surrounded him. Twisted limbs, mad sounds, despairing faces appeared endlessly. In his mind, several voices were speaking simultaneously, cursing him incessantly, giving him suggestions, commanding him to act. But Silas pretended not to see or hear them. Only the tightly clenched edges of the paper pages showed that his heart was not calm. Fortunately, this problem would soon be resolved. Dong, dong. A melodious, magnificent bell sound came from the distance, echoing through the streets of East Borough, reminding people of the arrival of the hour. Silas, is it about time? The bell drowned out the ravings in his head. Silas saw his sister's figure pass through the chaotic illusions and come before him. Yeah. He answered, calmly folding the diary in his hands and tucking it away in his coat. The psychology alchemists had already accepted his request and agreed to send an expert in treating mental problems. As payment, he needed to pay a hefty fee of £1,500. Fortunately, after arriving in Backlund, Silas had experienced a series of events and obtained quite a bit of cash, enough to pay this fee. He had first paid 1/10 as a deposit, and the remaining cash was handed over to Miss Audrey, whom both parties trusted, for her to keep temporarily. After that, the psychology alchemist provided an address, informing him that at 4 o'clock this afternoon, the expert would arrive on time. The clock had just chimed twice, meaning it was already 2 in the afternoon, with 2 hours left until the appointed time. Let's go. We'll head to Queen's first, meet up with Miss Audrey, then go there. Silas stood up from the sofa and said to his sister. Okay, that's great, Silas. The black-haired girl looked very happy and stepped forward to support Silas's arm. The hope of curing Silas's madness was right before them, so no wonder she was so happy. Seeing her happy face, Silas also smiled slightly. Hopefully, the psychology alchemist expert is professional enough to treat my mental madness. Even just alleviating it would be good. He thought with full hope. The landlord was still at school, so they locked the door after leaving. The two walked to the street corner, preparing to hire a carriage. Backlund's weather was getting more damp and cold. The overcast sky showed no trace of the sun. Just a few steps after leaving the room, one could feel the damp, icy air slowly seeping through clothes, clinging to the skin in a cold and clammy way, stealing away body heat. Silas walked side by side with his sister, stepping unevenly on East Borough's muddy streets. Are you cold? He asked. I'm okay. The delicate face and small ears of the girl beside him were slightly flushed. As she spoke, white vapor came from her mouth. That white vapor quickly dissipated, merging into the surrounding gray fog. She supported Silas's arm, looking down at the road, helping him avoid the difficult parts. Her serious expression with her little face taut and red was very cute, making Silas unable to resist the urge to play a prank and shift more of his body weight onto her. But he forgot that his sister was already a Sequence 8 beyonder. After Silas's body tilted and his center of gravity shifted, she only adjusted slightly and steadied herself. Stop fooling around, Silas. Okay. Silas said perfunctorily. At this moment, the girl suddenly turned her head, her azure eyes looking seriously at Silas through the white vapor. Brother, after this treatment, you'll be better, right? She seemed to want confirmation. Probably. Silas smiled. Although deep down he wasn't sure if it would be effective, he still used such words to comfort his sister. You'll definitely get better. The girl said with clenched fists, as if to encourage herself. Little sister, I'll take you at your word then. Silas couldn't help but smile. He was about to say something when suddenly he felt something cool on his face, as if something had fallen on it. It quickly melted, leaving behind a slightly damp and cold sensation. He instinctively looked up, and his expression changed slightly. It's snowing. Black. He saw countless black flakes falling from the sky like fluttering cotton, filling his vision. What should have been pure white snowflakes had been saturated with pollution discharged from factories, ultimately turning into such a filthy appearance. It was as if after a fire, countless ashes were swept up into the sky by hot air, then drifted down, landing on people's shoulders, landing on already dirty streets. There really is black snow. Cecilia, let's walk faster. This stuff is really dirty. Silas sighed and quickened his pace with his sister, arriving at the street corner and hiring a carriage. To Queens, he said to the coachman. The latter, perhaps too frozen to want to talk, lacked the usual enthusiastic attitude of ordinary coachmen. He just nodded once, then drove the carriage forward. The carriage carrying the two swayed and disappeared into the curtain of black snow. Chapter 254, 255, Found You. Above the eternal grey fog. Klein sat behind the bronze long table, his body shrouded in grey fog, his temperament lofty and profound. He materialized paper and pen and began writing divination statements, using the high-status mysticism of the grey fog to perform divination. The content of his divination concerned a child named Will Osepton, suspected to be a high-sequence powerhouse of the monster pathway, the Snake of Mercury. This morning, he and Dr. Allen had discovered Will's body in the cemetery. After obtaining two contradictory conclusions, Will hasn't completely died, and the discovered body is indeed Will's, he felt somewhat confused. Was the divination interfered with? No, that's not it. After a series of divinations and deductions, Klein felt the other party might be in some peculiar state, evading pursuit from other Snake of Mercuries of the same sequence. As expected, you can't disbelieve divination, but you can't completely believe it either, he said with deep feeling. Speaking of this, his heart suddenly stirred. Divination results can't be completely trusted. Last time, Silas had mentioned suspecting there were coincidental factors in encountering the psychology alchemists, that it had been arranged by 0-08. His answer at the time had been no, because he'd already performed divination above the grey fog. It had been several days since the divination above the grey fog. What if Silas had suddenly been targeted during this recent period? It shouldn't be that bad, right? Klein thought with self-doubt, but his spiritual intuition prompted him to materialize a new sheet of paper. He then wrote on it. Silas Launder's current fate has been twisted. When divining about Silas before, he'd been interfered with by illusory sea tide sounds. But through experimentation, he discovered that as long as he didn't use dream divination to probe Silas's inner secrets and only used pendulum divination for his external circumstances, the interference would significantly decrease. Klein quietly recited the divination statement, holding the topaz pendulum above the paper until it nearly touched the words, then entered a meditative state. Whoosh! The surrounding grey fog began to boil, as if confronting some illusory entity. Klein felt intense pain transmitted from his brain, but this pain was still bearable. He forced himself through the splitting headache and struggled to open his eyes to look at the result. The topaz was rotating clockwise, quickly, and with considerable amplitude. This indicated affirmation. Silas's fate had been twisted, and very intensely. Klein's eyes widened instantly. He thought for a few seconds, then rapidly wrote a new divination statement on the paper. Silas Launder is currently in a dangerous situation. The divination result was likewise affirmative, and the topaz's movement amplitude was extremely large, indicating the danger level was very high. This is bad. 0-08 is interfering with him. The alarm bells in Klein's heart rang frantically. He remembered Silas saying he was going to find people from the psychology alchemists for treatment today. Was there something wrong with those psychology alchemist people, or had Insanguil noticed him? The heavy snow showed no signs of ending, just continuing to fall incessantly. Black flurries filled the world before his eyes, decorating Backlund's cityscape together with grey misty fog. Though it was afternoon, the sky was absurdly dark. This snow began melting as soon as it hit the ground, staining everything in the world with filth. Gas lamps had already been lit one by one, but they were only orange-red clusters, huddling in the curtain of snow, unable to provide much illumination. The weather is truly terrible. Silas thought to himself, beginning to worry a bit. In this kind of weather, can that psychology alchemist's expert arrive on time? If he cancels the trip, that would be troublesome. Looking at the dim sky outside the carriage window, he fell into a slight trance. The day he left Tingen, it had been this dark too. The public cemetery had no gas lamps, only moonlight. When he pushed open the coffin lid, seeing such darkness, he thought he'd arrived in the underworld. Unconsciously raising his hand, his fingers seemed to recall the heaviness of the coffin lid pressing down and the roughness of the coffin lid's surface. Silas suddenly froze. But it was Cecilia who dug me out. Shouldn't she have been the one to push open the coffin lid? Buzz. Just as he felt confused by the jumbled memory, a sharp buzzing sound suddenly pierced his ears. Caught off guard, he jerked violently before belatedly covering his ears. It's starting again. Silas thought resentfully. He heard a grand voice, as if rising from beneath the earth yet also descending from the sky. That voice seemed to come from the distant primordial past, a prayer carved into the depths of ancestral souls, the great being's holy enlightenment of humanity. Thou shalt repent, shalt feel pain. If thy right eye looks directly upon the divine and commits transgression, pluck out thy right eye. If thy right hand points at the divine and commits blasphemy, cut off thy right hand. Better to lose one of thy members than have thy whole body cast into hell. The grand voice echoed, making Silas feel intense pain. Unable to control himself, he covered his head and curled his body. Shut up, he shouted in a low voice. Crash. The illusory sound of sea tides echoed in his mind. He actively summoned his golden finger, trying to use this method to counteract the true creator's influence. However, this mad voice continued echoing endlessly, as if automatically generating from the depths of his mind, resonating with his own flesh and blood. This isn't the true creator's ravings. It's my own. Something's wrong. He jerked his head up and saw M's phantom. The latter was pointing at the coachman ahead. It turned out that at this moment, the carriage's direction had deviated from the road leading to Queen's District and was instead heading deeper into the East Borough. Stop. Silas shouted at the coachman. But the other party just continued driving the carriage without even turning his head. Since boarding, not only had he not spoken, he'd barely even moved. I said, stop. Silas forced himself through the pain, waved his hand, condensed a ball of flame in his palm, and shot it at the coachman's back. Bang. The coachman's body was immediately engulfed in flames, yet he didn't let out even a single cry. Instead, he continued driving while burning. Only when his arm was burned off did the carriage twist direction, crashing diagonally into a lamppost by the roadside and coming to a stop. Cecilia. Get out quickly. Silas shouted to his sister. By now, if he still couldn't detect something was wrong, he'd be too foolish. The two had just jumped from the carriage when they saw the coachman's corpse had already exploded, transforming into a pool of blood mixed with the filthy black snow. Deep within the blood, transparent radiance was forming. A distant, ethereal chant rose accordingly. I came, I saw, I recorded. In a daze, Silas seemed to see transparent, blurred pages flipping rapidly, finally settling on a particular page. The transparent radiance gradually constructed into a door. Someone walked out from within, stepping into the muddy ground. A black robe draped over him, as if he were about to merge into this dim environment. Under the hood, that handsome face was filled with madness and joy. Found you. Mr. A said with a cold laugh. Chapter 255, 256, I'm actually the Lord's favored one. Backlund, somewhere. A classical-style quill pen was being held in someone's hand. Although it hadn't been dipped in ink, it flowed smoothly across a notebook, writing word after word. The paragraphs already written read as follows. Based on an unknown coincidence, Camera Lisbon, a mid-level member of the psychology alchemist stationed in Backlund, just happened to encounter Mr. A of the Aurora Order and the Nightingale of Despair, Panatia. Under their cordial questioning, he quickly confessed to something their organization had been busy with recently. It turned out that a certain Beyonder who had suffered mental collapse and fragmentation after being eroded by the true creator was willing to pay a certain fee to request their help in treating himself. The two immediately determined that this Beyonder was very likely the person they were looking for. Unfortunately, Camera wasn't certain of the other party's specific address, only knowing that the other party lived in East Borough. Mr. A, eager for revenge, attacked many coachmen, turning them into flesh puppets and distributing them across various streets in East Borough to search for traces of the other party. Because Mr. A deployed so many coachmen, it was very reasonable for the target to encounter him. After writing this content, Insanguil, with sculpted features and one blind eye, slowly put down the quill pen. However, before he could make any other move, he saw the quill pen suddenly jump up on its own and continue writing after the previous text. What a foolish Insanguil. He was dazzled by the witch's beauty and went to help her do something that was of no benefit to himself. He completely failed to realize that his actions brought him one step closer to the edge of death. Kafka Anderson possesses many peculiar secrets that Insanguil will never learn. After writing these words, the quill pen slowly stopped and floated down to the side. Insanguil stared deeply at that line of text, his body frozen like a sculpture, not moving for a long time. East Borough, on streets covered with black heavy snow. A carriage that had crashed into a lamppost was burning fiercely, emitting light much brighter than the lamppost in this dim afternoon. The Lord is merciful. He makes his sun rise on the good and on the evil, sends rain on the righteous and on the unrighteous, drops snow on believers and on blasphemers alike. Mr. A stretched out his palm, catching coal-black snowflakes and letting them melt into a puddle of dirty water in his palm. He recited scripture in a voice like singing, but his beautiful eyes remained fixed on Silas, the malice and hatred in them completely undisguised. The Lord is merciful and generous, but as his servant, I am much more petty. His voice was cold with murderous intent. Tell me, who are you? Why, when you clearly have the Lord's favor and became a servant who shepherds lambs for the Lord, did you betray him and even kill the Lord's divine son? Silas's head throbbed with waves of pain. With his sister's support, he stood up again. He looked coldly at the other party. This handsome man in a black robe before him seemed familiar. The shepherd characteristic in his body was reacting, telling him that the person opposite was not a lamb, but a servant who shepherds lambs for the Lord. Without a doubt, it was Mr. A of the Aurora Order. Although he wasn't sure how Mr. A had found him, he could be certain that the other party probably wasn't here to have a heart-to-heart chat. "Cecilia, stay away," he said to his sister. A battle between two Sequence 5s would be too dangerous for a Sequence 8 to participate in. The latter obediently left, turning to hide in the shadows of the street, waiting for an opportunity. On the opposite side, Mr. A watched his interaction with his sister. For some reason, a mocking smile actually surged across his face as he opened his mouth. "You." Boom. He had barely started speaking when a crimson fireball exploded before him. Flames surged like a tidal wave, covering Mr. A's field of vision. At the center, Silas's figure leaped out abruptly. Arson plus flaming jump. The illusory sound of ocean tides nurtured the souls of the lambs within his body, allowing him to shepherd multiple lambs simultaneously and use multiple beyonder abilities. Before the mocking smile on Mr. A's face could fully bloom, Silas had already appeared before him. Whoosh. The instant he landed, his body shot up in height. Horns immediately grew from the top of his head, and bat wings sprouted from his back. He had already completed demonization. A lava longsword burning with dark blue flames was generated almost simultaneously, thrusting toward Mr. A, magma longsword. Buffed. His surprise attack was very successful. A slight resistance came from the end of the giant sword, then it smoothly penetrated Mr. A's chest. His body seemed somewhat too small compared to Silas's massive form, but Silas didn't dare slack off. As a fellow shepherd, he knew best how strong the vitality of this sequence was. He immediately pulled out the lava longsword and continued to slash down toward Mr. A's head. Crack! Mr. A's head was easily severed by him. His eyes were wide open, his face full of unwillingness, as it fell onto the dirty snow. That simple? Silas thought with some disbelief. No, something's wrong. Black snowflakes fell on the lava longsword, hissing as they were burned into water vapor. But Silas suddenly had an illusory sense of unreality, as if everything around him was wrapped in a layer of transparent curtain. It's a dream. Mr. A had shepherded a nightmare. Die. Silas threw back his head and shouted, using ancient Hermes to emit a profane and twisted terrible sound. Crack. The sound of shattering glass came from all around. The dream was destroyed. He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself standing in the same place. There was no body of Mr. A in front of him. On the contrary, Mr. A was standing at a position far from him, the blackness in his eyes just fading away. You. Mr. A's handsome face twisted with surprise. You can actually control multiple souls at the same time. He shouted. A normal shepherd could only shepherd one soul at a time. If they wanted to use other abilities, they needed to switch. No wonder he looked so surprised. Perhaps, the moment he saw Silas controlling multiple souls simultaneously, he mistakenly thought Silas was a higher sequence, which was why he fled so far away. That's right. I'm rather special, because I'm the true creator's favored one. He trusts me very much. Silas answered with a cold laugh. You can't attack me. You're lying. Of course I'm not lying. Actually, the reason I killed Lenas was all arranged by the true creator. He felt it was too blasphemous to have a man give birth to his child, so he told me, his favored one, to do it. It's just that I accidentally killed his child too. Intense pain tormented Silas's spirit. He smiled viciously, joking about the other's faith. He has no objections, so why are you so anxious? And so, across from him, Mr. A's face became increasingly angry and distorted. Chapter 256, 257, Your lambs are not bad. You deserve to die. Mr. A shouted in extreme fury, his handsome face twisting like a demon's. Silas's trash talk was overly effective, thoroughly enraging this devout fanatic. Violent winds gathered around him. The flying snowflakes couldn't fall, swept up by the wind to form powerful gales. Whoosh! 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 Mr. A manipulated the wild wind, sending blade after blade of wind toward Silas's direction. Poof! The wind blades cut through the ground, leaving deep furrows, easily tearing apart Silas's figure. His body was swept up by the wind, becoming flat, shrinking, and finally turning into countless paper fragments that scattered in all directions. Under the dim street lamp, his figure quietly reappeared. Faceless, paper figurine substitute. Invisible violent wind supported Mr. A's body as his gaze swept across the street. Almost the instant Silas appeared, he locked onto his position. Several wind blades swung down while his main body also flew rapidly closer. Such a pain, this guy can fly. Silas cursed inwardly, quickly drew his revolver, aimed briefly at the high-speed moving Mr. A, and fired directly. Bang bang bang. The bullets filled with beyonder power had mysterious patterns carved on their bases. They instantly crossed the distance between them, accurately blasting toward Mr. A's two eyes. Boom. Mr. A suddenly stopped in midair. Wild winds howled in front of him. The two bullets were disrupted by the gale, deflecting off course, grazing past Mr. A's side and flying crookedly into the distance. But Silas also took advantage of this opportunity, rushing to the area beneath Mr. A and rapidly closing the distance between them. At this moment, his right hand was already wearing a black iron-colored glove. His figure suddenly became tall and imposing, as if every word and action had become an inviolable law. Come down. He pointed at the other with the black iron glove, his pupils suddenly lighting up with two dazzling bolts of lightning. Interrogator, psychic piercing. With the enhancement of a same sequence beyonder item, this strike's power far exceeded an ordinary sequence 6. Mr. A's body, originally floating in the air, suddenly jerked, then clutched his head in silent agony. The wind supporting him immediately became chaotic, and his body fell from high altitude. Silas was waiting for precisely this moment. As Mr. A plummeted, his body rapidly shot up, once again, demonizing. That lava greatsword viciously slashed toward Mr. A, boom. A dull impact sound followed. The shock of the collision transmitted through the lava greatsword all the way to Silas's palm. Even though he'd completed demonization at this moment with greatly enhanced strength, the intense recoil nearly made him unable to hold the long sword. A trace of surprise flashed through Silas's crimson demon eyes. He saw that the lava greatsword burning with blue flames had been blocked by another identical greatsword. Behind the sword, Mr. A was sneering coldly at him, his handsome face becoming fierce and terrifying due to demonization. He'd also grazed a devil. Boom. While surprised, Silas's arm suddenly exerted force, parrying Mr. A's lava greatsword aside. The latter opened his bat wings and landed, his face full of cold malice. Faceless, devil, pyromaniac. How long have you been a shepherd? The quality of your lambs is not bad. He said. Not long, just a few months. Silas thought secretly, also showing a cold smile to Mr. A, nightmare, wind-blessed, devil, your lambs are also pretty good. Besides these beyonder abilities he'd just mentioned, Mr. A also had a peculiar teleportation ability, but Silas wasn't sure if it was pure teleportation. That strange incantation, I came, I saw, I recorded, might be related to it. Only, pretty good. Mr. A grinned, as if showing a ferocious smile. Then it seems I need to work hard to display more of my lamb's abilities, make sure to broaden your horizons. It's just that my collection is fairly sufficient. Can you withstand it? He gripped the lava greatsword and slowly walked towards Silas. You can try. Silas said softly, also raising the greatsword in his hand before him. Black snowflakes fell in flurries, but before they could approach them, they were vaporized by the high temperature radiating from the demonized bodies and the lava greatswords. Their surroundings were soon shrouded in a layer of water vapor. Standing outside, one could only see shadowy figures within, with dim blue light hazily flickering. Boom. The lava greatswords collided. The dim blue flames surged in the wind, burning fiercely. In an instant, the impact scattered the water vapor, revealing their fierce and terrifying bodies. Across the giant swords, Silas could clearly see the bone-deep hatred on Mr. A's face. He couldn't empathize with the mad cultist, only exerted force with his palm, pressing hard toward the other side. Sizzle. Mr. A quickly withdrew his sword. His lava greatsword scraped along Silas's blade, cleverly turning in an arc to make Silas slash at empty space, while he himself twisted the hilt and thrust toward Silas's heart. This guy has practiced swordsmanship. Silas immediately understood in his heart. Compared to his opponent, he'd only learned crude longsword slashing movements from the combat teacher Gawain during his Tinjin period. In previous battles, he'd won purely through physical strength and spiritual suppression. Now facing an evenly matched opponent, the issue of technique began to stand out, becoming a weak point. Of course, he also had a more obvious strength. Before Mr. A's lava greatsword could pierce into Silas's body, a ball of dim blue flames exploded behind Mr. A. Within flames heavy with the smell of sulfur, Silas's body suddenly appeared. Demonization combined with flaming jump. This was a technique only he could use, an advantage brought by his golden finger. At this moment, Mr. A was maintaining his thrusting posture, his body difficult to adjust. Silas took advantage, slashing his sword across his back. Hiss. High temperature scorched flesh and blood. Heavy, difficult resistance came through. The demon's body had extremely high defense. He hadn't been able to cut through Mr. A, only leaving a deep scar. The scar's surface was pitch black, emitting a charred, foul stench. Humph. Mr. A was struck and stumbled forward a step, then fiercely turned back, the rage in his crimson eyes overflowing beyond words. The terrible wound was rapidly healing. For a shepherd, such an injury was nothing. He quickly caught up with Silas, the lava greatsword swinging down at him once more. The two maintained their demonic forms, slashing at each other. Mr. A's swordsmanship was more skillful, but Silas could simultaneously drive other souls. Although both sides could quickly heal after being injured, Silas obviously suffered fewer wounds than Mr. A. The scales of victory were tilting little by little in his direction. Boom. After another fierce collision, Mr. A retreated several steps and cancelled his demonization. He looked somewhat disheveled. Cough cough. Silas raised the lava greatsword high toward him. Before he could swing it down, he suddenly lowered his head sharply and coughed out loud. Chapter 257, 258, Spirit, Flesh, Blood. Cough, cough, cough. Silas bent over, letting out violent coughs. He suddenly felt his forehead burning hot, his body turning cold, his lungs itchy and painful, making him cough uncontrollably, unable to stop. It's disease. Having had several similar experiences before, Silas immediately understood that Mr. A had also shepherded a Sequence 5, Affliction Witch. Hee. Worthy of being a devil. Your body's resistance is indeed high enough. The disease I spread on you actually took so long to erupt. Mr. A cancelled his demonization, his body returning to its original form. He admired Silas's pained expression as he coughed incessantly, a cruel satisfaction appearing on his face. How is it? Does it feel good having your lungs corroded? So that's it. His previous exchange of blows with the lava sword was just to buy time until the disease erupted in Silas's body. Cough, cough, cough. Achoo. Cough, cough. Silas didn't respond, only coughing violently, constantly sneezing. Blue phosphorescent fire flickered with his body's movements. The demonized body delayed the disease's deterioration but couldn't reduce the symptoms. The coughing greatly interfered with his actions. He could barely hold onto the lava sword in his hand. No, this can't continue. He thought groggily, turning his palm over to ignite flames, trying to use a flaming jump to pull away from the other party and then make other plans. As long as he got away from the pathogen, the symptoms would quickly ease. Coughing and sneezing constantly interfered with Silas's actions. Several times, before he could release his ability, he was forcibly interrupted. He finally managed to condense a fireball with difficulty, but before he could release it, he saw Mr. A on the opposite side change again. That feminine, handsome face suddenly became incomparably majestic. Mr. A extended his right hand and gently clenched it. Some kind of invisible rule was generated. Silas instinctively felt that his teleportation wouldn't succeed, he would only spin in place. Damn it. Silas cursed inwardly. His scarlet eyes coldly stared at the other party as he shouted in an extremely profane, extremely depraved voice. Death. Mr. A's body shook. Blood immediately flowed from his nostrils, eyes, and ears. But even so, he still grinned, revealing a cruel smile, and didn't stop his next action. Before him, a transparent, illusory ancient book suddenly appeared. The book's pages flipped rapidly with a rustling sound, and a distant voice floated down from above. I came, I saw, I recorded. The ancient book stopped on a certain page. The illusory paper on it was suddenly dyed black, gushing out and wrapping around Mr. A's body. Swish. The darkness was as tangible as substance, outlining and shaping his body. Finally, he transformed into a giant over 2 meters tall, covered entirely in pitch black, cold armor. The red light flickering at the eye position was the only different color on his body. Clank. The small giant took a step toward Silas, the armor clanging together. The demonized Silas was a full 3 meters tall, clearly larger than this black-armored knight, but somehow, the opponent looked more oppressive. It was like intimidation from higher in the sequence pressing down from the depths of his heart. This is our pathway sequence 4 Dark Knights beyond our ability. How about it? Did you learn something this time? Mr. A's voice came from behind the helmet, buzzing with an echo. Although it's only half its original effect, it's enough to deal with you. As he spoke, he raised high the straight, deep, pitch-black greatsword that seemed to reflect no light at all. Die. Silas roared. An intense sense of crisis erupted from the depths of his soul, warning him that this sword was extremely dangerous. However, at this moment, he was bound by Mr. A's rules and could no longer escape. There was nowhere to avoid. Since he couldn't escape, he'd fight to the death. Silas charged forward, also raising high the lava sword in his hand. Like slow motion, he saw his lava sword swing out and collide with the black blade slashed by the Dark Knight. That black, deep greatsword was exceptionally sharp. The lava sword was smoothly cut open, the upper half flying out, its firelight tracing a dark blue trajectory through the air. At the same time, that greatsword rapidly enlarged before his eyes. Slash. Silas's body was split by the blade. It immediately became flat, shrunk, and finally transformed into a paper figure cut in two, falling to the ground and soaked by black muddy water. His true body appeared over 10 meters away. Paper substitute. After one strike, the black armor dissolved and dispersed, revealing Mr. A's original body inside. It seemed he couldn't use such a powerful ability indefinitely. Unfortunately, such a powerful slash only hit the paper figure. However, Mr. A didn't become angry that the greatsword missed. On the contrary, a cold smile of success appeared on his face. Silas stood dumbly in place. The next second, his body suddenly split diagonally in two. Exactly the same as the injury the paper figure received, also from upper left to lower right. This annihilating sword, aimed directly at soul and body, pursued him relentlessly, passing through the paper figure to act on his body. Thud. Silas fell backward just like that. Not a trace of blood flowed from the edge of the wound, as if his soul had been completely destroyed by the dark longsword. Huff, huff. Mr. A withdrew his ability. Some fatigue appeared on his feminine, handsome face as he panted softly. Humph, you got off easy. After panting for a few seconds, Mr. A's breathing steadied. Looking at Silas's body split in two, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. This guy was even more troublesome than he imagined, actually forcing him to use the gift from the Dark Saint. That was something he had spent great effort to record, an absolute trump card that could only be used once, the core ability of the Shepherd Pathways Sequence 4 Dark Knight, Spirit Flesh Blade. It could not only corrode flesh, annihilate souls, and break through barriers, but also render the defenses of any creature with fallen thoughts ineffective. Even a shepherd with extremely vigorous vitality, after encountering such a strike, would only face the outcome of having both body and soul destroyed simultaneously. It's just that this blasphemer died so easily. The only downside of this move was that even the target's spirituality would be destroyed, making it impossible to shepherd them. Mr. A thought with some regret. Since the spirituality wasn't preserved, he couldn't learn the other party's background and the true reason for his peculiarities, couldn't help the Lord solve his worries. Black snow fell in profusion. This devout, fanatical believer even felt somewhat poetic. Wait, something seems wrong. It's been so long, why hasn't the characteristic precipitated yet? Mr. A looked at Silas's corpse in bewilderment and surprise, then saw that the corpse was quietly dissolving, turning into blood. All of Mr. A's abilities are based on the original work. Can only say they're indeed somewhat overpowered. Chapter 258, 259, What do you call her? Splash, splash. Silas's corpse was dissolving, turning into blood that flowed across the street surface. However, a strange phenomenon then occurred. His body, split in two, actually flowed out far more blood than a single human body should contain. Moreover, the speed at which the blood flowed was constantly accelerating. By the time he'd completely dissolved, a surging river of blood had appeared on this street. How is this possible? Mr. A's expression became extremely dramatic. He shouted in disbelief. The next second, that river had already surged up, sweeping toward him. Crash. The blood river rose to the sky, viscous and heavy, washing over the street. In an instant, Mr. A's vision was completely filled with crimson river water. He saw blood-colored human forms appearing on the river's surface. They screamed in despair, full of malice toward living beings. Among them, several bodies flickered with spiritual radiance deep within, proving their main bodies were Beyonders. Above the blood river, a figure surrounded by countless crimson flames aimed at the shocked Mr. A and shot toward him with a boom. Bang. 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 The flames were easily blocked by Mr. A, but after this instant of delay, that blood river had already surged before him, submerging his body. The river water surged violently, washing over his body, scorching and corroding his flesh and blood. Countless blood-red human figures appeared on the river's surface, grabbing his limbs, trying to pull him into the river's depths. Boom. Dim blue firelight exploded with a roar. The crimson river water was vertically split open by a blazing lava longsword. Mr. A's body demonized once more. The high-temperature water vapor around him distorted the scenery, making everything look shadowy and indistinct. After splitting the blood river with one sword, Mr. A flapped his bat wings and leaped up, flying into the air. As long as he left the ground, this bizarre river water would be ineffective. Roar. But in the next second, above the blood river, a female-looking Beyonder let out a scream at Mr. A. Immediately after, an intense pain that directly assaulted his spirit exploded in his mind. His face showed pain as he cried out. His body then fell crookedly, once again wrapped by the river water. Hiss, hiss. The corrosive river water scorched his body, sending up white smoke. Countless faces filled with malice stared fixedly at him, trying to pull him below the surface and make him one of them. Get lost. A violent storm instantly surged around Mr. A. The fierce wind blew open the heavy crimson river water, allowing him to break free. Standing in the eye of the storm, his entire body bore marks of scorching. That handsome face now also looked extremely disheveled. Outside the storm wall, countless fierce visages were crowded together, roaring, trying to launch attacks at him. Have you completely gone mad? Mr. A looked coldly at everything before him and murmured, Fine, then I'll wake you up. He drew a dagger from his bosom, then opened the clothes on his chest. On his chest was deeply carved a rose holy emblem of the true creator. The wound was so deep the bone was visible, vivid and crimson, depicting roses with extreme luxuriance and an evil aura. Mr. A's expression became incomparably devout. His fingers tapped lightly on his chest, from bottom to top, from right to left, forming the shape of an inverted cross. Praise the Lord. He said softly, reversing the direction of the dagger and directly stabbing it into his own chest. Poof. The dagger pierced into the center of the holy emblem, which was also the location of Mr. A's heart. Yet strangely, no blood flowed out. Mr. A had pierced through himself, yet extreme excitement surged across his face. Facing the surging river water outside, he loudly issued a prayer in ancient Hermes. Lord who created everything. You are the dominator behind the curtain of shadow. You are the fallen nature of all living beings. Lord. Great Lord. Your humble servant prays to you. I beseech you to cast down your merciful gaze, to turn your benevolent eyes upon me here. As the words of supplication finished, an aura of madness, corruption, and distortion descended with a roar, ignoring the storm wall and the towering blood river, directly falling into Mr. A's body. Thus, the dagger that had pierced his heart was slowly pushed out. In the depths of that rose, that terrible wound slowly expanded, like an opening eye. No, that was an eye. A blood-red eye filled with ignorance, extreme madness, and complete irrationality. That eye slowly opened on Mr. A's chest, sweeping around, finally settling on the blood river outside. Ah! All the crimson figures screamed simultaneously and exploded with a bang. The heavy, surging blood river suddenly lost control, becoming a pool of dead water that splashed across the ground, slowly contracting, finally merging back into a human body. Silas appeared on the street draped in a blood-red robe, his face showing extreme pain. This world has gone mad. Silas clutched his head, unable to control himself. When that sword split open his body, he'd even thought his soul would be destroyed and annihilated. However, it was that sea tide that took effect again. At the critical moment, it had actually blocked the damage aimed at his soul. But as the price, the illusory sound of the sea tide was also offset, temporarily no longer appearing, and unable to block the true creator's ravings for him. So when Mr. A summoned the evil god's gaze, he had no ability to resist and was forcibly awakened just like that. Everything became chaotic and distorted. Mad ravings echoed in his ears. His fractured psyche kept screaming. Objects were all deforming, mutating into terrifying and sinister appearances. Only Ma'am's figure remained among them, shining with radiance, still looking like her original form. Shut up. Silas shouted at the ravings in his ears, drew his revolver, and pulled the trigger toward Mr. A. Bang bang bang. The bullets accurately shot toward the mysterious eye in Mr. A's chest. However, an invisible resistance appeared on the eye's surface, blocking the beyonder bullets. That eye slowly looked toward Silas. He immediately wailed and covered his head. The mad ravings were affecting his psyche, yet he still struggled to resist, not letting himself be bewitched by the true creator's voice and become his believer. Why do you still struggle? After receiving the deity's gaze, Mr. A's expression became indifferent. He looked down at Silas and said, Can't you feel the Lord's greatness yet? Who would believe in that noisy bastard? Amid the chaos, Silas's head felt like splitting, yet he still shouted. Hopeless. Mr. A said contemptuously, reaching his hand towards Silas. Just then, behind him, a slender figure was quietly appearing. Poof. The black-haired young woman's dagger protruded from Mr. A's chest, piercing through the strange pattern on his chest. That mysterious eye blinked and immediately withered. Damn it. Mr. A roared, raising his hand to strike backward. The young woman dodged nimbly, but was simply no match for a sequence 5, easily knocked flying by him. How dare you damage the Lord's holy emblem? Mr. A walked toward her with a fierce expression. Stop, don't touch my sister. Silas endured the madness and pain, struggling to stand up and shouted, blocking in front of the fallen young woman. Then he saw that after hearing what he said, the expression on Mr. A's face was rapidly changing. First confusion, then realization, finally surfacing into a strange smile. He heard Mr. A slowly ask. You call her your sister? Chapter 259, 260, Father, where is the lamb for the Lord's sacrifice? What nonsense are you spouting? Mr. A's words made Silas freeze, and he instinctively asked back. He could understand Mr. A's hatred toward him, but he couldn't understand why Mr. A would say such things about Cecilia. Although he himself claimed to be a transmigrator, this body was undoubtedly connected to Cecilia by blood. Moreover, he had long since acknowledged this sister from the bottom of his heart. How could it be Mr. A's turn, a guy whose brain was broken from believing in an evil god, to question this? Could it be that he's deliberately saying strange things to divert my attention? Silas watched Mr. A warily, protecting the girl behind him. Hee. Across from him, the smile on the handsome Mr. A's face became increasingly obvious. Finally, his shoulders shook, and he laughed out loud. So that's it. You've deceived even yourself. This is too ridiculous. I thought you were some incredible figure, but you're just a mentally ill person engaging in self-deception. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was extremely cheerful, yet it was also clearly filled with malice. In this laughter, a strong sense of unease gradually welled up in Silas's heart. Mr. A was laughing too happily, completely unlike he was faking it. It seemed he had truly discovered some problem with his sister. No. Cecilia is my sister. Don't listen to that madman's incitement. Bang. A bullet fired, the loud gunshot interrupting Mr. A's laughter. Stop laughing. Silas said through gritted teeth. I know now. You're deliberately talking nonsense to mess with my mental state, right? Behind Mr. A, Ma'am's figure slowly materialized. She quietly gazed at Silas, her golden eyes seemingly containing a trace of sorrow and helplessness. Heh. Mr. A slowly stopped laughing, straightened up, and looked at Silas with contempt in his eyes. Their battle had continued until now, and he was showing some signs of fatigue. However, when he spoke to Silas, his voice was still as mad and cold as ever. You may or may not have a sister. I don't know, and I don't care. But if you're going to call that thing behind your sister, you're completely talking nonsense. You're a shepherd yourself, yet you still haven't noticed. Stop talking, stop talking. Somewhere in his soul was screaming, as if it had already foreseen Mr. A's next words and completely didn't want to hear them. At the same time, some memories that had been locked deep in his mind were slowly surfacing. Shut up. Silas roared furiously. Cecilia is right here, right behind me. He needed to protect his sister, not listen to this madman's nonsense here. Boom. Towering crimson flames rushed toward Mr. A, completely covering his body, burning fiercely. Mr. A bathed in the fire, his mouth still opening and closing, saying, Your so-called sister is clearly just a flesh puppet. Perhaps ordinary people and beyonders of low sequences in other pathways can't detect it, but you and I are both shepherds. /N, mind blown. Are you still going to pretend in front of me? You probably killed your own sister. Go to hell. Silas cursed angrily. What were flesh puppets? Did he not know? Those puppets had no will of their own. How could they behave like normal people? Cecilia's appearance, expressions, and way of speaking were exactly the same as in Tingen, and she could even use beyond her abilities. Mr. A was lying. Then I'll prove it to you. In the flames, Mr. A said this. He extended a finger toward the girl behind Silas. Release. Mr. A said in Hermes, his voice floating lightly, mixed in with the sound of burning flames. As a fellow shepherd, Silas was very familiar with flesh magic and knew this was the incantation shouted when canceling control over flesh puppets. This kind of incantation had absolutely no effect on normal people, but somehow, he suddenly instinctively straightened his body, using his back to block the direction of Mr. A's finger. However, the spreading sound easily passed over his body, echoing around them. In that instant, Silas locked eyes with the black-haired girl. He saw innocence and bewilderment in the girl's eyes. Her rosy little mouth opened slightly, as if she didn't know what to say. The next moment, the girl suddenly collapsed. Splash. That delicate face and beautiful body easily turned into a puddle of flesh and blood, pouring onto the ground covered with dirty black snow. Only a black robe convenient for movement slowly floated down. Cece, Leah. Silas stood dazed, reaching out his hand, as if unable to understand where his sister had gone. She had been fine just now. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? Had she hidden in some shadow somewhere? The flesh and blood on the ground trembled slightly. He could feel the flesh responding to him. He remembered now. This was flesh from within his body, separated by himself, used to create something. My flesh and blood. Where's Cecilia? Silas's brain seemed to suddenly become incredibly dull, completely unable to understand the current situation, or rather, refusing to understand it. Step. Until a figure in white robes stepped through the black snow and appeared before him. Ma'am quietly looked at him. Until this moment, she, who had remained silent all along, slowly spoke. I'm sorry. She said, Cecilia died long ago. Silas stared at her blankly, swaying and taking a step back, as if after a long time, he finally understood the meaning in her words. Boom. A grand, mysterious voice echoed in his mind. It was a conversation between two people, one voice aged, one voice young. He heard them conversing like this. Father. My son, I am here. Father, please look. The wood and fire are here, but where is the lamb prepared for sacrifice to the Lord? The young voice was relaxed and full of vitality, cheerfully asking his father. The aged voice was heavy and stagnant, and in the depths of that voice, endless despair and grief seemed to be hidden. Where is the lamb for the Lord's sacrifice? Silas repeated blankly. Splash. His body suddenly collapsed, scattering on the ground, becoming a puddle of strange flesh and blood. This puddle of flesh continuously wriggled, and in the gaps between the flesh, thick, deep black shadows were hidden. He had completely lost human form. Only that face remained intact, floating on the surface of the flesh, filled with pain and confusion. Exclamation point. Silas opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. He found himself sitting in a soft chair. On both sides and in front and behind the chair were similar chairs with armrests, extending all the way to the end. The aisle on the side, the huge stage at the end of the seats, the heavy curtain, the VIP boxes above, the luxurious dome. All these things composed everything he saw. A theater. It seems to be that large theater in Tingen. Silas recalled that when he took Cecilia to see a performance, he had seen interior decorations that seemed completely similar to this place. The theater at this moment was empty, with no audience present, only him sitting inside. That's right, I was just outside. Come out. He jumped up, moving through the aisles and between the seats, roaring, searching. The angry voice rumbled and echoed in the empty theater, amplified many times. This is my hallucination. Ma'am, that damned woman, she must be here. Sure enough, in his roar, a figure appeared. She wore white robes, standing before Silas, her gaze still as gentle as ever. Die. Silas roared, pushing her onto a chair, drawing a dagger from his coat and viciously stabbing it into her chest. Where's Cecilia? Where's my sister? Warm blood flowed down along the dagger, soaking his wrist. Silas's eyes were crimson as he roared at the woman. Did you harm her? Ma'am, why won't you just die? The woman looked at him, breathing with difficulty, then reached out her hand to caress his face. Speak. Talk to me. Silas glared, his voice hoarse. So the red-haired, golden-eyed woman spoke. I'm not ma'am. The real ma'am died long ago. She said. Lies, still trying to deceive me. Silas shouted like a madman, the dagger in his hand twisting back and forth in her abdomen. You're just like that Mr. A, full of nonsense. You Aurora Order are all lunatics, liars. I'm not deceiving you. A trace of sadness even appeared in the red-haired woman's golden eyes. I'm a personality that split off when you were in extreme mental anguish. I am part of you. Personality split. Nonsense. If my personality had split long ago, if my spirit had suffered extreme anguish, how could I not remember? Still lying to me. Silas roared in fury. I'm not deceiving you. You begged me to help you lock that memory away deeply. The woman looked directly at Silas. Her chest rose and fell with her words, making light contact with Silas's fingers. I sealed away my own memories. About my memories of extreme suffering. The woman's words exploded like thunder in Silas's mind. He released the dagger in his hand, slowly retreating until he bumped into a chair on the other side of the aisle. After those memories were sealed away, you truly stopped suffering. The woman pulled out the dagger stabbed into her body and stood up. The crimson color stained the pure white robe, displaying a cruel beauty. I've been trying to make this period last longer, but unfortunately, you encountered Mr. A. These memories can no longer be sealed. Silas could no longer answer. Somewhere in his heart, some surfacing memory fragments were confirming the other party's words. But. Without warning, suddenly grand music sounded, and the theater became lively. The heavy curtain was drawn up, blocking the scenery inside the stage. A large number of spectators flooded into the originally empty theater, just like that night when he took Cecilia to see a performance. The audience laughed, conversed, ignoring Silas and the woman present, finding their own seats and sitting down. In his daze, Silas saw the faces of those guests. Sirius, Hannes, Captain Edward, other team members from Port and Matt, Mrs. Sharon, Captain Dunn, Capping, Silas, and many more. Familiar ones, unfamiliar ones, those he had killed, those who died because of him, those whose names he could call, those whose names he couldn't. These dead had regained vitality, filling the theater, waiting for the performance to begin. So the curtain was pulled open. The stage set was a cemetery, with a red moon hanging high. The public cemetery was cold and quiet, countless tombstones standing silently. Suddenly, one grave shook, then something burst through the grave soil and emerged. It was a hand, a skinless, bloody hand. After the hand emerged, what followed was a grotesque and twisted body. Silas in the audience saw his mad and twisted self push open the coffin and grave soil, bathing in the moonlight. When he discovered he was still alive, somehow, he looked extremely pained. No, it should be said, extremely anguished. He watched himself use his not yet recovered head to strike tombstones, beat himself, and struggle on the ground. That wasn't physical pain, but more so, it came from the spirit, from the scene he saw before death. Why? Why? Silas saw himself on stage desperately questioning himself, calling out his sister's name, Cecilia. Cecilia. Stop, don't remember anymore. I don't want to suffer like this. Rip. Suddenly, his fingers dug deep into his own head, actually tearing his skull apart like that. In the steaming flesh tissue, the illusory sound of ocean tides rang out. The tide surged, floating up his own illusory form, which he grabbed with his hand and tore off a piece. Ah. Tearing his spirit caused him immense pain, but he didn't stop his actions. That illusory fragment separated from the main body, falling to the ground. Before long, it wriggled and transformed into a new illusory figure. Red hair, golden eyes, wearing white robes, resembling Ma'am, this is how I was born. Silas heard the woman beside him speaking. In your subconscious, you shaped my image into this appearance. Probably because you felt that someone with this appearance possessed extremely strong mental control abilities. The performance on stage continued. After the figure resembling Ma'am appeared, Silas didn't stop his actions but continued tearing his own body, using the torn flesh to create a girl's body, with precise proportions, completely consistent with Cecilia. However, this body appeared stiff and eerie, with life but no soul. The figure resembling Ma'am assisted on the side. Her golden eyes glowed, and the illusory sound of ocean tides seemed to ring out. Transparent shadows slowly formed from the air, falling into the girl's body. Thus, the originally dull girl quickly became animated, as if a puppet had gained a soul. Her personality was created based on your memories, using the authority of that sea. Below the stage, the woman's voice continued. On the stage, the girl stood up, supporting the exhausted Silas. Brother. She said, her voice exactly the same as Cecilia's. No, you're not. Silas on stage appeared extremely pained after hearing this, shaking his head continuously. He turned to Ma'am, saying to her, make me forget about these things, make me forget. The performance stopped abruptly there, the curtain slowly closing. However, the audience had no intention of applauding, because this was only the first act of the story. There were still more important plots to be performed afterward. Chapter 261, The Last Shepherd. When the curtain was drawn back once more, the scene on stage had transformed into a ruined street. Remnants of flames flickered on the ground, massive holes gaped in the pavement, and building walls tilted precariously. A sign lay on the ground, its top edge charred black, bearing the words, Blackthorn Security Company. This was Tingen. This was the front of Blackthorn Security Company. This was where the disaster had erupted. The performance seemed to employ a flashback structure, first depicting the story after the funeral, then circling back to reenact what had happened that day. Blood, thick smoke, shattered bricks, flames. Amid the chaos, Silas saw several figures sprawled on the ground. Both Klein and Captain Dunn bore fatal wounds on their bodies, their faces frozen in shock and rage. Leonard had been violently thrown against a wall and now lay unconscious. At this moment, no one at the scene was standing. This appeared to be after Insanguil had launched his attack, killed everyone, and made off with Saint Selena's ashes. Where was he at that time? From his seat below the stage, Silas's eyes searched the set. Then he heard low, faint, agonized murmurs. There, on the ground opposite Klein and Dunn, lay a twisted body. A terrible hole gaped in his chest, and through it, the mangled remains of his heart were dimly visible. A few slender muscle fibers extended from both sides of the opening, connecting and attempting to repair the wound. But the injury was simply too massive, and the body's owner had long since exhausted himself, with little capacity left for healing. Cough, cough, ha, ha. On stage, the dying Silas struggled to breathe. His body had been corroded by Ma'am and her subordinates' flesh and blood. He drunk the Sequence 5 potion, endured the direct bombardment of the Sun Charm, and had even been ambushed from behind by Insanguil. He now teetered on the brink of death, or rather, the fact that he still clung to a thread of life in this condition was nothing short of miraculous. Unfortunately, even miracles have their expiration date. Bang. Bang. On stage, Silas's shattered body continued to collapse in waves, exploding into small bursts of bloody fireworks. Ugh. His eyes brimmed with madness as he let out pained, guttural sounds, trying to struggle but utterly unable to halt his body's disintegration. Having just consumed the potion, then lost massive amounts of flesh and blood, and suffered lethal damage, he could no longer maintain his body's integrity. The ritual had failed. Silas was losing control. The potion ran rampant inside him, fighting with his remaining flesh for dominance over his body. He would be transformed by the potion, becoming a crazed monster that would devour everything, slaughter everything, and bring despair and destruction to the city of Tingen. Damn it. The Silas on stage murmured unwillingly. He wanted to resist, but his body was beyond his control, sliding faster and faster toward the edge of losing control. He couldn't even kill himself. Bang. 7 faces surfaced on Silas's body, those of Mam and her subordinates. They had suffered severe damage earlier but had recovered again through their connection of shared flesh and blood. At this moment, they were completely dominated by the potion, competing with Silas for control of his body. A filthy, blood-red color spread across his body's surface. As the several faces advanced, they devoured Silas's body bit by bit. Once his body was completely seized, he would utterly become a monster that had lost control. Silas sank into tremendous pain. He plunged all his mental energy into his body, fighting and struggling against Mam almost by pure instinct. Yet by now, he was nearly spent. Acing the encroachment, he could only resist a little, then retreat a little. His consciousness grew completely hazy. He probably couldn't hold on much longer. Tap, tap. Just then, from one side of the stage, a black-haired, blue-eyed girl rushed onto the scene. She possessed an exquisite, breathtakingly beautiful face that bore some resemblance to Silas. She was his sister, Cecilia. Her expression filled with worry, she quickly searched the scene and soon discovered her brother in the absolute wreckage that was his body. Brother. Cecilia let out a startled cry and tried to rush forward. But Silas's Sequence 5 body on the verge of losing control emanated terrifying mental influence that prevented her from approaching. Silas, brother, I'm sorry. I came too late. Seeing her brother's condition, Cecilia's azure eyes welled with intense grief. The dagger in her hand became unsteady, and with a clatter, it fell to the ground. On stage, the semi-conscious Silas was completely unaware that his sister had appeared. He merely continued his tug-of-war with Mam, so it really is you. Cecilia saw Silas's transformation and the faces rising from his chest. Though she didn't recognize the others, she easily identified Mam, who occupied the dominant position. Turning her head back, beside the overturned carriage, the inverted cross painted in blood remained clearly visible. She looked back and forth at all of this, her eyes seeming to come to an understanding. Below the stage, a terrible premonition suddenly surged through Silas's heart. What a clever child, to understand the situation so quickly, to realize that Mam is using your body to advance to shepherd, said the other personality he had split off, now standing beside him. Her tone was hazy, seemingly tinged with indescribable sorrow and admiration. Mam had once explained the shepherd advancement ritual to the siblings. Now Cecilia understood that her brother lacked help at this moment and couldn't resist. The performance continued. Cecilia looked at Silas, whose body was gradually collapsing and who couldn't contend with Mam. The grief in her eyes gradually faded. Her expression grew resolute. Cecilia, stop. Below the stage, Silas's scalp prickled. He suddenly thought of something and leapt up, shouting at the top of his lungs. But Cecilia on stage completely ignored him and instead picked up the dagger from the ground. It's no use. She won't hear you. This is merely a reenactment of what happened then, said the personality resembling Mam, shaking her head. Get lost. But Silas couldn't care less about that. He shoved aside the woman next to him and rushed toward the stage like a madman. Bang. A transparent wall materialized in front of the stage, blocking his advance. He shouted and yelled, his fists hammering wildly, but he couldn't break through the barrier at all. He could only watch as his sister before him continued her actions. Cecilia picked up the dagger, reversed the blade, and aimed it at her own chest. At this moment, on her exquisitely beautiful face, a calm smile slowly emerged. It was the serene expression possessed only by those who face death with composure, determined to sacrifice themselves. She would willingly offer herself, becoming part of the shepherd, making the ritual succeed and sparing her brother from losing control and dying. Brother, we promised each other, she said, her voice trembling. Promise me you'll survive. Stop. Cecilia, forget about me. I'm begging you, stop. For God's sake, don't do this. You need to be the one who lives. Below the stage, Silas screamed himself hoarse, his eyes nearly splitting as he watched Cecilia grasp the dagger with both hands in reverse grip and raise it high. Squelch. Blood sprayed. The dagger plunged heavily into her tender heart. As if all the vitality and beauty of a young girl burst forth in that instant, she arched her slender body backward slightly, her face showing an expression of bitter, wrenching sorrow. I will become the shepherd, for you, my brother. With those words, she moved her legs forward, rushing towards Silas's collapsing body. The two merged together effortlessly. CC. Leah. As flesh and blood fused, as if sensing something, the Silas on stage suddenly spoke in pain and confusion. On his body's surface, fresh flesh and blood became a powerful reinforcement, like a relief force that rapidly drove back Mam and her subordinates' influence. The corrupt, twisted blood-red color in the several faces quickly receded until they shrank into a corner and were completely devoured. The girl's breathtakingly beautiful face floated on Silas's body surface, then slowly sank. Silas's flesh and blood gently enveloped her, protecting her in the deepest reaches of his body and soul. After completing all this, Silas's body had exhausted all its spirituality. It began to contract, to wither, and finally transformed into a charred corpse, with only the deepest part of his body locking away a thread of life. The curtain slowly closed. The performance had ended. Cecilia. Below the stage, Silas lost all his strength and slowly sank to the floor. He sat there dazed, murmuring softly. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause rang out from the audience seats behind him, starting with one person, then quickly overlapping. Captain Dunn, Mam, Sirius, all the audience members rose to their feet, cheering and applauding to express their appreciation for the wonderful performance. Cecilia. Silas cried out in despair, but he could no longer hear his own voice. The entire theater echoed with thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. His solitary grief was drowned in the enormous joy, insignificant and tiny. The curtain slowly opened. The stage was now empty. Everything that had just happened seemed truly to have been merely a performance, as if those actors had already exited, were now laughing and chatting backstage, preparing to grab a late-night snack, to go out for entertainment. That's what happened that day, said the female personality he'd split off, who had somehow walked to his side. She sighed. When you woke up and realized you'd devoured Cecilia, you immediately plunged into despair and anguish. Cecilia sacrificed herself in this way to achieve your shepherd advancement. One can only say that the shepherd pathway, due to the madness of the true creator at its apex, is destined for despair and suffering. Then I'll slaughter them all. Silas said softly. As the words left his mouth, he realized the heart-piercing pain, the burning rage, the inability to endure it. Slaughter who? Asked the red-haired, golden-eyed woman. Slaughter the true creator, Mr. A, and everyone in the Aurora Order, and all the lunatics who worship that evil god. He said. Boom. Flames surged up in the theater, spreading rapidly, burning fiercely. The firelight was dazzling as the flames greedily licked at everything in the theater. I will end this cursed sequence. I will slaughter the damned true creator. I will replace him. I will become the true god of the hanged man. Silas shouted madly. As if responding to his roar, the fire spread furiously. The audience present paid no attention, still cheering, still applauding, letting the flames consume them, letting Silas's resounding roar echo endlessly. I will become the last shepherd. Backlund, Eastborough. Mr. A looked at the disintegrating flesh and blood before him, and at Silas's face floating on the surface of the flesh. That face bore despair and pain, murmuring in a low voice. Praise you, my lord. Silas said. Yes, yes. Exactly. Just like that. Hearing Silas's words, Mr. A trembled with excitement throughout his entire body. Call out, praise him. Only the Lord is the salvation of all things. You can finally understand the Lord's greatness. He felt gratified and joyful. Another lost lamb had found direction, converting to the Lord's embrace. Though the other party had blasphemed much before, the Lord was merciful. The Lord loved all people. As long as he was willing to believe in the Lord, he would forgive all his sins. Do you hear, great Lord? He spread his arms wide, shouting toward the sky. Boom. A mad, lofty, terrifying presence slowly descended. That towering existence, attracted by Silas's words, once again cast its gaze here. Mr. A prostrated himself humbly, feeling his lord's will approaching until it came above Silas, entered Silas's body, and began to transform his cognition. The Black Knight's blade of spirit and flesh was blocked by the tide within Silas's body, but correspondingly, that tide also temporarily vanished, no longer able to shield Silas from the true creator's mental erosion. As if involuntarily, Silas began to pray. I will become the shepherd, for you, my lord. A smile couldn't help but appear on Mr. A's face. This was the prayer recited when becoming a shepherd. He was very familiar with it. Then he heard Silas continue. To usurp authority from your hands, to curse your name and spirit. The smile on Mr. A's face froze. What are you saying? He asked unconsciously. But Silas didn't stop. Instead, he continued praying. I will raise the eternal banner of rebellion, transform rage into a blade, and tear you apart, blaspheme you. Silence. Mr. A roared. He couldn't believe that even at this point, the other party was still defying the Lord's will. Until I destroy your divine kingdom, until your filthy blood falls from the heavens like rivers spreading across the earth, flowing endlessly. On the surface of the flesh and blood, Silas's face, which had been in a dazed, out-of-control state, suddenly opened its eyes, filled with bone-deep hatred. He could feel that at this moment, his mind was flooded with the true Creator's will. He was trying to control him, trying to make him become his faithful believer. Go to hell. Silas sneered and cursed, speaking aloud in Hermes. The fool who doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good fortune. Please descend, please help me destroy all of this. Cecilia was already dead. Nothing mattered anymore. The fool who opposed the true Creator, the powerful and mysterious fool. Take it, my soul, my life, all of it is yours. Come with me and slaughter all these damned things clean. Blasphemer. Mr. A's scream came from across the way. In his mind, the true Creator's murmurs also brimmed with rage. But Silas revealed a tragic, twisted smile. Because he felt it. Almost at the same moment he finished reciting the prayer, another deep, great, mysterious existence lowered its gaze. The fool had descended. Chapter 262, The Mutated Agony. As Silas prayed, a lofty, profound, terrifying, and majestic aura descended. Following the true Creator, that mysterious fool also turned his gaze toward this place. Silas felt the murmurs in his mind instantly grow louder. Having encountered an enemy, the true Creator's fury was unmistakable. Come then, fool. Let me see what you're capable of. Under the torment of the murmurs, he laughed madly, muttering to himself, anticipating the deity's next move. Suddenly, Silas felt himself fall into a peculiar state, both dazed and lucid. He seemed to see, above an illusory sky, a thick and heavy grey fog. Within an ancient palace there, a towering figure shrouded in grey mist sat behind a bronze table, looking down upon him. In his daze, he saw standing beside that towering figure numerous forms whose shapes defied description. These figures were entirely black and gold, the contrast stark, with 12 pairs of pitch-black and mysterious wings sprouting from their backs. Like angels from myth and legend. At the towering figure's command, one of the black-gold forms floated down, beating 12 dark wings, crossing the barrier between illusion and reality, and flying into his body. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed in his mind. The black-gold angel collided with the true Creator's will, producing ripples and circles, seemingly attempting to expel the other party from Silas's mind. However, a single angel alone struggled to contend with the will descended by a true god. Its momentum was quickly suppressed. But immediately after, a second, then a third angel descended from beneath the fool's seat, entering Silas's body. The three forms touched wings, forming a ring that enclosed Silas's spirit and resisted the true Creator's will. The true Creator was extremely enraged, the murmurs filled with unwillingness. Yet ultimately, he could not withstand the combined power of the three angels and was expelled from Silas's mind. Under Mr. A's watchful gaze, that pool of flesh and blood on the verge of losing control suddenly changed. Silas's face floated atop the flesh and began growing upward. As if being pulled from mud, his neck, shoulders, torso, everything emerged from that pool of flesh. He once again possessed a complete body. Whoosh! A blood-red robe materialized, wrapping around Silas. He quietly opened his azure eyes, looked at Mr. A, and revealed a twisted smile. His jawline traced a perfect arc, the blood-red robe framing his handsome face, the shadow beneath his feet dense as if tangible. Handsome, mysterious, cold, mad. You have rejected the Lord's grace. Mr. A shouted angrily, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Silas said nothing, merely looking at the other with contempt. With a flip of his palm, he produced from nowhere a pristine white bone. One end of the bone was sharp, the other somewhat blunt. It appeared to be half a rib. Fused with his bone, the demoness of pain, plus other beyonder characteristics and the divinity of an evil god's offspring, the extraordinary item formed within Lenes's body, the mutated agony. Silas turned the bone, gripping the blunter end in a reverse hold, pointing the sharp spike at his own chest and ribs. Then, puffed. Blood sprayed. The white bone was instantly stained crimson. He had once asked Red Light, Ire Moria how to use this mutated extraordinary item. Red Light's answer was simple, let it return to Silas's body, and he would naturally know. The first thing Silas felt was pain. This was not the simple pain brought by a stab wound. Or rather, a stab wound should not bring such intense pain. Swish. After the rib contacted flesh and blood, the originally dormant characteristics suddenly ceased being restrained. Instead, they extended outward, as if merging with the spirituality within his body. In an instant, Silas's body became extremely sensitive. Everything around him was perceived with minute clarity. Air currents disturbing a single hair, a snowflake's edge brushing his skin, the friction of the blood-red robe against every inch of flesh, all were reflected with crystal clarity in his brain. At the same time, his perception of pain and injury was elevated to an incomparable degree. Silas felt as if every muscle fiber in his abdomen was being split apart, blood gushing from severed vessels, fragile nerves directly exposed to the cold air. Everything converged into pain so intense it threatened to burn through his spirit, rushing madly into his brain. A simple stab wound, yet the agony it brought was already so intense he could barely endure it. Ah! The surging stimulation exploded in his mind. He couldn't help but release a hoarse roar. So this is the mutated agony. In his head, which ached to the point of madness, Silas thought hazily. No wonder Red Light Ire Moria said he would know its side effect the moment he used it. The side effect, it turned out, was making the body extremely sensitive. Such intense pain, ordinary Beyonders simply couldn't bear it. They would probably lose control from mental collapse the moment they used it. Ah! But just then, Silas suddenly heard an equally piercing scream from across the way. He forced his head up and saw Mr. A clutching his ribs, his face showing extreme agony. The pain aura of agony was still effective. Moreover, as the pain Silas experienced intensified, the aura's effect became astonishingly powerful. Even Mr. A fellow shepherd, could hardly endure it. He. Seeing Mr. A in such agony, Silas couldn't help but laugh. The other's twisted expression was like medicine, easing his own pain. Do you like it? Silas asked Mr. A softly, using his finger to press the bone's end, pushing it bit by bit completely into his body. Veins bulged on his forehead, bloodshot eyes bursting, sweat pouring. Clearly he had reached the extreme of suffering. Yet even so, he maintained his action without hesitation. Come, feel the pain with me. What have you done? Mr. A's handsome face became hideously ugly from extreme distortion. He shouted at Silas. Guess. Silas said. When the entire bone was buried within, he suddenly sensed a peculiar aura. It was the pure divinity buried deep within him. This divinity had originally been unable to merge with his body, merely creating a constant burden on his spirit. But with the rib's return, it actually became stable, automatically spreading throughout his body and fusing with it. The rib's second effect was to merge the divinity with his body, elevating his status. Abruptly, Silas felt his aura become more solid, the shepherd potion characteristics within completely under his control. Though he hadn't yet grazed anything, using them would certainly be smoother and more natural. Chapter 262, 263, You Are the Fool. Bathing in extreme agony, Mr. A suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation. Before him, the newly advanced shepherd's temperament underwent a earth-shattering change in an instant. His originally mottled and chaotic soul became harmonious and unified, the lambs within his body became docile and obedient, completely submitting to the host's control. How is this possible? Mr. A shouted, losing his composure. Being a shepherd himself, he understood all too well how difficult such a state was to achieve. Even after being a shepherd for many years, the souls within his body couldn't cooperate so seamlessly. He had only seen similar states in higher sequence powerhouses like the Dark Saints. Had this guy completed in an instant the journey he himself had yet to finish? Mr. A's gaze wavered. He faltered. After such a prolonged battle, he was already extremely exhausted. If he continued opposing this enemy, he probably wouldn't be a match. As a believer, Mr. A's faith was firm and fanatical, always willing to sacrifice his life for the Lord. However, if sacrificing his life couldn't even harm his opponent, then his death would be nothing but pure waste. Swish. A transparent ancient tome materialized before him, its pages turning ceaselessly under invisible force. An illusory, ethereal voice arose. I came, I saw, I recorded. Puffed. Just as Mr. A attempted to teleport away through peculiar means, Silas across from him suddenly moved. He picked up the dagger Cecilia had dropped and stabbed it into his left arm. Ah! The intense pain was faithfully and mercilessly transmitted to Mr. A's side. He felt his left arm suffer unimaginable torture, immediately convulsing from the pain. He couldn't even hold the illusory tome. Crash! The tome fell to the ground and quickly vanished. His teleportation was interrupted. Damn it! Mr. A was both anxious and furious, his left hand hanging limply. He glared at Silas with fury. However, the next second, his gaze became blank. He saw Silas pressing a silver revolver to his own temple, showing Mr. A cruel and insane smile, slowly pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Mr. A's brain was instantly submerged in endless pain. It was as if all his nerves had become burning hot, ready to boil his brain matter completely. He couldn't even cry out in pain, directly collapsing to the ground. Clutching his head, his body arched like a shrimp, convulsing. On the opposite side, Silas wasn't faring well either. The side of his head bloomed like a rose, grayish-white matter faintly surging among the crimson petals. Yet he forcefully maintained his standing position, staring at Mr. A with malevolent eyes. Whoosh! Beneath Silas's feet, his shadow, dense as if alive, moved. Under the enhancement of the divinity within his body, his shadow became incomparably solid, pitch black and profound. Even sunlight couldn't illuminate it. That patch of shadow rapidly squirmed forward, quickly merging into Mr. A's shadow. Mr. A's shadow was resisting violently. However, Silas's shadow was clearly far more powerful. Without much effort, it overwhelmed the other side and seized control of Mr. A's shadow. You. A look of astonishment appeared on Mr. A's handsome face. But in the next moment, the shadow surged upward, tightly wrapping around his body, locking him firmly in the dense black shadow, leaving only his head exposed. Silas dragged his body forward, step by step toward Mr. A. Crimson magma surged in his hand. In an instant, a blazing magma greatsword formed once more. Trapped by the shadow, Mr. A struggled in vain, watching as Silas approached and raised high the greatsword burning with blue flames. Who exactly are you? Mr. A roared in desperation and fury. Silas looked at him with mad azure eyes and replied calmly. The one who will kill your lord and destroy your organization. Swish. The greatsword swung down vertically. Mr. A's head was easily severed, landing on the ground with a thud, rolling. Destroy the Aurora Order, kill my lord. You're dreaming. Even with his head cut off, Mr. A didn't die immediately. His head continued cursing Silas as it rolled. You'll be killed by the Lord's angels, along with that fool you believe in. Is that so? Silas raised his sword again. Then wait properly for me in hell. Just then, he suddenly stopped and looked toward the distant sky. His spiritual intuition was issuing a warning. Some powerful being was rapidly approaching. This was Backlund, where the powerhouses of the three major churches and the kingdom gathered. The battle between Silas and Mr. A had lasted so long, and they had invoked two deities in the process. Being discovered was inevitable. He had to leave immediately. With this thought, Silas acted without hesitation. His blood-red robe's hem suddenly extended and spread, wrapping and swallowing Mr. A's body and head. Then his body transformed into shadow with a whoosh, diving into the shadow world, concealing his aura, and fleeing at high speed in a direction away from that powerhouse. Swish, swish. The shadow moved secretly and swiftly, difficult to discern in the gradually darkening streets. Just as Silas was about to leave this district, he inadvertently glimpsed beneath a street lamp a small black protrusion. Looking carefully, it appeared to be a small black cat, its body covered in dirty black snow, curled into a ball without moving. In the darkness, it opened its eyes slightly, blue light faintly flickering. Is that the kitten from that day? Black cats with blue eyes were rare. Silas instinctively felt this kitten was the one he'd encountered the night he killed Lenas. He had once promised Cecilia that after curing her mental illness, he would adopt it and bring it home. Thinking of Cecilia, Silas felt a pain welling up from deep within his lungs. He couldn't help but turn around, risking being caught by that powerhouse. He rushed before the kitten, his shadow flickering as it wrapped around the kitten's gradually cooling body, then continued his escape. Fortunately, this interlude didn't affect his safety. He successfully left the scene before that powerhouse arrived, only distantly sensing the howling fierce wind in the sky. Swish. When Silas was completely safe, he had already hidden in the depths of some dark alley in the East Borough, slowly sitting down against a wall. Before he could catch his breath, crimson light surged from the void before his eyes, completely engulfing him. Silas felt as if he'd passed through a layer of illusory dense fog. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself above boundless grayish-white fog, with an ancient, mottled bronze table before him. Is this the place I saw in that hallucination earlier? He slowly turned his head, taking in the magnificent palace supported by towering stone pillars and a peculiar figure at the head of the bronze table. That figure was shrouded in thick fog, appearing mysteriously unusual, tall, and profound. Silas suddenly understood. He rose and bowed to the other party. You are the fool. Chapter 263, 264, Silas the Temperance. The illusory tide in his mind had blocked the Black Knight's fatal strike for Silas, but because of this, the tide had temporarily severed its connection with him. He was able to successfully invoke the Fool and establish contact with this mysterious existence. And the Fool was quite perceptive, deliberately taking advantage of the fact that the tide in Silas's mind had not yet recovered to immediately bring him to his divine kingdom. Gray-white mist quietly drifted beneath his feet. Time seemed to have ceased flowing within this ancient palace. That figure shrouded in gray fog sat upright behind a bronze long table. Facing Silas's respectful greeting, he merely let out a soft laugh. No need to be so formal. Just call me Mr. Fool. The other party said, his voice echoing through the palace. Very well, Mr. Fool. Silas readily complied and, at the other's indication, sat back down in his chair. He observed quietly, feeling that this fool's figure merged with the palace and grey fog as one, appearing lofty and magnificent yet restrained and profound. He wasn't like evil gods who couldn't wait to flaunt their might with bared fangs and brandished claws, nor was he like orthodox gods who maintained a reserved, aloof distance from their believers. He simply sat behind the long table, observing everything happening in the mortal world with restraint and calm. As if he had been waiting for eons. It seems the fool's status is at least that of a true god, Silas thought to himself. He had invoked the fool originally just to counter the true creator, thinking it sufficient as long as the fool was the true creator's enemy. But now it appeared this fool was far more composed and reliable than he had imagined. Just as Silas was secretly evaluating the fool, he suddenly heard the other party let out a soft laugh. Heh, I truly didn't expect a lucid shepherd to pray to me. Snatching you from the fallen creator's hands will probably displease that fellow. The fool said thus. He called the true creator the fallen creator. Why would he say that? Could it be that the true creator was actually what the original creator became after falling? In an instant, waves surged through Silas's heart, but this didn't prevent him from rising again and bowing his head to the other party in respect. Yes, thank you for providing assistance. If not for you, I would have already become that evil god's believer. Enough. As I just said, you needn't be so formal. For those who pray to me, I don't mind lending a hand when convenient, the fool said. Especially in matters concerning that fallen creator. Lending a hand, by dispatching 3 angels. Silas remained noncommittal. He hadn't forgotten the conclusion he'd reached when role-playing as a secret suppliant, one could trust a deity's power but not a deity's mercy. He felt the fool's purpose might not be simple. Perhaps he opposed the true creator, or perhaps it was related to the peculiarity within himself. But for him, none of this mattered. As long as he could help him kill the true creator and complete his revenge, being used was of no consequence. Mr. Fool, can you save my sister? Thinking this, Silas's tone became somewhat more respectful. He spoke earnestly, she offered her life because of my ritual. Now only her soul remains within my body. By now he had understood that the soul within him that he couldn't command belonged to Cecilia. That was why the false Cecilia could use an assassin's abilities, and why his own flesh and blood instinctively protected it. The fool was a deity. Perhaps he truly had a way to save his sister's life. If he could save Cecilia, what did it matter if he truly became the fool's believer? Hope's light sparked in Silas's eyes, like a traveler in the desert spotting an oasis. However, from within the grey fog across from him, that fool remained silent for quite a long stretch of time, then slowly shook his head. Regrettably, I am neither omniscient nor omnipotent, and I do not hold authority over resurrection. He said. The light in Silas's eyes quickly dimmed. The traveler in the desert discovered that the so-called oasis was merely a mirage, an illusion he couldn't approach no matter how much strength he exhausted. However, perhaps when your own level of life has been elevated, you won't need help from others and will be able to save your sister yourself. Yet the fool quickly gave him new hope. Elevation of life level. Wait, could the fool be saying that when my sequence advances, I'll have a chance to save Cecilia? Silas absorbed the other party's information, his brain beginning to race. The first line of the true creator's honorific name was, the Lord who created everything. Creation. Could it be that using that bastard evil god's authority, he could create a perfect body for Cecilia? It seemed truly possible. But that fellow hated him bitterly now, and he absolutely couldn't bow his head to him. Unless he elevated his own level, until he usurped his authority, replaced his divine nature, and became the true god of this pathway. In that case, Cecilia would have hope of resurrection. Based on Roselle's diary provided by Klein, he already knew about the pathways to godhood, and the Blasphemy slate, knew that the apex of the sequences was true godhood. Having thought all this through, Silas's heart suddenly felt clear. For revenge, he had already planned to completely overturn this sequence. Now, with the added purpose of saving his sister, hatred for the evil god and love for his sister would simultaneously drive him forward. Though becoming a god was a path of nearly hopeless difficulty, he had already decided to walk it to the end. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Fool. You are the beacon lighting my way. Silas expressed his gratitude to the fool without sparing praise. Heh, no need to thank me. The fool let out a soft laugh. I can provide you an opportunity to grow stronger. I've organized a gathering for a group of people similar to you, people with various purposes. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, they hold their meeting here with me. A gathering held under a deity's gaze. A wave of emotion passed through Silas. He immediately understood the other party's meaning and hurriedly asked, Mr. Fool, do you mean I can also participate in the gathering? Of course. Please, allow me to join. Silas said. Very well. The fool nodded slightly, then tapped his finger. On the table surface before Silas, a stack of cards facing downward immediately materialized. The organization's members use tarot cards as code names. These are what remain. Draw one yourself. Silas reached out without much concern and drew a card from the middle of the deck, turning it over. When he saw clearly the image on the card's face, he couldn't help but pause slightly. A red-winged angel stood barefoot above a stream. The angel's expression was calm, pouring clear water from one chalice into another. Temperance. What was this supposed to mean? Was it reminding him to control the madness in his heart, not to let anger cloud his judgment? Silas couldn't help but laugh wryly. Chapter 264, 265, Good night. Mr. Fool, I've drawn one. Silas displayed the tarot card to the fool. I understand. Then from today onwards, your code name here shall be Mr. Temperance. Behind the grey fog, Klein worked hard to maintain his superior's bearing, speaking flatly. In theory, the most suitable code name for Silas would of course be the Hanged Man. Unfortunately, Alger had already claimed that code name. Klein could only settle for second best and choose a symbolic code name for him. Temperance. Patience, control, harmony, purification of the soul, maintaining balance between the material world and the spiritual world. These were the meanings of this tarot card. In a certain sense, it was very fitting for Silas at this moment. Klein wanted to use this to hint to him not to let anger cloud his mind, not to let his pain destroy his sanity. I'm sorry, Silas. I discovered it too late. He thought to himself. When he discovered above the grey fog that something was wrong with Silas's situation, everything was already too late. Before he could take any measures, Silas's prayer had already crossed reality and arrived above the grey fog. Through the connection established by Silas's prayer, he saw the scene and learned of Silas's ordeal. Who would have thought that the Cecilia he'd met was fake? One could only say that back in Tingen, he hadn't had much contact with her and didn't understand her well enough. His own sequence wasn't high either. Perhaps only through the grey fog could he discover her peculiarities. Regarding this, Klein felt only infinite sympathy. He dared not imagine what he would feel if Benson or Melissa suffered such a thing. No, for Benson and Melissa, they were already feeling exactly that. So when Klein saw Silas so angry, so mad, he immediately brought him above the grey fog and provided him with a bit of hope. However, becoming a deity was easier said than done. This hope was also extremely slim. From now on, every Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock, try to be alone. I will pull you here to hold a gathering. He said this. Also. Seeing Silas nod to indicate understanding, he hurriedly added, that illusory tidal wave within your body will resist my summoning. Before I call you, it would be best to stop it. He saw a hint of surprise appear on Silas's face. Mr. Fool, you know there's a tidal wave within my body, he said. May I ask, what is the true nature of this tidal wave? How would I know? Klein grumbled internally, but on the surface still maintained his lofty profundity. He merely chuckled and said. You will know for yourself in the future. All right. Silas replied. The fool is unwilling to say, is it because of certain reasons? He thought to himself. Well then, let's stop here for now. Seeing Silas fall silent, Klein waved his hand and ended the summoning. The deep crimson receded like a tide. Silas opened his eyes to darkness and cold, his back registering the rough texture of bricks. He had returned to that dark alley in the East Borough. I've truly established contact with Mr. Fool. Silas thought to himself. Moreover, I've gained qualification to participate in a divine assembly. What exactly is that fool thinking? Speaking of which, the fool happens to be the very first tarot card, representing the beginning of everything. There are 22 major arcana cards in total, and the Beyonder pathways also happen to be 22. Is there some peculiar connection between them? Also, Mr. Fool didn't tell me the nature of that illusory tide. I don't know how to stop it. Perhaps I can ask my other personality, that person who looks like Mam. Meow. Just as Silas's mind was wandering with wild thoughts, something in his embrace suddenly squirmed and made a sound. Looking down, he discovered it was the little black cat he'd brought back from the street corner. The little creature was moving slightly, struggling to lift its head, looking at him with blue eyes. Its body was very cold, with wounds on its hind legs. Blood had frozen into icy crystals, tangled with the black fur. Need to treat it quickly. Silas stroked the kitten's tiny head. The touch was prickly, the fur not smooth at all. His other hand moved to its injured leg, activating flesh magic. Soon, the ghastly terrible wound healed rapidly, leaving only bare pink skin that would need to grow fur on its own. The kitten fluttered its hind leg, seemingly still unused to its suddenly healed limb. His palm pressed on the little black cat's body, covering it broadly and warmly. Before long, its body temperature recovered. The little black cat struggled to stand but still looked quite weak. Are you hungry? Wait a moment. Silas said to it. The shadow beneath him quietly squirmed, leaving his body. After a while, when it returned, the shadow was already wrapped around a glass jar of milk. This had been taken from a nearby resident's home, conveniently leaving one solely in cash. He took the milk jar, poured a little into his palm, and brought it before the kitten. Meow. The little thing wasn't afraid of him at all. It directly leaned its head over, extending its barbed tongue to lap at the milk, transmitting a ticklish sensation to his palm. Like this, after pouring milk several times, the kitten was thoroughly satisfied. It stretched directly in his embrace, then curled up to sleep. Quite bold, aren't you? Silas looked at it in his arms, thinking to himself. Cecilia loved cats so much. If she saw such an affectionate little creature, she would surely be delighted, wouldn't she? A smile had just begun forming on his face when it froze. No, she won't see it. Cecilia was already dead. No one would ever again carefully tend to him during his mad episodes. No one would ever again wait at home for his return. In this world surging with crowds, at this moment there was one more lonely person like him. Silas didn't speak for a long while, only lowering his head to stroke the little black cat. Meow. The little black cat opened its eyes in confusion. It didn't understand why this enormous creature suddenly began trembling and dripping hot water. The kitten didn't comprehend the complex emotions of humans. As a cat, it very much disliked water, the kind of thing that would wet its body. However, since this enormous creature had given it food and was very warm, the kitten magnanimously forgave him. It merely adjusted its position in his embrace, found a spot that wouldn't get wet, warm and soft, then curled up again. Ha! It yawned drowsily, closed its azure eyes, draped its tail over its nose, and quickly fell into a beautiful dream. In its dream, it wouldn't have any pain. It could run freely in a colorful world, chasing fluttering prey. And when it woke from this sleep, surely that big fellow would provide it with even tastier things. Sleep peacefully. A beautiful future awaits. Good night. End of volume. Chapter 265, 266, Authority of the Illusory Ocean. East Borough, 8 Houston Street. Silas, cradling a sleeping black kitten in his arms, pushed open the door of the row house. Mr. Anderson, you're back. Emily was sitting at the dining table in the living room doing her homework. Hearing the noise at the door, she looked up and greeted him. Where did you all go today? When I came back, there was no one home. Silas didn't respond. He hadn't heard her voice at all, only instinctively looking toward the kitchen. In a trance, he seemed to see a slender figure busily preparing dinner. He looked toward the fireplace. A fire burned within it. Cecilia seemed to be sitting on the carpet in front of the hearth, staring into the flames in a daze. Noticing his gaze, she turned her head back and revealed a brilliant smile, that smiling face illuminated by the firelight. The sofa, the stairwell, beside the dining table, days past spent together with his sister all rushed to mind at once, replaying before his eyes. No, even that girl was nothing more than a counterfeit made from my flesh and blood. Silas closed his eyes. Mr. Anderson. The darkness before his eyes enveloped him, preventing him from seeing those painful illusions, until the landlady Emily's uneasy voice came through. You look strange. Did something happen? Where's Miss Cecilia? Silas opened his eyes and looked at her. He tried hard to appear normal, smiled slightly and said, My sister is still out. Only I came back first. Oh, I see. Emily said, somewhat puzzled. Also, we'll be leaving East Borough today. He continued. Huh. You're not going to keep staying at my place. The young landlady first froze, then said anxiously, Why? Haven't we been getting along well? I'm not even charging you rent anymore. Isn't living together nice? Because Silas had no way to explain his sister's disappearance. Moreover, this familiar place would make him recall details of his previous life with the counterfeit sister, causing even more pain. He had to leave, find a new environment. Because we've managed to save up some money recently, and we plan to leave East Borough for somewhere with a better environment. Without us, you can rent to someone else. Making more money is always good. Silas explained to the worried young landlady. But Emily was about to say something more when an illusory female figure quietly appeared behind her. Golden light flashed in this red-haired woman's eyes, and Emily's expression became dazed. She said dreamily, I understand. With that, she turned and returned to the dining table, continuing her homework. No need to explain so much to an ordinary person, right? Silas saw his other personality say with a smile. Mind your own business. He said coldly, then turned and walked up the stairs, entering his bedroom while holding the little black cat. After placing the sleeping cat on its cushion, he slowly leaned back against the headboard, like a sculpture, not moving for a long time. Originally, today had been planned for meeting with people from the psychology alchemists and receiving treatment. However, unexpectedly, what arrived in the end was such a result. Come out. Silas suddenly said flatly to the empty air. Swish. The red-haired, golden-eyed woman appeared at his summons, her curvaceous body wrapped in white robes. Her exquisite face wore a gentle yet dangerous smile, like honey soaked in poison, yet also like an inorganic sculpture. Silas looked her up and down. This was the first time he'd seriously observed her instead of immediately pulling out a knife to kill her. After examining her carefully from head to toe, he had to admit that her appearance was almost identical to the original Mam. I unconsciously molded her during my madness, which means I instinctively felt that Mam was the person most suited to manipulating hearts in my perception. Silas shook his head and said to her, "What do you want me to call you?" From an outsider's perspective, Silas was merely talking to himself. "Keep it simple. M is fine." The other party answered. "Because she was created based on Mam's image, she's just called M directly." "Whatever you want," Silas said noncommittally. "So, are you really a personality I split off?" "Of course it's true. The original Mam's spirit was annihilated long ago from directly gazing at that sea. If I weren't part of you, there'd be no way I wouldn't be rejected by it, much less be able to use its authority." The red-haired, golden-eyed M explained. "Right, that sea. What exactly is that sea?" Silas asked. "I don't know." M shook her head. "You don't know?" Silas was somewhat suspicious. "You can already use its related abilities, yet you still don't know. The one who possesses that sea, the one who wields its authority, is you. I'm merely a part split off from you. How could I possibly know things you don't know?" M asked in return. Hearing this, Silas looked thoughtful. "How do I get there?" he asked. Currently, he could only crudely summon the tide. If he entered there, perhaps he could learn more. "Summon it, then imagine it surging outside your body, submerging you," M said softly. Silas did as instructed. Whoosh. Soon, he saw viscous, illusory black liquid surge toward him like a tide from all directions, submerging Silas. Countless mad, twisted murmurs and roars lay deep within the black liquid, as if trying to permeate into his body. Silas sank in such seawater until his surroundings suddenly lightened and the sound of illusory waves arose. Viscous water lapped at his feet. At the end of the boundless water surface, mist diffused. He and M stood upon such a water surface, the only difference in this monotonous world. He couldn't help but look into the distance, remembering very clearly that across the mist and seawater, that inverted, towering figure stood tall. Just then, M spoke. "Compared to you in reality, I'm merely closer to it, so I'm more familiar with it and can use it crudely." Ripples spread from beneath her feet. On the seawater, her figure appeared very solid, as if truly existing. "Then you must know some things, at least." Silas continued to press. "From what I can tell so far, this seawater possesses extremely high status and can resist mental erosion. You certainly know this better than I do. Additionally, this sea also has authority from the spectator pathway. If not for borrowing from it, that Cecilia personality wouldn't have been so. Don't mention what happened before." Silas immediately interrupted. "Understood." M paused, then shrugged. "Beyond that, I'm unclear about other authorities. They need to be researched slowly." "I understand," Silas said flatly. He thought for a moment, then asked her another question. "Is there a way to temporarily block the sea's connection?" In order to enter the gathering organized by Mr. Fool, he had to shield the tide's automatic resistance when that mysterious existence called for him. "Block the connection? What do you want to do?" M asked. Chapter 267, Method to Ascend to the Grey Fog. "It's like this. You remember that fool, right? He's organized a gathering in his divine kingdom." Silas explained to his other personality, telling her he needed to shield the tidal wave in order to respond to that fool's summoning. In other words, the ultimate goal is to ascend to that grey fog, not necessarily to shield the tidal wave, correct? M confirmed. "Exactly." Silas nodded. "In that case, there is indeed a way," M said slowly. "What should I do?" Silas asked. "You can create a temporary personality to attend the gathering in your place," M said. "When he returns, extract his memories and reintegrate them into your body. That way, you'll know everything he said, did, and traded at the gathering. It'll be equivalent to going yourself. Temporarily replicate a personality of mine." Silas was stunned. If it carried the same memories and personality as himself, his temporary personality should make the same choices and judgments at the gathering as he would. Just as M said, it would basically be the same as going himself. In that case, without needing to bypass the illusory tidal wave, he could still attend the gathering. That is indeed a good method. Silas praised sincerely. However, the fool's summoning is based on each person's etheric body. I might need to wrap the temporary personality around the outside of my own soul to make it work. In any case, I'll try it when the time comes. After finding a solution, he relaxed somewhat and began strolling across the sea, observing this peculiar world. This was an extremely vast sea. As his thoughts turned, the seawater circulated and flowed beneath his feet. Silas could sense the deep connection between himself and this sea. Indeed, I am the holder. Silas thought, extending his palm open. Whoosh! A stream of illusory, viscous seawater was drawn up by invisible force, flowing into his palm and disappearing. No, the seawater didn't disappear. Instead, it surged into his body, filling his soul. He felt his body become heavy and grand. His eyes flickered with captivating golden light, and roaring fierce winds whipped up around his body. Spectator pathway, plus sailor pathway abilities. Roughly reaching sequence 6. Silas thought to himself. As the seawater poured in, more abilities seemed to stir restlessly within his body. However, his body and spirituality could no longer withstand the infusion of seawater, so he had to temporarily stop. I didn't expect this sea to hold even more authorities. M looked at the changes occurring in Silas and said in surprise. Silas nodded lightly. He estimated that as his sequence advanced, he should be able to leverage the sea status more deeply, with more and more authorities available to use. Correspondingly, after his sequence advanced, he would be able to understand more about the true nature of this tidal wave. Thinking this, he left the illusory sea and returned to reality. When he woke, Silas found his physical body still sitting on the bedroom bed. Only his spirit had entered that sea. He suddenly froze. Why does it feel like going to that sea is similar to going up to Mr. Fool's grey fog? Both involve extracting the spirit, both involve being in a mysterious and unfathomable space, both are related to a certain deity. Could it be that sea is the true creator's divine kingdom? If so, that would explain the true creator's strange attitude toward him. Silas shook his head. At this moment, he suddenly had a new idea. Perhaps I can use that sea to test the method M provided. First create a temporary personality, then see if he can be pulled into that sea in my place. After thinking this through, he felt more confident. Tap. Silas stood up from the bed and walked to the bedroom window. That damned heavy snow had stopped. The sky was dim. The streetlights on the Eastborough roads lit up sparsely, illuminating this world favored by deities with dim orange light. The nearby tavern was noisy and bright. Many people inside were getting themselves drunk on cheap alcohol, their cursing and clamoring faintly audible. Outside the bar, numb-faced streetwalkers huddled on the streets. To solicit customers, they could only endure the bitter cold, exposing their bodies. Silas expressionlessly watched everything outside the window, considering his future plans. Generally speaking, there were two things. First, save Cecilia. Continuously advance his sequence until he found a method to resurrect his sister. Second, revenge. Kill the true creator and his servants, end this cursed sequence. Beyond that, there was also Insanguil who had orchestrated everything against him. That guy also deserved death. These two matters were essentially one thing in the end, which was to become stronger. He needed to advance his sequence, continuously promoting himself. Specifically for his current situation, that meant digesting the sequence 5 shepherd potion and seeking advancement, searching for the sequence 4 potion formula and main ingredients. To this end, he roughly had some directions. First was role-playing. He planned to imitate a true shepherd and first prepare his own flock. Of course, this flock didn't refer to cattle and sheep, but to people. Perhaps I really should spread faith and gather a group of followers. He thought to himself. This wasn't a difficult task. There were far too many people in the Eastborough who needed saving. As long as he was willing to heal the injured and provide them with aid, he could quickly gather a group of believers. Silas planned to conduct experiments targeting his flock to explore the rules of role-playing. Beyond digesting the potion, another thing to consider was the sequence 4 potion formula and main ingredients. I can try with Mr. A. Silas thought. Mr. A certainly wouldn't answer, but he had plenty of ways to make him talk. Besides this, he also planned to target the Aurora Order in Backlund. Although Mr. A had already been defeated by him, there were still quite a few of his remnants here. He would personally destroy the entire Aurora Order here, letting Mr. A witness the scene of his years of effort being completely annihilated. Thinking of this, he first created a spiritual wall in the room, then reached into his abdomen, groping and stirring for a while before pulling out Mr. A's head. Blasphemer. As soon as Mr. A emerged, he shrieked angrily at Silas. His handsome face was twisted with hatred, stained with scarlet liquid, looking extremely demonic. Blaspheming the true creator. Silas laughed in spite of himself. Don't joke. He's already filthy enough. Who could possibly pollute him? Mr. A only continued cursing furiously. The shepherd's tenacious vitality ensured his survival, though he looked extremely wretched. "Hey, do you know the Sequence 4 Dark Knight potion formula?" Silas asked. Mr. A naturally wouldn't answer. He merely looked at Silas with contempt. Seeing him so uncooperative, Silas summoned M again, held up the head, then jerked his chin toward her. "Do it." Puffed. M extended a finger, directly inserting it into Mr. A's head, then twisting left and right, producing squelch-squelch sounds. Ugh, ah. Mr. A's handsome face immediately became strange. His eyes rolled back, his mouth involuntarily gaped open, releasing sluggish sounds. The little black cat nearby was awakened by this sound, tumbling up from its cushion. It looked over, blue eyes filled with curiosity. Chapter 268, The Dark Saint. Silas's choice not to immediately kill Mr. A had been correct, because hidden within this guy's brain was quite a bit of valuable information. "Well, did you find it?" Silas asked. "No." M moved her pale, slender fingers back and forth inside Mr. A's head. After searching through his memories, she shook her head, her tone slightly regretful. Sequence 4 is considered high-ranking within the Aurora Order. Related intelligence is kept secret from him. What a shame. Silas sighed. This way, one avenue for obtaining the potion formula had been lost. Should I continue searching for other intelligence? M asked. Check the Aurora Order's organizational structure in Backlund, members, gathering locations, things like that. Silas said, his calm voice containing rising killing intent. Ugh, ah. As if sensing the malice in Silas's tone, Mr. A struggled to make sounds, his eyes recovering some measure of clarity. He seemed to want to resist, but soon M's other hand caressed his forehead, gently yet unquestionably modifying his will. His gaze became confused, allowing her to excavate his brain matter and explore the secrets within. Found it. M said. The Aurora Order's membership roster in Backlund, along with addresses of secret strongholds. Aside from the vast majority of ordinary believers, the Beyonders are basically secret suppliants and listeners, with only a small number of shadow ascetics and single-digit rose bishops. Not only that, because of their previous conflict with the goddess's church, it seems quite a few people died. She continued to supplement. Only this many personnel. Silas couldn't help but laugh, saying to Mr. A's skull, what a waste of an organization. If Mr. A were in a conscious state and heard these words, he would definitely refute them. As an extraordinary organization ostracized from all sides, being able to develop to this extent was already quite remarkable. Wait a moment. M suddenly discovered something. Within the Aurora Order in Backlund, there's also a saint. A saint. Silas furrowed his brow. According to internal Nighthawk's materials, the Aurora Order had a total of 5 saints and 22 divine envoys. In a metropolis like Backlund, having one saint stationed there was a very reasonable thing. But the gap between Sequence 4 and Sequence 5 was simply too vast. His current self definitely had no way to defeat a saint. The other party would be a major obstacle to his clearing out Aurora Order forces. Or to put it even more plainly, if news of him killing Mr. A got out, the saint might very well come hunting for him. The Dark Saint, Kurzma. Sequence 4 of the Secrets Suppliant pathway. M explained. But he recently left Backlund. It seems he went to sea. Not in Backlund, huh? Silas thought to himself. Though he didn't know what reason had caused this saint to leave Backlund, he had to accelerate his pace now, completely clearing out the Aurora Order's forces before the other party returned. Any other critical intelligence? Silas asked. The Aurora Order seems to also have a cooperative relationship with the Demonist sect. I saw a Demonist suspected to be Sequence 4 appear in his memories. What are they cooperating on? Silas frowned. Another Sequence 4. This part of the memory is sealed. Forcibly excavating it might cause trouble. Then leave it for now. Silas said. Hearing him say this, M withdrew her fingers from Mr. A's head in one smooth motion, her figure disappearing along with it. The Lord will punish you, you'll regret this. Mr. A's eyes were unfocused, yet his mouth still stubbornly spoke. Silas couldn't be bothered with him. He simply grabbed his hair and stuffed his head back into his stomach. Having done this, he raised his head. It was nighttime now. The sky had completely darkened, and the bedroom lights weren't on, making it pitch black. He stood silently in the darkness. After a long while, he slowly turned and lay down on the bed. Without washing up or eating dinner, he simply closed his eyes directly. No one cared anymore whether he ate or not, so there was no need to pretend to be a normal person anymore. Let's just leave it at this for today. Rest a bit, recover spirituality. Tomorrow, pack up, move out from here. After settling in, go clean up those Aurora Order bastards. Silas closed his eyes, contemplating the things he needed to do afterward. Only by constantly having thoughts surge through his mind, constantly thinking forward, could he avoid being overtaken by those surging emotions of grief. Meow. The bed beside him sank slightly. The little black cat had jumped up, calling out to him. Silas didn't open his eyes but used his hand to embrace it, drawing it close to his body. The little creature's body was warm, making purring sounds. In this cold, lonely night, it became his only comfort. The night passed. When Emily woke the next day, she discovered that the rooms of the two upstairs tenants had become completely empty, showing no trace of habitation. The Anderson siblings' belongings had all vanished without a trace, as if their arrival had merely been a fantasy of her own. At the same time, somewhere in Eastborough, Silas, wearing a modified face, carried only a travel suitcase as he walked along the street. Though this case looked quite cheap, it actually contained various materials, potions, and beyonder items with a total value exceeding £10,000. After leaving 8 Houston Street, he needed to find a new dwelling. For the needs of role-playing, it was best to remain in Eastborough. He had many secrets and couldn't share a residence with others. As for price, that didn't matter. Lost in thought, he had already arrived in front of an independent building. This building's glass windows were all blocked by curtains. Outside stood quite a few idle, vicious-looking men who were chatting and arguing. Passers-by who walked here didn't dare glance over, merely keeping their heads down and quickening their pace to leave. The Reman Gang's headquarters. Silas ignored the gang members standing at the entrance and strode directly inside. These people acted as if they hadn't noticed him at all, continuing their conversations. He passed through the hall, went up to the second floor, walked all the way to the office where the leader was located, and pushed the door open directly. Who? In the office, hearing the door being pushed open, the current head of the Reman Gang, Charles, looked up in surprise. Charles, long time no see. Silas revealed his form and spoke to him. This voice. Mr. Anderson. Charles's face first stiffened, then quickly showed a welcoming expression. You really haven't come in quite a while. Hey, you're not exactly hoping for me to come either, are you? Silas thought to himself. He and this gang had a purely mutually exploitative relationship. Previously, he'd even had them investigate news about human trafficking, originally thinking this would draw the attention of related personnel and lead to the entire gang's destruction. Who knew he would accidentally break into Captain's mansion due to an unforeseen event and discover clues ahead of time? I came today because there are some things I need your help with, he said. Chapter 268, 269, Raiding the Aurora Order's Stronghold. Mr. Anderson, I wonder what I can help you with. Charles asked with seeming enthusiasm, though wariness lurked deep in his eyes. In his view, the other party was a dangerous beyonder possessing many peculiar abilities. For such an existence, he needed to make use of him while also being careful of the trouble he might bring. Silas seemed to consider briefly. Let me think. How about this? First, change your attitude toward me, he said. The smile on Charles's face froze. What did you say? He didn't understand Silas's meaning. But Silas couldn't be bothered to explain any more. Behind him, M's figure quietly materialized, her eyes staring directly at Charles, emitting captivating golden light. Charles gazed dully at that golden light. His eyes were quickly dyed the same color. He was hypnotized. This gang leader was cunning and disobedient. Considering Silas's future operations, it was best to directly control him. Provide me with a house in the East Borough. It needs to be concealed, with no one else knowing about it. Silas told him. Yes. The hypnotized Charles obediently replied, turning to walk toward the wall behind the office. He pushed aside an oil paintings frame, revealing a safe behind it. After opening it, he took out a key. Where is this key for? Silas asked as he accepted the key. A safe house I prepared for myself. I haven't told anyone else. Charles answered, then reported the address. Then I'll gratefully accept it. Silas put away the key, then said to him, that's all for today. I'll have other matters to find you for later. He planned to use this gang to establish his flock. After all, gangs had many people and organization. Moreover, he could use them to hide himself, concealing all his actions beneath them. Of course, like with Charles, he didn't expect this group of scoundrels to be very obedient to him. So he planned to similarly hypnotize and control them. Only this way could he be completely at ease. I think I'm gradually beginning to appreciate the terrifying aspects of spectator pathway beyonders. Thinking this, Silas silently left the Lemon Gang's headquarters. Queensborough, in a house that wasn't particularly conspicuous here. The interior of the dark basement resembled a temple. Stone pillars supported the vault, candles burned on the altar. A statue of an inverted giant stood behind the altar, appearing even more sinister and terrifying in the faint candlelight. A group of strange people gathered in the temple, cloaked in black robes, conversing in low voices. Mr. A still hasn't returned. Someone said. It's been a whole day. No matter what, the battle should have ended by now. The lamb inside Storm Church passed on news that the Spellsinger of God suddenly left the church yesterday, flying toward the East Borough, but returned empty-handed. Another person continued. It looks like Mr. A may have already failed. He has returned to the Lord's embrace. He is blessed. The Lord will favor him. Another person said. Praise the Lord. So everyone chanted in unison, bowing down before that statue. Mr. A has already returned to the Lord's embrace, and His Excellency, Dark Saint, has also left Backlund. We lack someone who can take charge of the situation. The person who spoke first raised another topic. I propose we report to the sanctuary as soon as possible, asking them to arrange a new divine envoy to succeed Mr. A. Everything is according to the Lord's arrangement. The others also said. Hee hee. Just then, a cold laugh filled with killing intent suddenly rang out in the quiet palace. Everyone suddenly raised their heads, looking toward the front of the temple. As core members of the Backlund Aurora Order, they were at least Sequence 8 listeners, naturally extremely sensitive to sounds. Who is it? Who dares to have such audacity, breaking into this sacred place and making such a sound? Everyone's gaze turned toward the direction of the voice. They saw before the statue, behind the altar, a human figure quietly materializing. This was a young man wearing red robes, with ordinary features and no distinguishing characteristics. He looked at the crowd below, his expression mad and twisted, holding something round in his arms. That is. When they saw clearly what that round object was, the expressions of the Aurora Order members immediately became terrified. That was clearly Mr. A's head. Mr. A was still alive, his eyeballs rolling ceaselessly, but his mouth was gagged as he stared at them. Look, you're not even dead yet, and your subordinates are already planning for the next divine envoy. Silas said to Mr. A in his hands. Run. Below in the temple, the Aurora Order members immediately scattered, fleeing outward. They knew very well in their hearts that since the other party could defeat Mr. A and leave only a head to toy with, they definitely wouldn't be his match. Swish. The Beyonders who had already reached Shadow Ascetic or above immediately transformed their bodies into shadows, diving into the darkness of the temple. The listeners were much more pitiful, only able to flee with their physical bodies. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Of course, there were also some whose brains had completely gone mad, not avoiding at all but directly lunging towards Silas. Silas looked at this group of lunatics before him and directly opened his mouth, calmly uttering a sentence in Hermes. Death. Boom. The viscous and profane voice, laden with curses, echoed in the dark temple, entering everyone's ears. The listeners reacted most intensely. Some clutched their own throats, snapping their own necks with a crisp sound of breaking bone. Others directly clutched their chests, slowly falling in the agony of cardiac arrest, never rising again. As for the Beyonders above Shadow Ascetic, though they didn't die suddenly, they weren't much better off either. Most covered their ears, faces showing pain, blood seeping from various orifices. Look, your Aurora Order people are truly frail. Silas said to Mr. A. Boom. Crimson flames formed from his palm, compressing and condensing into blazing fireballs that shot out, igniting the suffering cultists below. The firelight illuminated the originally dark temple. The statue cast a long shadow behind it. It watched indifferently as its own believers bathed in fire, screaming, running, rolling, yet unable to find release until they fell and were completely burned into charred corpses. By this point, only 2 Sequence 6 Rose bishops remained alive in the temple. Praise the Lord. Seeing they couldn't escape, fervor surged in their faces. They simply stopped fleeing and charged straight toward Silas. Their bodies swelled as they ran, as if suddenly inflated with large amounts of gas. Their eyes filled with bloodshot veins, clearly falling into madness. They were going to self-destruct, to perish together with Silas. Self-destruction is forbidden here. However, before they could rush before Silas, they saw him point forward with his hand wearing a black iron-colored metal gauntlet, simultaneously issuing an inviolable command. The two people's bodies immediately deflated, as if the inflated gas had dissipated. The next second, they were cut in half by a greatsword burning with blue flames. Chapter 269, 270, Grazing Mr. A. Thud. The 2 Rose bishops were severed at the waist into 4 pieces, falling to the ground. After swinging his sword, Silas didn't stop his attack. He was well aware of the Rose bishops' vitality and knew such damage couldn't kill them. So he looked down at the chunks of flesh, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Psychic piercing. Ah. The 2 Rose bishops, now only half-bodies, immediately let out agonized howls, unable to carry out any follow-up actions. Seizing this opportunity, Silas stepped forward and used his lava sword to pierce through them, skewering them together. Sizzle, sizzle. The scorching lava burned their bodies, easily destroying large amounts of flesh and blood. Their screams lasted only a very short time before their spirituality was extinguished and they died completely. Only their broken bodies remained hanging on the lava sword, slowly precipitating their characteristics. Not just these two. The floor of the temple was covered with scattered points of mysterious color. This was the glow of Beyonder characteristics, precipitated from the corpses of killed Aurora Order members. The Secrets Suppliant characteristics had become semi-illusory black lips. The Listener characteristics had become pitch black, strange ears. The Shadow Ascetic characteristics were masses of gray-black shadow, while the Rose Bishop characteristics were chunks of filthy flesh with fascia attached. The appearance of all these characteristics looked both bizarre and nauseating. Quite a harvest, right? Silas said with a smile to Mr. A. Mr. A's lips were sealed by blood-stained spikes, unable to speak. He could only stare at Silas with extremely resentful, extremely hateful eyes. Silas appreciatively admired his expression, then placed his head properly on the altar, facing directly toward the true creator's statue. Next, he collected those Beyonder characteristics and likewise piled them on the altar. Mr. A's head was surrounded by his subordinates' Beyonder characteristics. These characteristics were extremely fresh, bloody, forming a ludicrous yet eerie scene. Tell me, will your lord be satisfied with such offerings? Silas asked with a laugh. MMPH. Mr. A struggled violently. The spikes were knocked off one by one, his lips tearing. Blood flowed down his chin, his teeth also bright red. Using this terrifying appearance, he cursed. I curse you. Blasphemer. The Lord will eventually punish you. Angels will descend in his stead to pass judgment. All right. Silas said perfunctorily, gently brushing across Mr. A's mouth. The wounds on his mouth immediately healed. Even his original mouth grew together, becoming from the nose downward a flat expanse of skin. Listen up. He grabbed Mr. A's hair, holding it up to face him directly. Me. I'm actually just an ordinary guy trying to get by. After coming here, I didn't plan to be your enemy at first. He said softly. Mr. A naturally couldn't understand what coming here meant. Hearing Silas say these things, beyond anger, his eyes also held some confusion. But Silas continued regardless. I was originally thinking it wouldn't be bad to just live quietly with my adoptive sister like that. Going to work and slacking off every day, occasionally going on missions, with the captain there when big things happened. Earning my £4 weekly wage, slowly saving money, buying a house, making life gradually better. Silas's voice gradually lowered, a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if reminiscing about times past. But your Aurora Order, your lord, didn't plan to leave me alone. First it was Sirius Arapes, Hannes Vincent, then Mam M, Insanguil, and you, along with your screeching lord. You bastards insisted on destroying my life, insisted on making me sink bit by bit on this mad sequence, insisted on destroying Blackthorn Security Company, insisted on getting Cecilia killed. His voice grew angry, to the point of gritting his teeth. You won't let me have peace, so I'll make sure you die. After venting a few sentences, Silas somewhat recovered his calm. He chuckled softly, saying gently to Mr. A. I'll kill you all clean. First the Aurora Order and other organizations that worship the true creator, then the angels under his seat, and finally him. When you get to the other side, don't forget to tell your lord that I'll be coming to find him very soon. Having said this, Silas walked toward the statue behind the altar. The dim yellow candlelight vaguely illuminated the statue. This was an inverted giant figure, its naked body bearing crisscrossing bloodstains. Some kind of invisible, terrifying aura shrouded the statue. If ordinary Beyonders gazed directly at it, they would immediately suffer a mental impact. Silas fearlessly looked over the statue's full appearance from top to bottom. Oh right, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you believers. As if thinking of something, he suddenly said to Mr. A in his hand. But how could Mr. A speak? He merely continued to look at Silas with hateful eyes, listening to Silas's next words. He heard Silas ask softly. Tell me, when your lord is hanging inverted on the cross, is his dick pointing up or dangling down? Mr. A first froze for a second, as if slowly comprehending Silas's words. Immediately after, he exploded. MMPH. Unable to speak, he merely desperately widened his eyes until the corners tore and his eyeballs nearly squeezed out of their sockets. Such was his madness and rage. To dare use such words to blaspheme the great lord. Kill you, absolutely must kill you. That's not right. Silas deliberately ignored Mr. A's intense reaction, pretending to walk before the statue and examining a certain part of it. Oh, so he doesn't have a dick. With that, he grabbed his head and violently smashed it toward the statue's crotch. Crack. Mr. A's nose bridge collided with metal, cleanly turning to powder. Bang. His facial bones made intimate contact with the statue, likewise shattering. Broken bones pierced into deeper flesh, mixing together. Splat. The skull completely flattened, eyeballs bursting. Viscous flesh and shattered bones stuck to the statue's surface, gray-white matter splattering. Boom. Silas used great force for the final smash. Mr. A's head completely plastered onto the metal statue, along with his scalp and hair, becoming a sticky, filthy mess. Ha! Silas let out a long breath and stepped back, stopping with somewhat waning interest. His face and body were splattered with blood, his eyes indifferent. The temple was empty. Only one person still stood before the statue. He remained silent like this for several seconds, savoring the sensation from just now, then opened his palm toward Mr. A's broken skull. Graze. The howling sound of wind suddenly arose with this. The airflow was bone-chillingly cold, spinning around the flesh and blood, quickly extracting an illusory figure wearing blood-red robes. Mr. A's soul. Chapter 271, Shepherd Grazing Shepherd, Recorder recording beyond her abilities. Lord. A phantom soul was pulled out from the body, and from the outside, one could vaguely make out Mr. A's appearance. He resisted Silas's absorption with all his might, desperately calling out to his deity. Compared to ordinary beyonders, Mr. A's soul was much more substantial, perhaps because he was a shepherd, his soul itself had been strengthened. Not only that, but Silas also witnessed an even more peculiar sight. Within Mr. A's soul, several other equally tormented souls were currently wrapped inside. Those were the sheep he had grazed. Scattered points of light flew up from the flesh and blood. The light points bore different colors, separately surging into Mr. A and the sheep within his body. By the time the light points stopped precipitating out, Mr. A's soul had been completely extracted. A powerful suction force emerged from Silas's palm. 2 rows of phantom teeth grinned open, a dark maw gaping wide, waiting to devour the sheep whole. No. Lord. Mr. A struggled in vain. As a shepherd, he understood most clearly just how painful it was to become a sheep. His soul would suffer lashings day and night, worn down through servitude until his spirituality was completely extinguished and he vanished entirely. Of course, his struggles were completely ineffective. Silas slightly increased the suction force, and the phantom soul was pulled up, flying uncontrollably into Silas's palm. Smack. Mr. A's soul entered Silas's body, but still refused to be docile, continuing to struggle incessantly. So he raised the invisible whip high and lashed it viciously against the spirit body. At the same time, the shepherd's characteristic began to activate, forcibly driving him to the vacant position. His struggles grew increasingly feeble until he was completely imprisoned, utterly unable to defy Silas's will. How ironic that shepherd had actually become a sheep. Grazing could fix 3 of a sheep's abilities. Without hesitation, Silas chose Grazing, Flesh Magic, and Shadow Magic, the Beyonder abilities corresponding to sequences 5, 6, and 7 of the Secrets Suppliant pathway. He wanted to test whether a shepherd grazing a shepherd was feasible. After successfully fixing the 3 abilities, Silas immediately began his attempt with eager anticipation. Graze. Within his body, Mr. A's soul began to shriek in agony, forced to activate the ability. Silas immediately sensed that his soul had formed a deeper connection with the other soul, and he could now perceive the sheep souls within Mr. A's spirit body. A shepherd could also drive another shepherd. The nesting had succeeded. Pain Witch, Devil, Baron of Corruption, Recorder, Wind-Blessed, Nightmare, Magistrate. Silas carefully sensed the 7 sheep souls belonging to Mr. A, attempting to extract the corresponding intelligence and abilities from them. After he had completely grasped all the information about Mr. A's sheep souls, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Such high quality. Apart from the Pain Witch being a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic and the Nightmare being a Sequence 7 characteristic, the other Beyonder abilities were basically all Sequence 6, and all very useful. Especially the Recorder, this was a Sequence 6 Beyonder of the Apprentice pathway, possessing the powerful ability called Recording. The Recorder could use a phantom tome to record Beyonder abilities witnessed firsthand and use them again. This usage was one time, and the power was somewhat diminished. It sounded like this might be inferior to Grazing. However, the power of recording lay in the fact that one only needed to personally witness the target using the ability to record it. Moreover, it could be recorded and saved multiple times, and could even record Beyonder abilities of far higher sequences than oneself, though the probability of successful recording wasn't high. Specifically, 3 Sequence 4 Beyonder abilities could be recorded, 8 Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 Beyonder abilities could be recorded at half their original effectiveness, and 20 Sequence 7 to Sequence 9 abilities could be recorded at close to their original effectiveness. At this moment, within the Recorder's soul, there were no demigod-level Beyonder abilities at all. There were several Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 Beyonder abilities, including Travel. As for Sequence 7 to 9, there were basically none either. After all, Mr. A himself was a shepherd, and Sequence 7 to 9 rarely had particularly powerful abilities. Besides the Recorder, another sheep worth mentioning was the Baron of Corruption. This was sequence 6 of the lawyer pathway, possessing the 3 abilities of distortion, bribery, and corruption, able to shift the battle in one's favor by altering the rules. It feels a lot like that grade 1 sealed artifact from Port Enmat, the Staff of Chaos. Silas recalled and thought to himself, they should be from the same pathway. In any case, Mr. A had indeed given him a very pleasant surprise. Except for the devil, which overlapped with the sheep he had already grazed, the remaining 6 souls were all very useful. That devil's soul can be released, and the corresponding Beyonder characteristic can be sold. Thinking this, he waved his hand and collected all the Beyonder characteristics on the altar. Tomorrow was Monday, time to attend the Tarot Club organized by Mr. Fool. Although he hadn't met the other members, since they had been chosen by Mr. Fool, they should all be no ordinary Beyonders. Perhaps he could obtain the potion formula for sequence 4 Black Knight from them. Silas thought this as he descended the altar and came to the center of the temple. Swish. He drew a ritual dagger, cut his finger, dripped blood on the corpses on the ground, and simultaneously activated flesh magic. Ugh. The corpses began to change accordingly. The surface of the originally charred bodies writhed incessantly, flesh breaking through the shells, growing new skin to cover the wounds. The rose bishop who had been cut in half also stood up, reassembling his own body. All the cultists once again recovered normal appearances externally, though their gazes were somewhat stiff and dull. They had been made into flesh puppets by Silas. Continue your previous actions. Silas commanded the puppets, bring in those believers, the other members who weren't present today, pull them all in, then eliminate them. Understand. The Aurora Order naturally had more than just this one stronghold and these few members. He planned to thoroughly eliminate this force, but couldn't expose himself too early and alert the enemy. The puppets nodded stiffly, indicating they understood. To ordinary people, they might seem somewhat strange. But the Aurora Order itself was a group of madmen, even if they behaved a bit oddly, to their internal personnel, there was nothing to question. He would use flesh puppets to gradually replace all the members of the Aurora Order in Backlund. By the time the remaining minority of members discovered the problem, everything would already be too late. Oh right, there's also that Beyonder gathering hosted by Mr. A. Silas dug through Mr. A's memories, learned of his daily activities, and muttered to himself, that works too. I'll reluctantly disguise myself as Mr. A for now and take his place in organizing the gathering. After considering all this clearly, Silas turned and walked toward the ascending stairs. That group of flesh puppets respectfully followed behind him, hiding their faces beneath their hoods, clustering around him like his most loyal servants. A shepherd can graze another shepherd. After grazing, it's equivalent to expansion. This is a setting personally provided by Cuttlefish. Additionally, Mr. A's sheep also referenced the original content from the book. Chapter 271, 272, Plundering the Aurora Order. Silas ascended the steps, leaving the gloomy temple behind and arriving at the above-ground portion of the building. Several black-robed attendants were already standing in place waiting. They had originally served Mr. A, and at this moment, a pale golden light flickered in their eyes. After Silas had infiltrated the building, he had first hypnotized them before confidently heading underground. By now, all personnel in this building were under his control. Show me around this house, he said to the hypnotized attendants. The attendants obediently led the way, showing him the various rooms of the house. The first floor contained small rooms, the attendants' cramped quarters, kitchen, bathroom, and the like. Mr. A's room was on the second floor. The moment Silas pushed open the door, an intensely thick smell of blood rushed into his nostrils. The full view of the room came into sight. The outward-facing windows were blocked by heavy curtains, making the light dim. The spacious room contained only a few simple pieces of furniture, a bed, chairs, a nightstand. Against the wall stood a thick, heavy safe. On the wall directly opposite the bed hung a small inverted cross, likewise bearing an upside-down naked giant. Silas frowned, looking at the room with disgust. If it were just the inverted cross on the wall, it wouldn't be enough to make him show such an expression. What truly made him uncomfortable was an absolutely abnormal phenomenon throughout the entire room. Blood-colored text. Crimson, crooked handwriting densely covered the walls, the floor, every available blank surface had been occupied. These words were chaotic and disordered, endlessly praising and glorifying the true creator. A powerful sense of madness transmitted through the text. He could imagine the corresponding scene. On countless blood-red nights, Mr. A, in his frenzy, bit open his fingers and, while murmuring corrupted prayers, wrote wildly on the walls, not caring even when the flesh on his fingers wore away. Madman, Silas said coldly, walking further into the room. On Mr. A's bed, he discovered a binding strap covered with fine metal barbs, stained with blood. A penitential belt. This was a tool that exchanged physical pain for mental focus. When tightly bound around the thigh, the metal barbs would pierce through skin and flesh. Every time the wearer moved, it would bring intense pain. This level of pain is far too mild. Silas shook his head. He searched the entire room but found nothing of value, finally turning his gaze to the thick safe. "Do you know the combination?" he asked the attendants behind him. Several attendants, with faint golden light flickering in their eyes, shook their heads in confusion. It seemed he could only open it himself. Boom. Silas spread his palm, creating a lava sword, and used the tip of this scorching, sharp longsword to slowly pierce into the safe. He didn't pierce too deeply, worried that the high-temperature sword might damage valuable items inside. Hiss. The cabinet body emitted a soft sound, with smoke rising. Silas carefully moved the blade along the frame, completely cutting away the safe door. This thick safe might be able to stop ordinary people and low-sequence beyonders, but for him, it was somewhat inadequate. Silas gripped the handle, about to remove the door, when he suddenly stopped his movement, as if sensing something. He thought for a moment, separated a piece of flesh and blood, forming it into a crimson wall standing in front of him, then slowly removed the door. Whoosh! Sure enough, the moment the safe door opened, a mass of blood-red mist immediately gushed out from inside, but was blocked by the flesh wall, only producing a burning sound. Silas manipulated the wall to gather inward and close, finally wrapping all the mist within the flesh mass. After finishing this, he had the leisure to look inside the safe. Then Silas felt somewhat disappointed. He saw that in this two-tiered safe, only the second tier held several stacks of cash and a few property deeds, along with 4 or 5 pieces of jewelry. The first tier was completely empty, retaining only traces of aura, as if extraordinary materials or sealed artifacts had previously been stored there. "Where are the items from above?" he asked the attendants. "They were taken by His Excellency the Saint," one attendant said in a dazed tone. "Those will count as Mr. A's contributions to the organization." "Taken by that dark saint?" Silas inwardly thought it a pity, then reached into the safe and unceremoniously took out everything inside. The cash notes were of varying denominations, totaling over £3,000. The property deeds were evenly distributed across several districts in Backlund. As for the jewelry, their value couldn't be estimated at the moment. How shabby. Silas couldn't help but think. Not even as wealthy as I am. Not counting today's haul, the cash he previously possessed already exceeded this amount. A quick calculation. His reward for saving Miss Audrey at the hospital, over £400. Selling the Sequence 8 Sheriff main ingredient, £540. Bounty for hunting the demon hound, £1,000. Reward for saving Princess Sophia of Fasak, £3,000. Plus Miss Audrey's employment, gratitude from gangs, and various other amounts, totaling over £5,000. Adding today's gains, his total cash had already exceeded £8,000. Even in prosperous and flourishing Backlund, this could be considered a huge sum. However, even such a huge sum was insignificant compared to the value of high-sequence potions. According to the Queen's statement, just a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic alone could sell for £8,000 to £10,000, while Sequence 4 basically couldn't be measured with money. First put purchasing on the agenda, then slowly search while digesting shepherd. He thought to himself. After this, Silas temporarily left that house, only leaving behind the attendants he controlled to maintain the facade that everything is normal with the Aurora Order. In a few days, he would preside over the gathering in Mr. A's guise. But before that, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Tomorrow was Monday. At 3 in the afternoon, that fool would pull him above the grey fog to participate in the Tarot Club. He had to test in advance whether the method M provided was feasible. Silas returned to his current residence, the safe house, enthusiastically contributed by gang leader Charles. This was a terraced building located at the boundary between the East Borough and Shorewood district, slightly larger in scale than No. 6 Daffodil Street. And this being Backlund, the corresponding price would be even higher. However, Silas no longer cared about the quality of the house. He merely pushed open the door indifferently, crossed the empty living room, and returned to his room. "Come out." At his summons, M's illusory figure quietly materialized. "Starting now?" she asked. After receiving Silas's affirmative answer, M began her actions. She gently walked to Silas's front, embraced his head, and inserted her illusory hands into his skull. Silas couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt, feeling his spirit trembling. Chapter 272, 273, The First Tarot Gathering. Silas only felt his brain throbbing with waves of pain. Sheila. Amidst the intense pain, Silas heard an illusory tearing sound. Accompanying this sound, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as if a small portion of his consciousness had become independent from his main body, separating from it and being transformed by an invisible force, taking shape. Has the virtual persona been successfully established? He instinctively asked. Is it done? Is it done? Another voice simultaneously rang out in his mind. This was an indescribable experience. Silas was astonished to realize that at this moment, it was as if an illusory face was staring back at him, wearing the same expression of surprise. Shit, so I'm the virtual persona. As if just grasping the situation, that voice said in amazement. That does sound like something I would say. Silas thought to himself, then looked toward Ma'am. It seems to have succeeded. Ma'am said with a smile, withdrawing her hands. The next day, Monday afternoon. Silas sat on the sofa in his bedroom, watching the clock's hands gradually move toward the 3 o'clock position. At this moment, the manufactured virtual persona was wrapped around the outside of Silas's spirit, deeply fused with his etheric body. Ma'am stood beside him, maintaining his state. Tick, tick. The mechanical pointer moved second by second, echoing doubly in his mind as 2 sounds. Silas only felt his head swimming in chaos, everything he looked at had double vision. He didn't even dare have extraneous thoughts, because intertwining thoughts would continuously spread, making him dizzy and confused. Fortunately, he didn't need to endure any longer. The next moment, crimson and illusory light bloomed simultaneously from all around and from within his body, submerging him. Above the grey fog, in the grand and ancient palace. On both sides of the bronze long table, crimson light bloomed in succession, surging upward like fountains then falling, turbulently filling the high-backed chairs. The crimson light sketched out hazy silhouettes one after another, filling the chairs in sequence, extending downward. At the head of the long table, the fool Klein, his body shrouded in grey fog, calmly faced this scene. He saw that on his right-hand side, below the sun, a new silhouette had appeared. After this silhouette appeared, the high-backed chair it occupied also underwent changes. The brilliant stars on the chair back rapidly converged and took shape, finally forming a peculiar pattern. Lush and sinister rose petals surrounding an inverted cross. In mysticism, this was the symbol representing the hanged man. The summoning succeeded. Klein watched as Silas successfully appeared, thinking with relief. When he tried to summon the members and touched the crimson star corresponding to Silas, for some reason, the connection from Silas's side felt illusory and fragile, almost impossible to maintain. Fortunately, Klein had already advanced to become a magician, with more sufficient spirituality, and managed to sustain the connection, allowing the other party to successfully appear above the grey fog. This might be Silas's method of blocking the tidal wave. He speculated. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. After all members had gathered, Audrey habitually greeted each member. Suddenly, her spectator instinct made her keenly notice that the members attending the gathering had increased by 1 today. The mysterious environment above the grey fog blurred everyone's silhouettes. Through the mist, she could only discern that this gentleman had black hair and azure eyes, wearing a crimson robe. A gentleman actually wearing such bright clothing. That's quite rare. He's looking around, seeming somewhat surprised. Audrey observed the newcomer, then very naturally expressed her curiosity before everyone. Esteemed Mr. Fool, who is this? This is a new member, Mr. Temperance. She heard the fool calmly introduce from behind the grey fog. Greetings, everyone. Mr. Temperance Silas, no, it should be said, Silas's duplicate persona, greeted everyone indifferently. Actually, at the very beginning, when he saw himself appear above the grey fog, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Why is it me? Shouldn't my virtual persona have been pulled up here? And clearly I've already been pulled up here, so why didn't that tidal wave block it? After a moment, he suddenly realized. Oh, so I am the virtual persona. Although what had been pulled up was indeed the virtual persona, because its personality, memories, and main body were completely identical, and it would fuse back with the main body afterward, he simply considered himself to be Silas. Just as he figured this out, he heard a lady's slightly distorted voice, then the fool began introducing him, so he took the opportunity to greet everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Temperance. Audrey was delighted that the Tarot Club had grown once again. After expressing courtesy to this gentleman, she continued her habit of greeting each member. This process served as self-introductions for the members, allowing Silas to quickly learn each member's codename and appearance. And just as she thought, Silas, following her introductions, looked at each person in turn and quickly formed initial impressions of them. The hanged man, sullen, seemed quite shrewd. The son, very tall, very large build, but seemed somewhat impetuous, like a child. The magician, female, nothing special. The world, what a gloomy fellow. Having looked over all these people one by one, he shifted his gaze to Justice. Good upbringing, very dignified posture, feels like a young lady from an aristocratic family. The entire organization, including himself, consisted of merely 6 people. It feels a bit different from the mysterious organization I imagined. Silas had originally thought that those who could participate in gatherings before a deity must all be some kind of unparalleled experts. But the bearing of these few didn't seem particularly special, which couldn't help but make him doubtful. No, I shouldn't be so presumptuous. Perhaps they're just hiding their special qualities. He was thinking this when he saw Miss Justice already standing up, bowing to the fool at the head of the table. Esteemed Mr. Fool, I have collected 2 more pages of Roselle's diary this time. Roselle's diary. Hearing this, Silas couldn't help but freeze slightly. Mr. Fool knows about Roselle's diary, and he's having the Tarot Club members collect it. His heart surged with emotion as he watched the blonde, blue-eyed lady materialize 2 sheets of parchment. The Fool transmitted them to the table surface before him, picked them up, and began reading. Reading them. Mr. Fool recognizes Chinese characters. Could he also be a transmigrator? No, wait, he's a deity, and deities sometimes represent knowledge itself. Mastering an encrypted language might not be particularly difficult for him. Corresponding thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. At the same time, across from the towering sun Derek, the hangman Alger had already taken note of his subtle reactions.